Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly and Devin Caney once again in for the morning team. Francisco Rojas waking up early to produce the show today. What's up, Devin? How you
Not
doing?
much. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
2026.
Happy New Year to you as well.
You know what I realized? I didn't hear a ton of, and I didn't give a ton of see next year's before, we last saw each other. Because we last worked together on New Year's Eve.
I mean, that's the lamest joke. In
It
the world.
is, but has that phrase officially died? Because I didn't even get, no one said, hey, see you next year.
Maybe people are just finally starting to grow up and realize
New
it's
year,
not
new
that
me.
good
Don't
of a
hear the
joke.
new year, new me.
No, yeah, I haven't seen that.
People are done
Yeah.
with this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, how long do you go with Happy New Year before you stop doing that? A week buffer?
See, I feel like I heard it a lot leading up to New Year, too, because people say, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'd say the next week, and that's probably it. 'Cause, you're going to see people, we've been in the last 2 weeks, but then when everyone else gets back, then they're probably going to say Happy New Year. So, yeah, maybe another 5 days.
Does it get to a point where you won't give them the Happy New Year back? Because for me, I think after January 7th, I don't want to give you a Happy New Year back. I might just say thanks and go on.
I feel like when people say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, I never say it the full thing back. I just say Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I guess that counts.
Yeah, so hopefully everybody had a good New Year's celebration the other night. But it is 2026. A lot to get into throughout the course of the show today. I will be assuming the hammer roll and beat the hammer a little later on, around 7:45. So we'll do that later on in the show.
Exciting stuff.
Yes, it is exciting. We have a couple more yearly Tommy Awards to give out, 2 more, so we'll get to that a little later on in the show as well. Sixers, another good win last night in a matchup of 2 of the top picks in the draft. VJ Edgecombe and Cooper Flagg. Sixers beat the Mavericks last night, so we'll get into that as well. But where we'll start is with the Eagles. The Eagles taking on the Commanders Sunday. Talked about it a lot this week, and we kind of know what's at stake and what's on the line here. The Eagles potentially a chance at the 2 seed. They need to win their game. They also need the Detroit Lions to beat the Bears in Chicago. And we've talked a lot this week. We talked about it pretty much all show on Tuesday about whether the Eagles should play their starters or not. And the more I think about this, the more I'm starting to realize, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter going into this game because the Eagles are going to blow this team out. The Eagles are going to beat Washington easily.
Even with the backups?
Absolutely with the backups. I mean, this is a Washington team that's starting Josh Johnson. If you look at his, Pro Football Reference page, the guy's been on 15 to 20 teams in the last 15 years spanning across 4 different leagues. There is no chance that Washington's going to come in here and win this game. This is going to be a walkover, and I want to know if you have any doubts about the Eagles taking care of their business this week. 215-592-9494, 215-592-9494 if you want to get in because, who knows what's going to happen in Chicago. I think there is a chance, certainly, that the Lions go in there and win that game, do the Eagles a favor. But what I don't worry about at all is the Eagles taking care of business on their end. I think the Eagles are going to win this game easily. I don't think it's going to be competitive. I think, all the discussion about should you play guys or not is going to be looked at, I guess, pretty as a meaningless debate after this game is over because of what's going to happen. But, Devin, are you as confident as I am? Because, honestly, it's weird. I feel more confident about this game than I have in, any Eagles game all year.
It is kind of ironic because I don't know if I feel as confident as you just because we don't know exactly, when we say, the Eagles aren't going to play their starters, that doesn't mean, it's not a preseason game. So they're going to have to play some starters. So it's going to be a question of, who exactly is playing, who's not. We know Tanner McKee will be in at quarterback. And I think when you have a backup quarterback as good and trustworthy as Tanner McKee, it's easy to feel confident in your team winning when they're playing a squad that's pretty much dead in the water and has their 3rd string quarterback playing and also has a ton of injuries that they're dealing with. I'm just curious how the Eagles approach this game. I'm assuming, knowing how competitive they are as a team, knowing how competitive Nick Sirianni is, they're going to go in there and treat it as a must-win game. It's just not going to be with most of the starters playing.
Yeah, and I think for these guys going into this game, this is a pretty big opportunity for a lot of them. Like a guy like Tanner McKee, I mean, this is, let's be honest, the most important game he's played so far as
probably.
a pro. And a lot of opportunity for these guys to go out in a meaningful game, a game that really, kind of could end up mattering big time. And taking care of business. And I don't have any concerns that the Eagles going to go in there and win this game easily. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. And here's Mike Garafolo on the NFL Network yesterday just talking about the situation and talking about, the spot the Eagles are in going into this game with Washington.
I joined you guys on Tuesday morning, and I told you I fully expected the Eagles to rest key starters, including Jalen Hurts, and that is going to be the case. They've got some other guys they're going to play, at least for a little bit. Devontae Smith's close to 1,000 yards, so they might run him out there to get him that accolade. But they're playing a Commanders team that is playing in a lot of spots their backups, and in some cases their third string, such as the quarterback. So I am buying that they should, because there's still a chance they can get the 2 seed, which they need the Lions to beat the Bears, which could happen despite the fact that Detroit's out of the playoffs. They've done that before. They've played spoiler against the Packers. So I'm buying this, and I'm buying because of the legend of Tanner McKee. And if you don't know who Tanner McKee is, you don't live in Philadelphia, because Tanner McKee has been discussed a bunch to the point where folks have said, why don't we start Tanner McKee over Jalen Hurts, the Super Bowl MVP, a guy who's taken us to two Super Bowls? Well, Tanner McKee's going to come in. He's going to play well because he's played well before. And if I know Philadelphia, don't you worry. They will be measured in their approach, and they will not say that this is a sign of him being the best quarterback on our roster. None of that. You won't hear any of that in Philly. Yeah, you're going to hear plenty of it. But I think Tanner McKee could lead the Eagles to a victory that they need, and they might get themselves into the 2 seed. We'll see.
And, that's the way I look at this game is I just think the Eagles are coming in and their backups are better than Washington's backups. Washington's playing a lot of their secondary guys as well. And honestly, like the more I think about the starting versus sitting debate, playing the starters would be a horrible decision for the Eagles. Like earlier this week, I kind of thought, you could see both sides of it. But the more I think about this is a no-brainer. You sit your guys, you're going to win this game anyway. And, hopefully things work out in Chicago and you get the 2 seed.
Even when he said they might run Devontae Smith out there, my initial thought is like, no, I just don't think it's worth it. I know, there's incentives and things included in salaries. I also think Saquon has an incentive that like he needs a few more rushing yards to get, but I just don't think it's worth it. Especially, Devontae Smith had that moment. He's had moments in the last few games where he gets hit and is slow to get up. The guy is the toughest kid I've ever seen. Like he always kind of bounces back eventually, and he's not even on the injury report. But that being said, when you look at the Eagles injury report, decent amount of players, and they even had a late ad. I said Jalen Carter looked slow to walk off the field at one point in Buffalo. He's on the injury report with a hip injury. Nakobe Dean's still on it. Dallas Goedert popped up on it. Jalen Phillips is on it. Jahad Campbell popped up on it. He was a full participant yesterday, but still, Marcus Epps has a concussion now. So, you just don't want to risk anything. I don't even think it's worth putting Devontae Smith in for a 1,000-yard goal. I just don't think it's worth risking it, especially when you look at this Washington team that is not good, but have a chip on their shoulder. We know that guys like Frankie Louvu, assuming he's going to be in there, probably have a little vendetta against this team. We know the head coach has made comments about that, God forbid, 2-point conversion a couple weeks ago. So You just don't want, and it's a divisional game, so you don't want anything chippy to happen that could also affect, this team in the postseason.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I think with Devontae Smith, I think that's probably less of an incentive thing and more of an
accolade.
wanting
I get
to be a 1,000-yard guy
just don't
every
think
year.
It's worth it.
No, I hear you. From our perspective, I agree. It's why, last year, I didn't care at all about Saquon getting the rushing record. I know that's a different thing. That's a bigger deal. But for me as a fan, I don't know. I just don't really care about that kind of stuff as much. I just want the team to be successful. But yeah, with Devontae, they did that in 2021 to get him the rookie receiving record. I think you'll probably be all right there. But I just think the Eagles can go into this game and they can rest as many guys as possible. And that would be my approach if I'm Nick Sirianni going into this game. Is I am resting as many of my crucial players for as long as I possibly can. Now, as you said, you're not going to be able to do that the entire game. There's just no chance that nobody is going to have to play. A guy like Jahad Campbell, I'd imagine he plays pretty much every defensive snap in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're just going to have to play guys, but I would rest as many as you can because I just don't think this game is going to be competitive in any way. And I think like the offense, I think Tanner McKee is going to come out and play really well. I expect them to come out and play really well.
I hope so. I mean, I'll also assume that Tank Bigsby will get a decent amount of carries, and it'll be fun to see him get more action. Yeah, I mean, I think that the Eagles can still easily win this game, and it is kind of funny and ironic that I feel calm and confident in this game more so than like any other game this season.
Right.
But
maybe it's because there's like maybe a little less at stake.
Right. It's also because like it's not necessarily obviously winning would be great. Getting the 2 seed if the Bears lose would be great. But we also know the likelihood of that. So like either way, lowest you can drop is the 3 seed. It's not like there's making the playoffs in general on the line or anything like that.
No, I will say on the other end of this, like the nightmare scenario, if Chicago loses and the Eagles lose, it's going to be a bad look.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
They better win this game. Like
that would be worst case scenario, I think. Yeah.
If them losing is what stops them from getting the 2 seed, then that's not going to and I do think when you look at it from that perspective, I think this is weirdly kind of a big game, an important game for them to win, because if that were to happen, if the Bears were to lose and the Eagles were to lose, I feel like there would be a lot of kind of negativity to start next week.
Yeah.
And that's not really what you want going into a playoff game.
Yeah.
So the more I kind of look at this game, I think it's more important than maybe we've given it credit for momentum purposes, even with the backups.
You're right. Yeah. I think a win would be incredible. Now, what also wouldn't be fun is if like Tanner McKee goes out there and plays incredibly and then it, starts the haters on this very station.
I think we're past that.
I hope so.
I mean,
hope so.
And I have been...
I mean, I love Tanner. He's great, but
I wouldn't classify...
Let's not do that now.
I wouldn't classify myself a hater, but I've been critical of Jalen this year, and I think at times fairly so. He's played a lot better the last couple weeks. I mean, it's been the best I think he's played all year long. So I would think that obviously, there's every time there's going to be some people who want the backup quarterback to play, but I think generally, people are more confident in Jalen at this point. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Your thoughts on the game this weekend. Do you think the Eagles win this game easily? And do you think this is a really important game? I kind of do. Like, even beyond the seeding portion of it, I think momentum-wise, and obviously, if the Bears were to lose and the Eagles were to lose, that would just give you a bad feeling going into the wild card round. I think it's important for a momentum, even that the backups come out and play well and keep the positive vibes going, I guess, for the Eagles. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. When we get back, we'll get to a side topic for today. Also, Devin alluded to it in this segment, but something Nick Sirianni had to say in response to the Commanders' frustrations about the Eagles going for 2 and the brawl that ensued last time these two teams played a couple weeks ago. So we'll get to that coming up next. Tom Kelly, Devin Caney, we're in for the morning show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage. Exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February.
That's gonna be great.
Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Before you go out and enjoy a night on the town, plan ahead for a safe ride home. Think of your family and all the people who depend on you. Driving under the influence can wreck it all. Make the right responsible choice. Don't drive impaired.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Philadelphia police say a toddler was shot in the foot and is in stable condition at CHOP. This weekend, the Philadelphia Orchestra is performing Disney's Fantasia, and Tyrese Maxey scored 34 points in the Sixers' win at the Mavericks.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Remaining cold today with some clouds, only a high of 35.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. Sixers beat the Mavs 123-108 last night. Tyrese Maxey scored 34 points in back-to-back games. Eagles plan to start Tanner McKee at quarterback against Washington on Sunday. Jalen Carter, Nakobe Dean, Dallas Goedert, Lane Johnson, Marcus Epps, and Jalen Phillips all did not participate in practice yesterday due to injury. And Japanese pitcher Tatsuya Imai signed with the Houston Astros. Right now, get 50% off all window styles from Window Nation, plus 0% interest for 5 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Schedule your quote right now at windownation.com. Weather today, cloudy with a high of 35. It's currently 26 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGammer and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly, Devin Caney in for the morning team today. And still thinking, as you hear the return there, about James and the table in Buffalo. What a disaster that was.
I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I feel like he's, outside of his quick appearance on the afternoon show on Monday, I feel like we haven't really heard a lot from James Seltzer.
Yeah, I mean, James is usually a very positive guy, I'd say.
Yeah.
But I wonder how he's handling all this, because it's been a lot of
probably a lot of recovery
not
needed, not just physically, but
recovery.
Emotionally, spiritually. That's you're going to take a hit when you do that, when you jump through a table like that, or don't jump through a table like that,
or half jump through a table as James did. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But talking a lot of Eagles, start the show. Your level of confidence in them this week, and how important of a game do you think this is? I do think it's an important game. From the perspective of, you want positive momentum, you want to keep kind of rolling going into the playoffs here. So how important do you think that is? And did want to get to this from Nick Sirriani, because obviously one of the big storylines coming into this game is, kind of the fallout from what happened the last time these two teams played, where the Eagles play the Commanders, and toward the end of the game, brawl breaks out after the Eagles go for 2 to go up 19 points. Dan Quinn said what he said after the game, said, hey, we'll see him again in 2 weeks. Here was Nick Sirianni earlier this week when asked about whether he's worried about, Washington and any repercussions from what could have happened in that game a couple weeks ago.
Last time you guys played the Commanders, obviously there was that fight. Then people on that side, it seemed like they didn't appreciate you guys going for 2 in that situation. Obviously, in this context, you guys have way more to lose than them. Is that something you think about going into this matchup, given some of the chatter?
No, because I know the referees do a great job of controlling that, and I have the utmost respect for Coach Quinn. That and I know myself too is like, we want to go out there and have an opportunity to play football. It's not, and like I said, you don't think, you think about, like, we talk about penalties all the time and playing under composure all the time. I mean, that is something you constantly, like, there's so many things that are ups and downs in this game, and whether fighting's one of them or whatever it is, bad play, good play, it is always about playing the next play and not letting things distract you. And so, we're going to be locked into doing everything we can do to win this game. I know they will be as well. I look forward to, a good battle this weekend.
Devin, when you hear that, how worried would you be about, Washington and coming in and playing chippy and somebody maybe getting hurt that way? Because, I think the Commanders and Dan Quinn are being babies about this whole thing. But, it is something that I guess you need to consider a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I guess you need to it's not something you need to prepare for, because I don't know how, you can't prepare for that without, playing scared. And I don't think that that's necessarily what you're going to do in this situation. I think it's just something to be aware of, to have. And I also think, I don't know how the officials go about, preparing for games. I don't know who the officials are in this game on Sunday, but I would assume that, when you have a divisional matchup, when you are aware of the storylines going into this one, it's probably something you're going to be watching for. Any type of extracurricular activities going on, whether it's on the field or, what have you. But I don't think it's something that should determine how they play.
Right. I think it's honestly less worrying about an injury factor, but more just keeping your head and not make sure nobody does anything stupid to get suspended.
Right.
That's the biggest thing.
You don't want a Jalen Carter, Dak Prescott week 1 situation where, right, you don't want something to happen where they get so fired up or chippy and things, escalate that impacts your roster going into the postseason, because there are repercussions there.
And what I would imagine, I think you're right. I think this is a situation where the refs and who knows, maybe even higher ups at the NFL kind of have words with both teams before the game as far as, hey, we know what's going on here.
Yeah.
We're going to be calling this one extra tight. And also, Washington season's over. I get going out and playing hard and trying to win, but if they come into this game, with any thoughts of, we're going to try to bait them into something, or that's a loser mentality at this point.
Well, they're
not
losers.
For anything.
So
they
also,
are.
If you remember last season, I always get the Giants and Cowboys games mixed up, but it was one of the 2 final games last year where, Jalen Hurts wasn't playing that time because of concussion, but Sidney Brown was in the middle of a massive fight in the Cowboys game. Okay. Do you guys remember that? It was it escalated so quickly, kind of like the one in Washington a couple of weeks ago.
Well,
it was in the tunnels. I think it was on a kickoff or a Dallas return. All I know is I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and there's 20 dudes in the Cowboys tunnel fighting, and it was Sidney Brown, I think, in the center of it. So, divisional games, even if it doesn't matter, these things can happen. They can escalate.
Well, that'd be fine. I'd be fine with Sidney Brown getting suspended.
I don't even think he got suspended, though.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
He's terrible.
And assuming now that Marcus Epps is on the injury report with a concussion, that Sidney Brown will be the one of the starting safeties.
Yeah, he'll probably be a starting safety this week, but Mike, he just stinks. He can't play on defense. He commits penalties on special teams all the time.
Yeah.
So if he gets suspended, maybe that should be the game plan. Just let Sidney Brown go out and do all your fighting for you. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being honest. I mean, the guy stinks.
Now I'm thinking of who else is going to start at safety, though, because if Marcus Epps is not going to play, Then you have Sidney Brown, and I don't think that they should play Reed.
I think that's the thing, though. Like, some of these guys are
It
going
might
to have to
have
play.
to
I
be.
think Reed's going to have to play.
It might
in this
have
game.
to be, and I don't like that. That makes me nervous because Reed's played so well, and you can't lose him.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I didn't get to see the whole episode of Hard Knocks this week, but I did see the clip floating around on Twitter where a guy goes up after the game to Reed and says, "Good game, Coop," and he's like, I'm the other guy.
I'm the other one. I'm the other one.
It's pretty funny. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, been talking a lot about the Eagles, start the show here. Confidence level in the game this week. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Ryan from Vienna, but today calling from Ethiopia. Ryan, what's going on? I think this is the first time we've ever gotten a call from Ethiopia.
I'm in Addis Ababa, and as John Ritchie always gives a fun fact, I'm going to give one today. It's 2017. For real, I'm not making a joke. The calendar says it's 2017 in Addis Ababa. They have a 13-month calendar here, and every year they go a few days behind.
Oh, wow. That is very interesting.
Yeah.
So my Hyatt Tesla picked me up at the airport, and we were kind of looking at it. I asked to put on the calendar on the computer. It says 2017.
Wow.
That's crazy. I didn't know that there were, different places in the world that are in different years than we are.
I had no idea myself, and I've been to 136 countries. I've never seen this. I'm going to travel through time when I fly back to Vienna, and I'm just dumbfounded. But the wine here is also amazing. I drink a lot of wine, and I cannot speak highly enough. I never would have thought Ethiopia made great red wine, and they do.
Wow, 136 countries. Ryan, what's your favorite and least favorite that you've been in?
Well, Maldives would be my favorite. I called Devin when I was in the Maldives before. I lost
Yes,
my wisdom
I remember
teeth when I
that.
was there. And I was just in the Seychelles, and that's also one of my favorites. I was just in the Seychelles for a week, and if you fly Ethiopian Air from Vienna, and if you stay over in Addis Ababa, it's much cheaper.
Okay.
So we decided to stay over. We spent New Year's Eve here and flying back to Vienna.
Nice. That's awesome, man.
So,
what's your least favorite?
Yeah.
China.
Okay.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I actually like the China Wall, and I like Hong Kong, which is not part of China.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I don't really have a least
You
favorite.
don't want to disparage any country. I get it, Ryan.
That's fair.
It's very worldly of you. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I will say the Chinese culture, though, is more of as a culture.
Okay.
So one thing on the Eagles, do we know if the Bears are playing their starters?
Yes, they are, I believe. They
are.
Right?
Yeah, they're playing
Yeah,
their
I
guys.
haven't seen anything that said otherwise.
And honestly, I think their decision's easy, Ryan. And I think if the Eagles were in the Bears' position, I think the Eagles would be playing their guys.
If you win, you get the second.
Exactly.
Seed. If it's in your hands.
Right.
I agree with you, but that means we would play them. If they lose because they're playing their starters, let's just say, I hate to root for injuries, but regardless, they're going to be tired. They won't have the advantage next week. And if we win our wildcard game, we play at home. If the Bears would lose, we would play the second game at home.
Well, yeah,
Right?
Ryan. I think even down the line too. I think when you look at the advantages to resting, it's less about next week and more about the games down the line. Because even if say the Eagles win and the Bears win their wild card round, okay, the Eagles got to go to Chicago. But I don't know what's the bigger advantage, having that game at home or having a week off, 2 weeks prior.
Yeah, 100%. Even that week off helps us more. But Bears are in better. There's more of a light chance that they lose if they play their starters. They're a little more hurt for the wild card games.
Yeah, so. No, I agree, Ryan. I think that is a big deal with this one.
One more point, just going to say, all those players that didn't really play most of the year, maybe they play special teams, they're going to play their butt off on this game just to contribute. And some of the starters, they might have looked at it. Not that AJ takes plays off, but they might not have gone all out in this game, knowing they had to play next week. So they're playing the second team. They're going to play their hardest.
Mm-hmm.
So I even think the second team would even almost not say they beat the first team, but that second team, they're still pro athletes and they're still good. And, they have something to play for. And I think Bigsby, Tanner, John Dotson, they're going to be going all out. Not that you wouldn't go all out, but like we said, we all know AJ doesn't go all out sometimes.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Ryan, and agree. Thanks for the call, man. Be careful.
And enjoy some more Ethiopian wine for me, please.
Yeah.
I will. There we go.
Take it easy, Ryan. Appreciate the call. Ryan, how does he not get tired? I went the most recent time. My wife and I have gone overseas a couple times. We went to France in 2016, and then Germany in 2019.
Uh-huh.
I mean, those trips are so tiring. I'm good for like another few years after I go to Europe.
Really?
Yeah.
I love Europe. I've been craving a nice European vacation.
Really?
But I agree. Like, it's not usually if you go to like a Paris, Rome, wherever it may be. It's not like laying on the beach. You're like
sightseeing,
waking up, and you are walking to 20,000 steps a day. You're putting the work in. So
Yeah.
I get it. It is tiring.
It's
but
more just
it's
like
worth
the
it.
sleep schedule stuff, because if you probably fly overnight typically if you're going on a trip like that. It takes me like days to get back to feeling somewhat
And then,
normal.
you always have the first day when like a lot of times you can't check into the hotel yet, and you're just exhausted, and you're just like not a human and trying to take advantage of it. It's just not.
And I'm just
a
ready
thing.
to crash, and my wife won't let me. She's like, "No, we got to go do this."
Why
we
is
gotta
it always
do
the
that."
wife? It's always
What?
the women who are like the ones keeping everyone in line
Well, I
and on
guess
schedule.
because you guys are tougher.
Yeah, we are.
Like that's the thing.
We
because, I'm a baby. I can't sleep on the plane. I get
Men
there,
are
I'm
such
tired, I
babies.
just want to go to sleep.
Respectfully, I also can't sleep on planes though, so I understand that.
Yeah, well, those long flights are just not.
Especially when you're
not
like,
fun.
I don't have, a flatbed in first class. Like, I'm sure it's probably much easier to sleep on a flight like that. But when you're sitting back and like you're tall on the taller side, I'm tall, I have long legs. It's like painful, literally. I can't. It's so uncomfortable.
Did you just say I'm on the taller side?
I don't know. I didn't want to call you
Thank you,
short.
Devin. I appreciate it. I can't say I've ever heard that one before. I'm shocked Fran didn't chime in. Oh my God, if Buzz was back there, he'd have been on the mic in 2 seconds. Oh my God. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. When we get back, we'll get back to the calls, get to our side topic for today, and we will discuss a little Sixers as well. See, everybody wants to talk about the Eagles, but we will talk a little bit about the Sixers. They got another good win last night, and I think an interesting question off of that game that I want to throw out to people as well. Tom Kelly, Devin Caney in for the Morning Team Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles wrap up their regular season at home against the Commanders.
We got to go play a good game. We got to go coach a good game. Excited to go play this week.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 2. Then Merrill and Mike have their call.
And it is complete. Touchdown!
Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Heard at work this holiday season? You need Pond Lee Hockey. Call now for a free legal consultation. 800-568-7500. This time of year can be hectic, but injuries and workplace accidents don't take time off. Sudden medical bills and missed paychecks can wreck your holiday and start your new year with stress and uncertainty. You need someone on your side. Call now for your free consultation. 800-568-7500 or visit pondleehockey.com. Pond Lee Hockey, working for you this holiday season and all year long.
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then,
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sixers beat the Mavs 123-108 last night. Tyrese Maxey has scored 34 points in back-to-back games. He also had 10 assists and 8 rebounds on the night. Joel Embiid put up 22 points as well. Eagles plan to start Tanner McKee at quarterback against Washington on Sunday. Jalen Carter, Nakobe Dean, Dallas Goedert, Lane Johnson, Marcus Epps, and Jalen Phillips all did not participate in practice due to injury yesterday. And Japanese pitcher Tatsuya Imai found a team to beat the Dodgers. He officially signed with the Houston Astros yesterday. Weather today, cloudy, the high is 35. It's currently 26 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly, Devin Caney in for the morning team today. You want to get in? 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. And Devin, I know we talked a lot the other day, obviously about sports, but we were also discussing that we were going to be watching the Stranger Things finale the other night.
Don't spoil it.
And we were having this
We
debate
won't
yesterday.
spoil it.
Is it too early? I said I think a day plus is enough time to give people before start talking about it on the radio. Am I wrong there?
I don't think you're wrong. I finished it last night because I knew I thought I was like, oh, I can do that, no problem. And then I don't know, time got away from me. But I did finish it. We can talk about it without spoiling it, I guess, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's hard to do, though.
It is.
Is this wrong? One night I was doing an overnight show after an episode of Game of Thrones, and I talked about it on the air. Is that wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
But Game of Thrones was appointment viewing.
Right.
We haven't had a show. Well, I guess Stranger Things kind of is too for fans of the show. But I feel like Game of Thrones was at 9 p.m. every Sunday when that show was airing.
Yeah.
You were sitting on the couch. So
Exactly.
I don't know. That's different.
But this is the conversation that went down with Fran and I before the show. While we're batting around whether it's okay to talk about the Stranger Things thing, and then I bring up Game of Thrones finale, and Fran's like, oh, don't spoil it. Fran 6 years later is not allowing me to talk about, a finale because he hasn't watched the show.
Because I want the show.
He's like, eventually I'm going to watch it. Just don't, spoil it for me. It's like it was 6.5 years ago.
Don't tell me directly.
So you're not even watching it now. It's not even it's an active thing that you're doing. Eventually I'm going to watch that show, so don't spoil it. Yeah. Also, I don't think one person is going to spoil that show because the internet, it can spoil it very easily. Same with Stranger Things, actually. I feel like you know how phones are kind of creepy now. Since I finished it, all my reels and posts and my algorithms on social are like about the.
I know
about the finale.
It gets kind of annoying. It gets like a little overload.
It does. I overall liked it though. I guess like it did what it was supposed to do. I also didn't realize there is a Stranger Things spinoff in the works.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the Duffer Brothers, the creator.
We don't need
well,
that.
but the creators said that the spinoff will like answer questions that weren't answered in the finale.
All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a shot. But the spinoffs usually don't go well, even though I do think the Game of Thrones spinoff, House of the Dragon, has been good. I've enjoyed that show.
I've enjoyed it. It's like nowhere near as good as
I come back soon, actually.
Game of Thrones. Well, they have that other spinoff too. The Night of the whatever.
The Dunk and Egg one, yeah.
Yeah. The what?
So that's what it says. Dunk and Egg is the two guys who they're going to be following through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you? Is this like in the? I don't remember this from the books.
It's like a book related. Like it's something referenced in the books. I'm a nerd when it comes to Game of Thrones. Not with anything.
I mean,
else,
I thought
really.
I was too, but I feel like you are way more than I am.
Oh yeah. No, I know a lot about the Game of Thrones universe.
So what's what's the Night of the Seven Kingdoms or whatever? Is that a prequel or is it after Game of Thrones?
It's a prequel. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a prequel.
Okay.
I think it's in between like the House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones.
Okay.
So that I'm pretty sure.
That makes sense. Sure. I don't love prequels. I mean, I like House of the Dragon, but like I think just knowing what happens after is always in the back of my mind. Like, oh, this Targaryen family doesn't know what their family becomes down the line, and that almost kind of like ruins it in a way for me.
Don't spoil it for Fran, Devin. I mean, we don't want to spoil the
Sorry.
show.
Look,
it's only 6.5. It only ended 6.5 years ago.
If I see it online, like whatever, I'm just saying to you directly, to your face. Like, don't like look in my face and be like, oh, this is what happened. Because I may eventually watch it. It is on my list. Yes.
May eventually
watch it. So just how dare you even speak about Game of Thrones in my presence?
If I told you what happened, you wouldn't even remember by the time you got to the finale.
I probably
you wouldn't even know what
Yeah.
he was talking about because you don't know the character.
Yeah.
So like.
See, I would though. I like if you. Never mind.
Fran's just the worst. Fran is just the worst.
That's so nice of you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Fran. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But we did have a side topic today. And the side topic today, and because I saw this the other day, and the picture of it is absolutely hilarious. But they're doing an upcoming, is it biopic or biopic?
I never know, actually.
Yeah.
Very good question. I always read it in my head as a biopic.
Yeah.
But then
think
I've
that's what
heard
it
people
is.
call it a biopic.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Well, it's basically the story of John Madden. And the person that they have chosen to play John Madden in this movie is Nicolas Cage. Like, it might be the most ridiculous choice I've ever seen. It looks like a comedy in terms of like, it looks like Nicolas Cage just put on like a fat suit to play John Madden. It is a very weird look, but I think a weird, bad casting decision. And want to know, like TV and movies, what's a terrible casting decision that has been made? That'll be our side topic today. 215-592-9494. Any that like come to mind, Devin? I mean, initially? See if we get good answers on this or not. But
so nothing. I'm trying to like narrow down my options here. I am like very invested in casting, and nothing makes me like. I love when a casting is done very well. Like that new Hunger Games movie, they're casting that movie extremely well. But I hate when I'm watching a historical drama and someone in it has like a modern face. You know what I'm saying? Which is a lot now because a lot of people have like, injections and plastic surgery and veneers. But it's always like that person wouldn't have perfectly white, teeth.
Right,
like they wouldn't have lip filler back in like the 1800s or whenever it was. Yeah. So I'm going to go with, this has happened in several instances, but I'm going to go with Cameron Diaz in Gangs of New York. Because that's a good example of like, that
fit.
She just did not fit.
Okay.
And I don't think she talked the way that they're supposed to talk. Like, that bothers me. So.
Okay, that's a good one.
I love Cameron Diaz.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. Any come to mind for you, Fran? Bad casting decisions?
All right, so This is the first one that came to mind. It's recent.
TV and movies. By the way.
And people may not have seen this, but I think it just came out like within the last year or two. It's Mel Gibson playing Santa Claus in this new movie called The Fat Man or something like that. It was a horrible movie. My friend loves to show me.
Pretty horrible.
Yeah, it was a horrible movie.
I've literally never heard of that movie in my entire life.
You guys know Walt Goggins?
Yes.
Guy with the big forehead.
He's the guy in White Lotus, right?
Yes.
Never seen that. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. All right.
Yeah.
Someone dies. There you go.
But Mel Gibson
in
was
every season
horrible, as you can probably. Probably Mel Gibson as Santa.
Well,
Claus
yeah, I would
was
imagine in a movie called Fat One or whatever. Fat Man.
Get it right.
Fat
You've been watching
One.
too much Stranger Things. Fat One. Yeah.
Yeah. Delightful
Such
Derek.
an aggressive.
Yeah.
Fat One.
Yeah. All right. So Mel Gibson is Santa Claus.
Yes, and Fat Man.
All right. There
Was it a
you
good
go.
movie?
Oh, it's horrible. No, it's literally my friend loves to show me the worst, and I'm easily entertained by stuff. And for me to think something's a bad movie, it's got to be the worst thing I've ever seen.
No.
One of the worst movies I've ever seen. Fat Man.
Yeah.
Okay. Ringing endorsement from Fran for Fat Man. So make sure you go check it out. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But that'll be our side topic today. Horrible casting decisions in TV or movies. So talk about the Eagles. We'll get to the Sixers in a bit as well. They had a big win last night. And I think an interesting question that I wanted to throw out there regarding last night's game. Let's go to Thomas and Broomall. What's up, Thomas?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
I was talking about the Eagles. I'm very confident that the Eagles will blow Washington out. I'm not really worried. I'm actually excited to see what Tanner does. Obviously, I'm good with resting most of the starters, but you kind of have to have most of the defensive players in the game, don't you? Or not really?
Well, yeah, I mean, some of the guys are going to have to play. Jomo is a guy who's important to the team. He's going to have to play a lot. I think Jordan Davis might play a little bit. A lot of those defensive ends, I mean, Jalen Phillips, I think he's probably not going to play. He's been on the injury report. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of those guys on defense are going to have to play. The only guys I'd kind of really prioritize and make sure they're not in there are probably Jalen Carter, Zach Bond, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. I think everybody else could be in play to play.
I gotcha. And also, I have the worst casting.
Oh, what do you have?
Neil Patrick Harris and the unfortunate, the movie. The hell was it called?
Oh, the series of unfortunate events.
It's not bad.
Correct. I could not stand that movie whatsoever. I don't know. He just didn't do it. I'd rather have Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey would have been good. So, did you read those books?
Wait, wasn't Jim Carrey in that movie?
He's talking about the show.
Oh.
Thomas, are you talking about the show?
The show.
With Neil
yeah,
Patrick. Yeah, it was on Netflix, I think, a while
something.
back, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen that, but that would be my decision.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate the call. I've never seen the show or the movie, but Jim Carrey was in the movie, right?
So
was it
I don't know.
Mr. Snickers or something?
Yeah, I don't remember the movie versus show. I don't remember.
Okay. So Neil Patrick Harris.
But I remember Neil Patrick Harris in one of them, and it wasn't good.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether it was show or movie. So
Yeah, it was the show. It was the show. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I've never.
Jim Carrey, good. Neil Patrick Harris, not good.
So is it a comedy type thing? Because Jim Carrey is good in comedies. I find it weird when Jim Carrey's in like a serious movie. I can't.
Well,
take
it's
him
always
seriously.
like kind of freaky when a comedian is in like a serious movie. I
Yeah.
think it's because that role is so. It's not necessarily comedy, but it's like you have to be so out there. But also, I believe he's like I haven't read or watched that storyline in so long, the series of unfortunate events. But I believe like he's the antagonist, so you're supposed to be kind of scared of him. And I feel like Neil Patrick Harris is just kind of like friendly guy next door from How I Met Your Mother. You know, like it's kind of hard to. I think it's almost harder to take away like a sitcom versus like Jim Carrey is like a. I don't know what you call him in like actor terms. Like he's very. His face moves a lot. Like he's good at doing impressions. Like I don't know. He's just better for it.
Neil Patrick Harris is pretty hilarious, and Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle.
I haven't seen that movie in
dumb.
so
I mean,
long.
it is the dumbest movie you've ever seen.
We
but
really
it's
went
pretty
through
funny.
a phase in what was it, early 2000s or 90s
That was like
with like
mid-2000s,
dumb
I think.
movies. Like, do you remember Dude, Where's My Car?
Yes. Oh my God. I was in high school when that movie came out, and I loved
We
that
loved
movie.
it. Loved
But
it.
oh my God, if I watched that movie now,
Ridiculous.
That is made for it's got to be made for the dumbest people.
But we really went through a phase as a society, I feel, where those types of movies and stories were really popular. Maybe it was you're a millennial, right? I'm assuming you are.
Yes, I'm a millennial.
I feel like maybe it's our humor. It's Dude, Where's My Car? It's the American Pie movies, just that type of dumb bro humor.
Yep.
And it was so stupid, and we loved it.
But
Harold and Kumar, I think, falls in that category too.
Oh, absolutely. Without question. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We'll get back to the phones in a minute here. But did want to talk a little bit about the Sixers. They win again last night. They win in Dallas, 123-108. Sixers now 18-14 on the year. The Mavs, who had, some high hopes coming into this season. They're now 12-23 on the season. But last night, 34 for Tyrese Maxey, 22 for Joel Embiid, who looked, a little better last night, I think, moving around. And VJ Edgecombe had 23 points in this game for the Sixers. And I think the interesting part about this is Edgecombe for the Sixers, 23, plays really well. And on the other side, the Mavericks have Cooper Flagg. And Cooper Flagg in this game scores 12 points. Goes just 5 of 15. And I think it's interesting when you look at the kind of disparity between those two guys. Because I wanted Cooper Flagg really bad going into the draft. I still think he's going to be a generational player. But I want to know if, looking back, do you think the Sixers might have lucked out getting the third pick and ended up getting Edgecombe? Because if they got the first pick, I mean, Cooper Flagg was a no-brainer. I wouldn't go there yet, but if you told me I could redo the lottery, and no, the Sixers are going to keep their pick because that would have been a disaster if they didn't, but they're going to be top 6. You could redo the lottery. You could have a chance to, get up to 1, but you could also have the chance to fall behind 3 and be 4 through 6. I don't think the difference between those two guys is so significant to where I'd take that risk. And it's pretty crazy to say that, considering I think Flagg's going to be a generational player, but VJ Edgecombe is much better than I thought he was going to be.
He's incredible, and it's just been so fun to watch him, through his NBA start and his, his impactful but short career so far. I feel like he fits in with the team so well, which is crazy to say because it is kind of a crowded backcourt when you think about it, but it works somehow. And he just has that fight in him, I think, that is perfect for Philadelphia. And he and Tyrese Maxey seem to be, really clicking and playing well together. So I love it. I agree. Right now, if you had me pick if I wanted Cooper Flagg or VJ Edgecombe, I would absolutely say VJ Edgecombe. And I agree. I think Cooper Flagg is going to, continue being a great player. But I think VJ Edgecombe's future is extremely bright as well.
Yeah, between those two, I'd still, if I had to make a decision, I'd probably take Flagg, but it's not a no-brainer. And the day after the lottery, it was probably short-sighted, but I was kind of crushed. I'm like, oh, man, they could have had the number 1 pick. They could have had Cooper Flagg. But I had no idea how good Edgecombe was going to be and how quick he was going to be that good. But
that's the thing, how quickly, too, he's really, come on. And, it's been really fun to watch him. I hope he stays healthy because I keep thinking of Jared McCain and his start to the season last year. And now he still kind of feels like he's not totally back to where he was when he started, but
this feels a little different to me than McCain. And I still I don't think McCain is going to, continue to struggle like this. Yeah. But he's just less of an athlete. He's more of a
he's
shooter,
not
dependent on other people.
Yes.
Edgecombe is more of a guy he can
play defense.
Right. He can play defense. He can make things happen on his own. But I want to throw this question out to people. You could re-simulate the lottery and you could take your chances. And you'd be guaranteed a top 6 pick because it would be crazy to, take that chance where you could lose the pick entirely. But would you do it with the opportunity to get up to 2 or get up to 1 and maybe get a Cooper Flagg or, a guy like Dylan Harper? I mean, I'd take Edgecombe over him anyway. But would you take that chance of potentially moving up to 1 or you could fall back to 4 through 6? I like Flagg a lot, but I don't think I would take that chance. I would stick with Edgecombe because I don't think the gap between those two guys is as much as I expected it to be.
No, and it's still early, so like we don't know how this is all going to play out, seasons down the road. But no, I mean, I would stick with Edgecombe regardless. Like, remember it was the Edgecombe Ace Bailey debate, and thank goodness that didn't work out. And the Edgecombe Con Knippel, like I still would take VJ Edgecombe over any of those guys at this point. I think that the Sixers got the right guy. And like it's almost similar to how I felt about, Tyrese Maxey, the fact that he fell to the Sixers, like that deep, what was it, 21 in the draft?
Yeah.
21st pick. Like, and you look back and it's like, thank God, thank goodness that happened and no one else took him. And even if you don't have the best pick, sometimes it just works out.
And that's the thing about the Sixers. I mean, they've screwed up some picks. I mean, Markelle Fultz, Ben Simmons, but I mean, they've hit on some big ones too. And the Maxey pick, I mean, now getting Edgecombe, they have put themselves in a good spot. And I think when you watch those two guys in the backcourt together, it gives you a lot of confidence and excitement for the team moving forward. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But you want to get on the Sixers. Would you re-simulate lottery if you could, with a chance to potentially move up, but you'd also be worried about moving back and maybe lose VJ Edgecombe for the upside of maybe getting Cooper Flagg? I don't think I'd do it, but you want to get on that. You're welcome to. Eagles, how confident are you that they are going to go in and beat the Commanders? We talked a lot this week about the idea of resting the starters. In the end, I don't think it's going to matter all that much. I think the Eagles are going to take care of business. I think they're going to do it easily. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. Get back to the phones and our side topic as well. Give us a horrible casting decision. Could be TV or movies. That'll be our side topic for the day. 215-592-9494. Tom Kelly, Devin Caney in for the morning team. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Clogged toilet, leaky faucet on one. Ready?
Uh-oh, you got a plumbing problem blitzing through the line. Time to audible and call in the pros. Roto-Rooter is your go-to defense for clogs, leaks, and any plumbing fix. Call the right play and download the Roto-Rooter app and easily book an appointment and receive exclusive service discounts. Touchdown! Don't get sacked by plumbing issues. Call in Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Download the app today and score big on savings.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, the ride of life. The Georgia Bulldogs' hopes at a dynasty are over. Dynasty is determined by championships. The Bulldogs go 3 straight years without appearing in the college football playoff final, and Ole Miss, without Lane Kiffin, beats the Bulldogs. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94.
Whatever, friend.
Just don't spoil Game 3.
Whatever you're into.
By the way, when are we taking all the Christmas decorations down here in the studio?
I don't know. I was just thinking that. I kind of like it. I'm going to miss it. It's made it like homey and nice in here.
I will say it does liven up the studio a little bit.
It does.
Yeah, I think we need some more decorations in here.
I would assume by like next week, though, they'll be down.
Yeah.
Of course, the Grinch over here wants to know when we're taking them down.
I know,
Well,
right?
I'm just curious. I don't know. I'm just curious about how long we're going to keep the Christmas tree up. I mean, it's January 2nd.
My Christmas tree is still up. I think it's acceptable for another like week.
I think 7 to 10 days.
Yeah,
I'd
like
say
by next weekend, maybe I will.
middle
I'll take it down.
of this week is when they should come down.
Oh, fine.
In my opinion. Middle of next, like by Wednesday.
It's always the worst though, because like when you get used to it, like probably same thing with this studio, but like when you get used to having Christmas decorations up and like lights, when you take them down, it just looks so barren and sad and sterile and
sterile. Sterile, I feel like, is kind of a weird word.
Yeah, it was a bit aggressive of me.
That's all right.
But you know what I mean. Just like
I get
like no hominess.
Yeah, I get it. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, time for a read on our Twitter poll question of the day. Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet, wishing their employees, customers, and WIP listeners a happy and healthy new year. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet at WIP Morning Show. What seed do you think the Eagles will have after this weekend? 2 or the 3? Where are you at, Devin? What do you think is going to happen here? I think the Eagles are going to win. I am feeling more optimistic about the Lions' chances than I did earlier this week. I'd still say they end up with the 3, but what's your gut telling you?
See, I'm just going to err on the side of caution and say 3 because multiple things have to go right for them to get the 2 seed that are out of their control. Like, I think that the Eagles can definitely win. I think that they will. But it's like, I don't know what's going to happen in that Bears and Lions game. Because it really just depends on the mindset and approach that the Lions have, because they're not really, playing for much at this point. They're coming off what has been an extremely disappointing season compared to what they did last year and expectations for them. So, like, you just don't know if they're going to be over it and ready to get out of there and like don't really care, or if they're going to want to play spoiler and give it their all, and Dan Campbell hasn't fired up. I don't know which version we're going to get there.
Yeah, no, I agree. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Also a reminder to you that if you want to compete a little later on, we'll have Beat TK coming up at 7:45 today. I'll be assuming the Joe DeCamara Hammer roll in the Beat the Hammer, I guess, spinoff.
Spinoff?
Yeah, it's a spinoff segment. What's the category today, Fran? What can you tell people?
I don't think. Am I supposed to tell you?
You don't.
You're not supposed to tell.
Oh, okay,
this guy's trying to get ahead on the game.
Come on.
That's
So
my.
are you? So you're doing it the way Joe's doing it. Like you're gonna get a contest line.
I love how we
caller?
haven't really set this up behind the scenes.
Well, we
could just do
a
it.
little bit of behind the scenes. If you want to know, right before the show starts, we're like, oh yeah, I guess we should do that.
Yeah, well, I forgot. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about it. But yeah, we could. We could just have people call the regular line, whatever you want.
Call the regular line. And
we'll call the regular line. If you want to compete, we'll put the call out around 7:40, and we'll get a contestant for Beat TK at 7:45. Then we'll have Dick Vermeil, Coach Dick Vermeil, coming up at 8 a.m. today. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But obviously talking a lot about the Eagles today. Do you think they're going to go win this game with their backups? It's weirdly as confident as I felt about them all year. I think this is a game that they're going to win, and they're going to win pretty easily. And a game that I think is important for, the feeling perspective. I do think the one potential downside of this, as we mentioned earlier, if there is a scenario where the Bears lose and the Eagles, lose as well and don't win this game, I don't think that would be. I feel like we'd have a lot of 2023 feelings going into the playoffs. Like, I feel like after they lost that game against the Giants, even though it was meaningless, it just, didn't feel great. Obviously, you had AJ coming out of it with an injury. Jalen hurt his finger in that game. And I know it's the backups, but if the Eagles end up giving away an opportunity, I do think that's something that's going to get next week off to like a weird start.
I don't know if I'd go as far to say it'd be 2023 vibes, just because like there's only so much you could take away from a loss where, not all the starters are playing. But yeah, I mean, I think you want to capitalize on momentum and keep it rolling into the postseason, and like that would be ideal.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it would be as bad as a full collapse because the starters wouldn't be playing.
That might have been a little much, but yeah, I think that it is important for them to go out and win this game and carry that momentum on. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. Also, Sixers, if you could re-simulate the lottery, if the upside of maybe getting the first pick, getting Cooper Flagg, but also falling back to 4 through 6, would you do it? I think Cooper Flagg's going to be great. I wouldn't do it, though. I'm content with VJ Edgecombe. We'll see who ends up having the better career. I still think Flagg is going to be an incredible player, but the gap between them is not nearly as significant as I thought going into the draft. Like, I remember I was hosting the morning show the day after the lottery, and I was pretty dejected. I mean, they didn't get that first pick. I really wanted Cooper Flagg, but VJ Edgecombe has been everything you could have possibly hoped for at this point in his career. So I want to know how you feel about that. And our side topic today, bad casting decisions in TV or movies. That will be our side topic for the show this morning. Let's go to Neil in the Northeast. What's up, Neil?
Well, first of all, shout out to Devin again, and Ruben Romero and the Saturday Spree, and also sideline reporter, and
Thank you,
UTK
Neil.
in the halftime update, and then also with Al Morgani over the weekend.
Thank you, Neil. You got anything for Fran?
Well, Fran, yeah.
Whoa, come on, Neil.
I think eventually it'll do the Game of Thrones, but maybe see it sooner, than later, as opposed to giving away the ending or so.
Thanks, Neil. I appreciate it.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree, Neil.
All right.
About the Eagles, I think with Devontae Smith close to 1,000, I think he could have him in maybe in the first quarter. But obviously rest the starters, and I'd like to see what Bigsby does and Kipley, and maybe even Goddard in maybe like the first quarter or so. But one thing about Joshua Harris's other team, they're not very good defensively. So you could be able to score a lot of points on them, and I agree with you. It could be an easy win. And actually, Tanner McKee's been very good, when he's come in, like with performances and his passing game. So, I like the Eagles by a lot. And about the Detroit-Chicago game.
Yeah, what do you think about that one?
Well, I would run Gibbs a lot because it's going to probably be lousy weather in Chicago, and it comes down to the running game. And Gibbs is the most, Goff really hasn't done that much, especially he's not a running quarterback, so when you sack him a lot. So I would give Gibbs the ball at least 30 or 40 times, and if he has 200 yards, the Lions could win the game by over a touchdown, that's what I'm hoping anyway.
40 times a lot, Neil. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well,
but
at least say 30, 35 then.
Okay.
Because Gibbs, and then he also catches the ball pretty much out of the, on screen passes too. So, but give him the ball a lot, definitely.
I got you, Neil. What do you got for a side topic today?
Oh, well, no, I wanted to just briefly say about the Sixers.
Oh, sure.
I agree with you about Edgecombe. They actually, was talk about getting Bagley, but then Bagley didn't want to get here. And, a friend of mine was showing me, how Edgecombe was able to dunk the ball and how he plays defensively and even making his outside shot. So finally, Daryl Morey did hit it finally with a draft pick. It took a long time to do it, but they finally hit with someone. And also Maxey's like third in the NBA for scoring. So he make the All-Star game, and I think Edgecombe has a chance maybe to be Rookie of the Year, maybe over Flagg this year.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
What do you got for a side topic, Neil?
Okay, well, I think definitely when and Charlie Sheen got in a contract dispute with Chuck Lorre when it was Charlie Harper and 2.5 Men, and they went to Ashton Kutcher. That actually took a lot away from it because his natural comedy or whatever in
Right.
2.5 Men and the contract dispute, like they can say it. But I think Ashton Kutcher wasn't really a good substitute,
Okay.
because Charlie Sheen made that show.
I got you, Neil. Appreciate the call. So Ashton Kutcher I didn't know he took over for Charlie Sheen.
He
in 2.5
did.
Men.
Yeah, I forgot about that, but he did. That's actually a very good answer. I mean, I wasn't a 2.5 Men fan, but I also feel like it was on so much, and it was kind of big news, I think, when Ashton Kutcher took over. So, yeah. And
it wasn't a bad show. I watched it on occasion. I
wasn't really...
It was one of those shows that was just on a lot, like
exactly.
you said.
Yeah,
so
like
sometimes
replays
you just check it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. That's a good one, Neil. Nice job. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. See everybody at home talking about the Eagles, talking about the Sixers, and bad casting decisions in TV or movies. That's our side topic today. Beat TK coming up at 7:45. Coming up here at some point soon, we're going to award our Absurd Moment of the Year Tommy Award for 2025. So we'll get to that. And also, when we get back here, did want to talk a little bit about Jalen Hurts because Cam Newton said something I thought kind of interesting about the quarterback this week. So we'll get to that coming up next. Tom Kelly, Devin Caney, we're in for the morning show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage. Exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February. Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by Acme, official supermarket of the Eagles.
One more regular season game, and then it's time for the playoffs. You know what's really amazing? The fact that Nick Sirriani has been here for 5 seasons, and the Birds have reached the playoffs every year. Not only that, they've been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. Years ago, owner Jeffrey Lurie spoke about Eagles football reaching the gold standard. It took a while, but his dream really did come true. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
This Eagles season, get in the game in Acme and enter their Swoop In and Win sweepstakes for your chance to win Eagles tickets, autographed jerseys, helmets, or more. Download the Acme app or visit acmemarkets.com/swoopin and win for more details. Plus, save 5% when you shop on game days wearing your Eagles apparel. Acme makes sure Eagles fans have all their game day needs. Don't miss the featured football deal of the week. Flip the digital offer for Quaker cereal oats or oatmeal, just $1.99 each. Acme, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs puts your life at risk and endangers the lives of innocent people on the road. Make the right choice. Don't drive impaired. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer together. We are all counting on you.
'Tis the season for cozy nights and big games. Celebrate Surfside, made with real vodka, only 100 calories, and 0 bubbles for smooth sipping. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Flame Bearers goes beyond scores to bring real stories from women Olympians and Paralympians who've beat the odds. Hear from legends like Sue Bird, Caster Semenya, and more about what it takes to be a champion. Tune into Flame Bearers wherever you get your podcasts.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. Sixers beat the Mavs 123-108 last night. Tyrese Maxey has scored 34 points in back-to-back games. He also had 10 assists, 8 rebounds on the night. Joel Embiid put up 22 points as well. Eagles plan to start Tanner McKee at quarterback against Washington on Sunday. Jalen Carter, Nakobe Dean, Dallas Goedert, Lane Johnson, Marcus Epps, and Jalen Phillips all on the injury report from practice yesterday. Japanese pitcher Tatsuya Imai signed with the Houston Astros in his quest to be on a team that can beat the Dodgers. Right now, get 50% off all window styles from Window Nation, plus 0% interest for 5 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Schedule your quote right now at windownation.com. Weather today, cloudy with a high of 35. It's currently 26 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly and Devin Caney in for the morning team today. First live morning show of 2026. The team will be back in Monday. And it is kind of crazy that next week we're already going to be in the middle of a playoff week. It feels like this season's gone really fast.
It has flown by.
It feels like the Super Bowl just happened. We're already back in playoff time.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for the stress of the postseason.
I'm not ready for the season to end next weekend. I'll tell you that.
Well, yeah, me neither. Me neither. That's like it's a kind of a comfort of, the regular season ends this week, but, at least we have the postseason. But then you really think about it, and you're like, oh my gosh, well, I guess it could be next week. And it's just crazy covering the team because you never know. Like, I guess last year I never really thought about it, though, because I had so much confidence in the Eagles. But you never really know, like, is this the last week we have of, like, covering this team week to week? Because anything can happen in the playoffs.
Yeah, and,
that's not the case.
And just from, a little behind the scenes, like in our case, it just stinks when you don't have the Eagles going, when you don't have live games. I mean, if the Eagles, once the Eagles go out, like, you have regular season Sixers, you have regular season Flyers, but there's still, a few weeks until the Phillies get going. They start spring training in the middle of February. Don't have real games till the end of March. So, I'm not ready for this season to end yet. And I will say this, though, I'm looking forward to this weekend. The NFL, they got what they wanted. And we'll go through all the meaningful games later on toward the end of the show when we preview this week. But There are a lot of games with implications this week in both conferences, so I'm looking forward to watching.
It's not just a bunch of duds where no one's really playing for anything. Lots of meaningful football to be played. 2 Saturday games, that'll be exciting. I kind of like the Saturday NFL football.
I do too, but the college coaches are not happy about it, and that's something we'll get into a little later on because this college football playoff system, well, I think it's good in theory. It feels like, and we talk about this in baseball all the time, I don't think it's really true that having a bye is a disadvantage. In college football, it feels like it absolutely is a disadvantage. I mean, they've done this for 2 years now. Teams with a bye are 1-7 in their first games.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
The only team that's won is Indiana yesterday. They destroyed Alabama.
Yeah.
But every other team in the last 2 years that's had a bye, which is the top 4 teams. So you're talking about the best teams, they've all lost.
Wow.
Because, I mean, I think Ohio State had something like 25 days off. Like, most of these teams have been off for a month.
For so long,
The
right.
teams they're playing played a game like 2 weeks ago.
Right.
So I think when you have that much time off, it probably is
Probably a little
detrimental.
rusty.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it is interesting. And then I don't know, I think there's benefits, obviously, and downsides to not having a bye. Like when you look at the NFL, I'm talking about where baseball, I agree. Like I almost don't like having the bye. 'Cause clearly it hasn't worked for the Phils, but it also doesn't really work for a lot of teams. I think there is a very real thing when it comes to momentum where when it's not as physical of a game as football, where football, I'm glad that most of the starters are going to be resting because they need it.
Yeah.
Clearly.
215-592-9494. In a few minutes, do want to get to something that Cam Newton had to say about Jalen Hurts and get people's kind of feelings on where they are with the quarterback as we head into the playoffs here. But first, let's go back to the phones. Our buddy Cowboy Jim. Happy New Year, Cowboy Jim. What'd you do for New Year's the other night? You watched Super Bowl tape in 1995, Cowboys Steelers?
I was working. Oh, that's such an old joke. Why don't you find some new material?
I thought you might want to reminisce about the good old days, Jim.
No, you know what I did enjoy yesterday was listening to Justin DeRazio throwing you under the bus.
What did that
say?
snob have to say?
Top 5 at 5. You were like number 2. You don't listen to your co-hosts, especially like Al Morgani. You don't listen. You just go on to something else. Was
did he play?
fantastic.
Did he play the legging cut?
Yeah. What did
no.
DeRazio play yesterday?
DeRazio. He was with Bros.
Yeah.
And he did the top 5. He goes hosts that have issues like what that some of the hosts have, and you don't listen to your co-hosts.
What's the example you're citing, Jim?
You were talking with Al Morgani. Al was saying something, and you were looking at your notes, and you go, "Oh, that's interesting," and just moved on. You don't listen to your. So, Devin, just be careful. He's not really paying attention.
Wait,
to,
so that's really funny that made the top 5 because Al Morgani came in and yelled at TK on Christmas Eve for doing that to me on air because I said something and TK literally did the exact same thing. It was a very response-worthy comment and Tom's just like, oh yeah, interesting. Anyways, and just moves on. And
Okay.
Al comes in and roasts him in a commercial break because he's like, dude.
Okay, no, this is good.
So this is a common thing.
No, I'm
this
glad.
This is not a one-off thing. That's good to know.
This is good. I want to know where I can improve. I want to know where I can get better. I need to be a better listener, and I can now try to apply that in 2026. Thank you, Jim.
Jim, on Wednesday, I come in. We come back from commercial break. I'm like, I just realized my leggings are on inside out.
Yeah.
And Tom just goes, oh, yeah, nice. And then
I'm like,
moves
oh,
on.
yeah, that happens.
Oh, yeah, that'll happen.
I guess
Anyways,
giving the impression that I, too, put my leggings on inside
and
out.
when you're a caller, he just he's like, and then he goes, "What's your side topic?" And you're like, "Oh, did you not
Jim,
want to comment on what I said?
I do need to move the show along. We can't have everybody on for 15 minutes here.
And Devin,
I
by
got a
the way-
job to do.
And Devin, by the way, when I end a call by saying goodbye, losers, that doesn't refer to you.
Oh, shut up.
thank you.
Shut up, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Stop trying to butter up
TK,
Devin. I mean, seriously.
Gilio, it refers to them, not you. You haven't made it to that level yet.
Oh, I haven't made loser level. I'm so grateful and honored.
You haven't made it to that yet.
All right, Jim, what's your side topic?
Side topic. All right, I'm going to just say George Clooney as Batman.
That's a good one.
Ooh.
I got to give you that one.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
God, you're so mad about it. I got to give you that one.
Yeah, he didn't even give us the losers, though. He just bailed out.
Yeah.
So, I'll have to work on that. I appreciate people pointing things out. Usually Mike, Angelina, and Buzz are the ones who point out my crutches. They got in my head that I said no doubt all the time. So now I have made a conscious effort not to say that anymore.
That's really funny.
And I feel like I've broken myself of it. So sometimes
We all have things, though, that like everyone has things that they say and don't realize that they're saying a lot. So saying no doubt, I don't think is really a bad thing to say. Like, it makes sense.
I mean, some people are just very critical.
Yeah.
But I will say, with Al, sometimes I do just check out a little bit.
Why?
Because, I mean, you know.
That's great as a host to do.
Yeah.
Well,
Because you just zone out and just go to your own little.
Usually Al's just, ripping me about something. It's like, all right, Al.
So it's convenient for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Derod, did you know Justin DeRazio is a big-time film snob? He'd have a short take
He
on
hates
this
Stranger Things.
casting thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why does he hate Stranger Things?
Thinks it should have been a one-off. A lot of other people think that, I think. So.
He's a show and movie snob.
Like he thinks it
Like
should have been
Seltzer.
just like a show, like one limited series.
I guess so. I think he wanted it done after first season or something.
Yeah, he wanted it to be like a one-off, and
Okay.
you just wonder about the rest of the show.
There is
I guess.
something to that, though.
Which,
like
yeah,
I
which makes
think
sense.
that the best shows know when to end. Like we were talking about Lost on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I think it's always because it's about money. Like when you have the network shows, like Grey's Anatomy, I think is still going on, which is crazy. Like that show hit its peak after 3 seasons. Like most shows, if you know when to end, it's usually for the best.
There's no way that show's still on TV.
Grey's Anatomy, I'm fairly certain it is.
Really?
It might not be with it's definitely not the original cast. I don't even know if Ellen Pompeo, Meredith Grey is still in it.
Because I remember, I never saw the show. All I remember is my freshman year of college. I think it was the Seahawks and Steelers Super Bowl. And we were watching the game, and all the girls that we hung out with in our group, they were all just so excited for the game to end because Grey's Anatomy finale was coming on after it.
It was such a big deal back in the day. Like it was appointment viewing. You had to find out, and it was so emotional every episode.
Yeah.
Now it is still the last episode, not last, but the most recent episode aired mid-November.
Wow.
So.
Well, they're milking that
Sure
show
are.
for sure. 215-592-9494. But I did want to get to some piece of audio real quick because, when you look at this season, and obviously Jalen Hurts won't play this week, he's going to be a big story in the playoffs, and as it always is. Eagles quarterback is always a big focal point and a big storyline. And Jalen this year, I think it's fair to say he's had an up and down season. It has been kind of a roller coaster ride. There were points where he'd been playing well. I remember at the bye week, we talked about Jalen coming off the Vikings game and the Giants game and thought, hey, he could be a sleeper MVP candidate. Then comes out after the bye, those subsequent 5 games, didn't play very well. Now, the last couple games been a lot better, played well against the Raiders, well against Commanders, and last week against Buffalo, great first half. I think there were at times moments this season where Jalen maybe did turn things down, was missing things, didn't look great. I don't think that was the case last Sunday. I don't think the second half struggles were necessarily on him. But I want to know people's confidence level now heading into the playoffs because Cam Newton was on the other day, and he said something interesting regarding Jalen in comparison to some of the other quarterbacks heading into the postseason. Here's what Cam Newton had to say.
Gotta have a game. There's not a quarterback in this league. That's Josh Allen. That's Patrick Mahomes. That's Lamar Jackson. That's Joe Burrow. That I would want to have. If you say, hey, dog, I need a win. You go get Jalen Hurts.
What?
Why?
Why?
Because he's shown that when the bright lights get brighter, he shows up to play.
Now, that part of it is absolutely true. And I don't know if you could say definitively I take him over every quarterback in the league, but I will say this, going into the NFC playoffs, look at the collection of quarterbacks. You have a guy like Stafford who's, been around, played at a high level for a long time, but a lot of unknowns. I mean, Brock Purdy's been decent in the playoffs. He's had good moments, bad moments. Caleb Williams is kind of a total unknown. He hasn't played a playoff game yet. Sam Darnold has been bad in the postseason previously. Jordan Love, kind of the same thing. He's been up and down. He's had good moments and bad moments. And then whether it's Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, kind of a similar thing. Bryce Young hasn't played in the postseason. Baker Mayfield has kind of been up and down as well. But, despite the up and down nature of Jalen's season, and I have been, I'd say, on the more critical end of Jalen throughout the course of this year, I feel really good about where he's at now. And I feel good about where he's at heading into the playoffs because I do think, this is the best he's played all year long. And I think the 5 games, even though they won the Packers-Lions games, the 3 games after that they lost, I do feel like Jalen was really struggling at that time. Obviously, the Chargers game was not a good one. He turned the ball over a ton. But I don't know, Devin. I feel like he's turned a corner. He's playing his best football right now. And I honestly, we have concerns about the playoffs in certain respects offensively, but I don't really worry about Jalen going in the playoffs. I'm pretty confident in the way he's playing right now.
Yeah, that's also rich of Cam, because wasn't he criticizing Jalen Hurts very openly and publicly, at the start of the season, or even throughout the season? I feel like he's made negative comments about Jalen Hurts.
Well, I think it's fair to make negative comments when he's not playing well.
Yes, but then to point out something that probably could have been pointed out even when he's not playing well, this guy still finds ways to win. That, you can't argue that. And when you compare him to these other quarterbacks, and it's always, we talk about Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, of course, Mahomes, as these elite quarterbacks in the league, Jalen Hurts has, outside of Patrick Mahomes, has won more than they have. So, at what point do you start to weigh that more so than the passing yards and the QBR and all that?
Well, this is the thing. With Jalen personally, I don't think it's really about the stats. It's about the offense, moving. And the offense, there were points this year where the offense just wasn't moving, wasn't playing well. And I thought, he was playing a significant role in that. I just don't think that's been the case the last couple of games. And I do think heading into the playoffs, there is an element of those big moments and whether you can trust the guy or not. I mean, that's true. It's why Sam Darnold, despite Sam Darnold having 2 great regular seasons in a row, nobody believes in Sam Darnold going in the playoffs. It's a situation where it's prove it to me that I can believe you're actually gonna play well in these spots. But this is where you do feel good about Jalen Hurts, even if you are on my kind of side where you don't think he's had a great season, because I don't think he's had a great season. I do feel good about him going into the playoffs, though. I feel like this is when
you're
he
never
does typically play his
questioning,
best.
oh, is this good? Are the lights going to be too bright for him?
Right,
It's
exactly.
Never, he's already been on the biggest stage twice now, and proven that he doesn't shy away from it, right? Where even a Justin Herbert, where I feel like Justin Herbert fans are honestly kind of insufferable because people talk about Justin Herbert like he's, the next Tom Brady, when how many playoff games has he played in? 1, and he was sacked a million times, and he threw a bunch of interceptions.
Played in 2. The one they blew a 27-point lead, and the other one last year against Houston, he was
just
terrible.
Horrible.
Yeah,
and I'm just glad that at least a voice Jalen Hurts is getting the recognition that he deserves, and not criticism. Because I feel like he's. I get, sometimes the play can be a bit, leave you wanting more. But I also feel like Jalen Hurts doesn't get the respect or even recognition that he deserves. If any other quarterback, I feel, had gone to the Super Bowl twice in the last, half decade and won it once, he would be, in this GOAT conversation, or at least in the, elite quarterback conversation. And Jalen Hurts, it's pretty much all just negative criticism still. Well, and I'm not just talking locally, nationally too.
Yeah, I don't view it necessarily that way. I don't think it's all negative all the time. I think sometimes we do get a little sensitive to the criticisms that I think at times are fair. Sometimes this go overboard, sure. But I think he's kind of a difficult quarterback to evaluate and get a handle on. Because I do think, you have to, in some ways, look at the pieces that are around them. And last year, they rely on this great running game. But he played great in the biggest games. This year, the season, he has not had a great season. I think that's fair to say. But the way he's played at the end of the year, I do have confidence that he's going to play well in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he's not really one of my chief concerns going in, which is a really positive thing because 3 weeks ago, he was like my biggest concern with the way the team was playing.
Yeah.
So.
No, he's certainly not a big concern.
Yeah, so if you want to get in on that, your confidence in Jalen Hurts as the Eagles head toward the playoffs, you are welcome to. 215-592-9494. Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2026 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $22,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at ArminChevy.com. At WIP Morning Show on Twitter is where you get it. What seed do you think the Eagles will have after this weekend? 2 or the 3? So you can go to the Twitter account and vote on that. Coming up 7:45, we'll have Beat TK. We will start the calls for that in a few minutes. And if you do want to get in, 215-592-9494. Let Fran know. And maybe I'll be competing against you today in our contest. Let's go to Dennis in Newtown. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, good morning. Happy New Year, Devin. Happy New Year.
Good
TK.
morning. Happy New Year, Dennis.
Happy New Year, Dennis.
So TK, I've heard it said, TK, that feedback is a gift.
Yep.
Except when it comes from Cowboy Jim. So don't listen to a
Oh,
word
thanks,
the guy
Dennis.
said.
I appreciate
All right?
that. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I'm pretty excited about watching the Eagles this weekend. I've been waiting for Tanner McKee to get on the field, and I'm going to love to shut up the coach from Washington, who's still probably crying about going for 2 when his team was embarrassed from the minute they walked on the field that day. So,
Yeah, Dennis, what do you think of my idea that the Eagles, when they score their first touchdown, they should go for 2?
TK, I'd do it in a minute. I'd do it in a second. Absolutely. But what I'm thinking about, though, is to make that decision not to play the starters. I'm thinking like the analytic guys ran all kinds of head-to-head by position against between Chicago and Detroit. And they probably came back with some pretty good information that said there's not a chance in the world the Lions can win. I really think that's probably something that they looked at.
Yeah,
So-
maybe, Dennis, but the line is weird for that game. I mean, it's only 2.5. And, typically I think Dan Campbell's a coach you'd think players are going to play for, but I would say I was concerned watching the Lions last Thursday against Minnesota. Like, that was a game where they still had life. They looked like a dead team, so I can't tell you I'm, like, overwhelmingly confident they're going to go in and win.
I think that played into the position. Like, what's the percentage chances that the Lions will even show up and play? But I'm looking forward to picking apart the defense with Tanner. I hope he has a really good game. Anyway, my side topic today is James Spader as Robert California in The Office.
Okay, I got you,
All
Dennis. Appreciate
right.
the call. Do you remember that role, Devin?
No.
Okay.
No. I wasn't a big, so like I've seen episodes of The Office, but I wasn't a big binge watch all of The Office like everyone else in the world seems to
I
be.
think James Spader is typically in, like, creepy roles.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like a Kevin Spacey type.
Yeah. He reminds me of the guy from...
I actually didn't even know he was in The Office.
He reminds me of the guy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Danny DeVito?
No, Danny DeVito. He reminds me of the guy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. What's the guy's name? It's always like drinking the milk. The Mick Boyle or something.
I don't know.
Have you ever seen that show?
I've
or no?
seen it, but I
Okay.
don't know what character you're talking.
All right.
Not enough to know who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I haven't watched it in a while. I don't know why. He just looks like this guy. But no, not Danny DeVito. Not Danny
I'm like,
DeVito.
what? Who are you talking about?
Let's go to Andy in Deptford. What's up, Andy?
Devin, TK, and Fran on the ones and twos. Happy New Year's. How we doing?
Happy New Year, Andy. How are you?
Good. Yo, I got to hit on Seltzer's table incident before I get to the Eagles.
Okay.
Isn't it crazy, right, how we're listening, you guys are broadcasting from the greatest sports radio station in the world, right?
Oh, thank you.
And then we got some hosts that are some of the least athletic people in the world. I mean, Seltzer breaking the table, like, you got to get some elevation. Looks like he just fell on the table. I mean, that was a horrible effort. That was probably the worst effort at breaking the table. But then you got Joe DeCamara. I've been around sports my whole life, whether it was as an athlete, a fan, a coach. I've never seen anybody in my life run the way that man runs. Like I didn't even know if that was possible to run that way.
It's
a little awkward.
The between the run and I was actually thinking about this the other day. Which was the least athletic thing I've ever seen? Was it James attempting to break a table in Buffalo, or was it Joe DeCamara racing Jack Fritz? I think Joe might. Joe. Yeah, because it was jarringly unathletic by Joe.
I don't know. I think I got to go with James on that. That was a really bad jump.
I mean, both were pretty bad.
But I'm at Devin. You can't go too far. You got the person sitting next to you in the pilot chair. You got the 5'5" Rudy Whittaker, upper Moreland middle linebacker.
That's
TK.
right. Put some respect on my name, Andy. Seriously.
So, you know what I'm saying? You got them athletes in there. But
TK, I didn't know that you were an athlete.
I was a football player in high school.
Rudy Whittaker.
Yep.
There you go.
5'5", 100 and nothing middle linebacker.
There you go.
That's right.
2-10 team. Come on, man.
3-9, Andy. 3-9.
Oh, my bad,
give
my
us
bad, my
give us
bad.
the credit we deserve.
My bad. I thought that was a forfeit, that third win.
No, we got 3 wins that year.
How many tackles you had in that game? 3?
I used to have a lot of tackles, Andy.
All right, let's get to
What
the
do you got
Eagles
on the
now.
Eagles?
As far as with the whole number 2 seed thing, I mean, I get it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I mean, if we could have controlled our fate with a win and we lock down that number 2 spot, I think we see the starters. We go all in, right? Because, I mean, it's something to that number 2 seed. We've seen that blueprint last year. The one loses, the Super Bowl comes through Philly. You know what I'm saying? So, Devin, you know you ain't got to travel. You get to sleep in your own bed. You eat your home-cooked meals. So it's a lot to that higher seed. And then also you look at matchups. I would much rather go against Green Bay, you know, a team limping into the playoffs, best player out, quarterback hurting, running back been hurting for the second half of the season. So I'd much rather go with that. But I'm not scared of none of these teams in there. And hopefully, you know, the Lions can help us out a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? So we'll see how everything unfolds. But I would much rather go for that too, because I think it's a lot of value.
Well, the thing is, Andy, I don't worry about it from the Eagles' perspective. I really don't. I think they're going to win this game easily, and I think it's going to come down to, you know, can the Lions do them a favor in Chicago? But considering you need something else to happen, I think they're doing the right thing by sitting guys this week.
Right. All right. I like I said, I don't agree with it, but I understand it.
Yeah.
I got a side topic too. If I got enough
Sure.
time for that.
What do you got?
All right, here's the deal with the side topic. Okay, you could relate with this, TK, right? You got Mark Wahlberg, right? Playing. Vince Papali's like 6'3", right? You got Mark Wahlberg, 5'4", playing Vince Papali. I mean, you had to get the whole cast for that whole movie to offset the main character being so short, so when it looked funny.
Yeah.
We're doing a sports movie, and then you got a guy that don't seem anything athletic at all. I mean, who's less of an athlete? James Seltzer, Mark Wahlberg, or Joe DeCamara? I don't think any of them got any athleticism in there.
Well, I hear you, Andy.
I would assume, I get it. I would
too.
assume Mark
Appreciate it,
Wahlberg
Andy.
probably has a bit more athleticism than, respectfully, no offense to James and Joe, but Mark Wahlberg probably is a little bit more.
Mark Wahlberg was awesome in The Fighter as Mickey Ward. You ever seen that movie?
Yes, a long time ago.
It's very
Isn't
good.
it? When did it come out?
I
feel like it was late 2000s, right?
Yeah,
probably
Yeah.
around 2010-ish.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I
That's a good movie.
I like Mark Wahlberg. Like, I don't mind him. He is short. I will say
2010.
that is not a unique problem, though. Like, actors are very small people for the most part. Like, they're all short. They're
Yeah.
all just like.
He can be perfect.
So.
Thank you, Fran. Well, that's where we were earlier. But
that was
and
funny.
it was best earlier when that happened, and you said something about me being tall, which I don't know what you were talking
I don't know.
about.
I didn't want to be.
I appreciate it, Devin.
Yeah.
But then Fran comes in during the break, and he's like, "Sorry, I really had to go to the bathroom." So I was.
It was hard to concentrate.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, he wasn't
I feel for
concentrating at all.
the one day that Fritz really had to go.
Oh, my God.
We know
Oh,
about
man.
this.
That
I
was
feel for him. He was
embarrassing.
hosting.
Yeah.
No, I feel bad. I mean,
Sometimes
on
you gotta
that.
go. You gotta go.
Yeah.
You know, can't help it.
215-592-9494. But we're putting the call out. If you want to compete against me, beat TK trivia, you are welcome to. Call now, 215-592-9494. And we'll get a contestant, and we will get that trivia contest going. To Coach Dick Vermeil coming up at 8 a.m. as well. So if you want to compete, you're welcome to. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Chuck in Mount Airy. What's up, Chuck?
Yeah, what up, Dev? What's going on, TK?
What's up, Chuck?
Chuck.
Another dumb call from Andy from Dumford. Like, you know what I mean? Like, seriously, like, who rips Mark Wahlberg? Like, seriously, like, I mean, like, what is the point of his calls? He's just such an idiot. Like,
It is a random person to rip. Like, I've haven't heard many people call, or just in general, like, complain about Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah,
as an
Mark
actor.
Wahlberg
I think Mark
is that
Wahlberg's a
dude.
good actor.
Yeah, he's a pretty
Yeah,
good actor.
great actor. You kidding me? Like, that dude. Like, I mean, like, who rips him? Like, I don't know. He's a stupid guy, Andy from Dumford. But, you know, I just was calling because here's the thing, right? DK, I wanted to give you your flowers. That was some MVP performance on the sideline. This past Saturday when you had all that rain coming down. Oh, man.
Oh, me?
I thought
you
he
were
said
talking...
TK, and then I realized he was talking about you.
I thought you said TK too. Our initials are very similar because TK. We've been over this. Mine, people call me DK. But yes, thank you.
Yeah, I should have known better. I was so happy for a second, then I realized
I know.
it wasn't
I'm like,
talking about
what
me.
is this?
You know?
Yeah, no, Chuck, that was an insane game to cover. Like those were definitely probably the worst conditions I've had to cover a game in.
Well, I told you, you know, if you cover the game great, the Eagles will win another Super Bowl, and that was an MVP performance. All that rain, it was cold, it was, you know, it was windy, and you was just out there, man. You know what I mean? So I give you all the credit in the world. You know what I mean? For
Well,
real.
thank you, Chuck.
TK right there doing her thing. But let me say this, right? You know, Jalen Hurts, I don't have no confidence in. You know what I mean? I think he's a good quarterback, and I think that he plays great. And you know, when the game is at its highest and the lights are at its brightest. But the thing about it is, we got our guy coming back, you know, healthy, and I call him the anchor, and that's Big Lane Johnson. Yeah, nobody's making a big deal of that, man. He's going to settle everything down on that offensive line, and this offense is going to take off. See, the Eagles play rope-a-dope, man. It's a little thing about rope-a-dope I think they play, man, during the regular season. I think they do enough to get by. But come playoff time, it's just a whole different offense. And then when you add Lane Johnson, a healthy Lane Johnson, he's been out the last, 6 weeks?
Yeah.
5 weeks? He's going to be fresh, man.
Well,
You add him?
hopefully,
Oh,
Chuck.
man.
It still does concern me that he's not practicing. You know,
Yeah.
and like
That is a little concerning.
We
Like,
knew he was going to not play this week, but yeah, I would have liked to see him out there practicing.
Yeah, I think come playoff time, he's going to be out there. Trust me, and I think he's going to be healthy. I think they're just being cautious with him, you know. But you know, I think come the week of the playoff game, I think he'll be out there practicing.
Yeah.
Trust me when I tell you. But I just think that this defense and this offense is going to take off in the playoffs. I really do, man. I think, like I said, it's something about playing rope-a-dope and playing possum. I think that's what they do, man, during the regular season. Not all the way. Play possum. I think they would want to score more points than what they scored, but I can't believe that this team could be this bad on offense with all these weapons.
Well,
you can't tell me that they're this brutal on offense with all these weapons.
I hear you, Chuck.
You know,
What do you got for a bad casting role?
I'm gonna say any Home Alone without Macaulay Culkin.
That's a
I
good
think
one.
that's a bad casting role.
I appreciate it, Chuck. Thanks. I haven't seen any of the Home Alones after Macaulay Culkin. Home Alone 3. I know there's a Home Alone 3.
Doesn't have them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Were there any after that? I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like there's a
actually.
fourth, but I don't know.
Yeah.
First two are great. That's it.
All right. Well, now it is time for Beat TK. Do we have an intro?
I was thinking about using the Beat the Hammer intro, but I don't know. Would
You
it make
didn't
sense?
do one, Fran? Come on.
What, like create one for you?
Yeah, well, actually, you did remind me at 5:55, so I guess you
Yeah,
didn't
good
have a
job.
ton of time.
Yeah.
But all right, well, we will do Beat TK. Now we'll bring on our contestant, Adam from Reading. What's up, Adam?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. Thanks.
All right, so
You're not going to talk him down like Joe does?
No, I'm not.
Well, you're a boss. I mean, remember the KYW?
What does Joe do? He kind of rips these people.
He asked them to like bend the knee, to
bend the knee.
submit. To,
Yeah, Adam, you want to bend the knee? You want to bend the knee?
Is that your joke?
No, thanks. Not today. I feel pretty confident.
Okay. All right. So I step out of the room, right? You guys take over?
Yes.
All right.
So, but
I'll
make
go
sure
to
you can't
soundproof-
hear us. Yeah.
I know.
Make sure you can't hear us.
I will turn off the program in the other room. Adam, good luck.
Okay. Now, Adam, before we get to the questions, logistically, while TK makes his way out here, am I running the clock, Fran, or are you?
I'll run it because you're going to ask questions.
Are
so I'll
you
run
going
it.
to, we need I know you said you didn't want to do the intro, but can
No,
you do
I
the
have
Who
it.
Wants to Be a Millionaire music underneath?
You want to do it now?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Do it. There we go. Okay. And you are keeping track of answers, Fran. Okay. So 55 seconds, 5 questions. Clock starts as soon as the first question is answered. You have it? All right. Let's do this. Adam, you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right. Theme is Eagles Commanders. Question number 1. Who scored the last touchdown for the Eagles in the NFC Championship game last year?
Saquon.
Come on, Fran, gotta be quicker than that. Name 4 players from the Eagles and Commanders rosters this season that have played for both the Eagles and Commanders.
Zach Ertz. You know what? Pass.
How many Commanders players that left the body bag game with an injury? Sorry, Fran's questions are written a little weird.
9.
Donovan McNabb made his return against the Eagles with Washington on October 3rd, 2010. Which 2 Eagles quarterbacks completed passes in that game?
2010. Pass.
3 Eagles players had sacks in the NFC Championship game last year against the Commanders. Name them.
Brandon Graham, Jalen Carter, and Jordan Davis.
Time.
All right. So how many was that?
I think it was 1.
Are you sure?
1. Yeah, 1. Yep.
All right. We'll take it, I guess. Do you want to bring TK back? Fran was a little slow to the.
I know. It's that's on me.
With the correct and wrong buzzers. I'm like, what are we doing here, man?
Oh, we got to put him on hold, right?
Yes. All right, TK making his way back in. How we feeling?
Feeling good. How'd he do?
We're still in Joe to camera mode?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
You put him on hold, by the way?
All right. So how did Adam do?
Not telling you.
All right. I want to know what I need to get here. All right. What's the category for today? I don't even know.
Eagles Commanders.
Eagles
Commanders history. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm ready to go.
All right, Fran, are you sure you want to do I feel like you got a lot going on back there.
How did the execution go in the first segment?
It was a little rough. It was on me. It was bad.
Fran,
It was bad.
Fran was a little slow to the draw on the
I was trying.
the
I'm sitting
buzzer.
here looking at the questions. I'm like making
Come
sure
on,
I got
Fran.
them right. Look, I did this all last second. This is all. Yeah, you're welcome.
All right.
All
well,
right.
let's do this. 55 seconds. Clock starts as soon as the first question is answered or asked. Wow. We have it today, friends. Okay. Topic is Eagles Commanders. Question number 1. Who scored the last touchdown for the Eagles in the NFC Championship game last year?
Will Shipley.
Name 4 players from the Eagles and Commanders rosters this season that have played for both the Eagles and the Commanders.
Zach Ertz. Marcus Mariota. Pass. Come back to it.
How many Commanders players left the body bag game with an injury?
7.
Donovan McNabb made his return against the Eagles with Washington on October 3rd, 2010. Which 2 Eagles quarterbacks completed passes in that game?
Kevin Cobb, Michael Vick.
3 Eagles players had sacks in the NFC Championship game last year against the Commanders. Name them.
Jalen Carter. Nolan Smith. Jalen Hunt.
Name 4 players from the Eagles and Commanders rosters this season that have played for both teams.
Ertz and Mariota.
Time.
I can't get it. Yeah. I
Time?
couldn't get. What were the other 2?
Well, you won.
I did. Oh wow.
Right?
Yeah, let's bring Adam back in here.
2-1 win. 2-1 win.
2-1 win.
Dotson, Ertz, Mariota, and Howell.
Okay.
Because Howell's technically on the roster.
Yeah, that one would have been tough for it. Adam, which one did you get?
The body bag.
Okay, that's the one you got. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
You should be old enough to remember that,
Hardest one.
The body bag game was in like the 80s,
Yeah,
wasn't
you
it?
said that you were like 15.
I'm not that old. I wasn't 15 in the 80s, Fran. How old do you think I am?
I thought you were like 48.
You think I'm 60? I'm 38 years old. My God. All right. Well, Adam, you should have bent the knee, man. I don't know what else to say.
What can I say?
Yeah. Well, good match. Appreciate it, Adam. Thanks
a
for
lot, guys.
That was so
thanks for
dysfunctional.
competing today. Yeah, that's. I could just tell. Sometimes you walk in and you get like a bad vibe. I feel like the vibes were
wow.
bad. Well, I felt like I could just read between you guys that things didn't necessarily.
It was
go
all
as
it was
planned.
all last minute.
Yeah.
It was all last minute.
Yeah.
Well, it was
That's how
like some of the Fran was like slow to hit the buzzer, and then
Yeah, it was
some
bad.
of the
Devin
questions
just throwing Fran right
were
under
written.
the bus.
No, it was right. It's on me. Yeah.
It's
I
all
was sitting there.
Fran's-
I was
it's all
like, I was trying to
Fran's
look at the questions.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wait, should I hit the? Where do I have the? Yeah, it was bad.
I mean, it's. I'll give Fran this. If you're not doing it every week, I guess it is hard to do. Hard to
And
accomplish.
Seltzer, by the way, Seltzer gets tripped for his questions all the time. So
He does.
I realized I worded them badly, but again, first time doing it.
I thought the questions were overall pretty good, to be honest with you. The Eagles Commanders one, like maybe I'm just saying this because I got 2 out of the 4 guys. Maybe like 2 or 3 out of the 4 instead of all 4 would have been.
Well, maybe you need to step up your game. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, that's a tough question. To
That
get
is
on the
actually when
fly.
you think about it.
kind
Say
of
all
is, but
4.
yeah,
all 4 of those guys.
but like I feel like at least 3. Maybe I should have put Howell on there, but like 3 of those guys you can remember.
So which
like,
ones did
Ertz,
I got the last touchdown of the NFC Championship game?
And you got Cobb and Vick.
Yeah, that was a good question. I like that one.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I need some props.
Yeah,
because
well,
it was. I'm sorry, Dev. It was bad for the call.
No,
it was
I
bad.
actually thought they were good questions. Just one of them was like written. The body bag one was written in a confusing way. But
Well,
no, they were good.
At least I was able to win the like my last time I competed in this. I choked. I did a terrible job. We were
Yeah.
at Borgata, so at least I got back on the right track.
Redemption.
Yeah.
There you go.
But next time we work together on the morning show on a Friday, we got to bring back Beat the Beat.
I know,
Yeah.
we do.
Yeah.
And this was because this was the last minute thing. We just kind of threw it together. But
Yeah.
congratulations, you didn't celebrate like the
yeah,
hammer.
where's your celebration?
Hey, I'm
come on, give me something. You're loud and all this stuff all the time. Now you're just not going to be
I'm
loud.
a humble guy, man. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
what do you want me to act like a jerk? Like
Yeah,
Joe?
like, go
and be
ahead.
Like,
Like
you
the people-
I'm the
yeah, go
best.
ahead.
Lay the hammer down. Bend the knee. What's the other stuff he
Do
said?
your own
That's
thing.
how you do.
Lay
That's
the
how you
hammer
do.
down.
How many wins is he at now, by the way? I know he had the big 300.
Over
last
300.
year.
Like
I don't-
303 or
yeah, I
304
don't
or
remember.
something
No,
like
he
that.
definitely didn't have. He hasn't won 4 times since then.
Okay, a couple then. 2 or 3.
So like, yeah, I want to say like 302 maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
The best part about listening to this segment, though, and witnessing it live is to see like how much John roots against Joe.
I know.
Like John is so happy. Like you can feel it through the radio.
It's
when
like
Joe
the
loses.
most animated I see John Ritchie, and I think anyone sees or hears him, is when Joe loses. It's like why I root against Joe. Well, for other reasons too, but like because he's just an obnoxious winner.
Yes.
But when he loses, Richie's happiness is pure joy, just like unfiltered joy.
It really
and it's
is.
great. It's
Yeah,
great to see.
It is good to see. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in a few minutes. We'll have Coach Dick Vermeil joining us to talk about the Eagles as we head into this Week 18 game. First, let's go back to the phones. Go to Michelle in Chadds Ford. What's up, Michelle?
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Michelle.
So I read something interesting on the Eagles offense the other day, and I hadn't heard anyone give a take on it. And it's that the Eagles are number 3 in the NFL in getting the playoff, and they take almost 31 seconds. And then they broke it down when the play clock is under 5 seconds versus over, and the huge difference in the average yards per play. I'm just wondering if you guys have a take on that.
Yeah, I think it's something they talked about it a lot, Michelle, in terms of needing to get up the line quicker. It hasn't really worked out for them. But I think there are things like if they are able to get to the line quicker, I think it gives Jalen Hurts more of an opportunity to get into the right play. But I think for a lot of this, it comes down to the Eagles being able to get first downs to begin with, because they're best, I think, when they go up tempo. It's hard to do that when you're not moving the ball.
Right.
So.
Is that on Fatullo, though, that it's taking that long for them to get in the huddle, call the play, and then break the huddle?
I think I don't think it's on one person in particular. I mean, I think certainly offensive coordinators, the guy calling the plays and getting them in. So I think that certainly is a part of it. But I think, it's something they've talked about all year long. It's probably on more than just one person.
Yeah, they've talked about, I think it's the person putting the plays in, but then I know a lot of the guys on offense, especially the O-line, have talked about communication and how, that's something that they're constantly actively working on. And that also plays into them getting the plays off late and them not being on the same page. I agree. It's concerning that it's still something that we're talking about in week 18 and they haven't fixed it, because it can be frustrating to watch when it's, getting it's very evident at times when they get off slow, and it clearly works a lot better when that's not the case.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for the call, Michelle. Appreciate it. You're listening to 94 WIP HD1.
You didn't let her give a side topic.
Oh, sorry. You're listening to 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. We are broadcasting live from the Tasty Cake Studios, and now we are joined by former Eagles head coach Dick Vermeil. Dick Vermeil, sponsored by Independence Blue Cross, the region's strongest network of doctors and hospitals, means you can choose where, when, and how you get the care you need. Independence Blue Cross. Learn more at ibx.com. Tom Kelly, Devin Caney in today, and Coach Vermeil joins us now. Coach, thanks a lot for hopping on this morning. We appreciate it as always.
Oh, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Coach. And let's start with, obviously, this game the Eagles played last week in Buffalo. Incredible performance from the defense. Coach, just how good is this defense now in the way they're playing, the way they were able to shut down that Buffalo offense last week in Josh Allen?
Well, you'd have to say they're exceptional. Especially when the offense is not playing well, that puts all the more pressure on a real good defense. Imagine how good they would be if the offense was performing somewhere close to equal. So, you have to give Vic and Howie and all the people that put that defense together, and the coaching staff, and Nick has done a great job of providing the coaches the opportunity to coach the defense that well, and it's just outstanding. They're especially good in pass defense. In the NFL today, everyone says you got to throw the ball to win. Well, when you throw the ball against the Eagles, you're throwing against the best. Even last year, you can run the ball on us a little bit this year and that stuff, but throwing the ball, our defense is exceptionally good.
They really are, Coach. And I wanted to ask you about the offense as well, because obviously, you look at the struggles last week. They're really good in the first half, really struggled in the second half. And one of the consistent themes is the Eagles find themselves in second and third and longs a lot. Just, as an offensive coach, how important is it that you get in better down and distance situations? How much easier does that make things?
Well, that's how you consistently move the ball. When let's say we always call a successful offensive play a 4-yard plus play. And when you're not getting that on the early downs, it creates the worst situation, the third and longs. That's why they don't do a great job right now, percentage-wise, of converting the third downs, And it just, actually, offensively in most stats, as a team, we're below the average team in the NFL. Our scoring drives, we're 27th in the league in successful scoring drives. And when you look at the teams that are not very good, that are below you, the Saints, the Jets, the Titans, the Browns, the Raiders. So we're just not a very good offensive team right now.
Well, and Coach, you say, we're not a very good offensive team right now. It's week 18. So how much of this offense do you think is this just kind of what it's going to be? What is your optimism that they can get this offense going a bit more in the playoffs? Because they're going to need to beat some of these good teams.
Well, I have confidence in our coaching staff, but when you have played at a certain level for a whole season, it is dramatically tough to all of a sudden be totally better at the end of the year. The only team that I've seen really do that was Tom Coughlin's Super Bowl team when they won 9 and lost 7, got in the playoffs and won the world championship. Okay, it can be done. It can be done. But, boy, it is rare. You are what you are, and I'm quoting Bill Parcells. You are what your numbers tell you you are. And right now, we're not a very good offensive team. Our defense is outstanding. If we play halfway decent offense and don't turn the ball over, we can still win.
Coach Dick Vermeil joining us now. And, Coach, interesting situation the Eagles are in this week where they can still get the 2 seed if they win and the Bears lose to the Lions. It seems like Coach Sirriani and the Eagles have decided to rest a lot of their guys this week. Just curious, from your perspective, how would you kind of approach this leading into the playoffs? You could still improve your seed, but how important is it to get some of these guys who need a little bit of a rest this week?
Well, I think every situation is uniquely different according to your personnel, your philosophy, your coaching staff. I used to do when I had the opportunity. I didn't have the opportunity many times. I used to play the starters in the first quarter, okay, and then take them out gradually through the rest of the ball game and let the other kids play. If it didn't matter, if it didn't make a difference. I think the number 2 seed is better than the number 3 seed, but you're going to play a good football team in the playoffs anyway, and I think that's how they must figure. But McKee, the young quarterback here, I'll be surprised if he doesn't play exceptionally well. I'll be surprised. He's not playing against a very good football team in the Commanders. I almost said the Redskins in the Commanders, but I'm anxious to watch him play. I really am, because I've been so impressed with him when he's played in the preseason. Yeah.
Yeah, and in these divisional matchups, Coach, I know you know this very well. How big of a factor do you think it is with, what Dan Quinn said after their last Commanders game where they were kind of upset that the Eagles went for the 2-point conversion? He said kind of like, well, we'll see them in 2 weeks, like almost in a threat way, saying, we'll get our payback then. We know that they can get pretty chippy. We saw it happen the last time these two played. How much is that a factor in a coach's decision to, play starters or not?
Well, I don't think it makes any difference to, for example, the Eagles, but I do think it's a little motivational tool, something you sell all week. They don't respect us. They showed that by going for 2. Hey, let's get after their rear ends and all that kind of stuff. It's just a conversation you use in your motivational approach and preparation. Right. And I think it helps a little bit. It wears off after the first quarter. Now you got to be who you were all year, But I think it helps a little bit, yes.
Just a couple more here, Coach. Now, the Eagles, at this point, they have 3 potential opponents in the first round. If they're the 3 seed, they could face either San Francisco or the Rams. If they're the 2 seed, they'd face the Packers. Who would you, most prefer to play if you were the Eagles going into the postseason?
I prefer the Packers. Okay?
Yeah.
The Rams are the best team I've seen play this year, okay? In terms of seeing them play a few times, when I follow them closely because I used to coach them, and I know people there. They're the best football team, I think, I've seen this season. Now, that doesn't mean they'll win Sunday, okay, or win the Super Bowl. But I would rather play the Packers because of the injury factor, and they just haven't been what everybody thought they would be, and you get to play them at home. So I would rather play the Packers than, in the San Francisco, they've done a remarkable coaching job. Yeah. Shanahan has just done a remarkable, lose the players he lost, not use it as an excuse to play poorly, and they used it to motivate those guys to play better, and they have. Here they are playing for the top seeds. So that's a great coaching job.
Yeah, their offense is playing on a different level right now. They're scoring a ton of points. But, Coach, I know you like to use the computer models here. What's it telling you about the Eagles game? And if so, if you know, what's it telling you about that Lions-Bears game as well?
Well, it's saying the Eagles win by 14.
Okay.
Okay, and the Lions and Bears, let me check that. I can look it right up here.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but
I felt like computer that was an update. I love it.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I'm going to go over here to this other page.
Yeah, we need the Lions to pull off that upset. Yeah, against the Bears this week. But 14-point win for the Eagles.
It says I have here Detroit by 2.
Detroit by 2. That would be a great result.
Love it.
Yeah.
And Coach Vermeil's computer doesn't miss.
No,
so.
it doesn't. That's great.
It's scary. It is scary. It's not really great on point spreads, but it's 70% correct on winners and losers.
Love it.
That's great news, and know what else is great news? If you live in Pennsylvania or Jersey, you can now get delicious Vermeil wines shipped directly to your home. Visit VermeilWines.com for Coach's entire wine selection. Coach, I was at my sister-in-law's house last night. They have a bottle of Vermeil wine unopened in their house that they were showing me last night. So they're big fans of that as well.
Okay, well, tell them to drink it. We need sales.
All right, we'll do. All right, thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
You too, Coach. Happy New Year. Coach Dick Vermeil joining us this morning. How about that, Fran? We get a little live computer update for the Lions and the Bears. I didn't want to put him on the spot, but we needed that pick.
They did it just for you, or he did it just for you.
Yeah,
because you're on the air.
We needed that computer model pick. So, according to Coach Vermeil's model, says the Eagles by 14 over the Commanders, and the Lions by 2 over the Bears. If it plays out well like that this week, we're all going to be happy on Monday and would be previewing a matchup with the Eagles and the Green Bay Packers next week. And it is true. I mean, that's the team that you would want to face. The Eagles have obviously dominated the Packers in recent years, and I think certainly the most preferable opponent. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. A lot to get to throughout the rest of the show. We do have our 2025 Tommy Awards that we have 2 categories to give out today as we wrap it up. Just a tradition unlike any other. Absurd moment of the year, which, Fran, you're involved in.
Am I involved? I think I am.
You're involved.
I think I did here. Did I win a Tommy, by the way?
You were involved in
I was nominated,
a Tommy.
Right? My Jolly imitation, right?
Jolly, who is a frequent nominee and will be again. He won for awkward moment of the year with the Livy Dunn situation that you were.
But wasn't I nominated for the Jolly imitation or something like that? I thought
was that. Oh yeah, your Jolly imitation was up for blunder of the year, but you did not win. I won for singing Creed way off key. So, we've got Absurd Moment of the Year, and we've also got Crybaby of the Year coming up later in the show. 215-592-9494. Tom Kelly, Devin Caney, we're in for the morning show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage, exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February. Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
Before Quinn and Kevin Sullivan went pro with the Philadelphia Union, they had a whole community behind them. The youth coaches who taught them, the trainers who made them stronger, the family who always showed up, and the hometown health insurer who covered them. Independence Blue Cross has had the Sullivan brothers' backs since day one, just like we have yours and you have theirs, because we take care of our own here. Enroll at IBX.com by December 31st for coverage that begins on January 1st.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. If you're caught driving impaired, you'll face hefty fines, a suspended license, and maybe even jail time. Worse yet, you might cause a crash that could devastate someone's life. Be responsible. Don't drive impaired. We are all counting on you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police say a toddler was shot in the foot and is in stable condition at CHOP. This weekend, the Philadelphia Orchestra is performing Disney's Fantasia, and Tyrese Maxey scored 34 points in the Sixers' win at the Mavericks.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I get those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Kurt Cignetti and Indiana roll over Alabama, and it proves to the country you can be championship caliber in 2 years as the fingers point to Kalen DeBoer and the Crimson Tide. Is he the answer? Championships are the caliber in Tuscaloosa, and championships are a thing DeBoer is not bringing them. That's not good. I'm Drake Toll.
Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Tom Kelly Show. Just to let you know, 94.1 on the radio. All right, let's go. Dial it up 215. Speak your mind. 592-9494 every time. More than hot takes.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly with you on the morning show. You want to get in 215-592-9494. How you get in. Want to thank once again Coach Dick Vermeil for joining us in the last segment. Always cool catching up with Coach, getting his perspective as the Eagles head into an important game this week. Did want to mention Devin Caney not feeling well, so I'll be taking it the rest of the way by myself here. We're all good. What do you think I can handle it, friend? You think I can do an hour and a half here?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Take it home alone here. Little Home Alone on a holiday Friday.
That was bad.
Yeah, that was a bad joke. But we got a couple Tommy Awards to get to the rest of the way. We got a lot of Eagles stuff. So a lot of things to get into before the end of the show. 215-592-9494 is how you get in. Reset the table for you. Some of the things we've been discussing. I think your mic's on in there, friend. Is it? Oh, I thought I heard you.
No, it's not.
I thought I heard you sniffle in there or something. Maybe just my imagination. All right. But some of the things we're talking about today, Eagles taking on the Commanders this week. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Nick Sirianni's decision to rest the starters, not play. And I think people have taken that as not going after the 2 seed. It doesn't matter. They're not going to play the starters. And that's what I kind of arrived at thinking about it last night ahead of the show today, is you're going to win this game anyway. The Washington Commanders are one of the worst teams in football. They're playing a ton of backups. They're on their 4th-string quarterback in Josh Johnson, who's played not just for a number of different teams over the last decade. He's played in like 4 different leagues. There's no chance that Washington's going to come in here and win this game. The only thing, like the only thing that we are going to have to worry about on Sunday is what happens with the Lions and the Bears. And we talked Coach Vermeil in the last segment. His computer model tells him Lions by 2. I think that could certainly be the case. Like, I think the Lions, if they show up, they come in ready to play, I think they can beat the Bears. And our Twitter poll question of the day is sponsored by Armin Chevrolet, wishing their employees, customers, and WIP listeners a happy and healthy new year. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet at WIP Morning Show. What seed will the Eagles come away with this weekend, the 2 or the 3? I still think it's the 3, but there's a decent chance that they're going to end up with this 2 seed here. And as far as the Eagles are concerned, they're going to win this game with their backups. It's absolutely a right move to rest the starters. Earlier this week, talking about it, I could see both perspectives of, you want to play your guys, you want to go for it, but also you want to get the rest. But there's no reason why you can't have both here. And that's where I've kind of arrived at and why I do think this is a no-brainer. You're going to win this game anyway. You still have the better quarterback with Tanner McKee out there. You could play Sam Howell on Sunday and still have the better quarterback in this game. So I think the Eagles are going to beat Washington, and it's going to come down to Chicago and Detroit. Are you as confident as I am that the Eagles' backups are going to get the job done? I think on the Eagles' end, they're going to take care of business. It's going to come down to what happens in Chicago. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. A Sixers question we threw out earlier, because if you missed the game last night, Sixers win in Dallas, 123-108, 23 points for VJ Edgecombe, just 12 for Cooper Flagg. And, when I think back to the lottery, when the Sixers didn't get the number 1 overall pick, I was very disappointed the day after. I was in for Joe DeCamera the day after, and we talked about it. And I was pretty heartbroken. I think Cooper Flagg is going to be a generational player. Like, I think he's going to be that great. But you look at what VJ Edgecombe already is this early in his career. And it makes me think the gap between those two guys is not nearly as far off as I thought it was at the time. Now, if you're telling me right now, like, I could just have one guy for the next 10 to 15 years, I'd probably still take Cooper Flagg. But it's not a slam dunk. And the question that we threw out earlier in the show that I wanted to get people's takes on is, if you could redo the lottery, you're guaranteed top 6 pick, so you're not going to lose the pick. Obviously, it'd be crazy to rerun it if you ran that risk. But you're going to be in the top 6 here. Would you redo the lottery for the chance to get Cooper Flagg, or are you content with VJ Edgecombe? Because I would not rerun the lottery at this point. Like, I would not do that for a chance to fall down in the draft where it would cost me Edgecombe. And that is something that I think is a massive difference in the way I felt when the lottery happened. Like, I thought Cooper Flagg was leaps and bounds better than everybody else in this draft, but man, Edgecombe has really changed my perspective on it. I outplayed Cooper Flagg last night, and it's just been really fun to watch his team. And as far as watching that game last night as well, I'm not nearly sold yet, but I will say Joel Embiid looked a little better. Now, do I have a ton of confidence that he's going to get to a point where he looks like the old Joel Embiid at any point in this season? No. But this is the direction you'd like to see it trending in. Like, obviously, he's been in and out of the lineup with the knee, but I do feel like this is the best he's kind of looked all year long. And if you can continue managing him, the goal is you don't need Joel Embiid to be at his best until April or May. Like, you manage him until then, and you get him to hopefully to somewhere near an all-star level at that point. But the team has been fun to watch, and once again, they get a good win last night. So you want to get on the Sixers, you're welcome to. In our side topic, give us a horrible casting in a TV show or movie. Welcome to get in on that as well. In a few minutes here, we do have another 2025 Tommy Award to get in here, and we'll get to absurd moment of the year, where if you heard it, yeah, you just got to be thinking, what world am I living in? What is going on here? So we'll get to that coming up in a few minutes. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Ken in Cinnaminson. What's up, Ken?
Good morning, TK. How are you this morning? Happy New Year. Sorry to hear Devin's under the weather. I hope she feels well by the time she gets home.
Yeah, we're all hoping Devin feels better today. Yep.
So before I get to the Eagles, just on your Sixers draft question. So first of all, we know Elliott would want to redo the lottery so that he could draft Ace Bailey. I was actually in line with Daryl Morey at Barnes and Noble in Cherry Hill about 2 months ago, and he was standing, right behind me, and I just made a joke to him and said, "Do you have the mailing address of Ace Bailey's agent? Because I'd like to send him a thank you card." And he just kind of laughed, and he said, "Yeah, he took an interesting approach." So I'm not the biggest Daryl Morey supporter, but I'm also, I don't bash people just to bash them. Like, I know that never happens on WIP, but he did draft VJ Edgecombe, and he also did draft Tyrese Maxey. So, the extension of Joel Embiid was inexplicable and inexcusable. But he has had a big hand in reshaping what this team is now, which looks like a team that, could really be enjoyable to watch and competitive. So
absolutely, Ken. And this is the thing, and I think some people look at it and say, "Oh, well, Morey got lucky; they kept the pick and they got the third pick." Well, sometimes the GM, you need a little bit of luck. I mean, think back to the 2022 offseason for the Eagles. Like, they tried to trade Jalen Hurts for Russell Wilson. Like, that's something the Eagles wanted to do. They may have tried to trade for Deshaun Watson as well. Sometimes you need to get lucky. Like, Howie's a great GM. Howie also got very lucky there. So I think, Daryl Morey does deserve credit for hitting on the picks that he's hit on recently.
So on Sunday, first of all, I will tell you this. I 100% agree with the approach the Eagles are taking. I do expect them to beat to beat Washington with their backup. So I'm really interested to see how some of these guys like Drew Kendall play, because I think that guy has a chance to be a pretty good player in the future for the Eagles, even if it's as a backup. But I do really believe that it doesn't matter, because I am absolutely convinced that the Eagles are going to host the NFC Championship game, regardless of 2-seed or 3-seed. I really, really believe that. Because, all these other teams are just as flawed as the Eagles. And if the 49ers are the 1 seed, which I think they will be, I'll tell you right now, they're not going to win a playoff game. So, and neither are the Patriots, by the way. The Patriots are not going to win a playoff game. But, Monday morning is going to be interesting around here, because I think the biggest outcome of Sunday is going to be everybody calling Monday morning who wants to scream about why Tanner McKee should be the starting quarterback for the postseason, which of course is idiotic, but it's going to happen. You can write it down. It's going to happen. And I really do think if they get a lead in the first half, especially if the Bears are not, trailing badly, the backup quarterback is important enough to the team that Sam Howell should probably play some portion of this game too. I mean,
Ken, I think that's a situation maybe if you're up big, but you do need to treat this like a game you need to win. Like, if this is a close game late, you can't pull Tanner McKee out of the game.
Well, obviously, organizationally, they don't feel that way, because if they felt like that this was a game they really need to go in to win, all the starters would be playing. So, the backup quarterback is important. And if Tanner McKee is as good as everybody believes he is. And if he's playing really well in that game and you got to make a playoff run, is it worth risking? I mean, if you're benching your starters because it's not worth risking getting them hurt for the outcome of this football game, then is benching the second most important guy on the team, which is the backup quarterback, if Jalen Hurts gets hurt, is risking getting him injured for the outcome of what is otherwise a meaningless game in the second half.
Well,
so,
this I hear you, Ken, but I think where we disagree is the fact that it's a meaningless game. Like, I think part of what's going into the Eagles' calculation here is the thought that they can win this game with their backups. Like, I absolutely think that's part of it. I think they absolutely want to win this game on Sunday.
Oh, I agree with that. Every time any NFL guy, any NFL player that puts the pads on and goes out on the field wants to win the game. So, and the Redskins are old, especially on defense. Or Redskins, okay, that shows how old I am.
Yep,
but,
Commanders.
They're old on defense, and they're going to be looking to. They've already got their flights booked to Cancun and Punta Cana. So, but I just do think Monday morning the narrative around here is going to be the people that are going to call that have been basically clamoring for Tanner McKee all along, calling here Monday morning, screaming that Tanner McKee needs to be the starting quarterback for the postseason, because I do think he's going to play well.
Well, yeah, I hear you, Ken. What do you have for our side topic today?
So the real guy was a left-handed hitter from the South who had a very strong Southern accent. So, of course, for the movie, they picked a right-handed guy who sounds like he's from New Jersey, who's never played baseball in his life, Ray Liotta, as Shoeless Joe Jackson in Field of Dreams.
He was good in that role, Ken. What are you talking about?
He was terrible. He's right-handed. He's right-handed. Joe Jackson was left-handed.
I got you, Ken. Appreciate the call. I don't know. I thought Ray Liotta was a good actor, and I don't think they were going for historical accuracy in terms of baseball is concerned. I think they were looking for somebody who could nail the role of the dead baseball player from 60 years ago, but fair enough. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Now, one thing Ken said there about, people clamoring for Tanner McKee, I think that that was not the case earlier this year. Like, I do not agree with the general sentiment that there were all these people clamoring for Jalen Hurts to get benched. Like, that just wasn't the case. I think it is fair to be critical when Jalen isn't playing well, and I think Jalen wasn't playing well earlier on in the season. But I don't think that's going to be the approach. Maybe I am being naive here, but even if Tanner McKee plays well, and I would expect Tanner McKee to play well, I would be shocked, honestly, if there are people calling for Tanner McKee to be the starter. I mean, that's obviously not going to happen. And I have a lot of confidence in Jalen Hurts going into the playoffs now. Because, and I have been pretty critical of Jalen this year. I don't think Jalen's had a very good season as a whole. I don't. And I think especially those 5 games after the bye, he played poorly. And I do think at that point, he was the biggest issue offensively. I think you look at the offensive struggles that this team had from the Green Bay game up through the Charger game. To me, it was pretty obvious. Like, not that there weren't other issues. Of course there were. But the biggest one was that Jalen wasn't playing well. And when your quarterback is not playing well, it is very hard to overcome that. I didn't feel that way about the way the Buffalo game went down. Like, I looked at the Buffalo game, and this is something we'll get into more in a few minutes here, but I thought it was more of the philosophical approach of the Eagles kind of not being as aggressive, and Jalen wasn't really in a spot to succeed in that game on Sunday. But I've been highly encouraged by the way he's played the last 3 weeks. I think he was going through a slump, obviously, but you have needed to see him come out of it. That's the thing that I needed more than anything to feel optimistic about an Eagles playoff run. We know the defense is good enough. The question is, can the offense, be competent? Can the offense do enough? They don't have the most exotic scheme. They don't have the best offensive line this year. But what they do have is elite talent at the skill positions. They have great receivers. They have a really good running back. They have a really good tight end. The question is, can Jalen play to that level? And the last 3 weeks give me a lot of confidence that he can. Like, I think the first half that he played against Buffalo was probably the best half of football he's played, maybe all year. certainly since the bye week, no question about it. When you take into account the weather conditions, the opponent played well against the Raiders, played well against Commanders, and I know the Bills' defense is not great, but that's still a team playing for a lot. The conditions were miserable, and I thought Jalen, the way he played in the first half of that game on Sunday, gave me a lot of confidence in where this thing is headed. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We'll get back to the phones in a second, but I did want to award our 2025 Tommy Award for Absurd Moment of the Year, Fran. What do you got?
Do you have like an open here for this? Like
we don't have an open. Lewis had something last week, I think.
Oh, really? He's
but
here.
He had award music or something. You want to give us some award music, or are you slacking
on
the job?
Did your voice just pop there? Or
Did
crack?
it? Did
your
it
voice
crack?
Just cracked.
Oh.
I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna save that.
Okay,
I definitely did.
You're so.
I have no award, man. I have no award music.
You're not very helpful. But our absurd moment of the year, and this could be absurd. This could be funny moment of the year as well. But I thought this was the highlight of every press conference this season. Is I love a good battle. I love a good fight. And this is at a Vic Fangio press conference a few weeks ago. This was John McMullen and our buddy Reuben Frank got a little heated at a Vic Fangio presser.
What led to the Dean had the interception overturned, I guess, by the too many men on the field. Like BG.
Yeah, they subbed, which allows us to sub and give us time to sub. The umpire was actually going up to the line of scrimmage to hold up the play, and for some reason didn't. So, that one, I'm not sure really what happened there. But they subbed, so we should be able to sub. And we didn't get off in time.
Finish.
What's that?
Yeah. When you're shut up. No, when you're the guy, finish the answer before you start asking.
They're wasting.
We're good. Good.
The best part of that clip is the little Fangio laugh. Fangio loved that. I mean, you never see that guy smile.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
When he talks Phils, I feel like he does.
Yeah, he was enjoying that quite a bit. Now, this next one, Fran, you're going to need to help me out with this next one. I was tipped off to by a few other people here at the station. This was a crossover you and Buzz were doing with Jolly.
Yes.
Right.
I kind of remember. Now that I was listening to it, I was like, oh, yeah. Jolly being weird.
All right. Well,
there's a lot of Jolly moments.
This is how it sounded.
This light right in front of you. It's like another planet appears.
Did you cough up a loogie on the mic?
What was
to
that?
Do that?
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Can you repeat that?
Fran, I got a host there all night.
There we go.
What the hell was that?
I see people like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what
that was about. I thought I was going to repeat the one that didn't happen.
That was bizarre. Next up, now this was Jolly on with the afternoon show during their heated debate. Jolly and Spike going at it a little bit about Daryl Morey.
Are we done?
I don't like him. Why are we not coming down his throat?
Yeah.
Why are we so lean?
That was out of pocket.
It drives me insane.
That was out of pocket. Play it again.
What? Why are we not coming down his throat? Why are we so lenient on Daryl Morey? Yeah. It drives me insane.
It does. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, Jolly.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that at all.
Okay.
Still doesn't hear it.
Yeah, Jolly, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe you
Jolly.
lost clearly.
I actually don't know. This was the easiest debate I've ever had in my life.
That wasn't as much of a beatdown as I thought. I'm going to be honest. I thought Jolly did great. The callers agree. Twitter
Well, agrees. It's indefensible.
Indefensible. No.
Jolly is a treasure. He is the absolute best.
He's something.
Right over his head. Right over his head.
And not surprised.
Yeah. Now, we gave out awkward moment of the year last week. This should probably have been in the awkward moment of the year category, this next one. This was from early January last year. This was the afternoon show taking an interesting call from former Eagle punter Sean Landetta.
Freddie Mitchell was on the morning show today, and he mentioned that you and John Ritchie were often in the sauna together. But Freddie Mitchell mentioned that, how do I put this, that you would groom your under regions in the sauna.
Now, my first thing is, you want to call me during prime time radio in Philadelphia.
Yes.
And talk to me about something like that? Are you kidding me?
Well, I just want
to.
Yes.
Number two, I know this is TMZ radio, and I like Freddie, good teammate and all, but what he said was absolutely false. I totally denied being in the sauna with John Ritchie. That never happened.
Oh, wow.
Now,
okay.
Now, may there have been a time where I was by myself and maybe had to shave a little bit, okay, that's something maybe that goes on privately in a locker room. And there is a saying in the NFL that's supposed to go, what you see here and what you say here stays here and never leaves here. But obviously, Freddie must have wanted to try to get some people to go, oh, wow, and say this is what they used to do. So I'm disappointed at Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to have to speak to him about that.
I think the Landetta thing's
This
got to
is
be
really.
that's got to be the winner there. I mean, that was incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we just looked at each other. We had a moment there where we looked at each other during that. Yep.
Yeah.
Absurd. Jolly's close though.
I'd give it to Landetta, I think.
Are you gonna let the people vote? Like, how does this work?
Yeah, we just decide on the end. We usually have 3 people, but now we have 2. So we're gonna have to come to an agreement.
Well, but you don't have don't you have Twitter polls?
Yes, we could maybe put that up on a Twitter poll.
I'm just like, come on, man.
Fair enough, friend. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in on the absurd moment of the year. You're welcome to get in on that if you'd like. 215-592-9494 in a few minutes. Do want to get to the Eagles' approach as they do head forward here offensively. And, talking about it with the Bills game, I think Kevin Patullo is somebody who has been over-criticized at times this year. I don't think, he's the main or the sole issue, rather, for the Eagles' offensive struggles. And actually, I think the Eagles' approach and their mindset is something that needs to change moving forward. So we'll get to that in a few minutes. First, let's go back to the phones. Go to Rick in Easton. What's up, Rick?
Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year, Rick. What's going on?
So, now we're going to rest the backup quarterback, so in case the starter gets hurt in the playoffs, why don't we just rest the backup linebackers in case they get hurt? I mean, I understand where he's coming from. Maybe if we're up pretty good in the third quarter, then you pull him out for the third stringer, but you don't pull him out. How about we give him some reps so he's ready to play in case Hurts gets hurt, for goodness sake.
Yeah, Rick, and I get what Ken's point was, is he's very important, but I mean, you do need to win a game, and if it's a tight game in the fourth quarter, I mean, you gotta play to win.
Now, Ken's a good caller. I'm only kidding with him. I know where he's coming from, but you gotta give Tanner McKee reps. You just can't he's not like shake a pudding. Talking about dating myself, you're going to shake him up and he's going to go in there and play right away. Let's give the kid, 3/4 of reps, for goodness sake. Anyway, so, it's really interesting how we all focus on, resting and getting the top seed and not playing home and not playing on the road. I get all that. But do you realize there's been only one team in the NFL that has won in the same season in the 2 hardest places the last 5 years to go on the road and win? KC and Buffalo are both 28, 27, and 2 at home the last 5 years. The Eagles are the only team in the NFL that not only went to Kansas City and Buffalo and won on the road, but they also beat Green Bay on the road. So I'm not really as concerned about the weather and who we play home and away. Here's my biggest concern. By the way, a little side topic here. Can we hire the offensive coordinators from Georgia or Ole Miss before the playoffs start, for goodness sake?
How about Ole Miss, Rick? I mean, they lose Lane Kiffin. I thought they'd be pretty much done, and they're in the semifinal now.
With a kid who was a backup quarterback in the beginning of the season, Chambliss was a defending national champ Division II, and he played like he had that one series.
Oh, yeah.
He had back-to-back plays like he looked like Mahomes. I mean, it was just amazing how Chambliss has played. They're trying. I just found out they're trying. I'm a big SEC fan since Howie finally woke up and drafted in the SEC. And they're trying to get him in one more year of eligibility because he played 4 years in junior college. It's
okay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Here's my biggest issue with the Eagles. Can we please find a way to get 5 to 7 yards on a pass in the second half when we have to extend drives? I want to see first downs and field goals. I don't even care about touchdowns at this point, because if they're up a touchdown or they're up by 9, let's get a few first downs and let's get a field goal. Because the bottom line here is you can't go out there and not complete a pass in the entire second half in 2 games and be the defending Super Bowl champions. It's just It's criminal. It's like amazing to me. And you know what else this reminds me of? You remember how nobody knew what the answer was? Nobody knew why the Eagles went from 10-1 to 11-7. Nobody could figure it out. Well, they're also saying the same thing about this offense.
Right.
Nobody can figure it out. And you know what, TK? We better figure out how to get a 7-yard pass, and then you can run the ball the next 2 plays. We got to keep the defense on the sidelines.
Absolutely, Rick. No question about it. What do you have for our side topic today? A bad casting decision.
Now, and real quick, if I could,
Yeah.
what this offense is reminding me of, and I gave this analogy to Joe DeCamera a few weeks ago, this reminds me exactly of what Schwarber, Harper, and Turner did during the year to the starters. Our starters, by the way, for the Phillies, could have had 2 or 3 more wins if we didn't have an anemic offense from time to time. And I said, if those 3 guys go cold in the playoffs, we'll be on the golf course pretty early. And this is what our defense is like, our starting pitching.
Right.
And our offense is like our offense.
Yeah.
At a Schwarber, Harper, Turner. Here's my. I was going to go with his boss, but I'm flip flopping on my answer. How do you cast a guy like Paulie, the guy who was supposed to be the driver and the protector of Vito Corleone? How could you have such a wimpy guy take Vito Corleone to go shop for fruit and go out and get shot by Saluzzo's people? You got to have a better hitman to protect Vito Corleone.
I hear you, Rick. Appreciate the call. I'm forgetting.
What's he talking about? I have
He's
no
talking
idea
about The Godfather. Have you ever seen the Godfather movies?
No,
Fred?
it's on my list along with Game of Thrones. So don't spoil it for me, please.
I went back and I watched The Godfather like during COVID. The first 2. I heard the third one's terrible, so I didn't bother with that. I thought they were all right. Like, they were fine. I didn't think they're like the greatest movies ever.
What was that little thing you did in there?
What?
With your hand, you're like, ugh.
Well, they were all right. But, yeah, so you don't want a spoiler for a movie from like 55 years ago?
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Don't tell me.
Friend, you got to watch some of this
Don't tell
stuff.
me. I will.
You got to watch things. You don't.
I do
you don't
watch
get
things.
To say, you don't get to say for anything that's more than like a few months old, don't spoil it for me. Like to say don't spoil Game of Thrones for you. The show wrapped 6.5 years ago.
I understand. I'm just telling you.
And it's not like you're even actively watching it. You just said at some point I might watch it.
I'm saying as my coworker, all I'm saying to you is like, just don't tell me the ending. If I see it online or if I happen to hear somebody say it in passing, fine.
You wouldn't even know what I'm talking about.
I don't care.
All right. Well, so be it, but there's Rick's suggestion. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But the offense obviously is going to continue to be the big story with this team. Because I think we all agree this is a Super Bowl caliber defense. They were a Super Bowl caliber defense last year. I said coming into this year, I know I was kind of on an island on it, that I saw this with the defense. Like, I thought there was a way the defense would be better. I know they lost guys, but I don't think we put nearly enough stock into Jalen Carter, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, all these guys who are extremely young to begin with, getting better. Like, these guys are not going to get worse. They are going to get better. They're just entering their prime. You add in a guy like Jordan Davis finally hitting his stride and coming into his own as well. This defense might very well be better than last year. The question is, can the offense do enough? And I think the real interesting question that the Eagles are going to need to face and the Eagles are going to need to answer over the next few weeks and into the postseason is how do you kind of handle the approach to this offense? And I think they've been too conservative many times this year. Here's Nick Sirriani. This was on Tuesday morning when we had Nick Sirianni on, Devin and I. Here's how Coach answered when we asked him whether, the Eagles got too conservative in that second half against Buffalo.
Yeah, like I've said, when you're up 13-0, that's in the NFL that could be evaporated like that, and so you really don't start to get into what we call 4-minute offense until 4 minutes into the game. I mean, sometimes it's a little bit more than that, sometimes it's a little bit less of when you start playing. And even in 4 minutes, it's not a conservative. You're trying to continue on drives and continue to move the ball. So you've seen us pass it in those areas too. And so I don't think it was a conservative approach. Again, we can do better things as far as getting guys in positions to succeed the way we're calling it, and also, we have to execute better. So it's always multiple things in this great sport of football that, football, it's never, I've said to the guys after the Super Bowl, if you think you're the reason we won the Super Bowl, you're right. If you think you're the only reason we won the Super Bowl, you play the greatest team sport there is. And that was to everybody, coaches, players, everybody. And so it's the same thing when you have a struggle as well. And so it's about, and that's why it's the greatest team sport. That's why the best teams win, not the best groups of individuals. So it's about, looking at yourself first and gathering everything up and looking to get better.
And Nick basically said there, he didn't think they got too conservative, team game, all that stuff. After rewatching it, I just don't agree. Like other instances this season where the Eagles have been accused of being too conservative in the second half, I don't think it's necessarily been the case. Like that was, I think, a lot of people's initial takeaways in that second game against Dallas, where the Eagles get up 21-0, they end up blowing that lead. When I rewatched that game, I saw in the second half, it felt like they were calling a lot of the same plays. They had some costly penalties in that game. I do think there were some instances in that game where Jalen just didn't throw the ball the way he did in the first half, wasn't willing to throw it the way he did in the first half. That, to me, was much different in this game. Like, I do think this one, where you look at what happened against Buffalo, I do think the Eagles got conservative. And then I think they stopped throwing the ball. I think they stopped trying to, push the issue the way they did in the first half. And I worry that the Eagles being able to win the way that they have won to this degree is something that has almost made them play this way, where they are so convinced that if we just protect the ball, if we score a few points, if we score a couple touchdowns, and we don't turn the ball over, we're going to win. I just don't agree with that approach. And here was Jalen Hurts earlier this week talking about the turnover differential and how important it is to the team's success.
Your coach talked about the winning the turnover battle, and there seems to be a discipline to this offense in maintaining that. Maybe almost conservative to not turn the ball over. Not turn the ball over. Your record is outrageous over the last 5 years. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I don't think it's a conservative thing to have good ball security and be mindful that the turnover margin directly correlates with winning. That's a truth. That's the truth of the game, and that's a well-known fact of what we've been able to do and how we've been able to play over the last 5 years collectively. So it's an important thing, and obviously every team is different. So for us, that is an important thing, and then being able to stay on rhythm, stay in good sequencing, and go out there and move the ball down the field, is important too. And that's something we're continuing to grow in. And I think as I look at it, and I have to watch the film to dig into anything else other than that, but specifically as good as we've been in the red zone, and then to get to the red zone and have opportunities to score and not, or, Jake, definitely showed up and made some big-time kicks. So a lot of credit to him on those, putting some points on the board. But obviously, anytime we get in the red zone, you take pride in scoring.
I get it. And obviously, not turning the ball over is important. Like we all know, watching football our entire lives, that's a big deal. But I refuse to believe that not stepping on teams' throats is not going to get this team beat eventually. It will. And that team that played in the first half is a Super Bowl caliber team. Like the Eagles, the way they played offense in the first half against Buffalo, that team can win the Super Bowl. They need to stay aggressive. And I really hope that the Eagles do not go back into this conservative mindset when it comes to the postseason. Because Jalen Hurts is playing his best football of the year right now. And I worry about a game like the Charger game kind of, making the Eagles a little gun-shy, thinking we need to go back into this ultra-conservative, protect the ball at all costs, trust our defense. Of course, you want to trust your defense. You got a great defense on that side. But the Eagles, they cannot play this way in the playoffs. Like, they cannot do what they did on Sunday against Buffalo. They were lucky to win that game. Like, they were lucky to win the game earlier this season, I think, against the Chiefs, when they did kind of a similar thing. There are too many instances this season where we have seen these games get way too close because the Eagles turtle up and they get conservative in the second half. I don't think that should be the approach moving forward. And want to know how you feel. 215-592-9494. What do you think the Eagles' approach should be going into the playoffs? Should it be to, protect the ball, trust this defense, lean on the defense, play field position, do what they did against Buffalo, where hopefully you get up early and you dial it back, you go into super conservative mode, or do you keep pushing? I think the Eagles need to keep pushing the envelope with this offense. And I think Nick Sirianni is a very good coach. Obviously, his record speaks for itself, but I do think he is very influential over the general plan of the offense. And I think when you see them get super conservative, I know it's easy to just, Kevin Patullo stinks, but I don't think that's really what it is. I mean, Kevin Patullo is obviously the guy calling the plays on a play-to-play basis, but in general, I think Nick Sirianni is, very conservative when it comes to protecting a lead. And I think he has a lot of influence into what Kevin Patullo does in the second half. And he shouldn't, because this offense, you have dynamic talent. You got to keep going downfield. You got to push the envelope as you head into the playoffs. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. So you want to get in on that, you're welcome to. Eagles, Commanders, how confident are you in this game moving forward? And worst casting decisions. That is our side topic today. We'll get back to everybody's calls when we return. We have a few other things to do as well. We'll reward our Crybaby of the Year, and we have a Week 18 NFL preview coming up in the final segment of the show as well, where we'll look at all the big games in Week 18. So a lot to go for the rest of the show. I'm Tom Kelly in for the Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles wrap up their regular season at home against the Commanders.
We got to go play a good game. We got to go coach a good game. Excited to go play this week.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 2. Then Merrill and Mike have the call.
And it is complete. Touchdown!
Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start at PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
First Trust Bank is the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We give your businesses an edge. Literally.
Woo, this Brandon Graham, baby. Just started working with businesses. I know y'all out here grinding and need that edge.
We help Philadelphia companies overcome challenges. So contact First Trust Bank.
You know I like that contact.
Right. And we help them reach their potential.
Baby, that's an edge right there. You know it. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go Birds.
Auto Lenders chooses their cars like the Birds pick their players. They carefully scout only the very best. Some are built for speed, some for power, some for utility. And with their rookies, there's barely any mileage on them, so their upside is incredible. You see, Auto Lenders has a deep bench. Thousands of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles, all for thousands less than the competition. So we can't be beat, like the Birds. Fly, Auto Lenders, fly. Proud sponsor of this year's coin toss.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. With the jam-packed NFL slate this weekend, eyes turn to Baltimore and Pittsburgh, the Steelers and the Ravens. Will Aaron Rodgers play his final game in the NFL? And is Lamar Jackson led an improbable dash to the playoff? That's the question, and the winner gets in, though they'll probably lose round one. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. I'm Tom Kelly in for the morning show today as we lead up to the finale of the regular season. We'll do a Week 18 NFL preview coming up in the last segment of the show. NFL got their wish, man. They got some good games this week. 2 good games Saturday. The Saturday, I'm really looking forward to this game tomorrow night. Seattle and San Francisco for the 1 seed in the NFC. And then the early game, Panthers-Bucks, could be for the NFC South, but there are some implications depending on the Falcons on Sunday where Carolina could lose and still sneak in anyway, but we'll explain it all coming up when we preview all the games in the final segment of the show. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But talking a lot about the Eagles today. And, you know, the topic of the week, which has been, should the Eagles play their starters? Should they rest their starters? What should they do? Bottom line is it's irrelevant, honestly. Like, the more I've thought about this situation, the Eagles are going to kill this team. Like, the Eagles are going to blow out Washington, whether they play their guys, whether they don't. They're just better than the Commanders are. They're all banged up. They're down to Josh Johnson playing quarterback. This is just not a game that I'm worried about at all. And I think when we look ahead to this weekend, and our Twitter poll question of the day is, will the Eagles end this weekend as the 2 seed or the 3 seed? I'd still lean toward it being the 3, but I don't think it's going to come down to the Eagles winning their game. The Eagles are going to win. They are going to blow this team out. I am predicting a double-digit victory in this game. The line's only 4.5. Now, I've been on a little bit of a cold stretch lately, I'm not going to lie, but I will bet the Eagles minus 4.5 this week. I think they win this game. I think they win it easily. I think Tanner McKee plays well. And, hey, if the Eagles get some help, this could work out very well. They could be in the same situation that they were in last year. Going to the playoffs as 2 seed, you have the Packers in the first round. That would obviously be the best-case scenario for the Birds. But you want to get in 215-592-9494. The question we threw out earlier with the Sixers, which I do think is an interesting one, you have VJ Edgecombe. You could rerun the lottery where you'd be guaranteed to get a top 6 pick, so you wouldn't lose the pick. But would you take the chance? Would you take the chance to rerun that lottery, resimulate it? Maybe you get the number 1 pick and get Cooper Flagg. But if you don't, you end up 4 through 6, you lose out on VJ Edgecombe. What would you do? I wouldn't rerun it. I'd stay with VJ Edgecombe. I would not take that chance. I'll ask you, Fran. I don't think we asked you earlier. What would you do, Fran, if you're in that position? Or were you weren't listening, were you? You weren't listening.
I blame the intern.
No, you were. Don't blame Ryan.
The intern, yeah.
Don't call him the intern. His name's Ryan.
Oh my gosh,
okay?
You're like Rob Ellis.
That's very disrespectful, Fran.
Yeah, but it's
Ryan,
we're
don't
cool.
let him talk
We're
down
cool.
to you in there.
We're cool.
All right. Well, you weren't paying attention, were you? What question did I ask you?
You said, what would I do? Would I be conservative?
What would I do?
No. You were talking about the Eagles offense.
No,
would I be conservative?
No,
yeah.
I wasn't, Fran. I was
close
asking,
though, right?
if you could rerun the lottery, would you do it?
I heard that earlier. Oh, what, about Edgecombe versus Cooper
Thanks
Flagg?
for listening to the show.
If we could.
My God.
If we had a different pick, what do you say?
If you took. You are the worst. You are the absolute worst.
I'm your favorite producer.
Oh, no, you're not. Okay? You're not. Not anymore. But, Fran, if you could resimulate the lottery,
I'm listening.
You could get as low as the 6th pick or as high as the 1st pick, maybe get Cooper Flagg. Would you do it, or would you not take that chance and keep Edgecombe?
I'd go Cooper Flagg. I know we fell in love with it.
It's not you're guaranteed to get him. You could also fall below the 3rd pick and get, Trey Johnson or one of those guys.
Yeah,
but would you take the upside of trying to get Flagg or Knippel? Yeah,
Knippel's been good. I'd go for an opportunity for one of the top picks. Yeah,
okay,
I would.
No,
yeah. Is that good? Is that okay?
Yeah, you gave me a good answer. Would have been even better if you heard the question the first time and were paying attention to the show. Stop calling him the intern. His name is Ryan. Okay,
Ryan the intern. Yep.
His name is Ryan. All right, call him by his name. Ryan, I got you, man. Don't worry about it. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Coming up a little later this segment, we'll get to our Crybaby of the Year. We might have to nominate Fran for Crybaby of the Year, too. My God, such a whiner. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Drew in Dover. What's up, Drew?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, man?
So I'm doing good, but listen, I'm going to just tell you right off the bat, I disagree with you as far as with the Kevin Patul thing. Like, we got to stop doing this. I agree that Jalen Hurts definitely needed to play better in some of those games. We got to remember before those Green Bay and the Detroit game is that the couple games that he had before that, we was like, oh, man, he could be a dark horse for the MVP. But, like, those were cold, inclement weather games, wind, all that type stuff.
But Drew, let me stop you for 1 second. This is why I'll let you go. But this is why it doesn't fly, Drew. I mean, Sunday was cold, inclement weather. It was raining. Jalen played fine in that game.
Okay, hold on. But see, the thing is too. All right, but Jalen Hurts is going to go by the philosophy of Nick Sirianni. So, like, okay, you gotta think about that. Jalen Hurts is a company guy. He's a smart guy, but he's not going to just like fly by the own seat of his own pants. He's not that type of guy. So he's going to go with whatever Sirianni and them pretty much say. You know what I mean? He's not a disrespectful guy. That's just the guy how he was raised. So we got to stop doing this. He's going to go by his philosophy, and that's what he's been doing. And, like, we just got to just get out of this narrative. Patullo is terrible. Like, I'm sorry. He did not deserve to get his house egged and all that type of stuff. But the guy is terrible. The Eagles made a terrible mistake once again in putting somebody in a position. You don't give your kids the first car that they get, a Bugatti, you know what I'm saying, and when they should get something that's like a small, regular old car, you don't give them horsepower. You don't give them none of that. And that's what the Eagles did to somebody that's unproven. I'm sorry. You can't have what we had last year and Kellen Moore and then have what we have now. Because, like, in the first half, I'm sorry, Barkley was getting off. You see what we was doing with A.J. Brown. You see what Hurst was doing. But like, why are we continuing? Hold on, I know. Why are we continuing to do all these daggone hook routes? Why do we see constantly, over and over and over again, other teams scheming their wide receivers open over and over?
Drew,
Jalen Hurts.
But Drew, you don't think Drew, stop for a second. You don't think receivers are schemed open in the first half? Like, the first half, the game plan was good. The play calling was fine in the first half.
Kevin, absolutely, you're right. But if you look at the second half, were any of them open? They were not schemed open. And what I'm saying to you is that in other games, it's been the same exact way. Like we got to get out of this narrative, too. We're acting like Jalen Hurts doesn't want to throw in the middle. Like, the dude can't throw in the middle. But the thing is that, you know, you do have more of an opportunity to throw interceptions, but at the same time, it has to be a smart play. I mean, come on now.
No, Drew, I hear you. We got to move on. What's your side topic answer for today? Bad casting decision.
Okay, so I got a different perspective on what I had earlier when I had called in. So I'm gonna go with Johnny Depp playing Willy Wonka. They should have never, made him the remake from Gene Wilder.
I hear you, Drew. I appreciate the call, man. So Johnny Depp and Willy Wonka, and Charlie's in the Chocolate Factory. There you go. I've never seen any of those Willy Wonka movies.
Oh, really? Didn't see the original?
Nope, never seen it.
Really, you should.
No desire.
I won't spoil it for you.
I don't care if you spoil it for me.
Okay,
he
but
gets
I'm
a
not
golden
be
chocolate bar or something. Is that what happens?
How do you not? And you're like 45 years old.
I'm not. Stop making me older than I am, Fran. My God, you are annoying me today. You're being disrespectful to Ryan. He
knows.
You are. Every time you refer to my age, you make me like 3 years older.
This is a mistake, man. Well, I'm sorry.
I'm not 45. I'm in my 30s. I'm in my mid-30s. 38.
Well,
Is that
38?
mid-30s?
Right? You can round up to 45. That's fine.
You don't round up to 45, no. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But to the point of Drew there, and I think on Sunday he was on Sunday you're right. On Sunday the play calling was not good in the second half, and guys weren't being necessarily schemed open. Part of it, the Eagles weren't throwing the ball. But when we yell and just say this is a Kevin Patullo thing, I don't think it is mainly a Kevin Patullo thing. When it comes to that approach when you have a lead, I think that is a Nick Sirianni thing. Like, I think Nick Sirianni's approach, and we saw it, you watch Hard Knocks a couple weeks ago, and he shows up, he's talking to the team, and the first thing he says, he points up to the board, look at the turnover differential. And I understand, like, when you have such a weighted record toward we want to protect the ball, of course you want to protect the ball. That's obvious. But I do think with Nick, it gets to a point where it puts your offense at a deficit, and it's detrimental because they get so conservative and they get so, lacking aggression that I think it gets to the point where you're almost playing scared. And that's what it looked like on Sunday. Like, the Eagles were not playing in the second half of that game to win the game. They were playing not to lose. That is not how you win in the playoffs. Like that, the Eagles would not have won in the postseason if they did it that way last year. I thought the biggest play in the playoffs for the Eagles last year was 14-12. They are beating the Commanders. They have a 4th and 5 from midfield at the end of the first half. Nick Sirianni elects to go for it. Jalen Hurts hits A.J. Brown for a big pass play down the sideline. They score a touchdown. They get a turnover. They get another touchdown. That completely turned that game. And I really hope that they understand that they cannot continue to play this way in the playoffs because the Eagles have gotten very lucky in terms of how many games that they have won by playing this way. You do not win by playing this conservative. You do not win by playing not to lose and prioritizing not turning the ball over scoring points. At some point in the postseason, you are going to need to score. You're going to need to push the ball downfield. And considering the way that Jalen has played the last couple games, this is where I'll disagree with Drew from the last call, is to act like, oh, well, Jalen hasn't played poorly all year. And that this has always been a play calling issue. I don't believe that to be the case. Like the Lions game, the Packers game, there were guys open in those games. I'm not saying they were open every play, but Jalen was not playing well in those games. Jalen did not play well against the Bears. Jalen did not play well against the Chargers. The confidence that I have, though, is it feels like he's come out of that. Like, it feels like whatever was going on, wherever he was struggling, he is playing better now, and I would implore the Eagles to trust him. I think they need to trust him. They need to allow him to push the ball down the field because he has played his best football the last 3 games. And I do think there are some reasons for optimism with the offense. Number one, I think they're going to run him a lot more. Like, I think that is absolutely a thing. Like, I don't believe that this is a situation where the Eagles have played possum all year long. I know that's been a theory that's out there. I don't believe that to be the case. But what I do believe is that they have been saving a lot of the Jalen running the ball stuff for the playoffs. I think that's probably a group decision. I think that's probably the Eagles wanting to keep him healthy. Jalen obviously wanting to stay healthy. He doesn't want to be labeled as a quarterback who misses games every year. And he has missed games pretty much every year up to this point. And this is a way to keep him healthier. I think they all probably understand now Jalen running the ball is going to need to be a bigger part of this offense, and maybe that unlocks the running game. But I refuse to believe that you can play the way the Eagles have played, and you can be as conservative as they've been, and you can play as scared as they have played, and think that puts you in the best possible scenario. That puts you in the best possible position to win a Super Bowl. You got to push the ball more downfield, and you got to be aggressive and try to score points. Let's go to Jim in Bucks County. What's up, Jim?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Speaking about playing scared, I do believe the Eagles are scared about their starters getting hurt, but I disagree with them not playing. I think this offense needs as much time on the field as possible to get their stuff straight. All season, they have not flowed. I can't remember one game where they played a full game. And I think since the Eagles really don't care about this game, they're pretty much writing it off by not starting their starters. Why not use it as an extra full contact practice? Because, again, our offense cannot get a playoff within 30 seconds. Why is that? Why do we take every offensive play down to 5 seconds or below?
Yeah, I think it's taking the play calls too long to get in. I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, and that goes back to our offensive coordinator. It's now week 18, and I keep hearing that we don't have an identity. We don't. We don't run the ball consistently. We don't throw the ball consistently correctly. And by correctly, I mean actually running the routes correctly, getting open, and actually making the catches. And yes, I understand weather plays a big part of it. But I put all this on the coaches because our defense the last couple of weeks has been firing on all pistons, and I have to give them the credit. Going up against a high-quality offense like they did last week, I think they did excellent. Our offense, though, needs as much work as possible. And to go into the playoffs and our offense is not clicking, I think we're setting ourselves up for a first-week loss. Because if we play Green Bay here, okay, we might win. You know, if we play San Francisco here, we might win. We play LA here, we might win. We don't know because there's no guarantees. Because our offense is an offense, we can go, oh, yeah, we got this.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime this season when we've been like, oh, we got this. Look at the losses we've had. Why did we lose? I mean,
the offense,
because we had, yeah. So to take out our offense this week when obviously everyone's saying we're going to win by huge numbers, then why not put them in there and get their act together?
Well, Jim, I hear you, but this is the question that I'd have. Okay, like it's been 16 weeks. What would even playing well against the Commanders a second time really do for you? Like, honestly, I get what you're saying. Like, I get you thinking they need the reps, but I don't think it's going to help to that degree. Like, the one thing that you do have is health. I'd rather guarantee my health going into the playoffs than, playing your starters in this game, or even if you play well. They played well against Commanders a couple weeks ago. It didn't do anything to make people feel a lot better.
Being cohesive and being consistent. That's what this offense needs. And we have not seen it for how many weeks now? We haven't seen it all season. So to say, oh, let's take this week off and we'll be great in the playoffs is asinine.
I hear you, Jim. What do you have for our side topic today?
Okay, well, you guys don't know The Godfather, right?
No, I mean, not as well. I've seen the movies, but I'm not like a historian.
Well, I was going to say Sofia Coppola in Godfather 3, but none of you guys have seen
I haven't seen that.
So yeah. I'm going to go with something a little bit newer. Jared Leto in Suicide Squad as the Joker.
Okay, Jim, I appreciate the call. I haven't seen that one, but I've heard that he was brutal in those.
Yeah, intern hasn't seen it either. Yeah, so all three of us haven't seen it.
Man, I
speechless. I know.
I was gonna give Ryan permission to whack you, but I don't think I have permission
to whack me.
Yeah,
now you want to get violent?
Yeah, I don't think I'm allowed to do that.
That's bad.
But yeah, I mean, why are you being so rude, Fran?
It's like Ryan's my guy though.
Is it because you're like a senior producer? You feel like you're above other
senior producer?
Because you
trying to tell me I'm old?
You are old. You're in your 30s, aren't you?
I just turned 31.
Okay, that is old. But people should see the way Fran walks around here. You walk around this.
How do I walk around?
Not just
go
our
ahead, go
station.
Ahead.
You walk around Odyssey headquarters like you own the place.
That is not true.
Yes,
Don't
you
even
do.
try.
You
no,
walk around. You're shouting
out
this guy. You're shouting out that guy. You're talking to all the people.
Because I worked at KYW and I know people around the parts. But what do you mean? I'm being friendly.
But you are very disrespectful as a producer to me. You're very disrespectful.
What does that have to do with all the walking around?
You never pay attention to the show.
That's not true.
You never pay attention.
You don't pay attention to your host.
I just asked you a question this segment, and you had no idea what I asked.
Yeah, because the intern was bothering me.
How many times do we work together, and I got to call you out because you're having a conversation with somebody in the hallway?
Yeah, that's Phil Casey.
And you're not paying
attention. It's his fault.
To the show that you're supposed to be working on.
It's just.
I mean, come on, Fran.
I'm ready for whatever.
You're not ready for whatever. You're ready for nothing. Fran.
I'm talking to you right now. I'm paying attention to the show.
Okay, what do you want? You want a medal for doing your job?
Well,
so you should be doing
if you're ripping me for not doing my job, you should go the complete opposite way for doing my job.
You should do your job all the time. You should do it to the best of your ability, Fran. That's all I'm saying. No, you don't.
The intern can speak to it.
I'm worried about your commitment issues to the show, to my show. I think you're respectful to most people, but I think when I'm on the air, you look at it, you think, it's playtime. It's just TK.
That is not how it goes.
And who comes in when he's on the air?
I come into your show with topic ideas, and I give you a list of 10 topic ideas.
Where was that list today?
Because you're working with Devin, so you guys got it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You won't give any ideas when I have a co-host?
Nah, I figured you got it.
No,
today. I figured you had it.
No, you're just disrespectful. You're very
disrespectful.
Is
that the overall taquaway you have?
Yeah,
from this?
that's my overall takeaway. You're disrespectful to me, and you're disrespectful to Ryan.
To the intern, yeah.
To Ryan, yeah. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Chuck in Cherry Hill. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, guys, no infighting in a new year,
it's only the second day, and we're already.
It's all TK's fault, by the way.
Happy New Year.
You too, Chuck.
Did you watch the games yesterday?
I did. I watched most of them. I'm not going to lie. Early wake up, I didn't make it to the end of Ole Miss Georgia. It looked like I missed a good, entertaining finish, yeah.
Yeah, that was classic. Unfortunately, you had to endure 7 hours of dreadful football before that. Poetic justice being that Bama suffers the worst bowl loss in their history. I guess Saban knew what was coming when he hopped out, huh?
Yeah, Chuck, I'll tell you what, man. Like, I've liked college football this year generally. These playoff games have been terrible. I mean, aside from that game last night, these games have been really bad.
Yeah, there's such a change now with the portal and everything going on in college football, and it's very difficult to predict. I think you draw a parallel to the NFL. A lot like the NFL right now is kind of mysterious in a way that's very to try predicting the Eagles right now. Like, I wouldn't trade with any other team in the NFL for the Eagles, but they're flawed in a lot of ways, right? I still wouldn't trade right now today. Can you name an NFL franchise team that you would trade with instead of the Eagles right now? Having a
better chance? No, probably not.
Yeah.
That's Chuck. That's the interesting thing about this year is, the Chiefs are having a down year. The Bills aren't what they typically are. Ravens, they might not even be in the playoffs. I mean, it is wide open. I mean, there are 14 teams in the playoffs. I think you could make a reasonable argument for like 10 or 11 of them winning the Super Bowl.
That's a great point. For the people, let's say 5 years ago, maybe go back as far as a decade, the parity plus people that were tired of seeing the same teams get to the Super Bowl or the same college teams in the top 5 every year.
Yeah.
You now have, for lack of a better word, the quintessential parity in both college and the NFL. And if that's the way it's going to be for the future, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, no, I agree, Chuck. What do you have for a bad casting decision?
Yeah, this is a last place answer for sure. Not my bag here. But when Dick Sargent replaced Dick York as Darren on Bewitched, I thought it was a disaster.
Okay, well, I got you, Chuck. Thanks, buddy.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Appreciate the
get
call,
along
man.
now. You guys get along now.
We'll try. Appreciate it, Chuck. Thanks, man. But yeah, I mean, Chuck brought up the college football playoffs. And, man, it's been pretty bad. And I do think, they're going to have to reevaluate how they do things because typically, the top teams should have an advantage. If you're 1 through 4, you get a bye. Teams are now in 2 years of doing this. 1-7, the teams of the bye. The only team to win was Indiana yesterday. They crushed Alabama 38-3. And this was Oregon coach Dan Lanning talking before their game about the college football playoff system and how he thinks it's flawed.
There's clearly a better way, and I think it really starts with the season moving up and the playoffs not having. I mean, how many days, Coach, is it for you between us and your last game?
We played December 6th, and I'm 100% with him about moving the.
Yeah, ultimately, in my mind, the vision for this should be, every playoff game should be played every single weekend until you finish the season. Ideally, the season, even if it means we start week 0 or you eliminate a bye, the season ends January 1st. This should be the last game. It should be the championship game, and then the portal opens. Then coaches that have to move on to their next opportunities get the opportunity to move to their next opportunities. Certainly there's some conversation about when, high school signing day should be. I think that could go either way because most of us now try to get guys in as mid-year players and you want them to be able to join your program at semester, which is a challenge. But I think the first really clear indicator of a place that we can make this better is to wrap the season up. Our national championship game this year is January 19th. Right, and that's really hard to envision as a coach that's going out and trying to join a new program and start a staff. It's hard for players to understand what continuity looks like and where they're going to be at and to manage that with visits, the portal, everything else that exists. I think the clear indicator and the clear way to do that is to bump the season up, right, and make sure these playoff games happen a lot faster. And I've got a ton of respect for the NFL, but we're a prep league for the NFL. We do a lot of favors for the NFL, right? We're the minor league in a lot of ways. But there's no money paid from the NFL to take care of college football, right? And in that sense, we've given up some of our days, right, to the NFL. We said, you guys get to have this day, you get to have this day, you get to have this day. Saturdays should be sacred for college football, right? And every Saturday through the month of December should belong to to college football, in my opinion.
I think they're right. I think he's right there. I mean, they should move up the season and play every Saturday until it's over because the problem that you have with these teams getting byes, I mean, you had teams that were basically off for a month. And you look at the teams that lost yesterday, Ohio State, Texas Tech, and then Georgia last night, basically off for a month. That's very hard to kind of snap back in and play. So I do think it's something that they're going to have to examine moving forward for sure. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. A lot of stuff to get to in the final segment of the show. We'll award our Crybaby of the Year award. We'll also look at Week 18 in the NFL, do a Week 18 preview as we look ahead to this weekend. I'm Tom Kelly with you until 10 o'clock in for the morning show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage, exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February. Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Win and you're in. That's the scenario for Steelers and Ravens under the primetime lights. Kenneth Gainwell is sure to play a pivotal role. The tacky-handed RB caught 6 passes in the first clash. Knowing the Ravens have allowed the 4th most receptions to running backs this season and given Gainwell's high target share, he could duplicate the pass-catching effort in the rematch. Give me the over. 4.5 catches at plus 110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Starting your day with a... This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. I'm Tom Kelly with you in for the morning show today. Now you're just trolling me, friend. You know I hate this song.
I thought you loved the song.
Did you forget about that? No, I don't.
I must have forgot.
I'm like scarred from listening to this song in the football weight room over
Right, when
and
you were an
over
all-nighter,
and over and
all-nighter.
over again. Because this is what like the meathead guys were like, well, God, turn it down. Who likes this stuff? Chop Suey's the name of the song, right? All right.
Yes.
There you go. All right. You paying attention, friend? You good in there? Because
I
saw during the break another bad influence in there in Taz.
Yes,
Yeah,
Taz.
Taz is another bad influence.
Taz the man, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan,
he also calls him the intern.
All right. Well, Ryan, don't learn from Fran and Taz. They're not the people you want to listen to.
Yeah.
Even though
Too late. Too late.
Taz is a WIP legend. I mean, Taz.
Yeah,
Taz
street team
is,
legend. Yep.
Yeah, he really is. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Coming up in a few minutes, we will look ahead to this weekend. Big Week 18 in the NFL. We'll look at all the games of consequence, and most of them have importance this week. I mean, it's a weird week where I feel like normally you have the final weekend of the season, a lot of games that don't matter. This year, there are only very few in that category. A lot of the games really are important this week. So we'll get to that in a minute, but we got to wrap up the 2025 Tommy Awards with the Crybaby of the Year award. And Fran is not nominated for it this year. Maybe in the future. But a few different nominees here. First, we'll start with a couple weeks ago. Now, obviously, Eagles Commanders coming up this week. We know that the 2-point conversion was an issue that Washington and Dan Quinn had a problem with a couple weeks ago, but Dan Quinn is not the crybaby nominee from what happened here. It's actually Commanders Radio. This was the Commanders radio call when the Eagles went for two. Listen to how whiny they were about it.
Up 27-10 with 4:26 to go. Decides they're going to go for two. They get it, and now there's a fight in the middle of the field.
Mariano, he's ejected. He's not playing next week either.
So now there's a giant fight in the middle of the field. Connor Steen is in the middle with about 8 Commanders. Dallas Goedert just got thrown down. Washington is trying to keep everybody from leaving the bench because you don't want to get any penalties here of leaving the bench and joining the fray. But there's 5 penalty flags on the field. Going for 2.
That's
27-10.
what started this.
You're welcoming this.
And Tyler Steen, he's definitely going to be ejected. He won't be playing. He's threw several punches in this game. And I love the fight you don't let a guy do your guy like that. Bunch of defensive players jumping on Tyler. This is on Sirianni. 6 flags. Everybody who had a flag threw one.
What is their reasoning going to be for going for 2 other than to rub it in? Like the only reason you can come up with.
So it starts with Cooper and Will Harris. A little chippiness.
Payne was in it with Fred Johnson. And then things got heated from there. Connor Steen came up. He punched Sanderstill in the face. Sanderstill punched him back. That's when the flags started getting thrown. Jeremy Reeves got into it. Right. And then it was a free-for-all.
And this is definitely on Nick Sirianni. And I like it was like 5 pit bulls in Burgundy all over Steen because, I mean, he's trying to jump on Mikey Sanderstill.
You know, like the coach, he's putting the players in a situation where you're trying to embarrass your opponent here. You're asking for this.
You're asking for it. And what if one of his guys get injured on that 2-point conversion?
I mean, what if they get suspended? Like, I mean, they're going to miss time next week probably, right, Fletch? Like,
I mean,
100%.
Payne got ejected, and he didn't play the next week.
Well, it just seems for a team that's heading into the playoffs, just a foolish foolish thing.
I don't know what this is even about. Like, why do this? Someone's going to ask Sirianni, why did you choose to do that and not just kick an extra point?
Exactly. Well,
there are 3 fouls on the play. Personal foul.
Oh, my God. That was Bram Weinstein and London Fletcher on the call on the Commanders radio network. All that about the Eagles going for a 2-point conversion and going for 1 extra point. I mean, whine a little more. That was just ridiculous. Now, here's our next nominee. This was from way back week 2, Eagles-Chiefs. Eagles were on the tush-push. Questionable false start not called. And here was rules analyst Dean Blandino giving his take.
I am done with the tush-push, guys. It's a hard play to officiate like we've been talking about. So they either ruled progress or that Hurts was down. Really hard to see what's happening with the football. We're inside 2, so replay has looked at this, and they've determined that there was no fumble.
So, yeah, that was Dean Blandino giving his take on being done with the tush-push during that Eagles and Chiefs game back in week 2. So, Dean Blandino nominated. Now, here's another one. This is Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll, former head coach of the Giants. This one's, I think, pretty good. Brian Daboll getting into a debate with a reporter who questioned whether he was in tears after one of their many losses this year.
Brian, are those tears of emotion, or is that just...
Is that what?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying. You walked in here, it looked like there were tears coming out of your eyes.
No.
That's just allergies?
No. No, it wasn't tears.
Brian Daboll defending the fact that he very much was not crying at the press conference. I think he was crying. It looked like there were some tears in his eyes. Now, here's one more. This is a late submission. This is Draymond Green complaining the other day about how hard it is for NBA players having to play on holidays.
Yes, it is an honor to be considered one of the draws, the great draws that is in the NBA. When I say draws, I mean media attention, eyeballs, people wanting to see, people being interested in the particular team is great. To play on a day where everybody's watching, it's incredible. All of those things are great, but 2 things can be true at once. Playing on Christmas Day also sucks. And the reason it sucks is, number one, what I just said, it can affect your mood. Number 2, we are human beings, and just like everyone else, enjoy Christmas Day with their families. That kind of gets messed up for us in their homes or on a vacation with their families making memories. We don't get that opportunity. So I hate when people are like, oh man, it's an honor to play on Christmas Day. People should shut up. Like, no, you should shut up, because whether you played on Christmas Day or not, I don't really care of the perspective, whether it's the perspective of someone that played on Christmas Day or someone that has never come close to playing on Christmas Day, or an NBA game for that matter. My stance on it is the same. Playing on Christmas Day is great. It's fun. You get all the eyeballs, but you miss family time. And so for all of those that you should be honored, honored to miss your family time, honored to miss your kids opening gifts, honored to leave your kid and go to work, because no one works on Christmas Day. So we're going to work, right? So everybody say, oh man, it's this great honor. I just want to give you a little perspective.
That might be the most out of touch thing I've ever heard. Does Draymond Green think that the only people that work on Christmas Day are basketball players? That's basically what he's saying.
It's not a surprising answer.
I mean, what about all the people that have to work in the arena and aren't getting paid millions of dollars to go play? Oh, how horrible is it to work on Christmas Day? We have to work on Christmas Day here sometimes. A couple years ago, Eagles played on Christmas Day. I think Draymond Green's got to win that Tommy, friend.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. The Commanders, maybe it's because it just happened, and it was just because of the rivalry right now.
And they went on forever.
They were there for 2.5 minutes about it.
Yeah,
relax, dude. Your season's over.
Yeah, they were very upset about it. So, okay, we can go with the Commanders radio, but yeah, Draymond Green. I mean, that was ridiculous. I mean, people have to work on Christmas Day. A lot of people aren't being paid millions and millions and millions of dollars to do so. So maybe just have a little bit of awareness. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Now it is time for our Look Forward and Look Back, sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big winter sale through the month of January. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDED or visit GUIDA.com. And what we will do now is look ahead to Week 18 in the NFL and all the games coming up this weekend as we wrap up the regular season. Unbelievable it's already over. And, man, next weekend we're going to have playoff football. And where we'll start is in Tampa Bay, with this being likely or potentially the NFC South Championship game. Now, when the schedule makers put it together, I think they thought, hey, this will be undoubtedly for the NFC South Championship. But the Falcons won last week against the Rams. And what that means is the Falcons can now upend this whole thing, where this game is meaningless if the Falcons beat the Saints on Sunday. If the Falcons beat the Saints on Sunday, then the Panthers win the NFC South regardless of what happens. The Saints, however, playing good football right now. And if the Saints win that game, then this game is for the NFC South Championship. I don't think it's really going to matter. The Bucs are 3-point favorites in Tampa. I don't understand it. The Bucs are playing as bad as anybody in football the last few weeks. I think they've lost 7 of their last 8 at this point. What do you think, Fran? Panthers are +3. I like the Panthers to win this game outright. I don't think it's going to matter what the Falcons do. I just think the Panthers are going to win.
Yeah, it would just feel weird if they made the playoff. I mean, I know it's a bad division, but remember Bowles a couple of weeks ago in the Thursday night game, like he ripped his players.
Yep.
It just feels like Carolina. This is their win division.
And again, the Bucs need 2 things to happen. They need to win, and then they would need New Orleans to beat Atlanta in Atlanta on Sunday. So either way, Panthers probably heavily favored to win the division. Next up, Saturday night. This is going to be a great game tomorrow night. You got the 13-3 Seahawks, the 12-4 49ers. This game in San Francisco. The winner gets the 1 seed. The loser gets either the 5 or the 6. If Seattle loses, they'd be the 5 seed. The Niners, they could still end up as the 6 seed, potentially play the Eagles in the first round. Seattle, 1.5-point favorites on the road, which is kind of interesting here. But I like the Niners in this game. I think the Niners win this game outright at home.
Yeah, dude, San Fran right now, they're on a tear. I mean, people have been sleeping on them. I mean, it's like the perfect time for them to, go in the playoffs and just, especially in a wide open NFC. Like,
yeah,
I do think they beat Seattle. Though.
Yeah, I like the Niners to win this game. I think it should be a good one. And man, it's so funny how Sam Darnold finds himself at this point in the exact same position he was in last year, where he has this great regular season in Minnesota, and last year was the same thing. They go to Detroit, final night of the season, the final game of the season on Sunday Night Football, and the Vikings, if they won that game, they would have been the 1 seed. If they lost, they were a wild card. Darnold played awful against Detroit, and then played awful the next week in Los Angeles against the Rams in the playoffs. So really a lot at stake for a guy like Sam Darnold here. Hasn't played well in big games, and once again in a very familiar position heading into this game on Saturday night. Then I'm looking through the 1 o'clock slate. A lot of games that don't really matter. The one that I do think is interesting, though, the Cowboys at the Giants. Cowboys 7-8-1, Giants 3-13. There would be no bigger Giants thing to do than win this game. They already messed themselves up by beating the Raiders in Vegas last week. Probably cost themselves the number 1 pick. I think the Giants win this game and really mess up their draft pick. Maybe not even get a top 5 pick this year.
Well, I mean, they're not drafting a quarterback.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not like if there's a year it happens, it's like they had Dart. Like
Jackson Dart had like 3 concussions this year.
Okay,
can't be confident in him moving forward.
His career's not over.
No, and it's not over. But apparently there are reports they're studying quarterbacks. They're looking at quarterbacks this year.
Yeah.
So
yeah, maybe I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Next up in Jacksonville, Jaguars still an outside shot at the 1 seed. They are hosting the Titans. Jags giving up 13.5. think the Jags win this game. I'll take the Titans have been competitive lately. I'll take the Titans to cover 13.5 against the Jags.
Yep.
Next up, you go to Chicago. Obviously, this is a big one to watch for us. You got the Lions at the Bears. Lions 8-8. They are eliminated from playoff contention. Bears 11-5, looking to lock up that 2 seed. We had Coach Dick Vermeil on earlier. Coach said that his computer model, always trustworthy, said the Lions win this game by 2. I think this game's going to be tight. I think it is a 2-point difference, but I go with the Bears 26-24. I think it's a close one, but ultimately I think the Bears win and get the 2 seed.
I'm going Detroit, man. We're getting the 2 seed.
You're getting
We're getting the 2 seed.
Jared Goff in cold weather, though. That's what scares me.
Sure, I don't know. Just something feels, I don't know.
Feel like
Dan
it's going
Campbell's
to work out.
going to get his guys ready. Detroit, we know, is talented.
Yeah.
Goff's going to go off for like 5 touchdowns.
Well, hope that would be unbelievable to see. Next up in Denver, 13-3 Broncos, 11-5 Chargers. Should be an enticing matchup, but not really. I mean, the Chargers, they lose last week, so they can't win the division. They're going to be resting everybody this week. Denver giving up 12.5. The line tells you what that's going to look like. Denver's going to get lucky here facing an opponent with nothing to play for. They're going to coast to the 1 seed in the AFC. I think Denver wins this game easily against the Chargers.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Next up, in New England, Patriots have a chance for the 1 seed. Don't think it's really going to be relevant, though, because I believe Denver will win that game, so we can move past that one. And then Sunday Night Football, really big game. NFC North on the line. Ravens at Steelers. Ravens 8-8. Steelers 9-7. Lamar Jackson is back. He will play for the Ravens in this game. Ravens giving up 3.5. Now, they lost the Steelers in Baltimore a few weeks ago. Hey, I get Baltimore's extremely talented. They just haven't put it together all year. I'm surprised this line is where it is. I like the Steelers to win this game at home. Giving up 3.5, I'll take Steelers to win it outright.
I do too, by the way. I remember, I think before the season started, you continue to be an Aaron Rodgers hater a little bit.
Yeah, he's a jerk.
He is.
Yeah.
But trying to say he was like bad last year. Still had like 28 touchdown passes.
He was terrible. Did you watch last year with the Jets?
I did, and he was still fine.
He was awful. What were you watching?
28 touchdown passes.
Yeah, I mean, okay. He wasn't good.
Anyway,
the team was
Steelers
terrible.
are winning. Steelers are winning.
Okay.
Last time I'm arguing with you.
Okay, so you like the Steelers in this game as well, and should be a fun week of football as we look ahead to Week 18, and a lot of meaningful games, exactly what the NFL wants at this point in the year, and very excited to see how it all pans out. And the best part about it is you get great games in primetime, both Saturday and Sunday. I mean, I'm really looking forward to the Seattle-San Francisco game, and obviously, from our perspective, it's going to be really, really interesting because San Francisco could be the Eagles' opponent next week. If the Eagles end up as a 3 seed, San Fran loses, the Rams win their game. Now, the Rams are playing the Cardinals. Sean McVay, at this point, is saying the Rams are going to play their guys. I don't really understand why you would. I mean, I'll take that back. If the Niners lose, the Rams should play because the 5 seed is preferable to the 6. I mean, you'd much rather go play either Carolina or the Bucks than you would play the Eagles. But, I mean, if San Francisco wins that game and the Rams are locked into the 6 seed, there'd be no reason for them to play anybody in that game. So it should be interesting to see. But a good week of football, and, I really feel good about this Eagles game tomorrow. I know that we've talked all week about should they play the starters? Should they rest the guys? And earlier in the week, I was really on the side of this is a difficult decision. I see both sides of the coin. I see both perspectives here. Is you want the 2 seed, but you also want to get players rest. But the more I look at this game, the more I think it is an absolute no-brainer because there's no reason why you can't have both. Like, this Washington team is cooked. Like, they have nobody left. They are so banged up. I mean, they have the McLaurin out there, but you were playing with Josh Johnson as your quarterback. You have a bunch of backups on both sides of the ball. They have a ton of injuries. I just don't see any way that Washington is able to come in here, even against Tanner McKee, even against the Eagles' backups, and win this game. I just don't see any way it happens. So I feel good about the Eagles. Think they win this game. I'll go 34-17 Eagles with victory, and hopefully the Lions do their part. And if that's the case, and if the Eagles get the 2 seed, it will feel like things are really falling into place this year. So should be a fun week of football. Time for a final read on our Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2026 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $22,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com, where you can find it at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. What seed do you think the Eagles will have after this weekend, the 2 or the 3? Fran, would you like to guess the final tally on where this one came down?
Well, I can't because I'm looking straight at it.
Why do you have to? Why do you have to ruin everything? Fran, I say this with all due respect. You've been awful today. Like
that's not true.
You've just been terrible.
I don't believe
you've just been terrible.
Well, I feel like I was bad during beat the hammer. To beat the team.
And that's the part of the show I wasn't even in here for. So
okay.
I'll have to go back to listen to how bad you were.
Okay, go listen. It was bad. Okay, that's one you could rip me for. Everything else is fine.
You weren't paying attention when
That's not true.
I asked you a question and you answered.
And I gave you an answer.
You answered
the result happened.
You answered a different question that I wasn't even asking you.
And and I was ready for whichever. That's all it was showing. Versatility.
You just guessed. You just guessed what I asked you, friend.
It was that was a good shot. I mean, that was your leading question for the show.
It was not a good shot. It was not. And you've been very disrespectful to Ryan.
The intern, right?
Yeah, very disrespectful. So that'll do it for me today. I will be back on Sunday morning, kind of a marathon day on Sunday. We'll be back with Al from 10 to 1, and then we'll be doing a halftime show, and then also on the post-game show alongside Rob Ellis. So hopefully we're talking about an Eagles win and talking about the Eagles as a 2 seed. I mean, we will know at that point, obviously, who the Eagles' postseason opponent is. So obviously we'll do a lot of recapping of the game against Commanders and probably a lot of previewing, looking toward the next week as well and seeing who the Eagles play, whether it's the Niners, whether it's the Rams, whether it is the Packers. So should be a fun weekend. Stay tuned. Kyle Quinn, Ashlyn Sullivan, they are coming up next. Thanks to Fran for producing the show today. I'm Tom Kelly, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. We're proud to be the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go where the players go. Come join us for all the Eagles action and the best in-game experience anywhere. Ice cold draft beer, all of your Chicky and Pete's favorites, and of course, world-famous crab fries. Go where the players go. The official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Maybe it's time to take a fresh look at everything we thought we knew about landing a great job. For instance, what if phenomenal careers start at the middle school science fair instead of at the job fair? If being the captain of the robotics team means just as much on a college application as being captain of the football team. And if knowing the quadratic formula is every bit as important as knowing the right people. Well, the fact is, the jobs of the future will be heavily geared towards science, technology, engineering, and math. In other words, the future is STEM. More opportunities, better pay. And the road to these great jobs starts as early as middle school. So if you're a student, talk to your school counselor about STEM. If you're a parent, talk to your kids. Because the job you'll get in the future may very well depend on what you do today. A public service message from America's Navy.
When you need them, your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call. Whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree, there is always someone there for you. However, because of declines in memberships, departments are becoming understaffed and struggling. Here's how you can help your neighbors and your community. No matter what skills you may possess, you can make a difference. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs your help. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at fundraisers? Your community needs you. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you make that difference? Will you answer the call? Brought to you by the National Volunteer Firefighter Recruitment Center, a program service of the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance. For more information on how you can help and make a difference, visit www.nvfrc.org. That's www.nvfrc.org.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This year's Final Four in college football is absolutely awesome. No, there are no perennial blue bloods like Ohio State or Alabama or Georgia, but this is a super fun final grouping. Indiana, Oregon, Ole Miss, and Miami. And when the playoff expanded to 12 teams, this is the kind of stuff that you would dream about. This feels like college basketball. Absolutely love it, even if we don't get the name brand schools. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the midday show. It is not Hugh Douglas. It is not Joe Giglio. Kyle Quinn here with you, along with Ashlyn Sullivan. Good morning, Ashlyn.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. We are still in the Happy New Year window. It's only January 2nd, so
probably like January 5th, right?
January 5th is that your threshold for
that
when
might
it's,
even
when
be
it's no
too
longer
long.
acceptable? Yeah,
Two more days.
I feel like it's one of those things where you know it when you hear it. Like if somebody comes up to you and says Happy New Year, and you're kind of like, huh? Like, we're still doing that? Like, you just sort of know in your head. I don't know if there's like an official day for it. But anyway, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to everybody listening. Louis Coco producing the programs today. 215-592-9494 if you'd like to hop in. We do have a game Sunday against the Commanders, but really, like, who the hell cares? I'll have something on that in a little bit. However, with it being the new year, it's often the time of year where we reflect on what happened in the year past, but we also set expectations and look ahead to the year forward. The first order of business in 2026, however, is really going to be this Eagles postseason. Like we're going to find out how this Eagles season ends to start 2026. We have a playoff matchup coming up in 2 weeks. We don't necessarily know who the opponent is, but I just kind of want to get a temperature check, a feel for everybody's expectations for not only just the team, but really somebody in particular who I think is going to really dictate how this postseason ends or goes, how long it goes for the Eagles. And that, of course, is the quarterback, Jalen Hurts. And I guess I'll start by asking you this, Ashlyn. Do you expect Jalen Hurts to step up like he always does and have a great postseason for the Eagles this season?
It's a great question. I think, and I hate to get too technical with it, but I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to get the opportunity to showcase that this season. I am a big believer this is how this Eagles team is going to be the rest of the year. They want to play great defense. They want to contain the turnover battle. They want to do just enough on offense. They don't want to put Jalen Hurts in harm's way. I am curious, Al Morgani and I were on the midday show 2 days ago, and we got a lot of calls about there's this wrinkle that this Eagles offense isn't showing. Or when you have nothing to lose and if you lose, you're going home. Yeah. Does that open up the play calling? Does that open up the playbook to be more aggressive, knowing, hey, you kind of got nothing to lose? I don't think that's the case. I think they're going to continue to be conservative, safe, however you want to call it. That is what this Eagles offense is this year. A lot of times that's a big negative connotation. I don't necessarily think it has to be negative because it's working. It's gotten them to 11 wins. It's gotten them to back-to-back division titles playing this safe way on offense. So I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to be given the opportunity in the postseason to light the world on fire and throw for 5 passing touchdowns.
Sure.
I think it's going to be a lot of what we've seen, which is just enough.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm getting that you don't think that the Eagles offense has been playing possum all season long, like many have suggested.
That's my favorite thing. Is like that they're hiding something. Do I think it's going to be a bit more aggressive? Yes, because it has to be in the playoffs. But I don't think there's all these wrinkles that they just haven't shown us.
And I think that sentiment comes from one. The Eagles have just done a lot of winning and stuff, so people give them the benefit of the doubt. But two, we did just see in baseball, the Dodgers sort of sleepwalk through the regular season. They had a bunch of guys injured and stuff, and they didn't win the 111 games that I think everybody or a lot of people expected them to in the offseason. Sleptwalk through the regular season, then all of a sudden the postseason came along, and it was like you couldn't beat them, or like they seemed like they were an infallible baseball team pretty much up until the World Series when the Blue Jays gave them a run for their money. But they came through and they won, and that was sort of just like the Dodgers were just waiting for the postseason, and you awoke the sleeping giant. I'm not necessarily sure that that's going to be this Eagles team either, but I do expect Jalen Hurts to raise his level of play in the postseason, and I think we all should. One, I think they need him to, and I agree with you that their formula to winning is by playing great defense and not turning the ball over. And they've been good at that. There have been ebbs and flows to it. There was that 3-game stretch where I think they maybe tried to open things up, get a little bit more aggressive, and it didn't really work out for them. They started turning the ball over, and I think that rightfully spooked Nick Sirianni, it spooked Kevin Patullo, and they've reverted back to this conservative style of play. But I mean, if you just look at Jalen Hurts' history in the postseason, you do see his numbers, I think, in terms of like percentages, ratios, things like that. Like they start to tick up just a little bit. Like Hurts is one of those guys that when everybody starts to doubt him, he tends to come out and put together some of his best performances. Here's the one thing that I think, I'm not expecting like a 300, 400 yard per game explosion, 5 touchdowns like you said. But like a great Jalen Hurts to me is completing a very high percentage of his passes. He's very efficient. And this is the one thing that I do expect to change in a very drastic way in the postseason. And this is the one thing I do think the Eagles have been withholding until the postseason. And that's unleashing Jalen Hurts on the ground, letting him use his legs. Jalen Hurts has not been that much of a threat on the ground this season. They've dialed that back for whatever reason that may be. But I do expect them to start adding that type of wrinkle to the offense to where they make, add Jalen Hurts as a threat to the running game. I think Saquon needs it. I think the passing offense needs it. I expect them to start letting Jalen loose on the ground, and I expect him to be more of that dual threat in the postseason. And I think this offense needs him to be the reason that, not that they win games necessarily, but the offense needs him to be the reason that the offense is productive to a degree that passes that threshold of whatever that number of points is that the defense is going to allow that day. Like the defense is not, they've been great all regular season, but now all of a sudden they're playing postseason teams. These are going to be great offenses, great quarterbacks. So I'm not expecting a 12 points like they held Josh Allen to, or however many points they held Patrick Mahomes to. I'm expecting that number to go up in like the 20s. Mm-hmm. So I do think it's fair and reasonable to expect this offense to step it up a notch a little bit.
That one wrinkle you talk about, if anything is going to be more aggressive, I do think you'll see Jalen Hurts with the ability to scramble more and use his legs, because I think that was really dialed back because of what you've discussed, getting spooked by the turnovers that we saw, especially in that Chargers game, a couple of fumbles in that 3-game losing streak where they really dialed back really any running ability that he had from a play calling standpoint. I do think Jalen Hurts will take it more upon himself in the playoffs when a play isn't going right to scramble and make something happen. You use that Bills game, for example, that second half where obviously we all know didn't complete a pass in the second half. I've never seen Jalen or frankly any quarterback throw it out of bounds as much as Jalen did in that second half. And I'm watching from the press box and I'm thinking, if you just stand in the pocket a little longer, you're watching these plays develop, and it's almost like they were giving up on the play so quickly in that second half. And that's where I get this conservative thing from, where it was like, you had a lead, you had a cushion, don't risk it. Don't wait for a play to develop, because that's where a fumble could occur. That's where an interception could occur. Don't force it on a go route on a one-on-one matchup. Just throw it out of bounds.
Yeah.
So that's what I think will change in the playoffs.
Well, good. And so I don't need Jalen Hurts to be out here playing hero ball. And I'm with you that there's a lot of elements of this offense that, that haven't exactly been conducive to a great quarterback season. The O-line's not been playing as well. They don't have the crutch of being able to lean on Saquon Barkley like they have last year. And Kevin Patullo is, whether you want to call him a dope or you want to call him just inexperienced or whatever, this is his first year calling plays. Like, that's why, I think that explains a lot of why the operations have looked clunky, the communication issues, the pre-snap stuff, some of the penalties, things like that. Those look like brand new offensive coordinator type things to me. Mm-hmm. But schematic-wise, I guess I should ask you, in your opinion, do you think some of the issues schematically are because of Kevin Patullo's inexperience, or if you want to go there, ineptitude, or do you think it's because of sort of a lack of trust with some of the personnel that they have this season?
I don't think it's a lack of trust. I think this coaching staff should trust Jalen Hurts. I mean, he is so public. Every time I talk to him, the number one thing he talks to me about is that turnover battle. When you win the turnover battle, you win the football game. I think it's Kevin Patullo. I do think that there is inexperience there as a first-time play caller where you don't want to amp it up too much. I also think it's Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni believes in a way to play football, and Nick Sirianni has never been this explosive, aggressive play caller on offense. That's not, he's very much an old school type of football coach where it's play great defense, do what you need to do on offense, don't turn the ball over, be aggressive, be physical. And for everyone that has an issue with that, and I get at times it's not fun to watch and it's not exciting and
brutal.
It's not the Chiefs and it's not sexy and it's not 40 points.
Yep.
I have a hard time not agreeing with Nick Sirianni because look at the results he's had believing in that style of football.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we have larger and less large, but still pretty big sample sizes of what this offense looks like when they try and do those different things. I mean, you have all of 2023 when they were a very aggressive football team, a lot of balls downfield, and Jalen Hurts I think was over aggressive and stuff. And they turned it over a ton. That was bad. I mean, the offense put up yardage and stuff like that, but they had a serious turnover problem. And then you have the beginning of 2024, where it looked like they tried to it was almost a continuation of that. Kellen Moore looked like he was trying to be, the guy that Kellen Moore's always been as a play caller, air it out. That didn't seem to work in the first 4 games. And then, that story where the offensive lineman had to go into Nick Sirianni's office and say, look, let's dial it back, start running the football. We know how that worked out. They won the Super Bowl. And then I feel like you have this season that sort of like 3-game-ish stretch. I'll say the Cowboys game, the Bears game, and then the Chargers game, where it felt like maybe they tried to say, hey, F it, we'll do what everybody's been screaming for. We'll go down the field more, we'll go over the middle more, stuff like that. And then you saw the results there with the amount of turnover. So I agree with you. I think the formula for this team to win in the postseason is going to be reminiscent of, I mean, it sounds crazy, but we should be on this level. The Chiefs of the last 2 seasons. Now I know we whipped the Chiefs' ass in the Super Bowl. It didn't work out for them ultimately, but they did go to back-to-back Super Bowls and win one. Basically with this style of play. I mean, I know they have Patrick Mahomes, and that does make a difference, but their offense was pretty terrible. Their formula to win in the postseason was the defense, and sort of Patrick Mahomes just not screwing things up. So, but I guess it's hard for me to sit here and say, like, in the postseason, Jalen, like, just don't screw it up. Like, last season, I think that was easier to say when you had Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
But this season, they don't really have a Saquon Barkley. They don't have a run game. They don't really do one thing on this offense particularly well besides take care of the football. But I just think they're going to need a little bit more. Like, do you think just I don't know, because I think the defense is going to end up letting up point totals that are mid to high 20s. Like, that's just going to be the nature of the beast. Like, we're playing in the postseason. So, like, do you think it's necessary for Hurts and the offense to just raise it like just a tick in this postseason?
You're going to have to. I mean, 13 points against the Bills was good enough in the regular season, but I don't think that's going to be good enough in the playoffs. You mentioned it. This defense, I think, realistic to expect to give up around 20.
Yeah.
And that's a great defensive performance with a team like the Niners or the Rams coming into the link. I mean, we go back to last season, that playoff game against the Rams, the awesome snow game.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times when we look back on that playoff run and the Super Bowl win, we forget about that game, how it came down to the one final play and Jalen Carter makes the play of his life.
Yep.
While we're talking about going home early.
That's right.
So I don't want to see the Rams here in Philadelphia. Matthew Stafford is playing at an elite level. I know they've lost 2 in a row, but they've been really close games. And I just think when you look at this, you're going to have to score more than 20 points. Yeah. I've just always looked at this year, and I would say probably by week 7, people started asking, what do you think? Do they have enough? How is the season going to end? I had a brunch at my house yesterday, and everyone was asking me, like, do you think they're going to make the Super Bowl this year? And I've thought for a really long time, unfortunately, I see this season as a one and done.
Oh,
in the playoffs.
no.
Yeah.
So I would.
I've always been scared with this team. You depend so much on the defense. If the offense doesn't perform at the level it has to in the playoffs, and you don't score enough points, like, that's it. You're going home.
Yeah. So, man.
It stinks.
That just hurt my heart. Yeah.
I know it.
I wouldn't be shocked if they went out in the first round, but I also wouldn't be shocked if they just effed around and won the Super Bowl again. I mean, like, the NFC and I think the NFL this season's wide open. They have not. The Eagles, as of right now, are the only team to win their division in back-to-back years this season. It's one of those weird seasons in the NFL. That almost, to me, makes it primed for a team like the Eagles, who are experienced from last season, still young, still hungry, to just go back and run through everybody again. Like, we're that team to beat. So in a year like this, where there's no juggernaut, like, why not us? I could see that happening. And I'll say this about the Rams thing. Bring it on. If we're not going to beat the Rams, then what are we doing here?
Yep.
I'm not going into this postseason saying just give me the weakest opponents week after week.
I don't like that either.
No. So, like, I say bring on the Rams. I do think the quarterback needs to raise the level of play a little bit, and I think he will. I'm going to give you, let's see, there were the 4 postseason games last year. The first game against Green Bay, not great. 13 of 21, 61% completion percentage. He had 131 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, which was good. Mm-hmm. But, they scored 22 points, and I know they won by 12, but that game was a lot closer than it needed to be for the majority of the game. That game could have been a lot more comfortable. Mm-hmm. Rams game, 15 for 20, had a higher completion percentage, but again, only 128 yards, no passing touchdowns, no interceptions. He did take 7 sacks. And I believe did he have a fumble in that game? I'm not sure if it was recovered by the Rams or not. I can't remember. But I know he took that safety, and that was just largely not a great game from Jalen Hurts. You could say it was the snow, it was whatever, the drop passes, something like that. But I don't need performances from those 2 games. I need the next 2 games because I think Jalen Hurts can do it, and he's shown us that he is capable of doing it. Washington, 20 for 28. That was 71% completion. He had 246 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions, and I think he had a few rushing touchdowns that game, too. The Eagles scored 7 rushing touchdowns, I think, in that game in general. But Jalen Hurts using his legs.
Unreal.
Yep. Kansas City, I mean, we know what that performance looked like from Jalen, 17 to 22, 77% completion, 221 yards. He had a touchdown in that or 2 touchdowns and that 1 interception there. That was early in the game, and he had time to recover. It was a 119 passer rating. I mean, that was Jalen Hurts once again in the Super Bowl playing excellently. So he is capable of doing it. It's within him. That's the sort of Jalen Hurts that I think we need, and that's the sort of Jalen Hurts that I think we should all expect going into this postseason. 592-9494 if you want to get in on that. Do you expect Jalen Hurts to have a great postseason this season? Do the Eagles need Jalen Hurts to have a great postseason in order for them to win the Super Bowl? We'll get to all the phone calls on that. Plus, real quick, I do want to, just because you have been talking about it, that the Eagles, I guess their system isn't allowing Jalen Hurts, or just the circumstances won't allow Jalen Hurts to have a huge postseason. Emmanuel Acho had a little bit of a breakdown, Lewis, on some of the tape in the second half of the Bills game where Jalen Hurts was 0 for 7. But I think the premise of this here is that, that Petula is putting Hurts in an impossible situation to succeed. Here's Emmanuel Acho. Maybe. We there, Lois?
When his tackles ankles
Yeah, I'm getting it. Here we go.
are facing the... What is Jalen Hurts supposed to do when his tackles ankles are facing the heavens? Kevin Petullo makes Jalen Hurts look awful. Awful. How do you have 0 passing yards in a half of an NFL game? Jalen Hurts did that against the Buffalo Bills. Like, Kevin Petullo routinely puts Jalen Hurts in situations to look awful.
I think that was the short version. You want the longer one?
No. That's fine. I mean, that was the gist of what I wanted to get out there. Yeah, and look, I understand it. It looked like a lot of the times in that game there were guys running the same exact routes, all on the same side of the field, and nobody's getting open, things like that. But when a quarterback goes 0 for 7 in the second half, don't you think it's a little much to just say, well, that's the offensive coordinator? He is the quarterback, right? He is the guy that's supposed to complete the passes, is he not?
It's not just there were situations like we talked about where Jalen's throwing it out of bounds, where I would argue that's coming from the play calling and the coaching staff not wanting to turn the ball over and not wanting to make a play. But you look at example of that go route to A.J. Brown that was clearly pass interference. Like, that's him attempting to make a play. That's him giving his receiver a chance. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times I think that doesn't tell the full story when you're looking at the penalties. And that's the most infuriating thing about this Eagles offense. And I think it's tough at times for us to break it down, because I am a big believer it is not one thing, which I know fans hate hearing. Right, we're like, yeah, we get it. It's a bunch of execution. Like, if I hear execution one more time in the locker room, I'm going to scream. I know it's annoying to talk about. But there's so many times. I did a story last week in pregame, and it ended up not panning out the way you wanted it to. It was about Cam Jurgens and that run against the Commanders.
Oh, yeah.
Where Saquon Barkley does the epic spin move, and all we talk about is, wow, look at Saquon's playmaking ability. Yeah, Cam's really honest, saying, I just missed my block.
Right.
And then Cam goes and doesn't have a great game against the Bills. But that's the execution we talk about. I mean, if Saquon doesn't make that play, that's a tackle for a loss, that's negative yardage, and it's happening so often where something happens that negates a fantastic play because of a dumb error.
Yeah, there's so many frustrating things about the Eagles offense. And I'm with you. I think there's a lot of people who are just like, it's Kevin Petula's fault. There's a lot of people who are, it's Jalen Hurts' fault.
It's a factor.
Yeah, right. It's everybody's fault. When an offense looks as bad as it has, it's everybody's fault. Right. Everybody has culpability in it. And I'm with you on like the execution thing, because now we're at week 18, right? That's the season. That's who you are. Like, at what point do you say, oh, we're just not executing, to like, no, like, you're just not that good. Like, I know that everybody's I know that we had the super team label after we won the Super Bowl last year and things like that, but like, it is possible to take a step back. A lot of these talented guys might not have been having that great of a season. Like, it's okay to admit. I think Mailata himself would admit he hasn't had that good of a season. Dickerson, in and out of the lineup, not that good of a season. Same with Lane. Cam Jurgens just having a terrible season. And I don't think Jalen's had a great season either. Saquon's not had a great season. Like, AJ too. Like, I know he's been better lately as he's gotten more involved, but Devontae's really the only guy who's had a consistently good season front to back for this offense has been Dallas Goedert.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I know Devontae started off hot, but he's sort of simmered down ever since AJ started yelling for the football. Mm-hmm. But nobody, I think, really besides Mr. Contract Year Dallas Goedert has stood out on this team offensively. So the execution thing eventually for me just starts to fall on deaf ears. 215-592-9494. What are you expecting in this postseason from the quarterback? I mean, he's the most important position on the offense. Does he need to raise his level of play in order for the Eagles to win the Super Bowl? And do you expect him to raise his level of play and bring this team another championship to go back-to-back here? We will also talk about – I have a Phillies thing later in the show that I want to get to based off of something that happened yesterday. And then, of course, we're always down to talk about the Sixers and the Flyers. Ashlyn, I will throw some over-unders at you, some yeses or nos, I guess, for 2026. We'll look ahead and we'll have some fun with a few other things as well. But first, let's kick it off on the phone lines with Doug in Pennsauken. What's going on there, Doug?
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, man. Happy New Year.
Good. Listen, this Flyers team, I mean, I know they had a loss last night recently, but they're still looking pretty good, I think, and they got a good chance to go deep in the playoffs this year. But I think what has to happen first is, though, I mean, with the Flyers and their history, they always do, usually for a January, February slump. I don't know what it is. They just are. And one thing I don't want to see is, management hitting the panic button again and selling off just because, we're not there yet. We need to rebuild. No, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear playoffs this year.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're in. Well, I guess it depends on who you're talking about selling.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to me like, I don't know, maybe they start to flip into that mode of let's start adding actual pieces that might help us contend in the next year or two, as opposed to you're flipping guys for draft picks. Ashlyn, what do you think about that?
I think when you're talking about selling, I don't think you're going to see package deals like you saw last season, like someone like a Ryan Paling. I think if you're going to get rid of an asset, it's to gain bigger assets.
Right.
For example, Owen Tippett.
Mm-hmm.
I think Owen Tippett is going to be in the trade discussion, and I think you could package that for a more consistent forward and a higher draft pick, and I think that would make a lot of sense. You need a playmaker right now,
Yep.
and you need a high draft pick that can flip here often, because I think with the Flyers, and this gets in the weeds a little bit, their youth and their feeder team is so successful right now. When you start getting these Porter Motones and these younger guys here with this Flyers team, they don't necessarily need a ton of draft picks.
Yeah.
Like their feeder team is really good right now.
I know.
And
It's been a
you'd
while.
like to just see the young guys get more chances, like a Denver Barkey, for example. He's lit it up. Like I would like to see this Flyers team. That would show me that they're ready to take the next step, where you're giving more young guys a chance.
Mm-hmm. And so I guess in my mind, this year, whatever happens this year in terms of success or going into the postseason and stuff, that's a bonus to me. This is the year where I think you do that thing where you call up your guys like Denver Barkey, you get some guys up here. I don't know, maybe even see Porter Montone by the end of the season.
Heck
like
yeah.
he's lighting
Why
it
not?
up. Yeah. So I think that would be great. Anything that happens success-wise is a bonus. But I do think that once you get into the offseason and you start looking at next season, like this could be bold of me, but I think you have to start getting serious about, making moves that propel you to the top. Like, I don't know if I don't know what the deal is with Austin Matthews. Maybe I missed something, but like, do you maybe start to try and put your chips in for like a big piece, like one of those guys or something? Like, I don't know. Like, I think it's time we start getting serious about this roster after this season, and we have a good hard look at what guys can we bring in here that are going to make you a serious contender from the start. What do you think, Doug?
Well, that's what they need to do exactly, because last year we were 4 points out of a playoff spot, and they sold the deadline, so they could have snuck in. And you want to just see progression as a fan, because you're tired of seeing the same track year after year, and all these other fan bases like Florida has 2 Stanley Cups and 3 plate year attempts. You know what I mean? It's just so aggravating. We support our team always and get nowhere.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been a while for the Flyers, Doug, and I appreciate the call, buddy. Happy New Year. Look, I want just as bad as anyone for us to have meaningful playoff hockey in Philadelphia again, and like I guess depends on how you define meaningful, but maybe get a little bit of a playoff run this year. I think we maybe surprise some teams. We'll see what happens. But like I said, anything this season is a bonus. 215-592-9494. Always, of course, willing to take some phone calls on the Flyers. You want to get on the Sixers, even hell, the Phillies. If you got anything on the Phillies, we can take those calls as well. But our big question today: do you expect a big postseason from the quarterback? Do you expect Jalen Hurts to raise his level of play in the postseason? And do the Eagles need Jalen Hurts to raise his level of play in order for the Eagles to win the Super Bowl? 215-592-9494. We'll throw a side topic in a little bit later on. And when we come back on the other side, I want to react to a few pieces of audio that have come out of the NovaCare lately. One from Kevin Patullo, one from Jalen Hurts, maybe another one as well. 215-592-9494. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan. Louis Coco producing the program right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage, exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February.
That's gonna be great.
Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
FanDuel Friday, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boost, bonuses, how about surprises? All designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour, every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/local to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police say a toddler was shot in the foot and is in stable condition at CHOP. This weekend, the Philadelphia Orchestra is performing Disney's Fantasia, and Tyrese Maxey scored 34 points in the Sixers' win at the Mavericks.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Spike. If you've always thought about getting a house down the shore, I have a guy who can help you make that happen. Adam Kasabi of Long and Foster in Bethany Beach. KSEBE. He has been the official realtor of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast for years, and he's going to help you get into a shore house at the Delaware beaches. You say Delaware? Why Delaware? Well, Delaware is just as fun as Jersey, except the property taxes are much lower. And if you think it's too hard to find a house, that's why you have Kasabi. He knows the Delaware beaches better than anybody. He helps you find the house. You have other people rent it out for a lot of the summer, basically pay your entire mortgage. Then you have your own beach house to go to when you want to, and an investment. Call or text Adam 302-864-8643. That's his direct cell. Adam Kasabi, Ksebe, 302-864-8643, or go to processrealtor.com. That's processrealtor.com. Stop spending thousands for somebody else's beach house and get your own.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Sports Radio WIP. Kyle Quinn, Ashlyn Sullivan filling in for Joe and Hugh on the midday show today. Louis Coco filling in for me, I guess.
Full circle.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if is he technically filling in for me because I'm here?
You're still here.
Right. Yeah. I sometimes do that for the morning show too. If Seltzer's hosting, I'm in for Seltzer, but am I Seltzer?
Yeah. I guess I'm Giglio.
I guess.
But
I get to be Hugh.
You're Hugh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
You're gonna have to get messy. You're gonna have to get petty, recklessly speculate, and be bald. And I will have to be bald as well.
Yes.
All doable things.
As Joe Giglio. Yep. 215-592-9494. Happy New Year, everybody. It is 2026. Feels like, for some reason, the number 2026 feels like more futuristic.
Agreed.
Than 2025 did. Like, this feels like, for some reason, this feels like a date that you would see in like an old cartoon where they're like looking into the future.
And they're talking about AI.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait, this is actually happening.
And flying cars and things like that. We don't have flying cars. We do have AI.
We have cars that drive themselves now.
Yep. And we do have a great football team, which maybe felt like a thing in the distant future for a lot of Eagles fans a long time ago. But we are here. It is the golden era of Eagles football. And we're getting ready for another playoff run. Eagles looking for back-to-back Super Bowls, and I'm expecting a big postseason out of the quarterback like we've seen from him before. 215-592-9494. I'll get to a side topic in a little bit, and I also want to react to some audio, one from Sirriani, one from Jalen, and one from Kevin Patullo in just a little bit. But first, we'll go to the phone lines here. We will talk to Russell in Maryland, who wants to talk about what his expectations are for the quarterback, Jalen Hurts. What's going on, Russell? Happy New Year.
Hey, good morning. God bless. Happy New Year to
What's
you
up,
guys
buddy?
as well. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt. We know he is so capable of, elevating his game. He's capable of that performance that's needed. And I definitely believe that the offense, whether it be Patullo or, Nick, they need to open the offense up. They need to let Jalen run, to neutralize the linebackers, to open up the offense. Because if you stay vanilla, you're going to be one and done. I mean, at some point, this great defense is going to surrender some points. And then to have to play from behind, which you guys haven't had to do all year, it might be asking a little much. And at some point, you might have to create a turnover. There might have to be a turnover. in order to push the ball down the field. But they definitely got to open it up. But no question, Jalen is quite capable of taking it to that level.
I don't disagree, and I think the biggest thing for me is what you mentioned, Russell, the fact that I think we start to see him use his legs more. I don't know what the number is on design rushes for Jalen Hurts in the postseason, like per game, but what do you think? I guess I haven't seen what he's averaged in terms of rushing attempts, like design rushing attempts. I would have to imagine it's only like 2, 3 a game maybe in the regular season. Yeah. So I don't know. I expect that number to go up to I don't know. Is it crazy to say 7 to 10? You think that's asking too much?
That neutralizes the defense. Now you got to play a whole lot different. You have to put a spy, because of his legs. He's capable of explosion, explosive plays. And that's going to account for a lot. And if they open it up, the sky's the limit. But if they don't, and they want to keep it vanilla, putting it all on their defense, they're in for a rude awakening.
Yeah.
It's hard to repeat as Super Bowl
that is correct,
as we've seen.
As
a diehard Commander Redskin fan,
Whoa.
I wish you guys well. I want to see somebody. I want to see somebody. If somebody's going to win it, I want them coming out of our division.
Oh no! What?
Period.
Oh, get out!
He's just going to sneak that in.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, whoa, man. Ryan, you got to screen these calls better, man.
First of all, being a Commanders fan, calling in and opining on what the Eagles' offense is going to do in the playoffs, that's one thing, right? I'll accept that phone call.
But you have to state that immediately.
Yeah, well, I should have known. He's from Maryland.
We just assumed.
We just assumed. There's Eagles fans all over the country, especially in this area. I welcome an outside voice on what you expect from the Eagles, but there was a terrible thing that he just said in there. Did you catch that at the end?
No, what did he say at the end?
If somebody's going to win, I want it to come out of our division.
Why?
What the hell kind of nonsense is that? Who does that?
That sounds like a deflated franchise.
That is a man who has not witnessed. He's witnessed one quality season of Commanders football in the last 30 years.
And he's going to do that on Commanders Week.
I mean, holy hell!
Right, that kind of makes me happy.
That kind of makes me sick. I mean, I could never, ever imagine even letting it cross my mind that if the Eagles get eliminated, I'm like, well,
the Cowboys should win.
Maybe the Cowboys or the Giants or the Commanders. Maybe they'll win and make our division proud. That's nonsense.
Yuck.
Team focused.
What the hell was that? 215-592-9494. Oh, my man. Whew. I did not expect that. That's a very interesting take. So we're talking about expectations for the quarterback for the Eagles offense, and Russell did mention something else that I think is a really, really big key in terms of how this offense is going to function in the postseason and what's really going to be the most conducive for their success. He mentioned the fact of playing from behind. I don't think that's in this Eagles team's wheelhouse. I mean, they have to be the team that dictates. They have to start hot. They have to. I mean, first of all, I guess asking for 4 quarters of quality football out of the offense is a tall order. But I do think they need to be the team that's playing from out in front. I think that's sort of been the formula all season long. They get out to a little bit of a lead, and then the defense and offense just sort of do just enough. Not 0 for 7 in the second half, just enough, but dial it back a little bit. You play conservative football. That's going to have to be the formula. The Eagles arena is not playing from behind and playing in a shootout against a team like the Rams or the 49ers. They're not going to be able to do that.
Maybe that would force, though, you to change your game plan and change how you've been playing all season long. If you're down 14, you have to open up the playbook because you look at it as you almost have nothing to lose. Maybe that could be the best thing that could happen to this Eagles team.
Yeah, right, maybe. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get back to the phones in just a second. Let's react to a few pieces of audio out of the NovaCare here. So we'll start from Sirriani, I guess, sort of his mindset based off of what he's seen from this Eagles teams in terms of the competition that he's faced and what it says about their football team. Here's Nick Sirriani.
That was a tough win in some tough conditions in the NFL. I think about the first place schedule that we played, right? As far as everybody in our conference played the NFC. North. Everyone in our conference played the AFC West, but we're the only ones that played the Bills, the Tampa, and the Rams, and to come out of that with a 3-0 record, speaks a lot of volumes for our team and what we've done so far, and we got more to accomplish.
And that's kind of that's the big thing. And I think if you're looking for a reason to say that like this conservative style of offense, or I guess it sounds insulting to call it, but like minimalist style of offense, because they're putting up minimal points, racking up minimal yards. Like, to say, can it work, or to ask if it can work in the postseason, you do have evidence of it working against a lot of postseason caliber football teams this season.
Right. And I think that's not talked enough about. Is you can say all you want how this hasn't been pretty, it hasn't been fun to watch. It's working.
Yeah.
And that's why I have a hard time not believing in this team, with the caveats, if a Rams and a 49ers comes in full throttle, performing at their highest level, I just challenge the thought, can you score enough to keep up with them in a playoff? And we all know the playoffs, it's dialed up a notch.
Yeah. Yep. And like, so I'm looking at the strength of schedule rankings here. The Eagles are 4th in terms of the hardest strength of schedule, I think, so far. And no, I'm not sure if that accounts for like what the team's record was at the time that you played them. Like that stuff, that changes things. When they played the Bucs in Tampa, I think were they 3-0 as well, the Buccaneers? The Chiefs, I think, they might have been 1-1, but they weren't the missing the playoffs Chiefs. Like, they were still, I think, a formidable opponent.
Yeah, that was a big win back then.
Yeah, big win. Yep. And then the Lions were still fighting for their playoff hopes. They looked like they were a tough team at the time, beating them. Going into Green Bay, and I know Green Bay is limping into the postseason now, but again, a big win in Green Bay. And then in Buffalo, I think a game that I don't think any of us chalked up as a win looking at the schedule in the beginning of the season. Like, man, you got to go to Buffalo in December. And to get a win there is huge too. I think that there's a big distinct advantage for this Eagles offense in the postseason that they have over everybody else. I said this yesterday, is that we don't have to play our defense. We're not on the same field as our defense in the postseason. I don't know if there's a defense in the NFC that I would put up against ours. So I just think the fact that we have as good of a defense as we do, it's going to change the outlook, the sort of the what it looks like in these games. We saw that Bears-Niners game, 42-38. Eagles aren't going to have to win a game like that. They're just not going to have to. So like that's another big reason for optimism, I think.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the playoffs as a whole, if the offense is going to stay the same way that it is, if the play calling is going to stay the same and you have the same mindset, I think to beat a team like the Rams or the 49ers the first round, the defense is going to have to come up with some turnovers.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give your offense a couple more chances. What will they do with those chances?
Right.
If it's 3 and out, that's obviously a huge bummer. But as a whole, I do think you're going to have to win the turnover battle. That's a given. But the defense is going to have to give the offense a couple more opportunities, I think.
Yep. And the offense is going to have to give the defense a little bit of rest to just cool it with the 3 and outs, maybe a little bit.
I thought the most alarming stat of the season, it was 2 weeks ago, and I was talking to Jordan Davis about this in the locker room, and he always gives great answers. But at that point 2 weeks ago in the season, the defense had played 4 games worth of snaps in 3 weeks.
Oh, man.
They had a full game of additional snaps that other defenses didn't have in the league.
At what point in the season was that?
That was 2 weeks ago.
Oh, well, so that's, I guess, coming off
in a 3-week
of,
span.
Yeah. And they had
played 4 games worth of snaps.
So that's including a couple weeks where they'd lost. And I think you sort of, it does like sort of coincide with when, I guess, sort of it was like the straw that broke the camel's back, I think, with the Eagles not being able to score for 40-something minutes in the Cowboys game, and then eventually blowing that, right, allowing 24 points in the second half of that game. And then the Bears game where they were close, it was 10-9 going into the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden the Bears were able to pile on it, and we weren't. Like, that's, the defense, well, I do think the defense is great, and it's going to be the reason, like, if they do win the Super Bowl, it's going to have to be via this defense. I think, like, you do have to give them a little bit of a break. You can't just expect them to hold up for all 4 quarters if you're not getting it done offensively. So there's that. I agree with Nick Sirianni there. It does speak volumes to beat good teams. Let's do one from Jalen Hurts here. I guess sort of his assessment on how the offense has been this season in relation to how far this defense has taken them. Here's Jalen Hurts.
You look at this offense getting 13 points. You go into halftime, you have that little lead. How much do you have the confidence with this defense that that's going to be enough when you give them a little cushion like that in the second half?
I think competitively, you don't think of it that way. I think competitively, as a unit on offense, you want to go out there and try and end things on your terms. And I feel like that's been something that I've talked about in spurts. We've had opportunities to finish games, with the ball in our hands, and then we've had opportunities where we haven't. And today was a game where we didn't finish the way we would have liked to finish, regardless of how the flow of the game goes. When you have an opportunity to close it, whether it's for a victory, whether it's for a kind of 4-minute mode, you want to do that. And so that's something that we'll all learn from and, take the coaching as we go.
And that's a more critical and I think honest Jalen Hurts when he looks at the big picture of this offense this season. They want to end it on the offense's terms a little bit more.
I love that because I asked that question thinking he would compliment the defense or he would say with our defense we can win any game. And I loved the honest answer of actually no, it's not good enough. I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, and because I think and I'm with you is that I wouldn't expect him to answer it like that either because with Jalen Hurts a lot of it is the main thing. All that matters is winning at the end of the day, right? And we do a lot of yelling and screaming on WIP is we do the style points thing is do you need the offense to look great? I don't feel comfortable because the offense doesn't look good. And then there's the faction of fans. And I think they're parroting a lot of times what they hear from the players in these post-game press conferences and the coaches that all that matters is getting the win, right? But you do know that when they go to work every week, they're not saying that to each other. They're not saying all that matters is we got the win. We don't have anything to work on. Right? Jalen Hurts is watching film with the quarterback's coach. He's watching film with Sirriani, I'm sure, Patullo. And they're being critical of themselves, of the offense. And they know that this isn't good enough. The standard is winning, sure. But they know that they can make things easier on themselves and they can win more comfortably. And everyone would just be a little bit more comfortable if they were a little bit better on offense. They still have that standard for themselves on the offense in particular.
Yeah, and I thought that was encouraging to hear after you went into Buffalo, beat a Bills team that was one of the Super Bowl favorites, and for Jalen Hurts to be that accountable 15 minutes after the game ending, I was like, all right, that shows me something.
Yep. All right, so we like what we heard from Sirianni, like what we heard from Jalen Hurts. Not sure we love what we heard from old KP, Kevin Patullo. Here's him talking about their why of why they were running the ball in the second half of that Bills game. Here's Kevin Patullo.
Sometimes it looked like you were running into unfavorable looks. Is that fair? Or
there was a couple of plays where we were just running to run it, right? And so we got to do a good job of making sure we put everybody in the best position to do what they need to do, and then we have to execute that play once we get those called. So, some runs are, hey, we're running it no matter what. Some other things have some options off it. Just depends on how the play goes in.
Well, that's good.
Really bad.
Just running it just to run it.
Really bad. That tells me no matter what the defense is showing you, they could have a 5-man front and the past 3 plays send a linebacker to blitz to stop the run, and we're still going to run it just because we want to.
Yeah.
Which, if you have a successful running game, I think a lot of times last season, it was dictating play and try to stop us. Hey, by the way, next play, we're going to run it again, and you still can't beat us. That's a different story. This, when you don't have a successful running game and you're still saying, hey, let's run it.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
That's the biggest difference, I think, from last season. They had the horses. They had Saquon playing at, the highest level he possibly could.
And you knew they were going to do it.
Yep, that's right. And the offense was executing, that famous word, executing. They were executing at a very, very high level, but they had the horses. And I thought they were a little bit more creative with sort of the run scheme, right? They were able to get Saquon Barkley out in space a lot. He's not getting touched until a few yards ahead of the line of scrimmage. Those things made a huge difference, and that's what I think allowed the Eagles to dictate, to say, hey, we're going to run the football, try and stop it. We don't have that this season. I think this is the time where you need to make up for those deficiencies by being a little bit better in your why, right? Not running it just to run it, but I think that's what a lot of people, when they watch the film of this team, they're pulling their hair out over well, why would you run it into this front? Or why would you not check out of this? Why is it this personnel against that defensive personnel? That stuff is, and that quote, I think just speaks to a lot of people's frustrations about this offense all season long.
Just brutal. And everyone has times where you don't answer something correctly and you misspeak. I didn't take that as a mistake in a press conference. I didn't take it as misspeaking.
Right.
I do think that's what they believe.
Yeah, because I'm not really sure. Because a lot of times when people say something that gets my antenna up, I'm like, well, is that really what they mean? Like,
Right.
am I overthinking this? I don't think we're overthinking that.
Did they use a different phrase?
Yeah.
Would it be construed differently? Like, there was no other way to put that.
No, I don't think there was any other way to interpret that. 215-592-9494. So you can react to what you just heard right there from the coaches, from Jalen Hurts, and get in on what we're talking about here when it comes to this postseason. I know we have a game Sunday. Who the hell cares? I don't care. I do have something on that in a little bit I want to throw in to everybody. But really, we're talking about the expectations for the offense, for the quarterback. Do you expect Jalen Hurts to step up and have a big postseason? And do the Eagles need Jalen Hurts to have a big postseason in order for them to win the Super Bowl? Let's go back to the phones, and we will talk to Black Gritty. What's going on, Black Gritty? Happy New Year.
I'm great. Put me on hold. Come right back to me. I got
Oh, here we go. See?
What's going on?
I don't know if I've ever experienced that. Someone like, hey, can you put me back on hold?
I have,
Really?
and I always find it funny because, like, if you're busy, you can wait to call.
Don't call.
Like, wait, we
won't take offense to that.
Yeah, we've only been on the air for 52 minutes. We are here for another, 3 hours. We got time. We'll
all the time in the world.
Yep. All right, let's go to Will in the Northeast. My guy, Will. What's going on?
Oh, my man, Kyle. Happy New Year's to
Happy
you,
New Year,
brother.
bud. What's going on?
Happy New Year's to everybody right now. Listen, I just got on, man, and I've been hearing some of these scared people calling in. Let me just set the record straight, man. Like, what I heard from Jalen, he's ready, man. And he's going to do whatever it takes to win it. But what I need is everybody to be on board. You know what? I'm sick of hearing you talk, bro. Everybody's burning you. No, listen, man. I'm pulling them up. I'm pulling everybody up right now because they need to hear this. Hey, Malata, you've done a lot of talking, bro. If you humping or whatever you're doing where everybody, you can't block nobody, listen, stop doing what you're doing. And it's time for strictly business right now, man, because everybody burning by you and they just running through you, man. Listen. We got a big season on the line. This is something that this is a big accomplishment right now, man. We could go back to back, man.
Yep.
And right now is the time for everybody to get on one accord, mentally first, physically second, man. 90% mental, 10% physical, man.
Yep.
And my thing is, listen, with Sirriani, I'm calling you, KP, I'm calling you out, man.
Oh.
Listen, can't no team beat us if we're coaching right. The only reason why we lost them games is because they had better coaching. You gotta listen, man. You gotta go with the run, man. I told y'all last season, the run is what it is because for the last 5 seasons, everything been passing. Everything has been about passing. Right now, they not really ready for this run game that we got. And let's stop giving up on the run game just because they shutting it down. Call better plays, man. The time is now, man. Like, we got something real big that we can do this season, man. Back to back, man. Something that hasn't been done in years. And then we could go for the dynasty. But right now, we need to finish the season out strong. And the way to finish the season out strong is pure attack mode, man. We ain't let no other team or the coach or the referees dictate what we need to do, man. All attack, offense and defense, man. Run some heavy up offense. And like I said, y'all kept talking about this I formation. That's the first score of the game. And we didn't score after that. I know what this I formation can do because they haven't seen it. There's so many plays that can come out of that I formation. Play action, Jalen Hurts bootlegging, ding and dunks, post routes, everything can come out of that one package. But what I know with every defense, the first thing they thinking is the run. So you come out of that and, you call an audible and go play action, whatever you got to do. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to end it, man.
There we go. All right.
And this is what I really mean. Right now, we at a place where I don't see any team that's dominant in the league but us. And like I keep saying, this is chess, not checkers, man. Your biggest opponent is yourself when you playing chess. You got to understand the games we lost, we beat ourselves because you played too conservative, Sirriani. You got to keep it the pedal to the metal, man. We got to bring it, man. We can't wait for these defenses and offense to dictate what we're going to do. We doing the dictating from here on out.
All right.
We playing hard, smash mouth football from here on out. And let's go, Eagles. We got to repeat the
Give me one, Will.
We're going to win it, baby.
Give me
Let's
one.
go.
Let's go. He didn't give me one. Tried to get an Eagles chant out of him.
What's the music called? I need to find that. I was looking because I know that's your bit.
Yeah, Go in the Distance.
That's it.
Yeah, Will was. So he was. Yeah, he did need that music.
I needed that.
I guess you've never experienced a call from Will in the Northeast.
I have not.
Ashlyn, have you?
I mean, I've heard him. But.
I believe I have, but not that intensely.
Yeah. Oh no, he gets intense, man. I mean, he's.
I normally am
eventually-
11 p.m. to 2 a.m.s, and I do believe we've had some calls from Will, but maybe he just is a little sleepy at that time.
Yeah, I think maybe it's me that brings it out in him because he's fired up like every single day that he calls our show, and I love it. But sometimes, we're all over the place. I think what I got out of that is Sirianni's too conservative. He wants us to open it up, and I formation.
There was a lot in there, and it was kind of hard to summarize, but I think you did a good job doing that.
We got a call when we were at Army Navy Radio Row. I love when people call in with like their schematic ideas.
Yes, those are my favorite. When you're not a coach.
Yes, we were at Radio Row, and there was a guy. His name was Hugh, actually, but he was 81 years old, and he was telling us or asking us why we don't run the T formation anymore. Or like why we don't try to go with the wing T.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I don't think anyone's ran that in like 50 years. The wing T.
That's my favorite. Even there's times where in press conferences and a media member will ask Sirianni or Patullo or Fangio, like, hey, have you ever thought about like running this? I'm like, oh my God. I cringe. Like, how are you going to tell a football coach, I have some ideas for you?
Yep. All right. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to the phone lines. Black Gritty, if he's ready. We have Chris in New York and Wade in Chester. Talking about the Birds, what you expect from this Eagles offense, what you expect from the Eagles quarterback, what they need from the Eagles quarterback in the postseason. Do you expect Jalen to step up his level of play in the postseason? I'll throw a side topic in when we get back on the other side here. I know we're a little late for this break. 215-592-9494. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan filling in for the Midday Show, WIP.
The Eagles wrap up their regular season at home against the Commanders.
We got to go play a good game. We got to go coach a good game. Excited to go play this week.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 2. Then Merrill and Mike have the call.
And it is complete. Touchdown!
Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Autolender's inventory of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles is so huge, it would take about 10 links to hold them all. That's right. We're talking probably the world's largest inventory, all priced thousands less. It's in a league all its own. So it's only fitting Autolenders is the proud sponsor of the coin toss before every Birds game. See for yourself at any of our 10 locations or Autolenders.com. Go Birds and fly, Autolenders fly.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high performance low E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Eagles playoff football is back. Tackle your playoff menu with the official hot dog of the Philadelphia Eagles from Dietz & Watson. Fire up that grill with perfectly smoked premium franks and sausages from Dietz & Watson. Game day parties are always better with condiments, freshly sliced meats, and artisan cheeses from Dietz & Watson. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and game day grilling ideas. Dietz & Watson, it's a family thing. Go Birds!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's been widely assumed that Indiana's Fernando Mendoza will be the #1 overall pick in next year's NFL draft. But after watching the last couple days of college football, are we sure Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss, if he declares, wouldn't be the first overall pick? And don't look now, but Arch Manning was sensational in Texas's bowl win against Michigan. It would get a lot more interesting if Arch and Trinidad declared. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. 3 team name changes, and we still don't know why their fans are the Hogs. Eagles, Commanders. Pre-game starts Sunday at 2 on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Gotta have it game. There's not a quarterback in this league. That's Josh Allen. That's Patrick Mahomes. That's Lamar Jackson. That's Joe Burrow. That I would want to have. If you say, hey, dog, I need a win. You go get Jalen Hurts.
What?
Why?
Why?
Because he's shown that when the bright lights get brighter, he shows up to play.
Oh, man. You led me right to what I wanted to talk about, Lewis. 215-592-9494. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan. We're filling in for Joe and Hugh on the midday show on this January 2nd. Happy New Year to everybody. Appreciate you hanging out with us today. That was the voice of Cam Newton, who says one quarterback in a gotta-have-it game over Allen, over Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar. He takes Jalen Hurts when the lights get the brightest. Do you agree with Cam's assessment there?
He's got a point that Jalen does. One of the best things about Jalen Hurts is his track record shows he can perform at the highest pressure situations. It's just the way he delivers it that I'm just like, just say. Yeah, I would love to have Jalen Hurts at quarterback because he really shows up in big moments. Like the whole to-do about it is just like...
I can't take it with him. I can't. So, all right, I'll throw this side topic in here. This leads perfectly into this. It's 2026 now, and you get a choice. Or not a choice. You get to pick one person that you get to hear less from. I want to hear less from this person in 2026. Like, just take the year off. Shut the hell up for 2026. Maybe beyond. You know, if you like it, if being quiet suits you, then continue to be quiet. I can't do the Cam Newton thing. Everything he does and says just feels so extra, so performative. He's just annoying to me. I can't do the Cam Newton thing. And have you ever seen his, well, first of all, what he wears on TV every day? He's on our TV right now.
For some reason with a top hat
Yes,
on.
with a top hat. Being ridiculous as usual. Have you ever gotten a chance to see Cam Newton's Instagram? I don't know if he still has an active Instagram account.
Let me look.
But he would type in the most ridiculous font ever.
That you can't read.
That you just simply cannot read.
Like Microsoft Wingdings or something?
Yeah, like, and it's not even like that. Like, just every single word he uses some sort of accent, some sort of symbol. Like, he's so extra in every single thing that he does. I want Cam Newton to take 2026 off. I could hear a lot less of Cam Newton, and I would be very happy if I did. Ashlyn, is there somebody in 2026 that you would like to hear less of?
They're both on our TV screen right now.
Oh boy,
I can't do the Ryan Clark thing on first take either. I'm looking forward to, as a broadcaster, the next wave of athletes that turn to TV. I think we're already seeing it. Like, I think J.J. Watt's fantastic on CBS.
Mm-hmm.
I really love Luke Kuechly, what ESPN's doing of bringing a linebacker on. Al and I were talking about, I think the perfect broadcast would be to have a former player at each position, because it's so many times where you're seeing different things going on. Like Jason Avant on NBC and here on WIP.
Jason's great.
Is doing so well, breaking the barrier of letting us into what a player thinks. I don't like it when you make it so about you. And I think there's players on TV that do a great job of just making it about the game.
Yep.
And when I look at Ryan Clark and I see the RC thing on his suit, I'm just like, this isn't about you. This is about the game.
So on our show, Hugh and us refer to Ryan Clarking somebody. Where did you ever see that interaction with him? And I think it was Peter Schrager, where he sort of like
so disrespectful.
Big boy. I'm like, yeah, I played this game, and like
Schrager is one of the most powerful reporters in the NFL.
Schrager's amazing. I think Schrager does an outstanding job. But if Hugh ever gets on his soapbox or is like, about to do the thing like I played
Back
football,
in my day,
he's like, I don't mean to Ryan Clark you guys. So that's the thing.
That was brutal when that happened.
So Cam Newton, Ryan Clark, I'd love to hear less of those guys. Lewis, do you have somebody that you would like to hear less from in 2026?
Yeah, absolutely. It is honestly, it's not a singular person. It's more of a collective. Flyers Twitter, really tired. Tired of the casuals.
Going after the whole Twitter.
All of Flyers Twitter.
Oh, are you a gatekeeper Flyers fan?
No, I am absolutely not a gatekeeper, but there are a lot of casual fans on Flyers Twitter with some outlandish takes. People saying, like, I'm not even going to go into it because I don't want to get myself angry.
Yeah.
So tired of Flyers Twitter.
Yeah, I got to say, I feel that way about Eagles Twitter.
Really, any team.
It could just be deep pockets of like a fan base, Philly sports Twitter. It could be every fan base. I'm more deeply rooted
Twitter.
in the How about just Twitter?
Yep.
Everyone on Twitter.
Threads or something.
Shut your mouth on Twitter.
Yeah, shut up.
I'm just kidding.
When I see Elliot, I'm gonna bring this up to him.
Oh.
speaking of Flyers Twitter, Elliot ranks the teams that are going to win a championship. And he puts Flyers last. He puts the Union above the Flyers.
Oh, come on.
That I think is a rage bait.
Rage bait.
I'm enraged. When I saw that, I was like, Elliot, what are you talking about?
It's engagement, Ashlyn. He wants you to engage.
Yeah.
I didn't. I'm an engaging person instead.
There you go. Physically engaging.
Yeah, oh, no. Look out.
Not in that way. But I'm going to express my reaction in person instead of on Twitter.
He knows what he's doing. He
does.
He knows how to say his opinion, which is innocent. Everyone's welcome to their opinion. But package it in a way where there's going to be one little thing that you're like, well, hold on.
Come on.
Whoa. Wait.
Like this take by his is rent-free in my head. Rent-free. And I never like to admit something like this, but he did this thing a couple weeks ago where he says, I trust the Eagles offense over the Rams in the postseason. That alone, I'm like, okay. I'm like, you're allowed to feel that way. I don't. But then he throws this package of stats in here. He goes, since 2022... I don't give a crap about 2022. When they crown a Super Bowl champion this year, it's not since 2022. It's what you did this season. Like, this is the sample size that matters.
Since 2022, the Eagles have won 2 Super Bowls if we win it this year.
He got me so good. He got me so good with the since 2022 thing. And welcome to your opinion, Elliot. But the since 2022 nonsense was that was rent free in my head. So, who are you tired of hearing from in the year 2026? 215-592-9494. We're also talking about your expectations for the Eagles offense in the playoffs. Do you expect Jalen Hurts to raise his level of play from the regular season into the postseason and really be a reason that this offense can help this defense go win a Super Bowl? I expect him to raise his level of play. We've seen him do it in postseasons past. I expect him to do it again. And a big reason why is I expect him to use his legs a lot more in this postseason. I think that's the one thing. I don't subscribe to the Eagles playing possum thing in the regular season, but I do think for whatever reason they were withholding really their ability to unleash Jalen Hurts and use his legs in the regular season. I think they're going to start doing that a lot in the postseason, Ashlyn.
I think there's going to be more designed run calls for Jalen Hurts. I do believe while they aren't playing possum, and I don't think they're, 4 weeks ago thinking of all of these things that they're going to try to hide in the regular season. Right. I just think you're going to have to, especially going against the Rams and a Niners team possibly in the first round, you're going to have to be more aggressive to keep pace. I don't think you can expect your defense to completely shut down Matthew Stafford in the playoffs. You're going to be forced to. And that might be the best thing that could possibly happen to this Eagles team is you are forced to be aggressive, knowing if you're not, you're going home.
Yep, I agree. 215-592-9494. We're talking about that and really get in on whatever else you would like to talk about on in terms of Philly sports. We're just sort of hanging out today. No big thing about it. And of course, give us somebody that you would like to hear less from in 2026. Let's go back to the phones. He tells me that he's ready. We will see. This is attempt number 2. Black Gritty on the line. What's going on, Black Gritty? Happy New Year.
Happy New Bear. First of all, the guy just showed up. My dog's about to start barking. This is about to be a whole situation. I tried to save us. I tried to save us on the radio. Y'all don't hear my dog barking, so I appreciate you and I apologize.
Just don't let it happen again.
Hey, I won't. I won't let it do it. I won't do it. So besides not hearing me on radio all the time, I know people that's people's vote right now. They're like, I don't hear Black Gritty no more. But so let me remind you of something.
You're offering up yourself?
No. I'm saying that's other people's vote. I can hear that in their voice right now. The Denver game and that second half, Jalen Hurts went 0 for 8. If you go back and watch that game, he still had a capability to do it. On the first drive, he was running, he slid, he got hit late, like that Lulu play with the Commanders. Now, he didn't go out of the game. He didn't say he was concussed, but Mylott had to pull him up off the carpet, and he went 0 for 8. He was missing people wide open. Mm-hmm. And I think that they were scared to death, like, yo, we can't have you get another concussion and be out. And he just didn't run for like 4 straight games at all. So I know for a fact that scared them into the, you know what, we're not running at all. And then it just matriculated them, okay, well, let's run 3, 4, 2 times. Now that the game is going to the postseason, he has to run, and they know they have to run because you're running just to run it sometimes, right? You just got to run it. It's just, that's what the coach says. Yeah. So his leg's going to be a weapon. He's going to get people together. And when the weather's bad, that's when I trust Jalen the most. Like, I looked at Josh Allen. You run around and got a 26-yard sack, but you could have had a field goal and won that game, but you messed up. That's what Jalen doesn't do. When he's throwing the ball away, That's when I'm like, okay, well, at least he ain't got a tuck rule fumble. I accept it. It looks horrible. I feel bad about it. But in the postseason, it is true for him. When the lights get brightest, he plays his best.
Mm-hmm.
And we need the health. We're getting rest. So I'm excited. I'm hopeful. I'm happy. You know what I mean? Let's go out here. We're still going to get this Georgia W on Sunday because it's Tanner time. The Mormon missiles going to go out there and handle business. And everybody's going to be hyped up on that. Oh, look at Tanner McKee. So, you know, it's the whole thing of what we do here in Philadelphia.
Yep.
As far as the Flyers are concerned, I'm just trying to live life and make the playoffs. I don't need a deep run. Can I get a taste? Can I get a taste? The Sixers, they trying to pull me back in with VJ because VJ be balling with Max. It looks so good. Yeah. And the Phillies, I don't know what they do, but they're going to break my heart for the next year in a row, so I don't really care. And if I can shut up one person, I'm going to keep it sports.
Mm-hmm.
I have every single one of their company accounts blocked. I don't watch any bar tools. Dave Portnoy, I can't stand that man with a passion. If he could just go off into the sun, my life would be so much better. Right. Again, happy New Bear, guys. I'll talk to you later. Go Birds!
Go Birds! Thanks, Black Gritty. Appreciate the phone call and appreciate you being ready the second time.
We don't ask for much around here.
Yeah, yep. I guess a lot of these are going to be sports people, or not. You know, I would hope that we stay away from the political ones. That will be something that I'd like to avoid here. But who are you tired of hearing from, and who would you like to hear less from in 2026? Black Gritty started off by offering himself. If you want to say me, I would also understand.
I get it.
I would also understand. My show is on the air every Monday through Friday with Joe and Hugh, and you know, people might get annoyed.
I had a comment, which if you get in this business, you shouldn't read the comments, but sometimes they get you. Sometimes you do.
We have a whole segment at the end of our show, you people, where we read. I'm not going to do it today, but they get mean. We read the comments on the YouTube chat. They are terrible people.
That is brutal to do that to yourself.
Sometimes you need it. Sometimes you need to be humbled.
Yeah.
So the other day, it was a Flyers interview, and this lady, I would guess she's probably in her 60s. She wrote out all the phrases that I say too often. And now I consciously.
Oh, you think about them.
Like I didn't even know this. I always say, "Let's hope so," to like get to the next point on the Flyers show. Like Al or Scott will make a point about like Owen Tippett needs to score more.
Yep.
Like, yeah, let's hope so. Let's get to your Toyota, whatever. And I'm like, oh my gosh,
that's wild and so petty of her to do that.
I'm like, dang,
people on the internet suck.
You know what? She's kind of right.
That would be rent free for me. Like if somebody, like one of your verbal tics, and for a lot of people it's probably like or whatever. But when somebody points it out and you start thinking about it all the time, every time you do it, you're like, damn it,
I did it again. Like, let's hope so.
So Black Gritty's call got me thinking about. We're talking about unleashing Jalen Hurts on the ground and stuff, and he mentioned the concussion that he got in the Washington game last season. This is the first postseason that Jalen Hurts is entering without being on the injury report.
Mm-hmm.
Or like a notable injury. Right. Well, he's not going to play this week, so he will still, unless something terrible befalls him on his way into the
grocery store.
The game. And so we can say confidently that Jalen Hurts is entering the postseason without an injury. So that's going to be big. And maybe the Eagles are, maybe they're more like, all right, let's break the chains off and we'll unleash this guy on the ground. I think that's going to be a huge key to the Eagles' postseason success. I also want to. Let me grab this here. This Twitter question. I want to run this by you, Ashlyn. I put up a Twitter poll just now. The Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing that others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. So I originally put up the poll. Do you expect Jalen Hurts to have a great postseason? I don't even know if you saw the results of this poll. Do you have a guess as to where people came down? Yes or no? Expecting a great postseason from the quarterback. Remember, it's Eagles Twitter.
I would expect around 40% said yes.
77% said yes. They expect Jalen Hurts to have a great postseason.
Okay, that's much more optimistic than I thought.
And I guess everyone's going to have a different definition of what a great postseason is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't always view it in terms of what kind of stats is he going to put up. I view it as, will he be the best version of Jalen Hurts? Like the good version that I know is in there is the one who's decisive, the one who uses his legs, and the one who's accurate. That's the version of Jalen Hurts that I expect in the postseason. Takes good care of the football. So I expect that version of Jalen Hurts. We've seen him raise his level of play in the postseason. And then I'll ask you this one before I give you the results of the Twitter question. Which would be a more surprising outcome to you? And the first option is Eagles win the Super Bowl or the Eagles lose in the wild card. What do you think is more surprising?
The Eagles winning the Super Bowl.
Really?
Unfortunately.
Man.
I don't see how they're going to keep pace.
So you think they have a better chance of going one and done, losing in the wild card round to, we'll say, the Rams, Niners, or the Packers than they do of winning the entire thing?
Yes, especially if it's Rams or Niners first round. I mean, that's a brutal first round.
Yeah, it is. Now, do you think the Niners are an easier opponent than the Rams? Are the Rams the one team that, because it's Green Bay, it's the Niners, it's the Rams, depending on how this weekend shakes out.
Right.
Are the Rams the opponent you least want to play?
Yes, because of Matthew Stafford. Yeah. Because of the season he's had. I get it. People will say, oh, they're falling off. Look at their 2-game losing streak. They're barely losses. They come down to one play. I mean, that loss against the Falcons was so fluky on Monday night. Niners, they're a very stacked team. They're very complete. But because of Matthew Stafford and his capabilities in the playoffs and the way he has played this year, I do not want to see Stafford at the Link.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Stafford's another guy, been there, done that. He did win a Super Bowl. And the Rams, I think, just in general, have the best combination of offense and defense of really any opponent in the NFC postseason that the Eagles would have to face. But I would honestly be more surprised if they lost in the wild card round than if they won the Super Bowl. Like, I just look at the playing field in the NFC as like, this thing is so wide open. It's one of those things where I think the experience is going to end up mattering for them. And while the Rams, I think, are a good opponent and probably the scariest one, like, again, I don't just go into this game automatically thinking, well, we're going to have to put up 30 points because the Rams put up 30. Like, the way that we play on defense, and I think the defense has only gotten better since that first time that we saw the Rams, I think they'll be able to keep it within striking distance for this offense. And I feel really good about getting past round one. And then if we get past round one, there's not really I'm not afraid of the Bears. I'm not afraid of the Seahawks. Like, there's nobody I think in the NFC that I'm afraid of.
Even with the way the Bears whooped you earlier this season.
Yeah, I still think they're fake good. Like, I think that was more of a we didn't play well. Like, we lost that game ourselves. The Eagles,
uncharacteristically, especially the run defense.
Right,
that game.
Right, definitely. And I think it sounds cliche to say, and it sounds like I'm just beating my chest being an Eagles fan, but I think the scariest thing for the Eagles in the postseason is themselves. I think if they lose in the first round, they lose in the postseason, it's going to be because we didn't play up to our standard. And I expect them to raise their level of play in the postseason. Like, the Bears defense, I know they have a ton of turnovers, but they're not really that good. Like, the Niners just dropped 42 on them. You know?
Right.
Like, their defense is not that good. They do get a lot of turnovers.
That was a great game.
It was a great game. But turnovers are one of those, kind of fluky things where you could get 3 one game and get 0 the next.
It's such a momentum thing.
Right. And, if the Eagles go and play a game like that against the Bears where we win the turnover battle, then I would like our chances, even going to Chicago, considering our strength is our defense, and our defense, I think, is going to be able to travel. 215-592-9494. So we're talking about that and who you would like to hear from less in the year 2026. We'll take another phone call before we go to break. Let's talk to Wade in Chester. What's going on, Wade? Happy New Year.
Hey, what's up? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, bud.
Good way putting that work in, KQ, you know what I'm saying, showing up when everybody going. I know Gilio was pulling his hair out the little bit he got left here in the beginning of the show. When that bull, that dude, he said, you guys, and then you got this for you. He said you guys, or he said y'all. When they say that, they not a fan.
Yeah, you can usually tell. There's some cues.
As soon when he said it, I was like, what? Like he said it at the beginning of the call. So and then Will, he must have thought you was behind the glass.
I know.
He was snapping on the he was waiting for the music.
You can always tell when he's gearing up and when he wants the music.
Yep.
It's a feel thing. Yep.
I got the music ready now.
Yeah, there we go. I don't blame Lewis, but he'll be ready next time.
You probably wouldn't have gave him the music. It'd be funny when sometimes he be working, you don't give it to him.
Yeah.
And, I know you got the break. I got to hurry up.
You're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. When he asked you to pick the thing is a coincidence when he said the people you don't want to hear from. My first pick was going to be what you picked, but I was like, I can't pick them. I was going to say Cam Newton and Gilly. I was going to say Cam Newton and Gilly.
Gilly's a good one. Yeah.
No. Cam Newton and Gilly. I'm tired of them arguing over Jalen Hurts. But I couldn't pick because that's two people. So and then you said Cam, but my pick is Cowboy Jim. I'm tired of hearing about Cowboy Jim. I don't want to hear from him no more. But I'm just joking. I won't hear from Cowboy Jim in 2026.
That's your cue to call, Cowboy Jim.
Because the Cowboys suck so bad, so there's nothing he can talk about. You know what I'm saying? He called up here so sad. And in the beginning of the season, he had so much hope because Dak was putting up all them numbers, MVP, this and that. Y'all, they made the trades and everything. If they don't draft right, they're going to suck forever.
Yeah.
So we all good. And then the Eagles, we're going to turn it up, just like you said. They're going to open the playbook up. And what's going good for us is our defense. Defense win championships. We got the weather. And the playoff football is about defense and controlling the ball on offense. And that's what we've been doing all season. That's what we do, no turnovers. So the defense is going to lead us to a championship. And everybody can call up and say how Jalen Hurts got delivered this second championship by the defense and all this and all that.
Yep.
Just like they said, we got delivered a championship from the running back and everything.
But at the end of the day, we'll have another championship. So
we're going to keep on getting more because we ain't done. We're going to keep on doing this because this is the winning program, and this is what we do. We establish. And the Sixers, they're going to make some noise, yo.
Oh.
They, nobody.
Now we're getting bold.
I'm about to go. Paul George and Joel Embiid, they ain't got no pressure on them. They like, yo, man, everybody think we bums.
Yeah.
So they just going to show up to the playoffs, and they're going to get buckets, yo.
Yeah.
To watch. It's going to be, you got a lot of people that can score 20 points on that team.
All right.
So
that's probably where you lost me, Wade. You officially lost me.
Okay, we're going to see. We're going to see. I call back. We're going to see when the playoffs.
All right, Wade, you got it, man. Looking forward to that. Happy New Year. And I appreciate the phone call, 215-592-9494. Lost me with the Sixers thing a little bit.
It's a take.
Gotta say, I'm not saying it, but I was asking people for their bold predictions 2026 yesterday. If you want to drop one of those in, where it's still early enough in the year where there's a lot of time to see if you'll be right, see if you'll be wrong. See, we got a lot of callers on the line waiting to get on, talking about your expectations for the quarterback in particular in this postseason. I expect them to raise his level of play. And what would be more surprising to you, a loss in the first round or a Super Bowl victory? Back-to-back Super Bowl champs. You can get in on that if you'd like to as well. 215-592-9494. Speaking of the wild card, speaking of the Super Bowl, I got another question off of that when we come back that I'll run by you, Ashlyn. I'll run by you, Lewis, and I'll run by the callers. 215-592-9494. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan. We are filling in for the midday show right here on Sports Radio WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage, exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February. Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. Philadelphia versus Washington. Don't know which starters will play. Will Lane Johnson return? That's a good question. Nakobe Dean, will he return? Another good question. Marcus Mariota could be out again. Josh Johnson is the third string QB. Ooh, I know they're hoping for Marcus to be out there. And you already know who I'm picking with this one. Go the team that goes by that slogan that I have to say or can't say because we're doing this part. Go Philadelphia. There we go. Go Philadelphia. There you have it. Philadelphia for the win. Football's in full swing, and let's be real, people. There's no better place to bet than with Fanatics Sportsbook. So don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of Fair Play, where they protect all player prop bets across straight parlays and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect your bet from the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop, Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy gives you an edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, boom, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatics Sportsbook app, and the payout is super quick. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. That's today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of Fair Play. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wing pull, wing pull, wing pull. Global
Brusque, where the tradition continues. Wing Bowl 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Club Brusque, Philly. ClubBrusque.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Mostly sunny and breezy today with a high of 36.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Sports Radio WIP. Kyle Quinn, Ashlyn Sullivan, Louis Coco producing the program for us today on this fine January 2nd morning. Yes, it's still morning. Happy to be with you here. 215-592-9494. We're talking about your expectations for the quarterback, for the Eagles offense. Do the Eagles need Jalen Hurts to step up his level of play in the postseason? And do you expect him to step up his level of play in the postseason? I do. It might be surprising to some of you, but I do expect Jalen Hurts to raise his level of play in the postseason, mainly because I think he's going to start running a lot more, and that's a huge aspect of Jalen Hurts' game, and I think that's when he's at his best, is when he's also running the football. Adding that element to the offense, I think will be big for everybody. Saquon will be big for the passing game. So I expect that from Jalen. I expect the Eagles to start doing that. 215-592-9494. We'll go back to the phone lines and get this out of the way. It's Mad Mike. How are you doing, Mad Mike? Happy New Year.
Get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Happy New Year to you too, man. How are you?
Good, buddy. Good to talk to you.
So I'm just going to say this. I don't want to hear from Herb from the Northeast in 2020. I am so tired
I haven't
of
heard
that
from him in a while.
loser calling in. Yeah, he's like melted ice cream in a human form. Like I don't need to hear from this guy anymore.
Melted ice cream.
All right.
That's brutal.
So all right. So let's just say this. I'm so tired of all the Eagles apologists that are like, oh, well, it's all Kevin Patullo's fault because, they're being conservative with the football because they have a world beater of a quarterback out there. No, it's because their quarterback stinks and they're trying to constantly hide him in the offense because he's a turnover machine when they let him throw it.
Ashlyn?
I mean, let's be really honest with ourselves. Like he had two turnovers in one play, and the guy 2 games he had 0 pass completions in the second half. This guy is not a superstar quarterback. He is a coattail rider that has had so much put around him that other people. He was born on third base in pro football.
A breath of fresh air, as always. Does that get you excited going into the postseason?
Nothing gets me more fired up than that. I disagree with Mad Mike. I understand that there is the narrative that I don't think Jalen Hurts has to be a superstar quarterback to be a successful quarterback in this league. No one's asking him to be that. But I think you look at a lot of opportunities, especially against the Bills, where if other things go well, Jalen Hurts has a fantastic game and beats the Bills by 20. I keep going back to that AJ. If AJ Brown doesn't get pass interference on that beautifully placed ball on that go route and double coverage, that's a massive play where we're saying, look at Jalen Hurts' playmaking ability. I don't stand for the Jalen Hurts criticism.
Then you don't stand for Mad Mike. I mean, that's
his thing?
That's his MO. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard of Mad Mike call. Appreciate it, Mad Mike, even though you are the worst. Look, the Chargers game was brutal. The 5 turnover thing, brutal.
He had a terrible game.
2 turnovers in one play, historic, also brutal. But if there's one thing that you can't rip Jalen Hurts for, even if you're the biggest of Jalen Hurts haters,
even if you're Mad Mike,
yes, even if you're Mad Mike, he very, very rarely, very, very rarely, throws up all over himself in a game.
And that was that.
And that was that against the Chargers. But you rarely ever see that out of Jalen Hurts. I mean, at his worst, it's a hair-pulling, frustrating offensive operation where it's a slog and pulling teeth to move the ball up the field. But he's very good at taking care of the football. Sometimes I think people would argue to a fault. The conservative thing is it bothers a lot of people, and you would like to win a little bit more comfortably on the offense. But there's a give and a take with that, and I think the fact that he does not throw too many interceptions and turn the ball over, that's a good thing in the postseason, because in the postseason a win is a win. We do the style points thing. We do the I wish the offense would look better. It needs to look better for them to win in the postseason. We can talk about that all we want, but they win the Super Bowl 3-0. They won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. They're giving us the hardware, and it was 3-0.
And that should mean something.
It should. It absolutely should, and especially if they go back to back. I mean, it used to be very rare for this city to win championships in general and compete for titles, and we just won a championship, and we have a real good chance of winning a championship again. 215-592-9494. We're talking about people that you would like to hear less from in 2026. Mad Mike mentioned Herb from the Northeast. I think a lot of people would bring up Mad Mike.
Self-awareness is a good thing.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Mad Mike has that level of self-awareness. 215-592-9494. You can get in on all of that. Plus, I want to run this by you because I just asked you in the last segment. What would be more surprising for you if they win the Super Bowl or if they get knocked out in the first round? You said winning the Super Bowl would be more surprising. So you think it's more likely that they get knocked out in the first round than they win the Super Bowl.
Correct.
I wonder from you, and I wonder from everybody, is anything short of a repeat Super Bowl championship a successful season? What's the bar? The devil's going to be in the details, right? We'll have to see what happens if they end up losing beforehand. We'll have to see how it looks and the reasons why. Like I said, the devil's in the details. But are you telling yourself before this postseason starts, nothing short of a Super Bowl championship is acceptable for me as an Eagles fan?
No, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous thing to expect. And I get that this team is really talented in the way they've stacked this roster, especially on offense, has greatly underperformed and been disappointing this year. But to win a Super Bowl, to play an additional 6 weeks that every other team didn't play, to deal with the injuries that the Eagles have faced, especially on the offensive line this season, I think if they make the second round, if they get to the divisional round of the playoffs, that's a huge success this year.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I think we've already this is going to sound crazy to say because we haven't even gone into the playoffs yet. I think avoiding the 2023-esque collapse this season when things were looking bad, coming off of a Super Bowl last season. We know how difficult it is to repeat. We know, all the different factors that go into why it's tough the season after going to a Super Bowl, let alone winning. And you play so deep into last year. It's tough to have everybody replicate those great seasons that they had the year before. And there's a lot of reasons why it's difficult to go and do it again. That's why it happens so rarely, right? You very rarely see a dynasty in the NFL. They come around once every 10 years. The Chiefs just did it. So I know everyone's like, we just won the Super Bowl. Why can't we do it again? And look, we could, and that'd be amazing. But I don't think it's, I'm not sitting here going, this is a disaster. This is unacceptable if the Eagles don't go and repeat again. Now, I will say losing in the wild card round would be very disappointing.
Would be.
Especially if the reason is because of the reasons that we go into the postseason. Like, if I'm going into the postseason thinking, man, the offense is going to be the death of them, and then it is, then it feels like something where I'm like, I've been yelling that all season long, and damn it, I was right. And they told me everything was okay, and everybody told me everything was okay, but it wasn't okay. But I don't think the only realistic great outcome or successful outcome for this Eagles team is going all the way and winning a Super Bowl. 215-592-9494. You can get in on that as well. Also, wondering who you'd like to hear from less in the year 2026. Somebody that I want to hear more from in the year 2026 is on the line right now. I hear from him a lot anyway, but his name is Ken, and he's calling from Cinnaminson. What's going on, Ken? Happy New Year, buddy.
My man, Kyle. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year, Ashland.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to WIP land. I think maybe we're being a little premature on a few things here. First of all, I'm telling you right now, the Eagles are going to host the NFC Championship.
Oh.
And it doesn't matter if they're the 2 seed or the 3 seed. They're going to host the NFC Championship.
Okay, so no faith in the Bears. And who are you penciling in as the number 1 seed in this scenario?
Well, the 49ers are going to be the 1 seed. The 49ers are going to beat Seattle.
Yeah, I could see it.
Sam Darnold, please. So, yeah. So the Eagles are going to wind up hosting the NFC Championship game. And look, you're giving Vic Fangio another crack at Ben Johnson's offense.
Yeah.
I'll take Vic every day of the week. So the thing that drives me crazy is it's so painfully simplistic to say the problem with the offense is the play calling, because first of all, it's not true, and second of all, it misses the most important fact. So you go back and you put the tape on in the second half of that game in Buffalo, and what you're going to see is the left side of the line of scrimmage, Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson, completely whiffing on blocks. You're going to see Dallas Goedert, who has been great in the red zone. He's got 11 touchdowns this year, but is a shell of himself in the run game as a blocker. You're going to see him whiffing on wham blocks on interior runs to the point where I don't even know why Jeff Stoutland is asking him to do that at this point. And I could put together a highlight reel of Jordan Mailata whipping on run blocks. Just Jordan Mailata whipping on run blocks.
That would not be a highlight reel.
I could put together a tape reel of that. It's been that constant. The left side of the line of scrimmage stinks. So, Jalen Hurts is not going to put the ball in harm's way. They only threw the ball 7 times. And it's important to remember that the Buffalo Bills had 0 points until 6 minutes to go in the game.
Yep.
So, of course, the Eagles should be running the football. The problem is not the calling of the runs. The problem is not even the design of the runs. The problem is that when your left tackle is whiffing constantly on
execution,
when your left guard is at a point now where, Landon Dickerson, he's the choose violence guy, right? He used to play to the echo of the whistle. I love Landon Dickerson.
Me too.
And the way, to me, he was the best guard in football for the last 2 years. But you watch him this year, and he gets his hands on you. He engages it. He says, okay, you're blocked, and then he lets you go. And it's not because he's getting to the next level or because he's sliding to pick up a TE stunt or anything like that. It's like, all right, I'm blocking you now. Now you're done. Go do what you want to do. I don't understand it. So at what point do we start to look at the run game coordinator who is beyond reproach in this city and say, well, the problem with the run game is not that Kevin Tulo's calling run plays. It's that our run game coordinator does not have these guys executing at a level that they need to execute at. So, look, we've spent the entire regular season like pretending that the offense last year for this team was the offense that we saw in the NFC Championship game and in the Super Bowl. And it completely ignores the fact that in week 18 last year, we were asking whether or not the passing offense was good enough to win a Super Bowl. So if you're asking me, do I believe that this offense and that Jalen Hurts in particular has it in him to elevate his game to the point where he plays better and it looks better?
Not that he has it in him, Ken. Do you think he will? Do you expect it?
Well, yes. So I do, and here's why. So, again, we'll go back to the second half of that game the other day. Jalen Hurts is just, not going to, in a regular season second half game, I mean, they almost treated the second half of that game like it was a preseason game. He will not rip throws unless he has to. So, he's not going to put the ball in harm's way in a regular season game. He'll roll to his right, he'll escape the pocket, and he'll throw the ball out of bounds before he risks an interception. In the postseason, when you either win or you go home, and he's more willing to take those kinds of chances to rip a throw into a tight window or to give AJ or Devontae a chance at a 50-50 ball because you have to do that. So I absolutely positively think that he will. So, yeah, nobody scares me. Nobody scares me.
Yeah, I can tell.
And I will tell you that the single best unit on either side of the ball in the NFC playoffs, in the NFC postseason, the single best unit on either side of the ball is the Philadelphia Eagles defense.
Ken, I tend to agree with you right there. I think the Eagles offense has an advantage over every other team in the NFC, and that we don't have to go up against our defense in the postseason. That's a huge thing. I mean, that's going to change the dynamic, the outlook of every single game that the Eagles are in the postseason, and that's going to, it almost sort of lowers the bar for the offense, and that we're not going to have to put up 30 points in a game in order to win in the postseason. I don't think that's going to have to be the case. Appreciate it, Ken. Do you have somebody that you would like to hear less from in the year 2026?
Oh God, this is a slam dunk, Kyle. I can't believe you're setting me up like this. Aaron in San Diego.
Oh, man.
Guy who lost the Gene Pool lottery. Yeah.
No, Ken, appreciate the call, man. Aaron in San Diego. I don't know if you're familiar with Aaron's phone calls. Aaron, have you ever heard Aaron in San Diego call in?
I can't imagine it's good based off this.
There's I'll admit it, there's a little bit of a charm to how annoying he is. Here's the thing about sports radio callers. Like, there's annoying and then there's boring, right? This is an entertainment medium. Aaron is not boring, but he's very annoying.
Okay.
Very annoying. He has his, every caller has their little bits. Like there's Mad Mike. But Aaron in San Diego just has that way about him where, and you would know it if he called in. Maybe he'll call in today. I did see Cowboy Jim has been summoned by one of our previous callers here, somebody that everybody wants to hear less from. So
I would argue you're doing something right.
Yeah.
If you're known and talked about.
That's exactly right. These guys have monikers.
In that way.
Yeah, right. And from for being a guy that's all the way out in San Diego, he certainly made an impression.
He's made a name for himself.
He absolutely has. Now he bothers the living hell out of me, especially when I talk to him on the phones before I put his calls up on the air. But there is a little bit, admittedly, of a charm to that. 215-592-9494. That with your phone calls, who you'd like to hear less from in the year 2026. And we're talking about your expectations for the quarterback, for the offense, and really what they need out of Jalen Hurts in the postseason. 215-592-9494. Let's take another phone call here. Let's talk to David. Wants to talk about Kevin Patullo and something on A.J. Brown. What's going on there, David? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year. So I wanted to tell you the fix for this offense. Right now we know what we're going to get for the rest of the year, right? Basically, our offense is going to put up somewhere between 10 and 20 points in the first half, not scoring in the second half. And the defense is going to have to hold them just above the fire, right? But the whole thing about building a team is getting more than you're giving. I'm not getting our AJ Brown. Right now, we're paying full salary. He's not getting us anything.
Okay.
He's getting, maybe 50 yards a game. That's not what we're looking for him. We have Saquon Barkley. We're already spending money on him, on Jalen Hurts, on the offensive line. This offense is one of the highest paid offenses in all pro football, right? Maybe the highest in history.
They spent a lot of money on it. Yep.
Pathetic ever. Also one of the most pathetic. So, what could really happen if you just pull all the money from that offense, particularly the worst productive pieces?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Sorry, no. So I want to get rid of A.J. Brown in particular and
God.
start spending.
He just went there.
Yeah. I'm going to be fierce if they come out of this offseason with him still on the team.
Hold on. Furious if they come back next season with A.J. Brown?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's not giving to us as much as we're giving to him.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, the offense hasn't been good, but you think that's because of A.J. Brown?
No, partially. He's the biggest one of the pieces, though.
Yeah, he is, but he's also he's one of their best pieces. I think the reason that everybody's frustrated with the offense is that they have talent to the level of A.J. Brown, and they're not producing the way that they should with a guy like him. I don't think you get better by...
This isn't going back to 2022, 2023, 2024. This is this year. He's not one of the best pieces this year.
Well, no, but nobody on this offense really is one of the best at their position this season. Besides probably Dallas Goedert. I don't know if so. I guess what you're implying is that it's addition by subtraction to move on from A.J. Brown in this offseason. Now, we've seen it in some instances, like the Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs thing. Like that was headed to a place where it was untenable. They had to move on from Stephon Diggs, and they chose Josh Allen over Stephon Diggs. I don't know if we're quite at that point with the. I know there's a lot of speculation about A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts' relationship, Ashlyn, but I don't think we're at a point where they need to choose between one or the other in this offseason. Yeah, it seems like a lot.
All right. Also, on Kevin Vitullo, I was really scared when they first hired him. Right when they lost Kellen Moore, who had a great season, went to the Saints. I saw the pass game coordinator had been hired. I didn't like that because the first thing I thought of was, hey, this season, how's the pass game gone? 2024 wasn't a great passing year. So we hired him, all right?
Yep.
And, hey, he's a pass game coordinator. How is he going to deal with the run? He hasn't.
Well,
and he knows that. So he spent extra energy on the run, taking it away from the pass. The pass has got even worse, and the run can't get any better.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jeff Stoutland is the run game coordinator. And so I don't know how much responsibility Kevin Vitullo as the OC took from Jeff Stoutland this offseason. And I don't know. I almost look at it as Kevin Vitullo, Sirriani. They're responsible for the whole picture of the offense. But Kevin Vitullo being the pass game coordinator last year obviously has his hand deep in the passing game. But I don't know if and look, I love Jeff Stoutland, but I don't think this is a matter of Kevin Vitullo took run game coordination from Jeff Stoutland and he muddied it up. I just don't think the offensive line's been banged up. Saquon was never going to be able to replicate the season historically that he had last season. And I just I think this is a product of that. David, do you have somebody that you would like to hear less from in the year 2026?
Yeah, Dan Quinn. Absolutely.
Oh, not my father, Dan Quinn, the Commanders. The Commanders head coach, Dan Quinn, who was he wasn't too happy with the Eagles going for 2.
Silly.
Yeah.
And they're gonna see this week. It's that's so tough.
I know. We'll see him again in 2 weeks.
When you're out of the playoffs.
Yeah, right. My favorite was Josh Johnson saying, "We'll see you again in 2 weeks." What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You're Josh Johnson.
Knock it off.
You'd be lucky to be even playing in the game, which he is. However,
and he's gonna rue the day he said
that.
that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, what's Josh Johnson gonna do? Let's be realistic. By the way, it's all of our backups in, so it'd be even funnier if we still laid a beat down on the Commanders with our backups.
I don't think it's gonna be a beat down. I do think they will win.
Okay. Is there any part of you? I don't know. This is a pettiness test. You are in the Hugh Douglas chair.
This is where I can shine.
Yeah. You get the chance Do you run up the score a little bit? Do you get petty? Do you go for 2 on a touchdown when you don't need to, and it's a little unnecessary?
I just don't get why we're all so sensitive about going for 2 when a lot of times you get an opportunity to run a play that you normally don't get to practice or play in a game, a 2-point conversion, and you're going for it. You want to get the look, you want to see, you want to give it a rep, and you're going to take it so sensitively that it's like an attack on you as the Commanders. What if Sirianni just wanted to get a look of his 2-point conversion play?
And by the way, like I am all for bring back hated division rivalries. I think they're these guys are too buddy a little bit. I hate this whole thing about when I was growing up, I would never hear an Eagle be complimentary of a Dallas Cowboy. Mm-hmm. I think I remember it was CeeDee Lamb who said something about when the Eagles were they were going to raise the boundaries. I'm happy for Jalen Hurts. Shut up. No, I don't want to hear that.
You're not allowed to be happy.
Yeah, I want to hear I'm pissed off. That should be us. So I want to bring some heated NFC East rivalries back. Kick the Commanders while they're down. Let them go into next year pissed off at us. I want that to be a sort of a looming storyline when it comes to next season. Do the Commanders bounce back? Do they have a chip on their shoulder? Are they mad at the Eagles for how they did them dirty at the end of the season? Good. Bring that stuff on. I love that kind of stuff, man. 215-592-9494. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan. We are hanging out with you on 1-2. It's January 2nd. Still time for you to get your Happy New Year's in. We are still accepting those. That time is not passed. I see some bat signals have been put out and followed. Cowboy Jim's on the line. Aaron in San Diego's on the line. So we'll have that treat for you coming up, Ashlyn. I also see Troy. I see Andy. I see my guy, Rob and Delco. And now even my good buddy, Matt in Prospect Park. We will get to all of your phone calls coming up. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn, Ashlyn Sullivan on the Midday Show, 94 WIP.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
It's Montgomery County's only gentlemen's club, Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. This Wednesday, January 7th, it's our monthly amateur night contest with a grand prize of $500. And then Wednesday, January 28th, it's the grand finale, the 2025 Amateur of the Year contest, with the grand prize winner receiving $2,000. Help us pick the winner. Don't miss it. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Billy knows how to get game day ready. The jerseys, the wings, the oil change. Yeah, the oil change, because your car needs to perform too. At Meineke, we'll get your ride tuned up faster than a 2-minute drill. Brakes, tires, oil changes, exhaust, batteries, and more done right at the right price. Don't let car trouble bench you this season. Come to Meineke for all your car care needs. And right now, Meineke's offering a synthetic blend oil change for only $34.95 with free tire rotation. See your local Meineke dealer for details. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
What Curt Cignetti has done at Indiana is unprecedented, not just in college football, but in the history of sports. Indiana was terrible throughout my entire existence growing up. Hadn't won a bowl game since the 1991 Copper Bowl, and now the favorite to win the national championship, thumping Alabama at the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl. Curt Cignetti, the greatest coaching job in the history of sports. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The only thing they'll be commanding is the bus back to D.C. Eagles Commanders. Pre-game starts Sunday at 2 on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Just a few minutes past noon, January 2nd, the year 2026. Happened so fast. So fast. Time flies.
When you're having fun.
Especially when you're having fun, and we are having fun. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan. We are filling in, sort of. I mean, I'm usually part of the show, but
it's really confusing thing.
Yeah, it is. I can't it's really getting to me. I'm filling in for Joe. You're filling in for Hugh, and Lewis filling in for me. I guess it's not that confusing, but I guess that's the one thing that always trips me up. We are talking about, of course, Philadelphia Eagles. Not the game Sunday. Although actually, something that you said at the end of last segment, Ashlyn, sort of it got me thinking a little bit.
I love when that happens.
Yes, it was. That sounded like I did not mean it to come off like it was condescending. Like, well, actually, you said something that made me think.
It really puzzled me.
Yeah, no. But so when it comes to this game Sunday against the Commanders, there are I'll say 2 realities that the very, very big possibilities. 2 realities that I think Eagles fans and we at WIP should be prepared for. And I wonder how you think we and our fans would handle these 2 realities. The one was based off of what you said. You said, we could beat the Commanders with our backups anyway. I agree with you. We probably will. In going into this game Sunday, and that 4 o'clock window, the 2 seed is still out there, right? if the Bears lose to the Lions, which, the Lions have done this type of thing before. They upset the Packers a couple years ago, and they sort of screwed everything up. They played spoiler, even though they were, they really had nothing to play for. So the Lions, I haven't looked at the latest what the spread is for that game, but I think it's supposed to be pretty close. At least that's how Vegas looks at it. Bears-Lions. Like, the Lions could beat the Bears. We're not playing our starters anyway. We're not going for this 2-seed thing. There is a reality. There's a world that we could possibly be living in Sunday night, where the Eagles lose with our backups and the Bears lose as well. So, like, the 2-seed was there to be taken had we just played our starters. Do you think people will handle that well here?
No, of course not. You know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I just asked you if Philly fans would handle something bad happening well. That was a dumb question. How would you handle it? Because I guess I never got a chance to ask you, or I hadn't seen you before the decision came in to rest the starters. Were you pro or against resting the starters, or did you want them to go for the 2-seed?
I am pro rest the starters. Nick Sirriani actually is having a press conference currently that I was watching on Twitter, and he said, which I agree with, you can't guarantee the 2-seed, but you can guarantee rest.
Yeah.
And I think that is a great way to look at it.
Yep.
And if you are the Super Bowl champions and you are confident in your team, I just think at times we put too much into wanting to play this team, not wanting to play this team. Let's do everything we can so we can play the Packers instead of the Rams.
Yeah.
If you're confident in yourself, it shouldn't matter who's coming to Philadelphia.
I agree. If we're not going to beat the Rams, we're not going to beat the Niners, then what are we doing here?
Then we're not going to win the Super Bowl.
We're not going to win the Super Bowl. Yeah. It's as simple as that.
And either you lose them week 1 or you're going to lose them in 3 weeks.
Yep. But then, I agree with you. I was pro wrestle starter, so I will, as the kids say, keep that same energy. I will stay on that side, even if we lose. I think resting the key starters is the most important thing. I think losing a key player on the defense, I think, would be the biggest detriment to the Eagles in the playoffs. Yeah. And that's not losing out on getting the 2-seed. But if we take that a step further, say we do play the Rams in the first round because we got the 3-seed. The Bears get to play the Packers, and they kick the Packers' ass. The Packers look just as terrible as we expect them to. And then we lose to the Rams. Do you think that adds another, do you then, is there any part of you that goes back and say, man, maybe we shouldn't went for that 2-seed?
No. Because you can't guarantee any of that. And it's a fan's butts. Rest is such a privilege, especially at this point in the season, especially with this offensive line. Jordan Mailata, I thought, was very candid this week in the locker room, talking about you don't really get it unless you're in it, and we can't relate to these guys. He was talking about the mental rest. He was talking about the obvious physical rest. Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, they've been rough this season. They've been really banged up. There's times where I thought Cam Jurgens even should have gone on IR. You see him just walking around. Yep. So I think the rest that you're going to give this offensive line, especially, and getting Lane Johnson back fully healthy, hopefully, is something that can't be replaced.
I mean, we saw Jalen Carter just came back against Buffalo, and I think that was the best he'd played all season. Like, he looked like he was shot out of a cannon.
Yes.
He was doing everything. That's what a little bit of rest, a little bit of time off
And now yesterday
can do
he's
for
on
some
the
of these guys.
injury report with a hip injury.
Right.
And I'm like,
yeah, right. I know. So, I think the biggest thing that could derail a postseason run, because, look, if we're being honest about this thing, we're talking about our expectations for Jalen Hurts in the offense, but really they're going to go as far, I think, as the defense is going to be able to take them.
Yes.
So a key injury on defense would, it's an avoidable thing. So let's avoid it. I'm usually, injuries happen. You get injured walking from your car to the stadium, stuff like that. Yes. But you do have an opportunity to lessen the odds of a key injury on defense, and I think it's a big opportunity to do it. You get a self-created bye week here in Week 18, and I think it's a good idea for them to take it. There's another reality, however, that we as Eagles fans need to be prepared for by Sunday night, by Monday. And this one, I don't think anybody's ready for in this entire city. If Tanner McKee, Tank Bigsby, and this Eagles offense, with the same play caller, Kevin Patullo, put a beat down on the Commanders, they're racking up a ton of yards, they're racking up a ton of points, they're moving the football like crazy. If that happens, by God, it's going to be a tough Monday, a tough Tuesday. I know we are going to have a playoff game the end of next week.
It's going to be the Tanner McKee show.
And it's going to be, I mean, you just know people are going to call in and they're going to say, I told you it was
Why
the
can't it
quarterback.
always look like this?
Why can't it always look like this? Tanner McKee was moving the football. I'm just preparing everybody for that reality. If that does happen, I don't know if I expect that to happen, but there is a possibility that happens.
I think that nearly 90% happens.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you think Tanner lights it up?
I do.
With the backups.
I do.
Then what?
It's the second worst defense in the league.
It
Commanders.
is. It's bad. Yep. Now it will be the Commanders starters. The Eagles did put up 29 on them 2 weeks ago, right?
Took them a little bit to get going.
But it did, right? So all right. So then let's live in that reality. Then they come out firing on all cylinders from front to back in this game. Tanner McKee is taking it to the Washington Commanders with our backups in and Kevin Patullo calling plays, Nick Sirianni designing the offense. What's your reaction?
That's my expectation. I think Tanner McKee, while I don't think he is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts, and I think the system works better with Jalen when they give him the capacity to be Jalen Hurts. That's my biggest issue right now with this Eagles team. You're not allowing Jalen Hurts to do what he does best because of the hindrance you've put on him to be more conservative. Doesn't allow Jalen to be the athlete that he is. Doesn't allow him to be the dual threat quarterback that he is.
Right.
That Tanner McKee does not have. Tanner McKee cannot escape the pocket and cannot extend plays like Jalen Hurts can. Now, Tanner McKee very much is a pocket passer, and I just don't think this Eagles offense wants something like that at quarterback, but I think Tanner McKee is a heck of a quarterback.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I guess where you're coming from is it's less so about how well Tanner plays. It's more so that the Eagles are in a spot where they don't care about the win. So they're not doing this whole just do what it takes to not lose the football game, the conservative thing. They're saying, let's light it up. Let's let it rip a little bit.
What an opportunity.
Yeah.
I think Sirriani's going to love to get these guys a chance to get some great game tape. I think it's going to be a fun opportunity for the backups. I think it's going to be awesome for the starters to watch their guys play. Tank Bigsby is an awesome story this year. A throwaway from Jacksonville, and look what he's done in his career.
Yep.
It's a cool opportunity, and I think they should make the most of it.
And, Bigsby is a guy that in this game, I don't know, a lot of people have been pounding the table for Tank Bigsby just to at least get mixed in, not to take over the number one running back reps. That'd be crazy. But just see him a little bit more. Every time he comes in, it seems like he's kind of the change up to the offense, and he seems to get like 9-10 yards every single time he touches the football. I wonder if a big game from him against the Commanders leads to some more Tank Bigsby opportunities in the postseason. I wonder that.
Yeah, especially when you have those opportunities with a backup offensive line.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
If you look at that, and then you look at, okay, well, what if we put Tank Bigsby behind Lane Johnson and see what happens? Then
Yeah. All right. So that'll be fun. So maybe Tank gets a chance to put on a little bit of a show. And then, of course, I'm just, excited in general. Tanner McKee's a fun little quarterback to watch. And, maybe he plays well and you could drive a hard bargain for him in the offseason. Hey, somebody want to throw me a second-round pick or something?
I'm seeing Tua and a second-round pick is what I'm seeing.
Tua.
Yeah.
Hold on. You're getting the guy that replaced Jalen Hurts at Alabama.
Wouldn't that be sick?
And you're having him come here and back Jalen up.
What a full circle moment.
I think he would be an excellent backup for the Eagles. Because And I think, a lot of times when we did shows last offseason of, do you want the Eagles to go after like a high-profile backup, like a Justin Fields, somebody like that? He's been a former first-round pick. There's talent like somewhere deep within, but he's not necessarily like. I think when people hear that, it's like, oh, you're just trying to undermine Hurts. And I actually think quite the opposite is like, if you're secure in Hurts' standing as the starting quarterback, then getting a high-profile backup shouldn't be a problem. I don't view Jalen as a guy who would crumble under the pressure of a guy breathing down his neck. Might even motivate him a little bit. And so I don't view Tua as a guy who's like a threat to take Jalen Hurts' job. I would just look at him as like a serviceable guy who could come in if Hurts does have to miss 1 or 2 games. Then I think he would be the perfect guy to just sort of to run the offense with the amount of talent that they have and not screw it up. That's what you ask for a backup quarterback when they come in. So I like that.
Did you hear Elliott Shore-Parks brought that up a couple weeks ago, and the afternoon show just ripped him to pieces about it?
About bringing in Tua?
About bringing in Tua just because of his contract. He's making like $39 million next year as a backup.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's done. He's not out of a contract. It looks like he has a potential out in like 2027 or something, but he's signed through 2020.
They just extended him.
Right.
Yeah.
So you'd
that
be
would
paying
matter.
like you'd be paying. He's on a $212 million contract over 4 years for a backup. Yeah.
That,
you know what I mean?
No, that does matter. I'm not.
Very
I'm
much
not,
so.
I'm not paying a ton of money for a backup, but
Right.
I don't know how. Sometimes when teams are making deals to move off a guy that they just paid, then they're able to work some things out. Maybe they'll eat it. Maybe Howie figures something out. Who the hell knows? I'm not paid to figure out the cap situation, and I don't plan to ever be. Not very good at math.
Might not be my repertoire for 2026.
Nope. We're sitting here in front of microphones, and I am doing that for a reason. Never, not a huge math guy. 215-592-9494. So you can get in on that as well as your expectations for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense going into the postseason here. And I want to know who you would like to hear less from in 2026. There's a lot of annoying people out there. I threw out Cam Newton.
Good one.
Yep. I'm tired of hearing from Cam Newton. Ashlyn gave Ryan Clark. And then, Lewis, I'm sorry, I forget who you...
All of Flyers Twitter.
Anyone on Flyers Twitter, right. That's a good one. That's a good one. Just, yes. So if you're on social media in general, shut up.
Just enough.
Shut up. Yep. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Troy in Birdsboro has been waiting a little bit to get on the show. Looks like he wants to talk about Bryce Harper and Joel Embiid, 2 stars, not on the Philadelphia Eagles. What's going on, Troy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey,
Happy New Year.
Ashlyn.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Yeah, I just wanted to ask real quick, how do you guys feel about Bryce Harper going to this with this national game? I think it's a good thing.
The World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, I think it's going to give him some good practice as far as pitching and seeing balls and then go through spring training. I think it's all right.
Do you have a strong opinion on Harper playing in the World Baseball Classic, Ashlyn?
I have a strong opinion about this in sports. Very similarity that the Olympic team came out today for hockey. If you have the opportunity to play at something of that magnitude, who are we to take that opportunity away from them?
Oh, I'm out on it.
You're out on it.
Yeah, because I look. Well, the Olympics are one thing. I don't give a crap about the Olympics.
What?
Yeah, I don't care. I could not be bothered with the Olympics. Like the whole like country supremacy thing. It means nothing to me.
I love it.
We're not in the middle of the Cold War, so I don't need
We might as well act like it sometimes, though. It's the closest thing we got.
I just don't care, and I'll watch the hockey in the Olympics just because I'm a fan of hockey. And the World Baseball Classic is cool. It was fun to watch the last time they did it, but I'm gonna once again invoke what the kids say, keeping that same energy. I hated Joel Embiid playing for Team USA, just not Team USA in particular, but in the Olympics because of his injury history. And I got to keep the same energy with Bryce Harper. This guy can barely get through a 162-game season for the Phillies. I don't need him wasting time and energy on playing in the World Baseball Classic. It doesn't mean as much to me as him playing a full season or, as much as he possibly can with the Phillies. Like, if anything, I don't want anything to get in the way of him being able to play full, complete, and great season for the Phillies. The Phillies are my number one priority. If it were up to me, which it's not, and Bryce Harper came up to me and said, "Hey, Kyle,
guess what?
Can I play in the World Baseball Classic?" I would say, "No, you're not playing in the World Baseball Classic." But
go to your room.
Yeah, but there's nothing I can do about that, Troy.
Yeah. What about Joel Embiid? It's just real quick. How many games do you think we'll play? And then I'll get a quick Eagles point. And Jerry Jones is my guy. I'm annoyed with. Can't take anymore.
Good one.
Man, you know what?
It's a great one.
I got to disagree. The more we hear from Jerry Jones, the worse things seem to go for the Cowboys.
Yeah,
there seems to be a direct correlation with more Jerry Jones and the plight of the Dallas Cowboys. Would you not agree?
Yes.
Keeps us happy.
Yep.
But I think the Eagles.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. The Eagles taking a break. They played the Thursday night game and they got beat up by the Giants, but then they came back and played good against the Minnesota Vikings. They threw for like 300 yards. But then they had a bye week, and then they played the Packers, and they didn't do so well. But I still think they're going to come out and tear it up. I mean, I think this is going to be a good break. They thick and hard, and I think they're going to come out and play real hard.
Yeah, I mean, like Sirianni, I think historically has done pretty well out of the bye week. I appreciate the call, Troy. Thanks for calling in. But like, man, it's a weird thing because with time off, they win. But like the offense doesn't come back. Like the offense didn't come back looking refreshed this season after the bye week. That was the Green Bay game.
Mm-hmm.
And that might have been one of their worst stretches of offensive football of the entire season. So I couldn't tell you how the time off is going to go for the Eagles here.
If you can just have a more consistent and just a little bit better offensive line play, then I think the week off was worth it.
Yeah, maybe it'll do good for like some guys in particular. Lane Johnson, I think, will do well with the time off. Jalen Carter, we just saw him with the time off. It's probably good more for individual players than it is for them.
Like, is the week off going to be a big difference for A.J. Brown?
No, probably not. Right, unless he's dealing with something. Unless guys are dealing with something and like more time off to rest helps, then I don't see. I don't know. I don't see them coming out and looking like a well-oiled machine in round one. It's
and
probably
they look creative and aggressive.
Yeah. Well, they were playing possum. As a lot of people have told us.
Yes, they're keeping something from us.
All right. He was mentioned in the last segment.
Here we go.
And this is going to be a treat for you, Ashlyn.
I can't
Aaron in San Diego is on the line. Good afternoon, Aaron.
Philadelphia. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Here's to a wonderful, safe, prosperous 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle,
yes.
I am on location in Nashville. I've got the last hockey tournament of my son's high school career, so we're in Nashville. I was not going to call in. I was in the shower. I turned on the radio. I was listening to Kyle Quinn, and all of a sudden I hear this positive feedback on Jalen Hurts. I was like, what is going on? Is that your New Year's resolution? Are you turning the corner here with Jalen Hurts?
Nope. No, it's not. That is not my New Year's resolution, Aaron. I'm doing the same thing that I am always doing whenever I have a microphone in front of me, and that's just be honest with you about how I feel.
Facts.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the one thing that we could all be secure in and confident in is that the chosen one, the Sky Marshal, the field general, Jalen Hurts, is going to show up for the playoffs. He always does.
Yeah.
Ashlyn, very nice to talk to you. I think this is the first time that I've ever talked to you. You have a wonderful voice.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you over the airwaves.
And, the one thing is you kind of hit on what my thought process is, with this upcoming game is, I think not all of them, but some of them, and especially Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson, they really need the rest. You can tell by the costly penalties. You can tell by them not shuffling their feet, not moving, the mental aspect of it, the physical aspect of it is a glaring issue. And I think, a week off would do wonders for them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest difference. And that's why I'm pro. It shouldn't matter. You might still get the 2 seed, but you shouldn't be picking and choosing who you're trying to play if you say that you're the Super Bowl champions. And if you believe you're one of the best teams in football, it shouldn't matter if the Packers come or the Rams come.
I'm with you there, Aaron. And congratulations, by the way, on, I wouldn't say a non-annoying phone call, but a less annoying phone call than usual. Maybe this is your New Year's resolution for 2026. Be less annoying.
Well, Kyle, and I was again voted worst caller in WIP
which
history.
You should wear as a badge of honor.
And that is my,
that's pretty cool.
I know Spike thinks he hurt my feelings last week, but the one thing with Aaron in San Diego, I love the hate as much as the love.
That's good.
So I am going to my New Year's resolution for 2026 is to continue to do what I do, to be as annoying as I can, and I'm going to continue to call Spike. I love you guys, Hugh, Joe, Kyle, yourself, even though we go back and forth. Love you like a fat kid loves cake. Mm-hmm. Everybody, have a wonderful weekend.
Aaron, do you have somebody that you want to hear less from in 2026?
Well, I got to tell you, I thought we were turning a corner.
Yeah.
I was like, the old Kyle Quinn, throw him out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get more of this new Kyle Quinn.
No, the old Kyle Quinn is here to stay. He's not going anywhere. Aaron, appreciate the phone call. Do me one favor. Don't ever listen to me in the shower again.
Or at least don't say it.
Yeah. Or if you do, don't tell me about it. I think everyone could do without that visual there. 215-592-9494. We'll keep this going on the phone lines. On the other side, I see Omar in West Philly is angry with me. I will fight with Omar after the break. 215-592-9494. I'll run a bunch more of your phone calls as well. I also want to throw in quick Phillies question for Ashlyn and for anybody else who would like to weigh in on this. Something happened yesterday that now I guess I'm sort of wondering what the Phillies should do about it. 215-592-9494. I'll get into that next. Rock all your phone calls. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan. We're filling in for the midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage. Exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February.
That's gonna be great.
Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Learn more at IBX.com.
One more regular season game, and then it's time for the playoffs. You know what's really amazing? The fact that Nick Sirianni has been here for 5 seasons, and the Birds have reached the playoffs every year. Not only that, they've been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. Years ago, owner Jeffrey Lurie spoke about Eagles football reaching the gold standard. It took a while, but his dream really did come true. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. Enroll at IBX.com by December 31st for coverage that begins on January 1st.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try
Eagles, it's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here we are. Rocking the 10 to 2 slot today. Filling in for the midday show, Kyle Quinn and Ashlyn Sullivan in for the midday show on this January 2nd, 2026, the new year. And what a great new year it's been, man. Just the best 2 days ever. Ever. Officially, now, according to Adam Schefter and the Commanders, Marcus Mariota is out. Josh Johnson is in. So everybody strap in. It's gonna be tough.
Get ready.
That Josh Johnson guy. And by the way, he's looking for revenge, especially after what happened in the last game. Lewis, do we have Josh Johnson?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, let's see. Let's hear from Josh Johnson after the Eagles and Commanders game. There was a big brawl. Eagles went for 2. Commanders didn't like it. Josh Johnson didn't like it. Here's Josh Johnson.
Like, it just goes back to what DQ wants here. He wants, like, we all want. Like, everybody believes in one another. Everybody fights for one another, and we ain't gonna get pushed around by nobody. And I mean, unfortunately, that happened that way. You don't want to see it happen that way, but at the same time, you gotta let some people know sometimes. And that's what our guys did today. So they let them know, and then we'll see them in 2 weeks.
Oh God! Please don't hurt us, Josh Johnson.
I'm shaking.
Yeah, I mean, man, I don't know what we're gonna do. Josh Johnson, by the way, have you ever looked on his Wikipedia?
No, didn't think to.
No, because I think he's that irrelevant.
Well, I guess that was a dumb question. Who the hell would be looking at Josh Johnson's Wikipedia? I'm looking at Josh Johnson's Wikipedia right now.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what stands out to me. So this guy's been in the league since 2008.
Whoa.
What?
A very long time. Very long time. Now, he's been in and out. Would you like me to run through the list of all of the stops in Josh Johnson's NFL career?
We would love nothing more.
All right. So get ready, and everybody be prepared to fall asleep.
Take your notes out.
It's a long list. Long list. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, San Francisco 49ers, Sacramento Mountain Lions, Cleveland Browns, Cincinnati Bengals, 49ers again, Bengals again, the Jets, Indianapolis Colts, Buffalo Bills, Baltimore Ravens, New York Giants, Houston Texans, Oakland Raiders, the San Diego Fleet, the Washington Redskins, Detroit Lions, Los Angeles Wildcats, San Francisco 49ers, New York Jets, Baltimore Ravens, Denver Broncos, 49ers, Baltimore Ravens, Washington Commanders.
Whoa.
Were some of those arena football teams?
I think so.
XFL, UFL, Canadian.
I went down that list and I did not do an official count. I'm going to have to guess that's more than 20 teams, more than 20 stops for Josh Johnson in his career.
Sign.
Yeah, but, I got to tell you, playing since 2008, being a backup quarterback, not a terrible life.
Not bad life.
He's probably racked up cash. He's gotten some generational wealth for himself and for his family. I mean, good for Josh Johnson. You do still stink, and I'm not worried about you on Sunday. But it is officially Josh Johnson versus Tanner McKee. Get ready for a barn burner, people. It is going to be quite the shootout. Yep, 215-592-9494. We're talking about your expectations for the offense and for the quarterback as we head down the stretch here. No, well, not head down the stretch. We are heading into the postseason. I mean, it's win or go home time every single game. Do you expect Jalen Hurts to raise his level of play in the postseason like he has shown in years past? And who would you like to hear less from in the year 2026? We'll go to Omar in West Philly, who seems to be upset with something that I said in the last segment. Omar, Happy New Year to you, my friend. Thanks for calling in.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Yeah. No, it's just, it just seems like, man, it's the instigation. It's like, y'all talking about the Tanner McKee thing. People going to call when he do good. It's like it's a setup. It's like, because we know Tanner McKee is going to do well. We know that Washington is trying to get lottery picks or whatever, so they're not going to come out and play good. So, yeah, Tanner McKee is going to do well.
Okay.
Now it's kind of like you sparking, like, the debate right there. Well, our focus should just be on getting ready for the Super Bowl.
First of all, Omar, it took me like 2 hours to even bring up Tanner McKee on Sunday. I started the show. Hold on, Omar. I started the show talking about how I expect Jalen Hurts to raise his level of play in the postseason, like he's shown before. First of all,
I know, but that's passive aggressive though.
It's not. No.
And then you start talking about Tanner McKee being benched. It's like you slide it in there, man.
Omar,
I'm just saying.
It's not. Hold on. It's not passive aggressive. Are you aware of the reality that Tanner McKee is going to play on Sunday?
He's going to play on Sunday.
All right, and you just said he's going to do well.
Yeah,
I didn't say all I asked, and you.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
all right, no, but Omar, I can see by your reaction to just me saying that the city is not ready for Tanner McKee to play well on Sunday, and what the reaction's going to be. I think you're proving my point. That was what I was wondering is, what are we going to say? How are we going to react that the backup quarterback comes in and lights it up in a way that our starting offense has not been able to do? It seems like you're not ready for that conversation.
No, but you're stacking up the chips against them because it's like we already know, like I said, you're playing, like I said, a bad team, right? That they're trying to basically, get a high draft pick. And of course, like I say, Tanner is going to smoke him. I mean,
I agree.
Tanner is not a bum. Nobody says he's a bum.
I know.
I mean, he's going to do good.
All right, but you're acting like I'm saying that if Tanner McKee plays well, then he should start in the playoffs. Like nobody's going there. Nobody's saying that.
I'm just saying, man. Just kind of like what you you just like introducing it. Then, like I say, you just let everything just go like crazy. You know how this fan base is, man. Stop that. Man.
You think I'm setting things up? I'm not setting anything up.
Setting it up, man.
I'm not putting Tanner McKee in to start on Sunday. The Eagles are.
That's fine.
As he
should be. As he should be.
All right, Omar.
Hurts deserve his rest. And left his Thursdays and the rest. I agree with that.
I know. I'm just talking about it. That's what I'm here to do.
I'm just saying, there's other things that we could talk about, man. Can we talk about, man, how great we
want to go to the
Super Bowl?
What
our strategy?
You called in to talk about McKee.
Because you start talking about McKee.
All right, but Omar, here's how it works. I'm going to say a lot of things over these 4 hours. If one of the things that I say nobody ever calls in about, guess what? I'm probably done talking about it for the rest of the day because I'm going to be talking about what the callers want to talk about. I said a Tanner McKee thing. I wasn't going to bring it up again. You called in. You wanted to talk about Tanner McKee. Now we're talking about Tanner McKee. You've added another 5 minutes of Tanner McKee talk to the program today, Omar.
I'm just saying, let's just the fan base. Let's just be strong. Let's just support our team because, as you know, with our team, right? Our fan base now. Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. He's able to overcome that. But you got a lot of greats, man, who was inside of our city, man, and we lose them, and then they go other places and have success.
Well, so you're the one taking the leap about losing Jalen Hurts. Omar,
I'm just saying, the man is human. I'm just saying, he can't take so much of his bench and stuff.
I'm happy he's here. I expect him to.
Okay,
I am, Omar, and I expect him to play well in the postseason. Do you have somebody that you would like to hear less from in the year 2026?
House Speaker Mike Johnson.
All right. Wonderful. Had to probably assume that one of those was going to come down the pipeline.
Even though you said not to.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't listen.
That's okay. That's all right. Do you think Omar and I got anywhere?
I'm just not really sure what Omar...
I think he thinks that I'm
You're instigating.
Yeah, I think he thinks that I'm being passive aggressive about a Tanner McKee thing. Like I'm trying to start a quarterback controversy or something.
I've never seen a backup quarterback spark more issues in a city than this.
So you know what I think it is? It's not even necessarily about Tanner McKee. I think it's this is probably gonna anger more people.
Here we go.
This is Jalen Hurts' insecurity.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Yes, a backup quarterback playing well.
Yeah.
The final game of the regular season shouldn't make you feel any different about your starting quarterback.
I'm going to throw this back in Omar's face. I am not insecure about the quarterback. I think even if Tanner McKee plays well, it shouldn't be a threat or undermine Jalen Hurts as the Eagles starter. If you think that way, then you can be worried about what it means if Tanner McKee plays well. I'm not. Sounds like Omar is.
Facts. He is going to play well, and he should play well because that's his job.
Right. I expect him to play well. The Commanders' defense stinks. All I wanted to know was how people are going to react if that does happen. I think I have a pretty good idea now. 215-592-9494. Another one that we have to get out of the way. Cowboy Jim is on the line. What's going on, Cowboy Jim? Happy New Year, buddy.
Ashland, Happy New Year, buddy. Tanner McKee's a fun little quarterback?
Yeah,
That's a great analysis. Yep. You come up all that by yourself? Oh, Johnny Manziel was a fun little quarterback. Just so you know that.
No, fun off the field.
Ashland, it's been a bit. Good to hear from you. It's good to have a professional next to Kyle. Keeps him in line and keeps him nicer, too.
True.
I like that.
Yep.
That's just a different Kyle. Does he have crumbs on his mustache?
Not yet, but the show is young.
Not yet?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I was nominated for Caller of the Year for the afternoon show.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
I nominated Best Caller. I should be nominated for Caller of the Year for all of WIP. I call everybody. The midday show, afternoon show, Ashland, TK, Rob Ellis. I don't hear Yoshi calling anybody.
It sounds to me like you're stretched a little thin, Cowboy Jim. I mean, how much good content can you bring if you're calling every single show? Are you recycling content?
I am never recycling. I am the Nick Cannon of all callers. I spew my nonsense to everybody. To everybody.
Yep. Well, that's good. And you have a ton of it. You have a lot of nonsense to go around.
For my New Year's hope that the Eagles, the golden era, the fraud era of the Eagles will be over.
Era.
You will lose in the wild card. Everybody will want more money. Half the team will lose, and we begin the next 57 years of nothing for the Eagles. How about that?
Okay.
Is that good?
Well, I just don't know how you can call it a fraud era when they just won the Super Bowl.
Fraud.
Oh, okay.
It's all fraud.
Dynamite.
Every little bit of it. Yeah. And as for my someone I don't want to hear from that much, even though someone said Aaron and Cinnamon Ken, but I'm going to say, even though we're on a first name basis, Jalen Hurts. His press conferences are boring. And hey, and as for Jalen Hurts' guided door and windows, I don't care if you buy my windows, I make millions. Okay, we don't want to hear that anymore. I'm done with that.
Well, Jalen Hurts is not paid to give press conferences that you're entertained by.
You.
Yeah, he's
supposed
to play quarterback for
Aaron.
Yeah, go ahead.
And as for Charger Aaron, thank God he wasn't heavy breathing in the shower while he was listening to you. So goodbye, losers.
Oh man. I was going to ask him.
Wow.
I was going to ask him who his preferred playoff opponent for the Cowboys is in the first round.
Zing!
But we might have to.
Good one.
We'd have to wait another year to get
Should
Cowboy Jim's answer on that.
Should I dump that or
no?
I'm kidding.
Well, now him and Aaron do have a little bit of a. It's an offline back and forth. They come at each other's necks every time that they call in. Every now and then a little bit of caller on caller crime is a good thing. It's fun.
I agree.
Yeah.
Keeps things spicy.
That's right.
They're
Everyone on their toes.
self-policing.
Yeah, we've had some bat signals out, and man, they're heeding the call. So 215-592-9494, all that stuff's on the table. Not Cowboy Jim's nonsense. We're talking about the Eagles and your expectations for the postseason, particularly for the play of Mr. Jalen Hurts, and somebody you would like to hear less from in the year 2026. I do want to throw something in here, Phillies related, Ashland, because yesterday we got news that that pitcher Tatsuya Imai we'd heard that he might have been a target of the Phillies, or the Phillies were interested. I know the Phillies are trying to get better at tapping into the international market, specifically the Japanese market. And I think Imai had been on record saying he didn't want to join the Dodgers, he wanted to take down the Dodgers. And I had heard, I'm not not from too many people, but I think I heard at least whispers that the Phillies had interest in kicking the tires, and they might have offered him a contract. I know there were more lucrative offers than the one that the Astros gave Imai, but he did go to the Astros. He's not a Philly. But it does interest me that the Phillies were about to go in on another pitching prospect.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we look at this team and we talk about how they hadn't come through in the playoffs and the reason that they fell short, everybody points to the offense. It's the offense. They need more in the outfield. So-and-so, Alec Boehm, this and that, Castellanos, like all these guys, everyone's looking at offense. They want more people on offense. But I did find it interesting that with all of that, they seemed to just sort of go around the margins. They got Adolis Garcia. They took a flyer on him. But other than that, they had told us publicly that the outfield's pretty much set. But they went after a pitcher. Does Imai going to the Astros and does the Phillies' interest in bringing in another pitcher, does that make you want to just go back to the Ranger Suarez well? Like, would you be interested in just bringing back Ranger Suarez next season?
No, because now that feels like a backup plan. That shows me that they couldn't get what they wanted, so now they are almost forcing their hand to do so. I'm encouraged that they are being aggressive and wanting to go after that market and trying to get a bigger star here in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Confused why it couldn't work out, especially when you're mentioning that the Astros weren't the most lucrative deal.
Yeah.
But no, at that point, I feel like, especially because now this is public knowledge that you went after this almost feels like plan A didn't work. So let's go to plan C. That'll be enough.
Yeah, it just feels like the more and more time that passes this offseason, like, I don't know, I think I want Ranger back. I mean, he pitched so well in the postseason. And he has 8 starts in his career in the postseason, a 1.48 ERA. Like, talk about a guy that just locks in. I don't know. I think, here's the thing. I know JT Realmuto feels like the next domino to fall.
Yeah.
And Ranger Suarez would cost you more money. I don't think I would be upset if they gave a lot of money to Ranger Suarez and went with a different plan at catcher.
I think that's their best move.
Really?
Going forward. I think you'll feel the effect of that this season.
Right.
But I think the 5-year plan, that makes the most sense.
So that you think it's time they need to start thinking about moving off of JT Realmuto, getting some new blood in here.
Yeah, I think every team is going through something of that magnitude.
Yep.
I mean, we're going to be there with Lane Johnson at some
True.
point.
You're right. Yep.
And to put all this money into that, you have to accept, though, that there's going to be a big drop-off this year.
And I do love the idea of sort of doubling down on your strength, which is starting pitching.
I agree.
That was...
Just like when Lane Johnson, you're going to feel the effect of that.
Yep.
But one day it has to happen.
Right. And something that the Eagles do is they double down on the offensive line. Like, they just churn guys out. Like, they draft along the lines because they know eventually, some guys are going to have to get replaced. There's so much variance with what happens injury-wise, all that stuff. Like, you always want to be strong in that area. And it sort of reminds me of how the Phillies view the pitching staff. They just always want to be strong in that area. And I think the starting pitching is, while the bats might not keep up their end of the bargain, like the starting pitching keeps you in every single series, especially in the postseason. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens with Ranger. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of talk or mutual interest between the Phillies and Ranger Suarez. I just haven't heard too much about it. But, man, I would love to bring Ranger Suarez back.
It is interesting how we've really heard nothing about that.
Yeah. That's the one that's been really quiet. You've heard a little bit about Realmuto. And, just sort of I know people have thrown out the Bregman thing. I don't know, Bichette, not as much. Ketel Marte has been floated out in terms of a trade with the Diamondbacks. I don't know if the Phillies are going to go surprise anybody with a big bat, but nothing really on the Ranger Suarez front for anybody. It could be me being out of the loop. I haven't heard of any team showing interest in Ranger Suarez. Maybe he's one of those. He's a Scott Boras client. So maybe that's one of those things that gets taken all the way into towards spring training and stuff. They do that a lot. So
Interesting.
Yep. 215-592-9494. We will go back to the phone lines. Let's talk to our buddy Scott in King of Prussia. What's going on, Scott? Happy New Year.
Hey, greetings. Happy New Year, team.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year. So I will be changing my name shortly to Scott from Planet Houston as I get ready to take that assignment in 2 months.
Houston is a planet?
I will be. Yep. Planet Houston. Come on. You never seen Superman, the original?
No.
Oh,
I
God.
can't say I
Zod.
have.
How about Zod? All right. Go watch it.
about
You'll
what?
get the reference.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not gonna
With
do that.
Ranger, the Mets in Baltimore are most interested.
Okay.
Just to give
Oh,
you a
the
heads
Mets.
up.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Scott.
can you imagine? That would be
Oh,
awful.
no,
wouldn't it?
hold on. That can't happen. Now
it can happen.
We
It
need to
can
bring
happen.
Ranger back just to get him out of the Mets' grubby hands. I can't have it.
Yeah, I know. It'd be awful to see him in a Mets uniform, but I would not be surprised if he ends up with the Mets.
Ugh.
As far as the World Classic, I think it's a huge mistake for any player that's 30 plus to play in it. Look at what it did to Turner. He hit a bunch of home runs and then he couldn't hit. In that season, I think it was 2-3 years ago. Harper's injury prone. I just think it's a major mistake for anybody who's injury prone 30 plus to play in it. I really do.
Dude, I'm with you, Scott. It reminds me of Embiid in the Olympics. I just don't think he's equipped to do it. He's not even equipped to handle an entire 162-game season right now.
That's the way I see it. If you're going to get injured in my uniform. I don't need you to get injured in a World Classic uniform.
Yeah.
Too much money,
Right.
Too much money involved in this now,
I agree.
just a
It's a
mistake.
much easier pill to swallow if he's injured playing for the Phillies than it is if he's injured before the season playing in the World Baseball Classic. I wouldn't.
Absolutely.
I think I would freak out. I would have to freak out.
If he got injured in the World Classic, I can't even imagine what the radio would
Oh
be
my
like.
God!
It
Be a problem.
it would be
around
out of
here.
hand.
Yep.
All right, pivoting to the Eagles, I think that the key to the playoff is Jalen's legs. It's his ability to want to run and to take what's there. He has not done that this season too much. He did it for a game here and there, and it really made a difference in those games. And I think that if he turns that on in the playoffs, that's going to be the difference, because that's going to open up the passing game, because then the linebackers and the secondary are frozen because they don't know whether to come up or to stay with their men.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree, Scott. And I think the best version of Jalen Hurts that we saw was, the Washington game and the NFC Championship game, but really the Chiefs, and look, maybe they sold out to stop Saquon Barkley, but that works to your advantage. If you do have a good running game and you're threatening, whether it's with Saquon, whether it's with Jalen, then you pull the safeties up and you pull the linebackers up, and that makes it easier for you to throw the ball over their heads. Being able to have that threat of a running game, specifically with Jalen Hurts, I think would do wonders for this team in the postseason.
I agree 100%. And then for the last thing, for your question,
Yes.
For me, it's more of a personal one. For me, it's Spike Eskin.
Oh, man, wow.
Yeah,
Yikes.
it's Spike Eskin. The formula with Spike Eskin is if you're kind to him, he's pleasant, he's kind.
Well,
but if you
that doesn't
challenge,
seem unreasonable.
if you challenge him with facts and a good call and a good argument, he turns into a bit of an a-hole. I'm sorry.
Well, all
That's
right.
how I feel.
All right, buddy. Well, Scott, I appreciated the call up until the attacking of a colleague.
We hate when that happens.
Yeah, well, I think Scott and Spike have had their differences. I think Spike's a great guy. I don't think it's unreasonable to reciprocate how people talk to you and their energy, right? If
treat others the way you would like to be
That's exactly
treated.
right. The golden rule: respect is a two-way street. I'm sure if you've gotten into heated debates with Spike before, and you feel as though that that's the way you feel, that you challenge them, and everybody views how they come out in an argument very differently, right? A lot of people, when they hear debates this is my favorite thing, when people listen to debates on WIP, and it's less about who presented the best argument. It's more about, do I agree with this person's opinion?
Right.
So if somebody calls in and yells at Joe Giglio, and they're saying Joe's too negative about Jalen Hurts, all the people who want to prop up Jalen Hurts all the time are like, cook him, you're getting cooked. It's just, you agree with their opinion, and I get it, but I probably spent a little bit too much time talking about Scott's opinion of our colleague, and we'll move off of that now. 215-592-9494. You can get in with who you would like to hear less from in the year 2026, preferably not a WIP colleague, and along with your take on the Eagles. You can, whatever you got on this game Sunday, but that's small potatoes. We got a playoff run to get ready for it. And what do you expect out of the quarterback in this offense going into this postseason? 215-592-9494. We'll get back to all the phone calls on that. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan. We are screaming toward the final hour of this program, the WIP Midday Show, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles wrap up their regular season at home against the Commanders.
We got to go play a good game. We got to go coach a good game. Excited to go play this week.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 2. Then Merrill and Mike have the call.
And it is complete. Touchdown!
Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
This time of year could bring more stress than celebration. If you have a work injury, Social Security disability claim, or other legal battle you never thought you'd face, the Pond Lee hockey team is here to fight for you every day, all year long. They'll guide you every step of the way. With decades of experience standing up to big insurance companies, they know exactly what it takes to protect your rights and get you the compensation you deserve. Call 800-568-7500 or visit pondleehockey.com. Pond Lee Hockey. Nobody fights harder for you.
Ike Reese here. Winter's coming fast. Snow, ice, wind. Don't wait for your roof or siding to fail. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding now. They've got lifetime warranty roofs and siding, plus American-made Provia and Anderson windows and doors. From Philly to the Jersey Shore, Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means Owens Corning guarantees their workmanship for life. Life. There's no better roof than an Owens Corning roof by Emmons. Financing? They've got it. Go to callemmons.com and tell them Ike sent you.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. It took almost 24 years, but Miami got revenge over Ohio State last night in the Cotton Bowl, and the Canes move on in the college football playoffs. We knew it would be defense winning the day, but most thought it would be the first-round loaded Buckeyes. They lost 2 straight to end the season and are denied back-to-back titles. I'm John Lund.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. You know who else called himself a commander? The guy steering the Titanic. Eagles Commanders. Pre-game starts Sunday at 2 on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Sports Radio WIP. Kyle Quinn, Ashlyn Sullivan, Louis Coco producing the program for you today. We are here until 2 o'clock, just under an hour to go for us before we hand it off to, do we know is it Broads today again?
I was just talking to him.
Okay.
It is
all right.
Broads.
So Broads is here.
Big week for Broads.
Big week for Broads. Big week for Broads. It's a big week for the WIP backups, a big weekend for the Eagles backups. It's backup week. So we've talked briefly, just about some of the potential outcomes from this game Sunday, but that's not important. We have a postseason stretch to go through here. We're talking about our expectations for that. I see a lot of people on the phone lines. We will get to some phone calls. Also, I have some 2026. I'll say over-unders, some yes-nos. Just some questions I want to run by you. We'll sort of get your predictions on a few things that popped into my head, just things that might be coming down the pipeline for 2026 in Philly sports. I'll get your take on that in just a second. We'll get back to the phone lines here. Let's talk to my buddy Matt in Prospect Park, who wants to talk about Jalen Hurts and who he's most afraid of in the NFL postseason. Matt, what's going on, buddy? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. What's up?
What's up, dude?
This is a winning combination. We got the Delco snark of Kyle Quinn and the Florida sunshine of Ashlyn. It's perfect.
Doesn't sound like me.
Delco Hold on. I can't hear it. Yeah, I've been listening to you guys in the shower all morning, and it's great. I do think Jalen's going to raise his game. I mean, I hope he does. I really think he will.
We all hope
I think he'll give up. I think he'll give up his body a little bit more. That didn't sound quite
yeah,
right.
you can't follow up the shower comment with.
Yeah, I know. Where the shower thing is just poisoned. Everything's tainted now.
This is a disaster, Matt.
You
want to start over?
I'm trying here.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. How about hey, let's go to Matt in Prospect Park, who wants to call in and talk about the Eagles and his expectations for Jalen Hurts and who he's most afraid of in the NFL playoffs. Matt, Happy New Year, buddy. Good to talk to you.
Hey, Happy New Year, guys.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
I don't want to sound like I'm afraid of the 49ers, but I'm a little bit still maybe PTSD about the 49ers. I don't really want to face them. I feel like they have the blueprint on us a little. I don't feel very sanguine about playing them. Am I crazy? You think
Well,
that's
so here's my
seeing
thing.
ghosts?
I know the history with the 49ers, and that 2023 thing was tough. I mean, that was a tough pill to swallow for a lot of Eagles fans. The Niners came in here and they did the all black for the Eagles funeral thing, and I mean, they embarrassed the living crap out of us. But that whole blueprint thing that Nick Bosa came out with,
yeah.
That, to me, is more of like their defense having figured out a formula to stop our offense. I just don't think they have the players to be able to pull that off at this point. Like, the Niners
Maybe
defense
not
stinks.
Giving up that many points
Yeah,
to Chicago.
and they don't have Fred Warner back until I think late in the postseason. He's a huge part of what they do, and Nick Bosa's out for the season. So, having the blueprint is one thing, but being able to carry out that blueprint, I think, is an entirely different thing.
All right. Fair enough. They worry me. I'd love to play the Packers, but Ashley and I agree with the point she made, which was basically, I mean, we're gonna play who we're gonna play. We're gonna face these people if we want to go where we're headed. So, yeah, no need to be afraid. Just a little bit of them.
Could be nervous.
And,
Could be nervous, but you're going to have to see it eventually.
Yeah, eventually it's going to have to happen.
So the Niners, the team that you're most afraid of seeing.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think Shanahan. I don't think so much about the blueprint comment that Bosa made. I just feel like Shanahan and this team is like engineered that team in a lab to beat us.
Their offense is hot, man. I mean, they're like talk about getting hot at the right time.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy came back, and it took them a few games, but man, they're lighting it up. That game against
win
Chicago
streak.
was crazy. Yeah. Yep. So why not the Rams, Matt?
I think we know what to do with the Rams. I think Stafford is showing a little shakiness as he gets to the end of the season. I just think that the 49ers are more creative. I think that they scheme better. That's what I think. They're both going to be a tough out. But
I guess
I think San Francisco's tricky.
You're basing this off of our history against these two teams. We've beaten the Rams.
Wow.
Yeah, we have a pretty solid record. I think Sirianni does against Sean McVay. So I guess I see where you're coming from there, Matt. Do you have somebody you'd like to hear less from in the year 2026?
I don't. I don't want to go negative. Can I go to a bold prediction for 2026?
Fine. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Yeah, you got it, buddy.
Maybe not.
No, you're
Can't
good.
even
Dude.
tell.
Go ahead, man. You're good.
Speaking of snark, so when the midday show goes out to Santa Clara for the Super Bowl,
yes,
and Hugh Douglas tours wine country, my bold prediction is that he will open a winery in Napa Valley, and he'll be stomping on grapes like that scene in I Love Lucy.
I don't know if Hugh was willing to get his hands or feet in this case dirty. I appreciate the phone call, Matt. Hugh is becoming or trying to become a wine guy. Can you picture that?
Yeah.
Hugh Douglas is a wine guy?
I would have assumed he already is a wine guy.
Really?
Yes.
What about Hugh screams wine guy to you?
Sophistication.
Hold on.
I am Hugh today, let's remember.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. Well,
There's a lot of similarities between him and I.
Well, maybe this will change your mind about how sophisticated Hugh Douglas is. We had time off in the summer, and he was talking about how he can't wait to go. He's going to go to some winery and get banged up, is how he described it.
Those normally go hand in hand.
Yes. But his plan was to bring his tin Buc-ee's cup, and I don't know if you're familiar with Buc-ee's, but it's a gas station in the South. And he had a tin cup, and he was going to ask the people at the winery, to just, instead of giving him a glass of wine, just fill his tin Buc-ee's cup. Does that scream sophistication to you?
Kind of, yeah. Like, I like that he put thought into that. I also love Buc-ee's.
It's different, that's for sure. I've never been to Buc-ee's.
You're missing out.
I know. Look,
it's the South Wawa.
Yeah, and I almost heard it's like maybe better, dare I say?
Times 10. But Al Morganti says I'm not allowed to slander Wawa anymore on these airwaves.
Yeah, that's true. You are not allowed to slander Wawa.
Yes.
On these
I was going
airwaves.
to say that's a tough take to have here.
Yeah, it is.
I know. And I had it my first show with WIP because I didn't understand.
Right.
Yeah, well, how dare you?
I came in naive.
How dare you?
And quickly learned.
You probably got an earful.
Thou shalt not.
Yeah. I've heard great things about Buc-ee's. Hugh describes it as like I don't know, like you can get pretty much anything your little heart desires there. They have beaver nuggets, which he brought in for me, and I tried. They were delicious. They tasted like those the pop cereal, but they were like sweet. And Hugh's big thing. Hugh talks about how you can get live in the bathroom there at Buc-ee's.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. I don't think I want to know. but Hughes brought that up. Even filmed videos of it. And, well, now this sounds like it's getting no. He was filmed the video of himself in the bathroom talking about how clean it was. He's like, you can even get live in here, which I still don't know what it means. An outrageous video from Hugh Douglas.
Once again, sophistication.
Yes, that is a sophisticated man, Hugh Douglas, right there. Oh man, 215-592-9494. I'll toss you some of those over-unders, some yes or no's, some predictions for the year 2026 after we'll do another phone call here. Let's talk to another one of our midday show pals, Andy in Westchester. Andy, Happy New Year, bud.
Happy New Year to you. And is that plant-based Ashland next to you now?
Yeah, that's another, yeah. Now, actually, it's a good point, Andy, because I don't know if you're familiar with this, but there are so many different personalities of Hugh Douglas that we've had to create a bracket, a field of 64 different personalities, and there are some that don't make the cut every year. So there's not just 64 different personalities of Hugh Douglas. There's a lot that we have to pare down and put into a bracket, and people vote on them, and then we come up with the best version of Hugh Douglas. Last year, a strong 1 seed was plant-based Hugh.
He was plant-based.
Yeah, well, he was. So I think he accidentally bought plant-based butter one time, and we all ran with it. It took off. It became a big thing. And every time he started being, I'll say, cowardly, soft, or trepidatious about things with the Eagles, we were calling him plant-based. That was a big thing. So that's one of the many hats you have to wear in the Hugh Douglas chair.
This is overwhelming.
Yeah,
I hope
it's a lot.
The sophisticated Hugh Douglas makes it to the bracket this year.
Sophisticated Douglas, I don't know if that makes the field of 64.
I'm going to talk to him.
Okay,
I was like,
all right.
Could you really be sophisticated for at least a month?
Tell him to start raising his pinky as he's drinking from his cup on the YouTube feed, and then
we'll add some adjectives to his vocabulary.
Yeah. Oh no, Hugh struggles with the pronunciation of the big words. Tongue-tied Hugh, pretty sure Tongue-tied Hugh might have won the bracket last year, but that was a number 1 seed, and that's probably going to be another number 1 seed in this year's bracket too. Andy, sorry, buddy.
Anyways,
you got me off on a tangent. What do you got on the birds?
Today's the first time I heard of sophisticated Hugh. I'm unaware of him.
Yeah.
I feel good about them. I actually I think they're going to do well. I'm committed either way, even if Tanner McKee lays a big stinky turd on Sunday. I'm calling in and demanding he play just to get under Omar's skin.
Yeah. Well, it won't just be Omar's skin that you get under if you do that. Just warning you.
That's going to be my whole goal for next week. Is just scream for Tanner McKee. But yeah, I don't. 49ers are far from my biggest concern. Actually, isn't it? What's his name? Josh Johnson, the quarterback
for the Commanders. Yep.
Yes. Isn't that who we knocked out after?
Yeah. So it was Brock Purdy who went down. Josh Johnson was his backup in that championship game for the Niners. Mm-hmm. We took him out as well, and then I think they were doing the Wildcat. That was why they came up with that third emergency quarterback rule, was because of that game. The Niners were complaining that they didn't have another quarterback in that game.
Him.
Yeah.
Maybe protect your quarterback, and it's not a concern.
So they tried to block Hassan Reddick, who I think had 16.5 sacks that season with a tight end, and they got their quarterback his UCL torn in his elbow. So maybe that's a look within Kyle Shanahan.
So, yeah, I don't know. There was one game, and that was the spanking after that that they laid on us.
Yep.
But the 49ers are at least my concerns.
Who is your biggest concern?
Rams.
Okay. Yeah. I
don't want to play Seattle in Seattle either. That's
a
big one.
That's a good point. And they can't play Seattle in the first round. But if Seattle ends up the number 1 seed and it does come to it, we would have to go there. And that's historically been sort of a house of horrors for the Eagles going to Seattle. That would be tough. You're right.
So.
Yep.
Outside of that, though, I feel pretty good. I'm not sweating this too much at all.
Well, that's good. So what do you think about what do you expect from the quarterback, the offense? Do you expect them to raise his level of play in the postseason?
Yeah, it all depends who we're playing round 1, but I'm not necessarily thinking, okay, he's just going to turn it on, but I think if they get through the first round, then I would expect it.
Huh.
I'm not sure what to make of it. They never seem to be come out gangbusters in round 1, or Jalen doesn't at least.
Well, they don't, but they in 2022, they laid it on the Giants in that first game. I think it was 28 to nothing or something by the second quarter. I don't know.
Yeah, but it was the Giants.
Fair point.
I know, but they were a playoff. Andy, they were a playoff team that year.
Barely. I don't know.
Whatever.
Yeah, so it's I don't know. I just think that I think he will turn it on. I think he's at his best. That Jordan Mailata quote last year after the Super Bowl when he said, "How do you do it?" and he just said, "That's what the FI do." I do think that he's capable of just turning it on like that. But
maybe it's a confidence thing. I don't know. Who knows? That would be very nice to see. I would love another great postseason run from Jalen Hurts. Andy, you have
for sure.
Do you have somebody you want to hear from less in the year 2026?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just been a list today. And I'm going to go with, there's two people, you already mentioned one, two people when I hear their voice, I just mute the radio.
Uh-oh.
So I'm going caller on caller crime and
boy.
Andy on Andy crime. Andy from Deptford.
Oh, wow.
I could never hear him again and be happy.
Shots fired today.
I know, man. It's I probably should have. Yeah, thanks, Andy. Happy New Year, dude. I probably should have expected it with just. These are what WIP callers do. They're very territorial and they do like to take shots at other callers.
I don't think I've ever heard this much caller on caller crime
Really?
in one show, in one particular show.
It can happen.
If you're not careful, it could happen.
Yeah, there will be times like some days it'll be like a lot of it. Some days it'll be none of it. But we've definitely experienced a lot of caller on caller crime on the midday show.
When this prompt, I thought we were going to get more like big picture
celebrities.
celebrities.
Like I tried to set the table with that. But
That's what I thought you were going for.
did not go that way.
Like, I'm trying to think of more even like non-sports figures.
My life is so filled with sports. That's like all I think about now.
Yeah, another one that popped into my head is another sports thing too. Actually, maybe I want to take things off the table for people, but that whole crew that's been around since like I don't know what the 90s, the Fox NFL crew where they're all it's Terry Bradshaw, it's Jimmy Johnson, it's like can I get somebody new in there, please? Somebody that's been around the NFL in the past decade. That's not Rob Gronkowski. I can't do the Gronk thing either.
Yeah.
So maybe I just took a lot off the table there.
So they have to hire a whole new crew, basically.
Yeah. You know what? Why not? Why not just get a whole new crew in there? Those guys, I'm not a big fan of. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get back to the phones in a little bit. Let me throw you, Ashlyn, some over-unders or yes-nos. I came up with these numbers, so you can be critical of them if you think it's a bad line that I said here. But I think I kind of got an answer from you off-air earlier on this one. I set the over-under for Flyers playoff series wins at 0.5.
0.5.
Do you think that's a good line?
It is.
Okay. And would you go over or under?
Under.
You go. Oh, so you don't see them winning. If you had to put your money down, you would bet on them not winning a single playoff series this year.
I think they will make it into the playoffs, and I unfortunately think they will be a first-round exit.
Okay.
And I think that is a great expectation. I think that is a great year.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
And for example, 2 days ago when Al and I were on, we got so many callers saying that they should be the lead of their division and this is a team that can win a Stanley Cup. And while I am encouraged that everyone is excited about this Flyers team, they're not there yet.
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial to everybody if they lowered their expectations for just how deep in the postseason they go. Let them pleasantly surprise you if possible, and you won't be let down if they don't win a playoff series.
Making it is huge.
I totally agree. It's huge. Get them some experience, whether they win or lose that series. With you there. All right, over-under for Phillies wins. Now, they won 96 last season. Pretty good number.
That is.
I set it at 92 this season.
Wow, good line. Makes you think. Under.
Man, under 92. Well, so then what range would you have them in? Do you think it's sort of bumping up against that 92, or do you think they don't even get close? Okay, all right. But playoffs, maybe wild card.
Playoffs.
That's good. That's probably going to be wild card in this division.
I mean, I don't see how anyone can make the argument they're going to take a step in the right direction higher than they were last year.
They're not going to win more than 96 games.
Yeah.
I don't see that. Now, could they go deeper in the postseason? Yeah, I mean, baseball's weird like that, but I think it would be okay. Under 92 wins. December of 2026, is Rob Thompson still the manager of this baseball team?
Wow. Yes.
Okay.
What makes you think not?
Well, first of all, I think there's a lot of, if they don't make the postseason, one, or if they get bounced in the first round again, a head's going to have to roll. And it's going to be a lot harder for them to move off of a big contract like a Bryce Harper or a Trey Turner. It's going to be way easier for them to change the manager.
But that's never the answer.
It might not be the answer, but it might be what they do.
Yeah. Especially because there was already questions this year.
Yeah. All right. And then I guess I know your answer to this then. Dave Dombrowski's still the general manager by December 2026?
Yes.
Okay. So they're not cleaning house.
That's just look at the bat. I get it. They haven't won it all, but they are in the conversation every year of being in the postseason. And we just talked about it. Plus 90 wins. Like, what do you mean they have to get rid of their manager?
Fine. Don't get mad at me. These are just the lines.
I am mad at you. It's just silly.
Somebody set these lines. It wasn't me. Just kidding.
I didn't do this.
It was me. Yep. All right. I'll give you one, and then I'll toss the other ones to the other side. We'll run some phone calls here. Eagles playoff wins in 2026. Over under 1.5.
Under. Wow. Yeah. And it pains me to say so.
Yeah. We got negative Ashland today.
Yeah.
Typical. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's squeeze some phone calls in here. We got about 40 minutes until we are out of here for the day. Chuck in Mount Airy. What's going on there, Chuck? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year, Cal. What's up, man?
How are you, bud?
Ashley, how you doing?
Doing awesome. How are you? Happy New Year.
Ashlyn.
It's okay. I just roll with it.
Ashley, I'm
Starbucks
sorry.
always puts it on the cup, and I'm like, yep, Ashley here. It's mine.
Yeah. Listen, let me ask you something, Cal. How many times my name was said as a person that don't want to hear it?
None today.
What?
Yeah, not one person. We got an Aaron in San Diego. We got a Cowboy Jim. You should be disappointed, Chuck.
Yeah, I know. I mean, my popularity going down, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
Step it up, will you?
Your infamy going down. Yep. Yeah, you got to step it up. That's
Jesus,
a New Year's resolution.
I got to step my game up in
do.
2026, man. I got to annoy some people out there.
Well, let's start here. What do you got?
Listen, let me say this, right? And I'm going to start here. I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to Tanner McKee on Sunday.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to tell you why. Because, all you sensitive Jalen Hurts fans out there, don't get butt hurt. You know what I mean? Jalen's the starter. You don't have to be insecure, but I'm interested in seeing Tanner this week because, it's still Kevin Patullo calling the plays, right, on Sunday.
Yes, it is.
So, if the offense looks faster and more fluent with the backups in, then, it's going to lead me to believe that all year long it was who I thought it was, and that's Jalen Hurts. Now, listen, I do believe that Jalen does step up in the playoffs because he showed us that's his track record.
Yep.
He steps up, when the lights shine the brightest.
Mm-hmm.
But it would behoove me to say that as an Eagles fan, I'm not interested in Tanner McKee and how he looks against the Washington Commanders starters on Sunday. I mean, this is a game that intrigues me, and I believe that we're going to get the second seed, by accident. I think that, we're going to win this game, and I think that Detroit's going to take care of business against Chicago because I think that Ben Johnson, this guy, the coach over there in the Lions, he want to show that, we don't need Ben Johnson to be a successful organization here. So I think he's going to go all out to beat the Chicago Bears. But, I just can't wait to see him play on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good week of the football, Cal.
I'd be lying to you, Chuck, if I said I wasn't curious to see how Tanner plays. It's natural to be curious.
Yeah.
Natural to be curious, Chuck.
And don't apologize for it either.
You know what? Damn right, Chuck. I will never.
Say it with your chest.
Yeah, I got you. I got you, Chuck.
Stick your chest out when you say you can't wait to see Tanner play.
Damn
Ain't
right.
nothing wrong with that, man.
Can't wait to see Tanner play.
Yeah, we've watched brutal quarterback play all year long, man.
That's right.
It's okay to want to see some about 250 yards, 3 touchdowns,
Come on.
All right, Chuck. What do you got? You got somebody that you want to hear less from in 2026?
Yeah, Nick Sirianni's press conference
Oh, boy.
is brutal.
Well, you're not
Brutal,
going to hear
brutal.
less of those. Yeah.
I know. Hey, listen, Cal, have a good weekend, man.
And you too.
And watch some football.
Chuck, I'm going to take you up on that, my friend. Take you up on that. Appreciate it. 215-592-9494. You know what? We got a lot of people waiting to get on before we take a break. I'll be a rebel here, and I'll go a little bit late to this break. I know. I'm crazy.
Whoa.
Jake in Delco. Let's talk about the Birds. What's going on, Jake?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hey, bud.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, dude.
So, first of all, Ashlyn, you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth because on the one hand, you're like, yeah, I learned about Wawa, but then you said it. Some people might have missed it, but I heard it. You said somebody said his Bucky's better, and you said times 10.
I didn't say that.
So you did.
No,
yes,
I didn't
you
say
did.
that.
I heard you.
Run the tape. Run the tape.
Did I say that?
Run the tape.
I don't know.
You did. You did. So apparently you need some more excoriating to get that out of you.
That's a big word that I don't know.
Yeah,
what that means.
I don't know. I can't say I do either.
So,
no, you're great. Between you and Devin Caney, there's been an influx of young female talent, and it's been awesome to listen to. So,
well, thank you. Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Now I'm equivocating.
Someone look that up.
Yeah, you know what? You're gonna have to dumb it down for us.
Please.
Gonna have to
come
dumb
on,
it. I'm
Kyle,
just kidding, buddy. Go ahead. What do you got on the Eagles, man?
The Eagles, I have an interesting thought. Who was that kicker that Hugh would not stop talking about?
Younghoe Koo. Yep.
We should just to see go sign him just for like a 10-day contract, and then just see how he kicks in this game, and then we see what we got, and then Hugh's happy. And speaking of Hugh, like we are all waiting for our Bucky's bathroom update.
Yeah, I think saying we are all waiting for it, maybe, before you speak for the whole collective on Hugh Douglas's Bucky's bathroom update, I don't know.
Well, I mean, just to tie it all together, it could be in the Bucky's shower, going with the theme of the day.
All right, buddy. Doing a lot, Jake. Do you have somebody you want to hear less from in 2026?
I want to hear, God bless BG, but I want to hear less fake retirements. I can't stand when that happens. All the tears and the BG out with the big echo. What is that? It's all fake. Not real.
I don't know
fake.
if it's fake, Jake. I appreciate the call, man. Look, a decision to retire from something you love has got to be very difficult. You got to give the guy some grace.
Yeah. Come on.
Hold on. And BG coming back was a cool thing.
It was.
It's cool. I mean, it couldn't have hurt. In fact, it's helped. I thought him playing defensive tackle, filling in for Jalen Carter was awesome. He got sacks. I mean, I don't know.
Guy's a depth piece.
Yeah, leave BG alone. Guy's an Eagles legend. Legend.
He's got some emotion.
Yep.
Sue us.
215. Yeah. God forbid a man sheds a tear, Jake. Jeez. 215-592-9494. Just one more segment to go.
Whoa.
I will throw the rest of these yes or no's, over-unders at Ashlyn before we get out of here. Maybe we'll get some official Week 18 predictions in for the few games that are of importance.
We are busy.
Yes, we are very, very busy on the show. 215-592-9494. And then we'll finish up with as many calls as we possibly can. If we can't get to you, don't worry. Broads is coming in at 2. And he'll be happy to take your phone calls. And yes, I am speaking for Broads. 215-592-9494. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashlyn Sullivan. We are in for the midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage, exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February.
It's gonna be great.
Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Seahawks and 49ers Saturday night showdown in the Bay Area with the number 1 seed in the NFC on the line. Expect plenty of points. I'm going to war for this Niners offense. They are a machine right now, and whether or not George Kittle plays, they will be the best unit on the field. I'm back in the home dog. Give me the 1.5 points with San Francisco to finish off an incredible regular season. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know, this time of year, everybody's talking about fresh starts. That's why Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins and pork loin fillets are my weekly game plan. They're pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven ready in about 35 minutes. No stress, no guesswork. From savory brown sugar to Texas Smokehouse, Tuscan herb, or honey garlic teriyaki. These flavors turn busy nights into easy wins. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and where to buy. Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
Hey,
hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Wing pull, wing pull, wing pull. Club Risque, where the tradition continues. Wing Pull 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas. And madness all day. Club Risque Philly. ClubRisque.com. Auto Lenders is the proud sponsor of the coin toss before every Birds game. Because when you see their huge inventory of one-owner vehicles, you'll flip.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free with no payments and no interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Sports Radio WIP. It's Kyle Quinn. It's Ashton Sullivan. Louis Coco producing the program. We got maybe 20-ish minutes left to hang with you today before we hand it over to Broads, Hunter Brody, until 6 o'clock. 215-592-9494. Got a lot of people waiting to get on here. Probably not going to get to everybody, but have no fear. Broads will happily take your phone call. I just talked to him.
He said, everybody stay on the line.
Don't leave.
Do not leave. I will talk about whatever you want to talk about. He did not say that, but as I said,
We're going to assume.
Yes, I speak for Broads. All right, let's take a phone call. Then I'll throw you the rest of these over/unders, yes, nos, real quick. Let's talk to Neil in the Northeast. What's going on, Neil? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year, Kyle.
What's up,
Happy
man?
New Year, Ashland.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, about the Eagle, I agree with you, Kyle.
Yep.
Washington's defense isn't very good. I think McKee's going to have a good game, and it could be an easy win by more than 2 touchdowns. I'm hoping Detroit pulls the up, maybe beat Chicago at home, and the Eagles get the 2 seed because that would be a lot easier, like that.
So-
and who?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I agree with you about Galen. One thing I think he's going to be, want everybody healthy, especially Lane Johnson, so you want him healthy and most of the offensive linemen. And, I think Smith's going to play maybe the first quarter to get 1,000 yards or so, and that might actually help the offense a little bit. And, but, who I'd like to avoid is probably – number 1 is the Rams.
Okay.
Number 2 would be San Francisco. Okay. And the most likely to play, if they get the 2 seed, Green Bay, because they're banged up. Yeah. Although I think San Francisco, even though Purdy's playing especially well lately, the defense is still banged up. So I think the Eagles could score points, and I think they'll go a little bit more in the center, and I think you'll see more RPOs from Galen Hurts.
I hope so.
One thing about you and the wine. Maybe you could consult with Dick Vermeil because Dick Vermeil has his own winery, so there's probably no one better than Dick to consult with if he wants like a vineyard or something like that.
I agree. Vermeil wines. Yep, that's what. That's a good point, Neil. Was there? I know you're usually a beacon of positivity. Was there somebody that you're tired of hearing from? You would like to hear from less in 2026?
Actually, one of them was your callers.
Oh,
Cowboy Jim. He's the greatest in his own mind, and Dallas sucks. And may Jerry Jones live to be 100 because they're not going to have winning playoff seasons.
Wow.
And another one is Chip Kelly. Like what he does. Even though he became head coach of Northwestern, he does one thing in college, but look what he did as a coordinator for the Raiders. But he won, as a coordinator with Ohio State, the championship last year. So, Chip Kelly.
Yeah, all right. Fair, Neil, and I appreciate the call. You make a lot of good points. Happy New Year to you, buddy.
Double collateral. It was Jim and Chip Kelly.
Man, you don't really hear much from Chip Kelly. He was with the Raiders. The Raiders stunk. I know he got fired, but Chip's not really he's not really in the media and stuff. You don't really hear from Chip Kelly much.
It's probably best that way.
Yeah, that's honestly, Ashland. Yeah,
it's a good point.
Fair.
Probably for the best. All right, let's take Lenny in Pine Hill. Let's talk about the Eagles. What's going on there, Lenny? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Kyle and Ashland.
Happy New Year.
I have a question regarding the Phillies. I think this whole season they need to do more for the outfield because Marsh's liability. He's an average fielder. You don't know what you're going to get hitting this year. Last year was okay. They just need to add another elite defensive guy out there that will help the whole team.
Yeah, well, Garcia is an elite defensive player in the outfield.
Move to Crawford to left. Now you have elite, speedy outfield.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
that can save runs.
Yeah.
Base hits in the gap will be caught. Also, I agree about resting the Eagle starters for this game because the Washington Commanders have some dirty players, and I feel that the NFL need to change some rules regarding. Like if Jalen would have played and he would have slid, what happened last year where Luvu hit him in the head?
Oh, yeah.
15-yard penalty, personal foul is nothing compared to losing your quarterback.
Yeah, I agree.
The whole playoffs.
But how do you, I don't know, I guess how do you de-incentivize it? You have to flag them, right? But what do you suggest should be the consequences?
Is that NFL say, okay, the Washington Commanders have nothing to play for. they're going to do what they can do because they don't like the Eagles. And I would say, they got to have a rule saying that if this happens before the playoffs and they play dirty, I know people get injured. That happens in all sports, which is, it's the nature of the game. But if you do it to potentially hurt somebody, then that person needs to be suspended for like half the season for next year or the whole season without pay. And then instead of a 15-yard penalty, put them on the goal line.
That's a lot. That's a lot, and it's harsh, Lenny. Do you have somebody you'd like to hear less from in 2026?
Tony Romo. Can't stand him.
You know what? You're not going to get your wish, but that is a good one.
Here we go, Jim.
Yep. I know Tony was the hot new thing when he first came out. When he first came out and was broadcasting for CBS with Jim Nantz. The predicting the plays was cute, and then everybody got tired of Tony Romo. Predictably. I think conversely, Tom Brady started off kind of like nothing.
He's gotten way better.
I think he's been so good.
Yeah.
I think Brady's been awesome. I think he's one of my favorite color guys right now.
I still love Greg Olsen, and I still feel bad for him.
I agree. Greg Olsen does a really good job, too. I think it's Brady, Olsen, Troy Aikman.
Yeah. I like how Troy has kind of like stopped caring as much and he's kind of like letting it rip more.
Yeah. Well, when
he's
you
a little more honest.
Yeah, when you get that kind of cachet, I guess, of like, what are they going to do? Take him away from Joe Buck? Him and Buck are probably one of the best 1-2s in sports broadcasting right now. What do you think about the thing he brought up with the Phillies outfield? The Phillies outfield, they told us, is set right now. Now, Brandon Marsh, I know he was down on Marsh, but he had a tough start to the season. But really, I think he picked it up like for the next 2/3 of the whole regular season. Like, not great in the postseason, but like, do you think that they should still explore the idea of bringing in a platoon guy for Marsh?
Yes. Yeah. Because at this point with the Phillies, what is making us feel any differently about this upcoming season?
Yeah.
What am I excited about?
Nothing offensively.
And that's why I was so, maybe surprised is the wrong word, but rarely do I think you hear a team giving fan base a heads up like, hey, this is it.
Yeah,
just suddenly know, don't expect anything else. That's so unconventional.
I know.
And that's why I was surprised when you're basically just completely taking that off the table regarding the outfield.
Right. And, there is always the possibility that that's what he says publicly, but they're still exploring options internally. I don't know. They could be really bullish on Justin Crawford. I don't know. Maybe we see a guy as free agency rolls on and we see them get maybe an older player that can platoon with Brandon Marsh and hit left-handed pitching, but we'll see. Sounds like the outfield is relatively set there. All right, let me throw you the rest of these yes, no's, either ors here that I got. It's one more over-under. I'm setting the same amount of playoff series for the Sixers as I did for the Flyers, 0.5. Over under one half of a series, over under half of a series. You know what I mean?
That's
Are the
tough.
Sixers going to win a playoff series or not?
Yes.
Okay. So you're
Because
higher
they're
on
young
the
guys.
Sixers doing it than the Flyers doing it.
I am.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. I'd probably go
under.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go under. I mean, it's only one playoff series, so would I be shocked if they won a playoff series? Probably not, but I think if I had to put my money on it, I don't.
Do you think the Flyers are going to win a playoff series?
I think I would feel better about the Flyers winning a playoff series than I would the Sixers.
Because I kind of side with Kyle. Sorry.
Yeah, I think. How dare you? I think if the
I'm
Sixers
talking to the
Agreement.
NBC Sports Philly reporter for
the
Flyers, and I disagree with her.
If the Sixers get in, it's probably most likely as like the 8th seed, which means they're playing the 1.
Tough.
I don't like that.
No.
If I'm the Sixers, so that's why I'd probably go under. I think the Sixers would have a tougher task. 2026 Eagles offseason. Do they extend Jalen Hurts?
Wow. I haven't even thought of this option. Yes.
Ooh. Okay. You think he does get an extension this offseason?
Because I'm trying to think of what else they would do.
Well, they have some other extensions that they could possibly give out. I'll get to 2 of these right now. Jalen Carter, does he get his extension this offseason?
He's got to be the first
Really?
domino to drop.
Okay. Does that mean they can't extend Jordan Davis?
Yeah. And Nakobe Dean is, I'm so intrigued by that.
Yeah, Dean feels like a casualty, especially since they drafted Jahad Campbell and paid Zach Bond.
Yeah. But Nakobe's going to go light it up somewhere else.
I
know
he is. I know he is, and I love Nakobe, man. He's like a bowling ball out there. All right, one more. Is Kevin Petullo the offensive coordinator next year?
No.
So they lay down the hammer and say, you're out of here.
I mean, you can't keep doing this.
Man, I don't know if I agree.
You think he's going to stay?
Well, so what's more important to everybody? Because every single year when the offense struggles, I hear Hurts has only had the same coordinator in back-to-back years one time. Do we want Kevin Petullo to get fired, or do we want Jalen Hurts to have continuity at OC? I mean, are we going to start over again with a new offensive coordinator next year?
Yes. Because I would want Jalen Hurts to have continuity with a coordinator that has already had experience doing this.
A good coordinator. Yeah.
What is the point of giving Jalen Hurts continuity with a coordinator that seems over his head?
So he does seem over his head. I will say it could. He is inexperienced, right? That I think is the biggest issue, and that's pretty blatantly obvious that he's inexperienced as a play caller. But he will be more experienced next season, right? He will have a year under his belt working with Jalen Hurts, working with Nick Sirianni. They get a chance to dissect the film, see what worked, what didn't work. Maybe he gets to talk to Jalen Hurts and get more into things that he likes. So just maybe the operation's a little smoother, right? Because I think a lot of the things that have been clunky about this offense is, there's the scheming, the play design, stuff like that. But the operation's just not been very smooth. They're getting out of the huddle late. They're, miscommunications, penalties pre-snap and stuff like that. Doesn't that feel like that could be the biggest thing that comes out of bringing Kevin Petullo back, is that they get to iron some of those things out? Like the operation's just a little more smooth. I don't know. Maybe I
just don't understand why we can't have both. Yeah. This is one of the most high-profile jobs in the sports and NFL is the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I don't understand why there can't be an option of someone who has done this before with experience.
Yeah.
I'm all about giving someone a chance, but this is too high-profile of a job to say, hey, let's go with the guy that hasn't done this before, and let's buy some time until he can become experienced. A job like this, you have to come in with the experience.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a crazy take.
It's definitely not a crazy take. Mine's probably crazier, is saying that I think maybe you're going to give him the
time
look and bring him back. Yeah,
and not just he might be given the time here, somewhere else, and become a great coordinator one day.
Yeah, it's possible. The other thing about it is you do get an experienced guy. Like Kellen Moore last season was a guy who had interviewed with us for a head coaching job. He was a commodity at head coach. Came in here, interviewed for OC. We got the job at OC, and then got hired away. So that's another risk that you run. You bring in another experienced guy, a guy who's looking at this as a stepping stone for his career. You bring him in, the offense looks better. Guess what? New OC again. I mean, in this case, you could at least have back-to-back years with the same offensive coordinator.
So you either have a coordinator that's good at his job and risk losing him, or you pick the crappier option so that you don't have to lose him.
I mean, this is the struggle.
When you put it that way.
Right. Well, ultimately, this is the problem with having a head coach that doesn't call plays.
Yeah. That would solve your problem.
The Rams don't run into this issue. The Niners don't run into this issue. The Chiefs don't run into this issue. Like, they have continuity because their head coach can call plays. I'm with you. 215-592-9494. All right, let's finish up with a few phone calls here. Andy in Huntington Valley wants to play devil's advocate for Kevin Petullo. Andy, Happy New Year, buddy. What's up?
Happy New Year. So let me run this by. When Vic Fangio came here, they said it takes a little while for people to get used to his scheming.
Yep.
I don't know that Petullo's the genius. I'm not sure that he's the reason the offense isn't gelling. I don't know if it's the offensive line was really banged up this year.
Mm-hmm.
And for the purpose of continuity for Jalen, do you keep him another year with a healthy Iowa line and find out, if in fact he's the guy or he's not the guy? And it gives Jalen the continuity. Look, and Barkley had an off year this year too.
Yep.
Was it the O-line or was it Barkley?
Yeah. That was sort of what I was advocating for. I don't think it's insane. I would say I wouldn't be shocked if he came back next season. If they brought Kevin Petullo back, especially because this isn't the Brian Johnson thing, they had to fire him. I mean, the team in general spiraled out of control, and that was one of those situations where, like, a head has to roll. Mm-hmm. We talked about earlier in the show, like, is anything short of a Super Bowl, should that be considered a success? Your answer was yes. I think my answer was yeah. Like, it's okay if they don't go and win the Super Bowl. They win a playoff game or two, they have reason to sit here and say there's something to build off of, do they not?
I think they will bring him back. And I think they're going to.
Oh, you think they're going to bring him back?
Yes, I just don't think they should. I don't think you should be okay with the way this is looking.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but the way this is looking, I'm not sure if it's all him because I think there's a lot of moving pieces to this.
Yep.
And the O-line definitely was not what it was last year, not even close.
I hear you, man. I mean, yep. And you don't get answers to these things until one of the variables one of the constants is removed. They change a variable. We are going to get Tanner on Sunday, but, that would be instigating if I brought that up again. Thanks for the call, Andy. Appreciate it, man. 215-592-9494. Let's try and sneak one more in here.
Who's the lucky caller?
Let's go to, we'll go to Ben. He wants to talk some Flyers. We'll steal a Flyers call from Broads before we get out of here.
He's going to be mad about that.
Yeah, Ben. How you doing, buddy? Happy New Year.
How you doing, guys? Happy New Year. Ashley, nice to talk to you again.
Happy New Year.
So I want to get to Tocchet and like how good he's been for the team, definitely.
What do you think?
I mean, he's also like well respected around the league, so he's attracting players. Like he can attract good players, which can propel this team farther into the playoffs if they even make it. God hoping.
Yeah, I think Tocchet has been excellent for this Flyers team. I love how he bridges the gap of an old school coach similar to Tortorella, but I think the biggest thing I always hear when I'm talking to the current Flyers team is he's been there. He's been a player. He's been in that room. Players always talk about how he can resonate with them because of that. So I do agree that I think the Flyers, if they can make it into the playoffs this year, maybe next season we're talking about attracting star talent, with Tocchet being a huge variable of that. I thought it was a great move, and I think you're seeing with a pretty similar roster from last year, despite Dan Vladar and Trevor Zegras, you're getting a lot more result, and that's coaching to me.
Yeah, he's also got a good relationship with Zegras, I feel like. So I feel like he's also one of the reasons why Zegras has, like, popped off this year, definitely.
Yeah, they're giving him a chance, a chance to rewrite his career and opportunity, and that's all you can ask for a young player. And Zegras has been awesome.
And he's still young, man.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Also, I think starting Tanner McKee on Sunday is a good idea.
Well, that's good.
Who's starting for the Commanders? Remind me again.
Josh Johnson.
Anybody ever heard of him?
Yes.
20 teams have heard of him.
Yeah, that Wikipedia page was filled.
Yeah,
wow.
Dude. Yep. I mean, look, we're familiar with him. He came in for Brock Purdy in the 22 NFC Championship game. So
yeah,
and we just saw him 2 weeks ago. So yes, we are familiar with Josh Johnson. Yeah. Ben,
an old friend.
Yeah. Who do you want to hear less from in 2026, Ben?
That's a hard one. I think I'm gonna go with Dave Dombrowski.
Again, probably not one that's going to happen. Maybe Bryce Harper would like to hear less from Dave Dombrowski in 2026 too. He did not seem to appreciate the not elite comment, and he made everybody aware of that. All right, one more. Joe in Chester Springs wants to talk some Eagles, wants to throw some Phils in too. What's going on there, Joe?
Boy, you won't be disappointed.
Oh, great.
Listen, I got some inside information. Cowboy Jeffro.
Cowboy Jeff?
Still name, all right? I did a deep dive into this guy.
Well, his name is Jim.
He parades
deep dive number one.
We need to start. Well, go ahead, Joe. You got it, buddy.
I did a deep dive into his background.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He wears a straw hat, and he chews on a piece of straw. And,
like a real cowboy.
Right. And he's knee-deep into moonshine before 9 o'clock in the morning.
Huh. Something tells me this is not true, and this is not real research.
No, I'm telling you, this is...
Okay. Name your sources, Joe.
CIA level stuff. Okay? I shouldn't be putting this out over the air.
No, you shouldn't. You're exposing him. Yep.
Just one thing for Cowboy Jeffro.
Yeah, Cowboy Jeff. Yep, that's right.
He brought up that he thinks the Eagles will be beaten in the first round. So I've got.
Well, he's a Cowboys fan, Joe. I mean, what do you expect?
Well, I've got bad news for him.
Oh, okay.
If the Eagles should get beaten in the first round, the guy that's going to turn the Eagles around is named Howie Roseman.
You're damn right. Damn right, Joe.
And for Jeffro, when I'm sorry, they didn't make the playoffs. The Cowgirls will be rebuilt by Mrs. Jones.
Okay.
Which is everybody in the secret weapon.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep. You got the music, Joe.
Talking about the tour, okay? I disagree with so many people that always go to play calling. No offense, Ashley. The play calling thing gets called no matter what happens, no matter who blows an assignment, no matter how bad a pass is. It's everybody goes to play call. If the stories are true that they don't want Jalen or Jalen doesn't want to throw over the middle, and some of the other stories about what Jalen wants to do and doesn't want to do.
Yep.
If they are true, then that play caller has his hands tied.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if it's true.
All right. Well, I don't know if it's true either, Joe. Do you have somebody that you would like to hear less from in the year 2026?
Jeffro. Can I get my Phillies point in?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Jeff.
I don't know who that
The Phillies need to spend money. The Dodgers have the best pitching staff in baseball.
Yes.
And just bought the best reliever on the market.
Yep.
Okay? They've got 3 Hall of Fame players in their lineup, and they're loaded for bear. So John Middleton's a great owner.
That's
I hate
right.
to say this to him, but if you want to stay with the Dodgers,
I got you, Joe. I got to go, buddy. Man, that was got me fired up, especially with the music. Gave us a lot to chew on, and we will chew on that.
A lot to think
another
about.
time, perhaps, because we got to go and we got to hand it off
Got
to
a
Mama
blast.
Brody. Yep. Ashlyn, it's been fun.
A pleasure.
Good time. Thank you to Lewis for producing the program today. Good job out of Lewis there. All right. Everybody hang tight because the fun does not end when we leave. In fact, it's just getting started. Hunter Brody's about to cook up a dynamite 4-hour show for you. He's coming up next. Once again, thank you to everybody for listening and calling in and participating. Kyle Quinn and Ashlyn Sullivan signing off right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Before you go out and enjoy a night on the town, plan ahead for a safe ride home. Think of your family and all the people who depend on you. Driving under the influence can wreck it all. Make the right, responsible choice. Don't drive impaired.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan. During halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play. All from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. After that Citrus Bowl performance, Arch Manning needs to rethink his decision to wait until the 2027 NFL Draft. He'd be the number one pick in 26, and you can't do better than that. It's time to go right now. I'm John Lund.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show. No Ike, no Spike, no Fritz. One more day of me. Bros kicking it with you. At 215-592-9494. That is the phone number to hop on board. All right. It is a football Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Tanner McKee gets the nod on Sunday. I'm not wasting 1 second of my time comparing what McKee does to Jalen Hurts. Because franchise quarterbacks, they're measured over time. Backup quarterbacks are measured in moments. And this will be a fun moment to watch Tanner McKee. And I expect him to play well because I think he can handle this job. Okay? I think he is smooth as a backup quarterback. But it's not the same as what Jalen goes through on a week-by-week basis, on a year-by-year basis. The pressure, the defensive coordinators watching film, the list goes on and on and on. So here's my question to you on this Football Friday, 215-592-9494. Will you be comparing what the offense looks like with Tanner McKee on Sunday to what we witnessed with Jalen through the first 16 games? See, the expectations that Jalen goes through and the pressure, it's uncanny. For Tanner McKee, just go out and let it rip. There's less responsibility on his shoulders. Just go out, make the simple throws, put this team in a position. And truth be told, with resting guys, they may have a healthier offensive line, which can contribute to success. They may have a better run game with a better offensive line. Not better in regards to these guys stepping in is better than Mailata full strength or Landon Dickerson full strength or Lane Johnson full strength. But it's clear the starters are banged the hell up, and it took a toll winning a championship last season. For a one-game sample size, they may have some fresh blood on that O-line for the offense to run a bit better. And especially when the Commanders, they're ready for this thing to be over. Week 18, nothing left to play for. Look, Dan Quinn could play whatever Tommy Toughnut style he wants to, trying to make this something bigger than what it is when he's preaching to the team in the locker room and whatever. But the truth is, when you go through hell, when you go through a season where you're dealing with the Jaden Daniels injury and this, that, the other, you get to this game of the season, they don't want to be out there. They don't want to really compete. They don't want to give it their all. They're ready to go home. So you got to factor that in as well. And truth be told, this applies whether he plays good or bad. I won't come in here if Tanner McKee doesn't look right and say he stinks. I won't go out there and say, well, look, Tanner McKee was rough. I told you so. Hurts is the best. I won't do that. Because one game, it's not the end-all be-all. It applies both ways. I'm just making sure you are prepared for that. Because I know how this town goes. I've been around long enough. There are a bunch of you waiting. Drool is just flying out your mouth, ready to pounce and bite at anything you possibly can when it comes to shooting my guy Jalen Hurts down. And I won't stand for it, damn it. Franchise quarterbacks are measured over time. Backup quarterbacks are measured in moments. 215-592-9494. Will you be comparing the two quarterbacks this upcoming Sunday? Let's take a listen to Mike Garafolo, who talked about Tanner McKee getting the nod. This is what he had to say.
And I'm buying because of the legend of Tanner McKee. And if you don't know who Tanner McKee is, you don't live in Philadelphia, because Tanner McKee has been discussed a bunch to the point where folks have said, why don't we start Tanner McKee over Jalen Hurts, the Super Bowl MVP, a guy who's taken us to two Super Bowls? Well, Tanner McKee's going to come in. He's going to play well because he's played well before. And if I know Philadelphia, don't you worry. They will be measured in their approach, and they will not say that this is a sign of him being the best quarterback on our roster. None of that. You won't hear any of that in Philly. Yeah, you're going to hear plenty of it. But I think Tanner McKee could lead the Eagles to a victory that they need, and they might get themselves into the 2 seed. We'll see.
All right, so, yeah, he brought it up. This town will react a certain type of way. When you do that, though, this leads to shortcut conclusions. And that's not acceptable, in my opinion. It's just not. There's less on his plate, operation-wise. It's not apples to apples. You see guys like Jackson Dart, for example. When you first get thrown in there, okay, fun. Things change rather quickly in this league, and that's not the knock, McKee. I'm just saying, we can't be disrespecting who Jalen Hurts is, what he's accomplished, what he can continue to do, and who he is because of a game Week 18 with Tanner McKee. I know how you are. I'm trying to get out in front of it because a lot of you are nasty. And I don't do nasty. I do respect. And that's what Jalen Hurts deserves the respect. Let's go to the phones. Fascinated to get your thoughts on this. Will you be comparing the two quarterbacks? Let's go to Mike in Mount Airy to kick things off. What's up, Mike?
Yo, how's it going, bros?
Good, man. What's happening?
Oh, man, happy New Year to you and Luke. I think it's a little bit of human nature. It's kind of hard for fans to not be judging. And this is coming from a Jalen Hurts OG. All right. I was on Jalen Hurts when they drafted him in the second round. I had a feeling that, there's just something special in that guy, right? But I can't deny that there might be something special with Tanner either. Right.
I don't know. Special, strong. I think he's interesting, but there's a difference between being interesting and being special,
Well, I agree with you. I kind of like, and this is from, obviously a lot of, not too many heavy games under his belt, but he kind of reminds me of a little bit of Nick Foles, whereas he can show you some things, and then there's a chance that, hey, Jalen Hurts is our guy. Let's parlay this, this Tanner McKee pick into something future down the road, that's going to benefit this team. After watching some of those playoff games this weekend, I mean, you're looking at some offense and defensive linemen coming out in this draft that are going to get pushed down the board as usual. And, I mean, Tanner McKee shows out in Washington. I mean, who's to say that, pick your team aren't going to be looking to fulfill a new QB role?
Sure. No, I agree
and all of a sudden
with.
we're looking at a second, third rounder.
Oh, no doubt. And look, that's fair,
Right.
and that's fine. And, Mike, thank you for the call. That's okay. We've been talking about that for quite some time. Flipping a Tanner McKee, making him a project, getting him out there. There's some bad quarterback play in the NFL. Bad quarterback play. I think Tanner McKee can be more than just a backup who plays a Week 18 game. If we're talking about what Tanner McKee is, I like McKee. I'm not an anti-McKee guy as a pro-Jalen guy. I told you this before. Howie Roseman will pour assets into that position because he knows it's extremely valuable. Therefore, if Howie's rocking with McKee, I'm rocking with McKee. But I'm not going to look at a 5-year sample size of Jalen with 2 Super Bowl appearances, a Super Bowl win, a Super Bowl MVP, and throw that in the trash, comparing Tanner McKee's game against the Washington frickin' Commanders when the season is essentially wrapped up for Dan Quinn and his group. And Josh Jackson out there. Because I doubt Josh Jackson's going to move the ball 30 yards against Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio's going to tear this guy into 63 pieces. He's going to rip limbs off him. No matter who's out there personnel-wise. So, I think Tanner McKee's going to look okay. I do. I think he's going to look okay. I just want you to all understand that doesn't mean a damn thing about Jalen. Because it's not apples to apples. It's not the same situation. Let's go to Corey in Columbus. I would have went to Corey for I can't read, apparently. Because I didn't even see Corey on the board. So I feel, speaking of disrespect, I'm disrespectful. What's up, Corey?
My brother, bros, what's up, man?
What's happening, dude? I would have went to you. Unfortunately, I missed your name up there.
Oh, you're good. You're good. It's good. It don't matter. But, man, I'm with you. Like, when you look at, like, one thing about Tanner McKee, and I don't want to be, like, disrespectful to him, but it's like people keep like, comparing him to Nick. Like, Nick Foles started, like, 14 games in 2023. Like, right? So it's like we can't compare Tanner. Like, every playing time that Tanner McKee's ever had has been in, like, end-of-year situations, resting starters. We haven't seen Tanner McKee go up against, like, a Dallas Cowboys with like Dak Prescott, with it mattering, or going up against Kansas City. Not saying that matters, but it's like what Jalen Hurts has done in his resume is not even close. Like look at the teams he beat this year. Like, if you want to say it was because of him or not, Buffalo, Green Bay, the Lions, Kansas City, coming off 3 weeks removed from a Super Bowl. the Rams. It's like it's laughable that we even have to have this conversation because you're right. Like if he go out there, he kind of similar to last year. He went out there, he lit it up. Everyone's like, oh, he looks good. I mean, of course he's gonna look good. Like he's playing free, but he ain't put in a situation where it's like even if we lose a game on tomorrow or on Sunday, like what is that going to say about McKee? Nothing. People will be more mad at Sirriani if we lose and the Lions win than Tanner McKee's playing.
Right. Right. No, you're absolutely right. And another part of it, too, is, the pressure thing isn't fake. Jalen Hurts can't miss a throw. If Jalen Hurts misses a throw, people want him decapitated. Like, he can't miss a throw. He needs to be the most perfect human of all time to win people over. And look, I hate that this becomes you have to choose between the two. I know you're probably just like me. I like McKee. I'm actually intrigued by McKee. The problem is people take it so far where now we're taking shots at someone who's already reached the mountaintop and is wired in a way to get back there multiple times. We can't go that far with him. People take it too far.
Exactly. And I think Tanner McKee is a good player. I think he has a good arm. Like he's played well in the limited time he's gotten. But it's like it's different. I've always said this. Like we people always want other guys, or it's everybody better than Jalen Hurts until it's time to be better than Jalen Hurts. And all I know is my guy steps up when I need him most, and other guys don't. So that's what I put my money on.
That's right. No, Corey, I completely agree, and I love you, dude. Thank you so much. Oh, I should have asked him about Ohio State. Oh,
he's got to call back. He's got to call back.
Oh, no. I'm screwing up big time. I don't go to him first, right? I don't go to him first, and I don't ask him about Ohio State. Oh, Jesus, I suck. I suck. Oh, man. Oh, you know what? I'll leave that to Ike and Spike on Monday maybe to pick him apart. I don't want to be the bad guy.
You know he's not. You know he's not calling back just to talk about Ohio State losing either.
But if they won,
oh yeah, he would have brought it up himself.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, Luke, let me ask you with this whole McKee thing, where are you mentally? Okay, mentally as we get ready for a football Friday. There's a lot out there that think, well, there's not really much to talk about with this game. There's the quarterback. This is a big one. How do you feel mentally about McKee, Hurts, and the comparing of the two after you see what's done?
So I'm with you. I think you said it perfectly where you said the thing about starting quarterbacks are measured long-term, backup quarterbacks are measured in the short spurts and whatnot. Tanner McKee could go out and throw for 435 yards and 7 touchdowns and be like, yeah, but Hurts is going to start in the playoffs. Like, you can't buy in to one game of the backup quarterback. Everyone's going to look back to Nick Foles. Philadelphia is such a unique city in so many different ways, but when it comes to backup quarterbacks, we love backup quarterbacks just because of Nick Foles. So whoever the backup is, if they play well, they're going to be compared to Nick Foles. Oh, can you go on another run? Oh, do you start Tanner McKee? The offense looks so much better with him. It can be another Foles moment. He can lead him to a Super Bowl. I have some bad news for everyone. That is never going to happen again. There is never going to be a backup quarterback who comes in place of a franchise quarterback who is having an MVP kind of year, leading your team to a Super Bowl victory and having the 2 best games of his life in the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl. It's never going to happen again. Even at Tanner McKee, it's not going to happen again. So even if he plays that well on Sunday, and I do believe he's going to play well, I think he's a good quarterback. I think you trade him in the offseason and you get something of value for him, and then you see him play well wherever next year. I think it'll be Kansas City, but whatever. I don't expect anybody, well, I do expect people to say he should start next week, but there is zero chance how well he plays dictates if he should start in the playoffs. It's Hurts' job. It's going to be Hurts' job until the wheels fall off or something terrible happens, catastrophic happens with the team. So I'm looking forward to seeing him play. I think he's going to play well, but by no means am I watching this game on Sunday and thinking, let's see what he got, because maybe he'll start in the wild card round.
There are people out there, which is crazy. Now, it's funny because we do know that there are a group of individuals who are waiting for him to play well and pounce. I mentioned it's like when you see one of those dogs with the nasty teeth and the saliva's all out there, and they're doing one of those. They're getting ready. Exactly. That's exactly what's going on.
You bark a lot on the air.
Yeah, I do. I don't know why that keeps happening, but they're waiting. If he plays poorly, would it be, well, Kevin Patullo's not good? Or would it be the offensive line wasn't good? Are they going to use that to protect Tanner McKee?
It would be a crazy thing to do, because if it looks the exact same, like if it looks like the offensive line isn't holding up, because there were a couple different plays against the Bills where Hurts had to evade a defender, sidestep someone, roll out, and at least just throw the ball away. You don't remember when he throws the ball out of bounds, but you would definitely remember when he takes a sack. So if that happens to Tanner McKee on Sunday, then people need to realize, oh, it's not him, it is Patullo, and just how the offense has looked the entire year. If guys aren't getting open, it's not him, it's how the offense has looked the entire year. You've had plenty of guys come to the defense of Hurts after the Bills game saying there just wasn't anybody open in the second half. It was just bad concepts all around. So I hope people have the wherewithal and the knowledge to kind of know the difference, whether it's, hey, Tanner McKee didn't play well, or this is just how the Eagles' offense looks. I'm not going to lie, if Tanner McKee is overthrowing guys and, the balls are at guys' feet, he's looking like Kenny Pickett when we played the Raiders. If he looks like that, all right, then he played bad. But I don't expect him to play bad, and if the offense can't move the ball and doesn't look good, I would assume it's because that's just what the offense is.
Yeah. No, listen, I completely understand. It's fascinating to me. This is almost a social experiment for me. I'm almost, how you do one of those experiments back in school, you watch the rats. The rats are in the lab, and they're watching the rats to see how things go.
Yeah, put them like in a maze.
I'm sort of watching Eagles fans from the lens that they're all rats on Sunday, and I want to see the way that they react to this situation that's playing out on Sunday. All right, you got something for me?
Sniffing out the rats.
Kind of.
You're looking for Henry Hill.
Okay, hey, you got to do what you got to do sometimes. This is where I'm at. This is the position I'm in, and I'm going to have to be the mad scientist, if you will. 215-592-9494. Franchise quarterbacks are measured over time. Backups are measured in moments. That's why I'm not wasting 1 second of my time comparing what McKee does to Jalen's season so far. Are you with me? Are you against me? Let's go to Block in Medford Lake. What's up, Block?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Everybody have a good New Year?
Yeah, man. How about you?
Yeah, man. Just nursing the hangover and
yeah, no doubt.
Gluing my pots and pans back together.
Okay. All good.
Yeah, man, I just want to call up and give my thoughts on the situation, man. It's really crazy to me that people could even say Jalen Hurts in the same sentence as a quarterback like Tanner McKee. And I'm not taking anything away from Tanner McKee. He's a great quarterback. He's really good for what he's there for. He's a great backup quarterback. He could probably even start for most offenses in the league, just not for the Birds. I mean, we got a franchise quarterback for as long as Jalen is around and willing to play. He's our guy. I mean, you talk about pressure and Jalen Hurts. I mean, this guy, he doesn't feel pressure. He's Mr. Clutch Team. He's as cool as ice. I've never seen a moment with a guy that should be feeling pressure who just is stone-faced and stoic like this guy. I mean, last week we're watching the Buffalo game, and I'm thinking about last year when Missy Elliott is kicking the field goal to run us into overtime. The camera pans over to Jalen Hurts, and this guy's just sitting there. You know what I mean? He might as well be sitting on his couch on a Tuesday, ordering pizza or whatever it is. Or this year when they're playing the Rams and Jordan Davis is blocking the field goal, to run it back, and you wouldn't even know this guy has a pulse. And you want to talk about this guy feeling pressure? He don't feel pressure. He's got the clutch team. He's Mr. Cool. As far as Tanner McKee goes, I'm a big fan, right? As far as everybody talking about using him for trade capital, I don't think that's the smartest move. I think the move with Tanner McKee is exactly what we use him for. I mean, we got a mobile quarterback who he gets hurt on occasion. He's getting up there in years. Not saying he's old, but he's getting a little older. And we got a good backup quarterback for when Jalen gets a bump or a bruise or needs to nurse a concussion, whatever it is, for a couple of weeks. We got this guy that we know can come in and do what needs to be done. So I said we take this week, week 18, and we drive Dan Quinn absolutely nuts. by practicing as many 2-point conversions with Tanner McKee. Make the whole game a one big practice. You know what I mean? Because that's all it is. And make sure we come out with the dub just in case we got a shot at the 2 seed.
Right.
I personally don't think it's possible with the way the Lions have been looking lately.
You never know, though. The Lions are...
You never know.
Yeah, and
I mean, I guarantee you Sirianni's going to have somebody watching that game closely.
Oh, well, yeah, but you know what, Block, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much. I think the Lions are one of those teams where Dan Campbell puts so much pride in, we're riding this thing out until the very end. I don't give a damn that we're knocked out. I don't care about X, Y, and Z. We got a cultured... And by the way, I hate Ben Johnson. Not actually, but I got to imagine he's going, dude, we can hurt them. We can hurt them in the standings big time, where that little 2 seed that they think is all cute and dandy and in their back pocket, now they got to worry about going on the road and facing opponents as they move along, if they move along in the postseason. I think the Lions are more willing to go out with that fire and intensity, and maybe not. Maybe the Bears just overwhelm them. But prior to seeing what transpires, I think the Lions have more to bite into from a Dan Campbell culture perspective than the Washington Commanders with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn and what he's trying to do with Washington is the ugly stepchild, or whatever they say back in the day, towards the Dan Campbell Lions. He's the JV version. They're the JV version. So, for whatever that's worth, if we're playing percentages on who's got a higher percentage to play spoiler between the Commanders and the Lions, I think the Lions can do it. We'll see. It's a small percentage, but it's a bigger percentage than the Commanders. For whatever that's worth. Maybe that's stupid and doesn't mean a damn thing. Probably not. 215-592-9494. What a first segment. Some are saying the best first segment in sports talk radio history. 3.5 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I want to know as we continue to rock your calls. With Jalen Hurts, it hasn't lived up to the expectation. It hasn't been as sexy as we needed it to be. And truth be told, it's been gross offensively. We are about to watch a different quarterback step in with a lot of different variables. There's less pressure. There's less tape. There's healthier linemen. There's healthier players all around. One team wants to give up and get ready for their offseason. So, because of that, when you watch this game, will you be comparing the two offenses? Will you be studying what McKee is doing and say, well, Jalen this, Jalen that, this and that, and Patullo, you said Patullo stinks, and look what Patullo drew up, and bop, 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 bop. How are you consuming this game, and will you be comparing the two? I'm not wasting a second of my time comparing the two. That's me. What say you? 215-592-9494. Coming up next, you will hear from QB1 this week. That actually hurt me to say. Tanner McKee spoke and addressed his mentality for this game. It's Broads in for the afternoon show. We're just getting started right here on 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage, exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February.
That's gonna be great.
Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by Acme, official supermarket of the Eagles. One more regular season game, and then it's time for the playoffs. You know what's really amazing? The fact that Nick Sirriani has been here for 5 seasons, and the Birds have reached the playoffs every year. Not only that, they've been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. Years ago, owner Jeffrey Lurie spoke about Eagles football reaching the gold standard. It took a while, but his dream really did come true. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
This Eagles season, get in the game in Acme and enter their Swoop In and Win sweepstakes for your chance to win Eagles tickets, autographed jerseys, helmets, or more. Download the Acme app or visit acmemarkets.com/swoop in and win for more details. Plus, save 5% when you shop on game days wearing your Eagles apparel. Acme makes sure Eagles fans have all their game day needs. Don't miss the featured football deal of the week. Flip the digital offer for Quaker cereal oats or oatmeal, just $1.99 each. Acme, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Morning, Bill. Jack, where is everybody?
Jose's got a herniated disc. Daquan, separated shoulder.
And Nathan's knee gave out. Looks like it's just us today. Think we should have a morning prayer or something? Well, we need something.
Every injury sets a crew back. At CIP Solutions, we believe confidence is the first step to resilience. That's why leaders use our Ergo Starter Kit to give their teams ergonomic confidence, reducing strain, preventing setbacks, and building stronger crews. Don't wait until the next injury sets you back. Learn more at careercare.co. Stronger teams, fewer setbacks.
It's Montgomery County's only gentlemen's club, Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. This Wednesday, January 7th, it's our monthly amateur night contest with a grand prize of $500. And then Wednesday, January 28th, it's the grand finale, the 2025 Amateur of the Year contest, with the grand prize winner receiving $2,000. Help us pick the winner. Don't miss it. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The World Cup, baseball's all-star game, and this country's 250th birthday bash. Philly getting set to welcome lots of visitors in 2026. The Eagles' last regular season game this Sunday against the Commanders. Starters sitting this one out.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
3 team name changes, and we still don't know why their fans are the Hogs. Eagles, Commanders. Pre-game starts Sunday at 2 on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WID.
Welcome back. It's the WIP Afternoon Show. Broads with you. I hope everybody had a happy new year. Hope you all had a fantastic holiday 2-week stretch. Everything gets back to normal for us here on Monday with all the shows, morning, midday, afternoon. So it's the last day together of me and you here on this time slot. 215-592-9494 if you do want to get in and, talk about this quarterback stuff, because I think it's fascinating. A lot of people in town, and rightfully so, by the way, this isn't one of those games where you're sitting on the edge of your seat ready to, hey, I need 425 in my bloodstream, all right? I totally get that. So we move past it. We get excited for the playoffs. We look at where they could potentially fall with the standings and who they might be able to be matched up against in the first round, who's coming to South Philadelphia. Those are traditional things that we just kind of jump to. But there is an interesting storyline here with McKee. And you all know where I stand. I'm a Jalen guy through and through. I ride with QB1. That's my guy. I've been crying every night when I was younger, saying I want a franchise QB like Jalen. The second I get it, I'm not throwing it in the trash like half of you morons out there. No, I'm absorbing this and soaking it in, saying this is the gold standard of Eagles football. I'm going to appreciate it. So I love my guy Jalen. And with McKee going out there are some anticipating the offense to look smoother than it has throughout the first 16 games of the season. But I have an easy rebuttal to this if it does look a bit better. And its franchise quarterbacks are measured over time. Backups are measured in moments. Backups, very important role, by the way. We've seen how important it is. Tanner McKee could play. There's a difference between Tanner McKee playing nice and having a couple of moments, and then over 5 years going to 2 Super Bowls and winning a Super Bowl MVP. There's a big gap between those two things. Winning regular season, even if you're a guy that can win 9 to 10 regular season games a year, that would actually look a certain type of way, and I feel McKee could do that. He could be on a team that wins 9, 10 games in the NFL. That's nothing to sneeze at. That is something that the Jets would take right now. They'd be running around naked for a guy like Tanner McKee right now. Seriously. But again, there's a difference between that and being able to go to multiple Super Bowls in the first 5 years of your career and have a Super Bowl MVP and ball out, by the way, in both Super Bowl appearances. I was listening to Seth Joyner on with the morning show a few days back, and you get one crack at this. He said it's not the World Series where you get 7 games. You get one game. You have to meet the moment as a franchise QB. This guy's done twice. He didn't have a stinker and then responded. This guy did it twice. Running for 70 yards plus both times, making history both times with his legs. Difference maker. Difference maker. So, when we roll into Sunday and we watch McKee, if things go well, and I'm rooting for the kid. I'm an Eagles fan. I like McKee. It may look different. It may be smoother. There's less pressure. There's a different game plan. There's not a lot of tape on McKee. Are you going to compare the two quarterbacks? Are you going to compare what the offense looks like to what it's been looking like, which is obviously subpar? That's what I want to know at 215-592-9494. We're going to get back to the phones. I want you to listen to McKee, who met with the media in the locker room yesterday, just talking about the excitement, the preparation, and, ready for this game.
Obviously super excited for the opportunity. But, I feel like each week leading up, I've been preparing like I'm going to play in case I do. So I feel like the preparation's been pretty similar. It's nice to get more reps in practice, obviously. But yeah, just really excited for the opportunity.
At this point in your career, like how much more ready for a game like this are you than you would have been earlier?
Obviously with more reps, you get more confidence. You have that good chemistry with the guys around you. So, obviously feel like I have a good feel, can play fast. I feel like as a quarterback, it's really big to be able to play and just react to the game instead of trying to think of what's my job, what's my footwork, what's everybody else doing. You can just play and react. And so I feel like I've gotten to that point. I feel comfortable doing that.
All right, so that's Tanner McKee. I'm excited to watch him. I am. I could separate the two. I don't know if many can out there, though. I could separate the two. Because I'm intelligent. Let's check the Twitter poll brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's Jewelers in Montgomeryville, PA, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. They want to wish the Birds well in the playoffs. Let's bring one more title back home. The Twitter poll, will you be comparing McKee to Hurts on Sunday? Early votes coming in, 75% say no, which means a quarter of Eagles fans are saying you're damn right. They're getting their buffalo chicken dip, and they're ordering their 6 pepperoni pizzas, and they're ready to cheer on McKee with pom-poms, hoping that he succeeds enough to make Jalen look bad. You got a quarter of people ready to root for Jalen to look bad on Sunday. The hell's the matter with you? Let's go to Dennis in Newtown. What's up, Dennis?
Bro, you've been busy. You've been busy these holiday weeks.
You're damn right. You're damn right.
You, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, listen. I don't know where the 25% is coming from, but for me, the only thing I want to get out of this game is, God forbid, if we get in the playoffs and Jalen gets hurt, that we got a guy that can come in and run that offense. That's the only thing I want to get out of this game. I'm excited to see him play. I think he's going to look good. To your point, we're playing against a team whose bags are packed, and golf, their tee times are already put together for them. But there's no way you can make a case that if he does really well, he should be starting in the playoffs. Well, there's no way. There's no way.
I agree with you. But, Dennis, I had last week, I had to do a show to show Jalen Hurts appreciation. This guy.
I know. I heard. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I listened.
You know what I'm saying? So, of course we could be sitting here knowing that half these fans are going to be screaming for McKee.
I just want to see the guy go out and play well. I really do. And lead the team and just have that feeling that if something happens in the playoffs with Jalen, we got a guy that can come in off the bench. I'm not even talking Nick Foles-like. I'm just talking come off the bench for this team at this time and play really well to help us if we need that.
And we have the defense. Now, Dennis, before you even see a snap, though, does your gut tell you have that? And, how much you're going to be swayed by a performance against the Commander? I feel you already think he probably can hold the fort down if need be.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I think we come out with a W. I really do. I think we can beat this team. I mean, and I agree. Every time we score, we go for 2. And, geez, I wish a field goal was worth 5. We can get 5 points out of a field goal plus 2 there, too. But I know we can't.
Yeah, just to punch Dan Quinn in the face. Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, just to make it hurt. I want to curb stomp him on that football field. And I know that they were talking a big game, the Commanders, about how much they hate us. And, hey, in 2 weeks, it's going to be revenge kind of thing. Well, how much air is let out of the balloon, if you will, or air out of the tires, whatever the phrase is? I'm not a big phrase guy. I screw them up every day. But how much is let out of the air if you line up and you don't see Jalen, and you line up and you don't see Mailata, and you line up and it's not Saquon, it's Will Shipley, It's, Darius Cooper, and it's cats like that running around the field. Do you still have that animosity? Do you still have that hatred? Do you still have that I want to destroy this team mentality? Or does that go away? Because at the end of the day, this wasn't the group that you despise. Maybe they have the same laundry on. Maybe they have the same logo on their chest. But do they really hate Tanner McKee? Does Dan Quinn really despise whoever's going to be running routes at wide receiver? All of us may have to start Googling names. You know, who the hell is that guy? Who the hell is number blah, blah, blah? And you realize, I've been on the practice squad for 3 years. He played at, Mount Union with Nick Sirianni.
It's actually a good poll.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, don't doubt the Tanner McKee, Darius Cooper connection. We saw a little bit of it against the Raiders. They were moving down that field. Don't doubt Darius Cooper. But for the Commanders and how they're going to be mad and whatnot, but they're not mad at Will Shipley. They're not mad at Tank Bigsby. No, they're mad at Saquon when he ran into two-point conversion. They're mad at Tyler Steen. I don't think he's going to play, but maybe that's the only guy they see on the other side that they're, mad about. They want to face Jalen. They see Tanner McKee on the other side. They're like, yeah.
Well, to your point, if it is Tyler Steen, that could be enough to ignite some fire because he was the stirrer, right? He was the guy that was stirring it all last time. Or was it Fred Johnson? Or was it Tyler Steen? Was it both?
Well, Tyler Steen was the one that was getting jumped at one point, but I forget how that whole interaction happened. Because I think it was someone was grabbing the face mask of Dotson or Smitty or someone, and then Steen and Fred Johnson stepped in, but then Steen kind of took it over and was doing like a 1v6 type of thing. So I think in the end, Steen was the main target, but he wasn't the instigator of it.
Okay. Well, his presence alone, if we're talking very hypothetical, is there enough for the Commanders to get all riled up? Maybe that's something. Listen, there's not a lot that you can grab onto if you're the other team. You see Tyler Steen, maybe that's the one name that does kind of get them going to some degree. All right, let's go to Joe in Tampa. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, bros. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm one of those 25% morons.
Oh, okay. Explain yourself.
Well, first off, Jalen Hurts is not the same player that he was 3 years ago. He won't run the ball. He doesn't improvise. He doesn't throw the ball over the middle. He holds the ball too long, especially if you listen to Tom Brady. So now the offense absolutely stinks. You can see it with your own eyes. All right? Now, Tanner McKee, all I want to see is what's the kid made of? This kid's going to play with a second string lineup against a first string defense. So,
a first-string defense that's on Week 18 that doesn't want to be there, and I don't even know if they're going to be out there to play. You're comparing this to a Super Bowl run, though. So you're going to use this sample size to push forward on trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's guys out there playing for contracts. There ain't no way.
They're beat up.
College.
Week 18, they're beat up.
Yeah, but this is not college football.
I understand that. You're telling me these professional athletes give it 1,000% every single snap in Week 18? That's just not the truth.
Well, then it's going to happen on both sides of the ball. You got to be fair about it. But I just want to see what Tanner McKee.
But we know what he is, though. We know. Don't we know?
What's that?
Don't you know what Tanner McKee's going to do? Like, I feel a lot of us have a consensus on what we expect out of Tanner McKee and what he can do. But knowing that, like, are you implying that if it goes well and it lives up to what you think could be good, that he should start over Jalen?
No, what I'm saying to you is I want to see plays that Jalen won't run to see how this kid runs. That's number one. Number two,
but they're totally different style quarterbacks.
I just want to see how good the kid is, because if Jalen comes out and he can't produce more than 16 points when you get to that playoff level, what do? Just throw the towel in?
No, you don't throw the towel in. You ride and die with your franchise quarterback. That's what you do.
No.
Well, Joe, give me an example of a team that's won a Super Bowl, been to two, a guy is a Super Bowl MVP, and the next year they benched that quarterback for a Tanner McKee 6th-round project. When's that ever happened?
Wait a minute, bros. My response is, does that same quarterback then decide that the things that got him to the Super Bowl, he's not going to do anymore?
But that's not a thing.
Say that again?
So what you're implying that Jalen what?
Jalen, he doesn't improvise. He won't
what does that mean? Dude, the whole offense is improvising because Kevin Patullo sucks. Every snap is an improvision.
Well, let's see. All right, bro, let's be fair now.
I'm very fair.
Let's see if KP opens it up on Sunday. Now, I don't know if
But
he
we
will,
know it's going to probably be different. It's a dude, they have 5 years of studying Jalen Hurts. They have preseason action on Tanner McKee. It's not apples to apples, where Dan Quinn doesn't have 5 years of tape to study the quarterback the same way that people study Jalen Hurts' tendencies. It's not the same thing.
And they study Jalen Hurts, and they know now the things he won't do that he used to do. So how much tape do I need on the guy? He just doesn't do
I can't wait for Jalen to continue to win and continue to win and continue to win. You
Oh, I
say
hope he
16.
does.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
Hey, Bruce, let me tell you something. If Jalen Hurts would go back to the player he used to be.
What is that? The guy who played 6 months ago in the Super Bowl and won the MVP, that guy who played 6 months ago. The guy who 10 months ago, whatever. The guy who played less than a calendar year ago, that guy?
Yeah, no, the guy we just saw 16 games.
No. You said the guy he used to be. The guy used to be, as if you're talking 17 years ago. But last year he was the MVP of the Super Bowl.
I got 16 games after that.
Sure. How many teams following a Super Bowl struggle? How many teams the following year go through a difficult season? No, Joe, it's a serious question. How many teams go through a difficult time following a Super Bowl? All of them except for 2 franchises, the Patriots and the Chiefs. And truth be told, Joe, the Chiefs did go through difficult times. Their defense carried them. Spags carried them. Chris Jones carried them. The defense carried them. So stop with this. He's not the same guy he was. 10 months ago, he was Super Bowl MVP. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. I want the quarterback he once was. Yeah, the one he was less than a calendar year ago. Acting like that was 14 decades ago. He can't do this. He can't do that. He holds on to the ball. Yeah, because Kevin Patullo's routes suck. You know what? Let's play this. This is Greg Cassell, who was on with Ross Tucker on the Ross Tucker pod. He studied the tape, very good at his job. This is what he said he saw in the Buffalo game.
Offensively, I don't know what to make of them, Ross. There are times over the last month I thought they ran some really good concepts in the pass game, and then this week I didn't see it. And, I'm not there. I can't speak to it. I can only speak to the tape. It wasn't Jalen Hurts' fault. I thought the concepts, did not give him a lot of opportunities. I thought he played a really good first half, and then in the second half, it just wasn't there.
Okay. It's a problem. Now, Tanner McKee going out there and having less responsibility and just say, hey, go out there, rip it. Go out there, make a couple of throws, That ain't the same as what Jalen goes through on a day-by-day basis. That's not the same as the pressure that Jalen Hurts goes through. And this was part of my problem of how I know people are going to react. He said he falls in that 25%. Like, there's going to be comparisons as if this game is more important than what Jalen has accomplished. Franchise quarterbacks are measured over time. Backup quarterbacks are measured in moments. 215-592-9494. I'm not wasting 1 second of my time comparing these two quarterbacks based off of what transpires against the Commanders. Are you? 215-592-9494. Coming up next, Coach Dick Vermeil will join the morning show today with Tom Kelly and Devin Caney. And he spoke about McKee and what he's expecting. You'll hear from Coach Dick Vermeil. It's Broads in for the afternoon show. A fiery Broads. Starting off the new year hot. It's 94 WIP.
The Eagles wrap up their regular season at home against the Commanders.
We got to go play a good game. We got to go coach a good game. Excited to go play this week.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 2. Then Merrill and Mike have the call.
And it is complete.
Touchdown! Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94, WIP.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
This football season, you can sit in the cold at the stadium or feel the heat at Delilah's. With giant flat screens everywhere, you won't miss a thing on the field or on our runway, filled with the world's most beautiful showgirls. Join us for Bud Light and Fireball features every Sunday and Monday during the season. Before, during, or after the game, receive complimentary admission with proof of game day attendance. Delilah's, the Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse, is just 10 minutes from the stadium with ample free parking. Details at Delilah's.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Indiana becoming the most dominant team in college football. That might be the craziest, wildest, unbelievable turnaround I've ever seen. The second losingest program of all time. And now they're the team that no one wants to play. That's not a rebuild. That's unbelievable. I'm John Lund.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show. Bros in the saddle for Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Talking a lot about the quarterback play this upcoming Sunday. I want to know, are you going to be comparing the two? Will you be watching Tanner McKee thinking about Jalen the whole time? Huh? You got to be thinking about the real QB1 the whole time. Or are you going to understand and use knowledge and use brain cells where this isn't an apples-to-apples type of ordeal? Week 18 versus the Commanders. This is sort of a, hey, go out there, let it rip kind of thing. Whereas one, Jalen, has to be perfect or else shredded into a billion pieces by everybody. It's two totally different mentalities. I like Tanner McKee. I'm a fan of Tanner McKee. I know Tanner McKee could throw the football. That is something he's good at. He could throw the football. But that's not the same as what Jalen deals with every week, what Jalen deals with over a 5-year stretch, the knowledge that is on Jalen, and the tendencies that people have gathered and gained and game planned for over the X amount of years compared to McKee in this one-off situation. Hey, go out there and help us win this football game. That's not the same sort of game that Jalen steps into every single Sunday. When you're facing Buffalo on the road, who, by the way, he balled out in that first half. Balled out in that first half. He looked sensational. Like, that was unreal quarterback play in the first half. The problem, the coaching staff had no clue what the hell they were doing in the second half.
Did they run a play-action pass in the second half?
I don't know. I don't know.
That was one of his most successful games with any play-action pass under center. Probably since the Vikings game when he had a perfect passer rating.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think they ran a single play-action play in the second half.
Yeah, no, and that's why when people say he's holding the ball long, this and that, I mean, even Greg Cassell pointed out, there is no options. Zero option. He didn't have an opportunity in the second half to play good or bad because there was nothing even available to do. And when they ran it, it would end up setting up 3rd and long. And he puts a ball in an area for Devontae, he dropped it. Or he hits Devontae on 2nd and 10, and they overturn it when it shouldn't be overturned. So 215-592-9494. I want to get your calls in. Also, Dick Vermeil, Coach Vermeil, he joined the morning show this morning and gave his 2 cents on what the expectations are for McKee Sunday.
Coach Sirianni and the Eagles have decided to rest a lot of their guys this week. Just curious, from your perspective, how would you kind of approach this leading into the playoffs? You could still improve your seed, but how important is it to get some of these guys who need a little bit of a rest this week?
Well, I think every situation is uniquely different according to your personnel, your philosophy, your coaching staff. I used to do when I had the opportunity. I didn't have the opportunity many times. I used to play the starters in the first quarter, okay, and then take them out gradually through the rest of the ball game and let the other kids play. If it didn't matter, if it didn't make a difference, I think the number 2 seed is better than the number 3 seed. But you're going to play a good football team in the playoffs anyway, and I think that's how they must figure. But at McKee, the young quarterback here, I'll be surprised if he doesn't play exceptionally well. I'll be surprised. He's not playing against a very good football team in the Commanders. I almost said the Redskins in the Commanders. But I'm anxious to watch him play. I really am, because I've been so impressed with him when he's played in the preseason.
I agree. Now I'm going to take a deep breath with you all. I am. Ready? My guard gets up with QB1. And I respect our previous caller. I respect everyone who chimes in. I think I jumped. I jumped on him. I did. I jumped on him. And that's not what I want to do today. But you just got to understand how it is sometimes. When I see a franchise quarterback get so diminished in this town, I have to do what I know is right. And I got to protect them. But I understand that I want to be more willing to have this dialogue.
But to be fair,
what?
To be fair, if you're a caller and you're ready to say some negative things about Hurts, and you're calling into the guy who has done 2 annual Jalen Hurts appreciation days, you kind of have to be ready for a bit of a fight.
Sure. I get that. You're right. Thank you for supporting me.
Of course.
Yep. But I do want to deep breaths. Okay. Ralph in Levittown. What's up, Ralph?
What's up, brother? Happy New Year.
Same to you, man. What's going on?
Hey, I have to go to the game Sunday.
Well, why do you sound so sad?
Well, I'm not, because I want to see McKee play.
Okay.
And I wanted to really see him with Brown and Devontae just to see it, because I know Jalen's number 1 and how good he is. But I just wanted to see him throw to Devontae and Brown just to see what it looked like.
Okay, listen, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That is his strength. You're right. Jalen plays the quarterback position in Jalen's way, and McKee's a thrower.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, in a big game, I would much rather have Jalen.
Smart man.
But I mean, I just like to see the throwing once in a while. But that's the one thing I'm looking forward to. And another thing, Chicago has the complete opposite philosophy as the Eagles. I watched the press conference with Chicago. They want momentum. He said, I'm playing every starter. I want momentum. It's just a different attitude. But the Eagles might be banged up. We don't know everything.
Oh, I think they are. I mean, listen, they went to the Super Bowl last year, and their offensive line doesn't look even close to the same. I think they're
right. That's what I mean. Yeah. I think that's a different philosophy. There's a lot of young guys, Chicago. They're going to play.
Yeah, and guess what? He better be right, Ralph, and I appreciate your call. He better be right, because guess what? If Ben Johnson goes out there on Week 18, and it's different because they control their destiny to get the 2 seed, so maybe they don't have the same confidence if they were to strip, their starters, if they were to put backups in. Do they feel they could still beat the Lions and have that same confidence and arrogance about it? And because if you win, you get that 2 seed and you secure that home game the way you're looking at it, maybe it's different. Because if you put the Eagles in their shoes, see, they would believe that Tanner McKee and these guys could go out and win. I would probably expect the Eagles, if they were in the Bears' position, to rest their starters and win the game with their backups. I think they would probably do both. But just because Ben Johnson's doing that, 1, doesn't mean it's right. And 2, he better be right. Because if the worst case scenario happens, they're going to be looking at him like, yo, dude, come on. You just completely destroyed our opportunity. You got player X, Y, and Z hurt in a game that you probably didn't need to play them. So we'll see. Not having a bye week, it matters at this time of the year. He's trying to build culture. He's trying to set a standard. He's trying to do a lot of things out in Chicago that doesn't necessarily apply to who the Philadelphia Eagles are with their winning pedigree. Right? That's like saying with Tom Brady and the Patriots, they had a Patriot way, and they do it that way. But does that mean the Chiefs have to do it the same way? Does that mean, all these other teams have to do it the Patriots way? The Eagles did it differently than the Patriot way. There's different ways to do it. There's not one way to do it. And I apply that to quarterback play. Because, Josh Allen does this, and this quarterback does that. Yeah, but Jalen does it his way. And Jalen's way is one of one. And Jalen's way brings us a lot of success. So I don't care what other quarterbacks do. I don't care what other things are going on. I care if my quarterback has what it takes to win a Super Bowl. I had a caller yesterday call in and rip Jalen. Moron. And he said, we would have won a Super Bowl with last year's roster and Josh Allen. And my response is, I can't control that. This is my job. I assess the roster. I assess the team. And coming off of a Super Bowl is a different year than most years because there is a reality of going back-to-back is extremely hard. Winning a Super Bowl is hard. And to do it 2 years in a row, you're seeing it is affecting the offensive line. They can't play at the same clip. They are beat the hell up. But going back to the quarterback with the roster thing, my goal as a fan when assessing a team is asking this question and getting yes as the answer. Can we win a Super Bowl with this quarterback? Can you win a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts? Yes. Okay, I'm good. I'm not telling you Jalen's the only quarterback in the NFL that could win a Super Bowl. No. There's a handful of quarterbacks in the NFL that can win a Super Bowl. Do we have one? Yes. I'm good. So I don't care if Josh Allen could win a Super Bowl with this roster because I can't snap my fingers and get any quarterback on this team. Jalen Hurts is my franchise quarterback. Can I win a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts? Yes, I'm good. Because there's really only, 5 or 6 of them? Maybe 7? If we went through the list and you didn't know we were doing this exercise, and I said, can he win? Can he win? Can he win? You'd come up with maybe 6 or 7 guys. We have one of them. I'm good. And real quick, to make it seem like these rosters that Josh Allen has had over the years isn't good enough to win a Super Bowl, then you're an idiot. The Bills have had Super Bowl talented rosters. They haven't won, but they've had rosters that can absolutely win a Super Bowl. They haven't been able to cash in on it. Let's go to Chris in Cherry Hill. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
What's happening? What's going on?
So I want to start this. I'm going to say this right now. I love your broadcast because it's so true. And let's just get to the skinny. A wise man doesn't argue with fools. How are you going to talk about a quarterback that stopped 2 dynasties? The only 2 people that can even say they don't like Jalen Hurts in their head is Tom Brady, and the other guy is what's the guy from Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes. Right?
What about
They're
Carson
like,
Wentz? You think Wentz feels a certain type of way about him?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, I wanted to get to that too. Wentz played very well, but when we talk about Tanner McKee, he's going to play well because he's under a star, Jalen Hurts. When Wentz had that season, it was lights out. And what Will Foles watching the whole season, that. You're acting like Tanner McKee is Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not. So he's not there yet. He could be, but he's not there yet. You can't talk about a quarterback that stomped the Chiefs' lights out in the Super Bowl. This guy, Josh Allen, they always talk about him. But guess what? He don't win. You don't win. That's what happens. Josh Allen had the opportunity to do whatever, but I think the funny thing you said, I like what you said, where you said, if Tanner McKee throws bad, then it's Kevin Patullo. So
Well,
it's always Jalen's fault when he's got one bad game.
Yeah.
But they'd rather roll with a quarterback and have him have the career of Elway, who got his light stomped down every single Super Bowl and finally won when the Broncos changed the uniform. They would never give Jalen that type of grace ever.
No,
Ever.
Chris, I always say this: if Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl the way Tom Brady beat the Rams 13-3, he would get zero credit for that Super Bowl. Zero. But when we talk about Tom Brady, and by the way, everyone brings up Jalen Carter's sack against the Rams, right? Oh, if it wasn't for Jalen Carter. Well, if it wasn't for the interception in the end zone against Seattle with Malcolm Butler, then that's another. So he won a Super Bowl 13-3, where his defense only allowed a field goal and the offense couldn't do you know what. And then there was a defensive player who made a special play with the game on the line, yet we give Tom Brady all the accolades, yet if that was Jalen, there would be zero respect towards him. No. We lost him. Did I leave him speechless?
You made such a good point, he had no rebuttal. That's what it was.
Wow.
That's what it was.
He just stopped.
Uh-huh.
He just said, oh, my God. Bro, you're the smartest man I've ever heard.
I'm sure that's what he was saying in his head.
Wow.
He couldn't believe it.
Wow. We could stop the show here. That might be my best moment I've ever had. I've had Jalen Hurts Appreciation Days, 2 of them, 2nd annual. We've done everything that you could think of for good content. Flyers in 50. I mean, there's been some amazing content on this program. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
The silence was loud.
I'm making that my ringtone. It's just going to be silence. I won't even know it's ringing. But I'll know. I felt good. Let's go to Zach. You're on WIP. What's up, Zach?
Hey, what's going on, bro?
What's up?
94 WIP caller here.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, I'm really excited to talk to you. I started watching your videos like 2 years ago. It was when the video you released was you lost to the Mets, man.
That was a popular one. There's a few that everyone references. It's when they signed Bryce Harper, and it's losing to the Mets. Those two seem to hit everybody's feeds.
Oh, that one was just hilarious. It had me and my buddy dying, and it was obviously right after, Phillies got booted right out of the playoffs. But, yeah, wanted to get your opinion on this Sunday. You got a lot of people really just thinking, oh, since the backups are in, they can't win the game, blah, blah, blah. Do you think this is a must-win game Sunday or not? And if so, why? I'm just kind of curious,
so it's not a
and all.
must-win game by any means,
Yeah.
but I do think that they can absolutely win this game. I think they can win this game. I think they're even with their backups. I think they have more to play for. There's more sort of motivation inside the locker room to kind of keep this thing humming, and the Commanders want to pack it up and go home. So yeah, I think that they can absolutely win it, but by no means is it a must-win.
No, I didn't think so either, because the whole seed situation, it's just, there's 2 teams tied for second at this point or something? Because last time I checked, there was a few people.
How it goes, Zach, and thank you so much for the call, man. How it goes is the Bears, they have the opportunity here to control everything. They win, they're the 2 seed. We'll be the 3 seed. Where things get interesting for us is if we win, Bears lose, we get the 2 seed. I love that, though. Is this a must-win? Is this a must-win? What will be sad, though, or not sad, but I'll tell you what, it'll be interesting discourse. If they lose, the Eagles, and the Bears lose. And then it'll matter how it happens, right? Because if McKee plays well, and I don't know how they could lose the game and you not be mad that the starters didn't play. How would that be? Luke, could there be a world where we can live with them losing, not be mad at Sirriani for choosing to play the backups, and the Bears lose too? I think it'll just go back to Sirianni no matter what.
I think people would be mad, but I think for people not to be mad, it would have to take 2 weeks. So for people not to be mad about it, the Eagles would have to win the wild card round against whoever they play, Niners, Rams, whatever.
Okay.
And then they would have to get a home game for the divisional. So the Bears would have to lose in the first round.
Oh, okay. You're talking long term.
Yes.
What
I'm
about
thinking,
Monday, though?
Monday, people are going to be mad because it's like the Saquon thing where people were mad that Saquon didn't go for the record, but then as soon as we won the Super Bowl, then it was kind of vindicated that he sat for that game. So for people not to be mad about it, if that situation does happen, it'll have to take 2 weeks.
No, I see where you're saying. I'm almost wondering, though, from an eye test thing. For example, if our offense has been struggling with the starters. So if the offense goes out there and plays well and scores 24 points, and the defense, because then you would say,
you need the starting defense.
Right, you'd say,
and then if the offense looks bad, you can say, well,
it's not much worse.
Right, the starting offense already didn't look good and doesn't look good, but if we had them in there with the starting defense, then we probably could have won the game still against Josh Johnson.
Yeah.
I do think, though, people might just be mad if they lose at all against Josh Johnson. That guy hasn't been good in years.
I think I called him Josh Jackson earlier.
That's how bad he is. You don't know his name.
Don't know his name.
Josh Jackson. That was
he was Kansas.
Draft lottery guy.
He played for
top
Kansas.
5 pick. I was a big Josh Jackson. I thought he was going to be good.
Me too. That thing he went to the Suns. Did he go to the Suns?
He was on the Suns at one point. I want to say the Blazers and the Raptors too. Maybe the Grizzlies. He was on a couple different teams. He stunk. He was bad.
Not good. Not good. No VJ Edgecombe. Let me tell you that for free.
Not wrong.
Just saying, man. This team is humming. Let's go Sixers. Huh?
Looking pretty good.
Let's go Sixers.
Just enjoy it.
You watching Joel?
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I'm just,
You getting excited?
Nope.
Wow.
It's a nice stretch.
Shame on you.
I'm not going to buy back in and say that he's the MVP. It's a nice stretch, though.
We'll get into that later. JD in Bricktown. What's up, JD?
Bros, how are you, my friend?
Fantastic. How are you, JD?
Listen to me. I'm doing wonderful. I'm stacking a cord of firewood. I got a nice fire going. I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you for a long time. First time I've ever called.
Well, thank you.
But listen, you are so right about our quarterback.
I know.
Listen, I'll set you. Here you go. Randall Cunningham. Loved him. Okay? I'm 65, all right? Randall Cunningham, I loved him. Michael Vick, I loved him. Donovan McNabb, I hated him.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I was a 5 guy. I ride with my guys, JD. I ride with my guy. I was a 5 guy.
All right. I always felt he threw people under the bus, so I can't
Well, to be
ride with
fair,
him.
at that time, I was 10, 11. So I was watching it through a different lens of a sports fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd be in my boat if you were my age
Maybe.
when it all happened.
Maybe.
But listen. Jalen Hurts is everything that you want the leader of your football team to be. Jeff Lurie hit a grand slam when they drafted this kid because he's done nothing except excel in every single phase of football. And I can't understand for the life of me how some people could call in and, you don't do this, you know what he does? The guy's an elite winner.
That's right.
That's all you need to know. I don't care how you get it done. And you know what? Come these playoffs, you're going to see him take off and run with the ball. Then he's double hard to defend. Double hard.
Well, that needs to happen for sure. Nothing like a double hard, may I add.
Yeah. Hey, you guys do a hell of a job. I just wanted to tell you that. You're 100% right about Hurts. Love him, and I can't wait to watch it all unfold.
Yeah, I'm with you, JD. Thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it. The Jalen legs thing, though, it does need to happen. And I do wonder if there was a part. I'm not a big believer in they're holding things back concept, all right? We fielded a lot of those calls throughout really the entire season, and it was, well, they may be holding things back in the playbook and waiting for the playoffs and bop, 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 bop. I do think one area, though, that will be different is his willingness to run more in the playoffs than he was throughout the regular season. That doesn't mean he's just going to take off nonstop, but I do think that's an element that opens up a lot of what they can do. I do think that fear of him taking off can open up just for a half a second a lane for Saquon, and a half a second for Saquon could be the difference between 5 yards and 25 yards, 3 yards and 18 yards. And with the Lane Johnson that hasn't touched the field in weeks, we get the healthiest version of Lane Johnson we can get. And if that's the case, go follow that damn right side. So I think there's something to that. Here's, though, what I know the haters are going to do. Look, you have to judge this season based off of them winning a Super Bowl the year before. If things don't look right and they end up losing in the playoffs in a divisional round or hell, even in an NFC championship game or however it goes, you have to view this through the lens of what they are trying to accomplish. How many teams in NFL history, and this isn't to give them an out, I'm just being fair, right? Because obviously they're not playing to their full capability. But I think there's reasons why they're not playing to a full capability outside of they stink. I don't think they all stink. All of them suck. The guy who was good enough to win Super Bowl MVP 10 months ago now blows. Like, that's not how this works. It's not how it works. So I think there's reasons why it's not clicking. You have a first-time inexperienced play caller. You have an offensive line that's not living up to the standard. Jalen's not having his best season. Saquon's not running the same way. There's a lot of things here that's happening.
I really do think the offensive line is the biggest thing now.
Yeah.
Like, I used to be a big, it's Patullo, it's on Patullo, it's Patullo's fault, we got to get out of here, blah, 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 blah. I really do think the offensive line, this is the worst year they're having in a long, long time. Going back to some of the offensive lines with Jason Peters on them. Like, just watching these, there's no holes for Saquon to run in. Guys are just coming in unblocked on Hurts. Juergens is missing blocks. Landon Dickerson has been, at best, 65% the entire season. Like, I would not be surprised if it came out after the season that every single one of the offensive linemen, outside of Steen, who, for whatever reason, people want to jump on Steen. I thought he's been fine. I think he's been fine the entire year. I think Cam and Jordan and Dickerson have been the main issues. Even Fred Johnson. Fred Johnson's been fine as a backup right tackle.
Right,
for his role, and for the Eagles to have Lane Johnson, who you've said, yep, you're just going to block anybody. You're not going to get help. You're going to be put on an island with the best defensive ends in the league. And he's done it every single time. He's shown up every single time he has those matchups. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So to go from him to Fred Johnson has done just fine. I think it's really the center and the left side of the offensive line is the biggest reason that we can't get the run game going. If you can't get the run game going, then your pass game can't get going. And that's where the offense completely falls apart.
Right. I agree. By the way, 8 teams have gone back-to-back in the NFL Super Bowls. 8 teams total. And outside of the Chiefs, which was 22-23, it's been 20-something years. Was it Green Bay, Miami, Pittsburgh,
Bay, Miami, Pittsburgh,
San Fran,
Dallas, San Fran,
Denver, Patriots, Chiefs.
Yeah.
So before the Chiefs just did it, it would have been over 20-something years since it happened. Again, it's not to make excuses, but there is a reason why it looks out of sync and out of whack, and there's a reality to it that is real. And it's not Jalen Hurts sucks. Like, I can't wrap my head around that. I can't. So 215-592-9494. Franchise quarterbacks are measured over time. Backups are measured in moments. So, I'm not going to waste 1 second of my time comparing what Tanner McKee does on Sunday to anything Jalen has done over the first 16 games. But are you? Are you going to be watching this through the lens of Tanner McKee versus Jalen Hurts? 215-592-9494. Coming up next, Nick Sirianni on why he chose rest Week 18. Why did he feel it was necessary to go this route? Nick Sirianni addressed the media earlier today. You will hear from the head coach. It's Broads in for the afternoon show on 94 WIP.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
Is He's talking to you, Bridges. I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line, $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's Montgomery County's only gentlemen's club, Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. This Wednesday, January 7th, it's our monthly amateur night contest with a grand prize of $500. And then Wednesday, January 28th, it's the grand finale, the 2025 Amateur of the Year contest with the grand prize winner receiving $2,000. Help us pick the winner. Don't miss it. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The World Cup, baseball's all-star game, and this country's 250th birthday bash. Philly getting set to welcome lots of visitors in 2026. The Eagles' last regular season game this Sunday against the Commanders. Starters sitting this one out.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
The only thing they'll be commanding is the bus back to D.C. Eagles Commanders. Pre-game starts Sunday at 2 on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIB.
Pick me up.
Woo!
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Woo! Come on now. I might need 2 cups. Maybe even 3, as I'm looking at my empty cup over here. I devoured one before we got started. Anyway, 215-592-9494. Broads with you. Talking about QB1, Jalen Hurts. But there's a new QB1 for this upcoming Sunday, which is Tanner McKee. Tanner McKee getting the nod. And I want to know if you think it's a good idea to compare the two. What you see on Sunday, will you compare that to what we've witnessed with Jalen Hurts all season long? Let's get an update on our Twitter poll, which is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Dreaming of another chip? Make her feel like a world champion every day with a custom diamond ring from Mark's Jewelers. Online at marks-jewelers.com. Will you be comparing McKee to Hurts on Sunday? 77% of voters say no. 23% say yes. So we're moving in the right direction. Slowly. Very slowly, but surely. We are moving in the right direction. We'll see where it gets to by the end of the program. Before we get back to your phone calls, we will listen right now to Nick Sirriani, who spoke with the media earlier today and talked about why he chose to rest Week 18.
Yeah, I think I discussed that with you guys as far as just all the things that, I kind of take in hand. And, at the end of the day, I went with, it's not a guarantee that we can get the 2 seed, but I can guarantee I can rest the starters, right? And so just thought that was the best thing for our football team right there. Feel really good about the guys that are going to go in there and play. Obviously, you can't rest everybody. And so, we've had a good week of practice. We're going in there to try to win the game with some guys that haven't played a ton of snaps on offense and defense, but obviously have contributed. But just felt like that was the best thing for the football team, for this week moving forward.
I think he made the right call, because there could be a world where you play all your starters, you don't get a bye, and you still have the 3 seed. But then you're really setting yourself up for failure. And that would be the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is not playing your backups, losing, with the Lions winning. That's not the worst case scenario. It's the second worst case scenario, but it's not the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is you play all your starters, you get no rest at all. You don't think these guys are dying for an opportunity to just breathe for a second? These guys are hurting, ladies and gentlemen. A bye this late in the season, it's almost as if it's 2 buys. That's how much hell they go through, especially following the shortened off season last year. Because they were busy, winning the whole thing with Jalen. Let's go to Mike in New Jersey. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
So, a couple of things. If anybody's comparing Jalen Hurts to Tanner McKee, just stop it already. Tanner McKee is warming a bench. Jalen Hurts is taking us to the Super Bowl. Even though I'm not really a Jalen Hurts fan, but Tanner McKee, I got a point to prove. Yeah, I'm going to try to outplay him and make him look bad because I want that money too. But you only played how many games? I don't want to hear it. And against Washington, you better play. You've just been sitting on the bench all year long, dude. You better play. And guess what? You know what? You better get us to the 2nd seed.
Oh, wow. Mike, I respect that fire. Now, I don't like the fact that you're not a Hurts guy, but I do like the animosity you have towards, yo, dude, let's go. Get us that damn 2 seed. I could get behind that little bite you got.
You're getting paid for it.
That's right.
Guess what? Get out there on the field and make it happen, dog.
Damn right, Mike. Now, why don't you like my quarterback, though?
Why don't I like Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
Because he's like, I don't play this. I don't do this play. I don't do that play. What do you mean? I'm paying you millions of dollars.
Oh,
you better do what I tell you.
I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry. We're done. Thanks, Mike.
I am surprised.
I shouldn't have asked.
That you asked him.
I'm done.
Had such a good thing going.
I had enough. He doesn't do that. I don't want to do that. What are we basing that on? Now, there were those 2 reports from Kemsky and McLean that stated he didn't want to have as much running in the playbook. Now, hear me out with that. I don't discredit McLean and Jimmy Kemsky. They're very good at what they do. I do think there may have been a discussion between Sirianni, Patullo, and Jalen about the best way to methodically get through this long season following last year. And if one of the conversations was, hey, I tweaked my ankle before that costed me the back end of a season where I was on pace to be MVP, right? And I ended up having that concussion against the Commanders when I ran with the ball. I want to make it to the finish line with my group. Like, if there was a fair conversation where people assume when they read that Jalen went in there, put his stones on the table, flipped off Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni and said, I'm doing it my way. I'm not running. Losers. Like, that's how people feel. That's how he barged into the meeting room, kicking the door open and saying, this is how it's going to get done. If it was, hey, let's talk a little bit about what we want to do here. Patullo, coming into this first year, these are kind of my ideas and thoughts that I would like to have. What do you like? Okay, let's sit down. And if there was a real professional conversation and real dialogue about how do we best put Jalen in a position to make it through without getting dinged up, and they come up with the conclusion that, hey, maybe I don't want to run as much, especially early on. It's ugly football. Let's just focus on not turning the ball over. And as we blossom as a team, we can start slowly but surely incorporating some things. I'd be okay with that. If that's the discussion, I don't have a problem with that at all.
No, I don't either. So what they should do, I wish they ran him more this past Sunday. Only had 3 carries, but a lot of that may have been the Bills kind of preparing for him to run the ball. For future seasons, what they need to do is save the designed runs early in the year for, critical third downs and in the red zone. I don't need to see him on a QB draw 1st and 10 from the Eagles' 35-yard line.
I do like that play sometimes.
It's a good play,
works.
but I don't need to see it in the second quarter when you're on your own side of the field. I'd rather see it on 3rd and 5 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Or 4th and 2 in the third when you're down by 10 points. Save it for the specific downs and distances in these specific moments in the game. As the season goes on, once you get into December, then you got to open it up.
Different ball game.
December football is the closest thing to playoff football you're going to get. You got to be playing your best ball in December, and you just get ready for the playoffs in January. So September, October, November, save it for specific instances in the game, and then December is when you turn it on. Scrambling, you're never going to be able to control. You just hope that he makes a good judgment call to scramble with it, take it, whatever, whenever he can. But on the designed runs, there should be a plan throughout the season. And I agree with it if it is, what I said.
Yeah. No, as you should.
Right.
You agree with your own opinion? That is unreal.
Yeah. It's a good idea. It's a really good idea.
It's a great idea. That's awesome. All right, let's go to Brandon in North Carolina. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man? What's happening?
Man, I almost hung up once you spazzed on the one guy from Pennsylvania.
Oh, well, why?
He ain't gonna like me either.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead. I'm in a better headspace right now.
Okay, good. You got it all out.
Yeah, I got it out. I'll work with you a little bit.
I can take them tough. Hey, man. So I am that. I guess the 25%.
Okay.
And the reason, and I'm gonna ask this. So how did you feel? What was your take on Jalen Hurts after the Washington game and the Raiders game a couple weeks ago? Did you feel like, hey, that's what I'm telling you guys, he can do it? Were you kind of upbeat about it?
Honestly, this year, I think I really only had the needle moved really was after the Vikings and Giants game. I would say I liked what I saw in some of those games, but it didn't move me as much as Minnesota and New York. That was the one moment this year I thought it was really going to hit, and it obviously never really reached that level again. So that would be my answer.
Gotcha. And the reason why I ask that is because, to your point, this game is quote unquote, it's not a meaningless game, but it's not a lot at stake for Tanner McKee.
Sure.
But the thing about it is that the game was just played against Washington, the same team. I mean, essentially, as far as defensively, it's just 2 weeks ago. So I think it's going to be natural for people to compare the two quarterbacks because it's not like, Washington didn't have anything to play for 2 weeks ago either. And, still, it was about what we saw in ourselves. So I think it's going to be natural for people to compare, especially people who are big on Tanner McKee, which I am. To be honest, I'm big on Tanner McKee.
How big?
And it's not. That doesn't mean I'm anti.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
So,
no, but how big are you on Tanner McKee?
I'll say this. You brought up a great point. Because we don't know, right? If I was to say, hey, look, he's the next Tom Brady, that'd be an ignorant statement.
Sure.
Right? But you brought up a great point when you said defensive coordinators they don't have a lot of tape to go off of when it comes to Tanner. So, yeah, he's going to have a little bit more success. Because they don't have much of a game plan against him on. But I'll say this, the reason why I'm so big on Tanner this year is because of our window being so small. I don't feel like, and This 4-1, this is going to set you off. I don't feel like Jalen Hurts has evolved as he's needed to evolve as a quarterback. That's my personal opinion. And this window that we have, with the team that we have, the guys that we have, we're going to have to pay guys next year, which is it's an every year thing, you know. But our window to win again is extremely small. And if Tanner gives us a better chance to win because of the fact that there's not a lot of tape against him from a defensive coordinator standpoint, well, let's go win now.
You're saying this playoff run, because there's less tape on McKee, he could be a better option.
I think that's a point to me. I don't think that's the reason. I really feel like, from a quarterback standpoint, Tanner McKee gives our offense. He gives us an opportunity to maximize the potential of our offense, of all of our offense. And I get it. There's Jalen's way, and then there's other ways. I get that. But is Jalen's way beneficial for everybody on the team, or is it just beneficial for Jalen?
Well, it's beneficial for the team winning.
Winning, I agree.
Yeah,
No,
and that's all that matters, right? At the end of the day, you're right though, because I think AJ looks at Jalen and goes, "He's not the best for me," but Jalen goes, "Me is the best for the team winning," and I do, yeah, you're right. I think there is a part of that where AJ doesn't think he's maximized by Jalen, but Jalen is the best to win.
You can also say, here's a crazy take. I'm going to say it. It's a crazy take. You can also say that Jalen not being as efficient of a quarterback as we need him to be, it actually compromises not even just AJ and Smitty and the receivers, but it also potentially compromises the running game. It compromises the defense, because of the defense, we can't.
You can't have this type of defense and Jalen's compromising it. Like, there's not much more this defense can be. Yeah, but there's not much. This defense is the best defense you've seen. There's no way. And Brandon, I appreciate it. I gave you a good amount of time there for me, which is, I respect you. But I think you're ludicrous, but I respect you. You see what I'm saying? Now Jalen Hurts compromises the greatest defense your eyes have seen. See what I'm saying on how much this Jalen hate goes? Jalen compromises. Uh-oh. Oh, man. See, I think what's happening is it's getting unleashed.
He's got a headache.
It's getting unleashed.
You're doing the eye rubbing thing when you have a headache.
Oh.
Gotta get some Tylenol.
So now Jalen hurts the run game. No, he didn't play a role in how effective the run game was last year by having the most rushing yards in the Super Bowl. He's actually hurting the run game. And the mindset is the window's closing. So we should go with the quarterback who doesn't have tape on him, because that's better than going with the guy who's won the Super Bowl and bought out in both Super Bowls. See what I'm saying? See how this is? Oh, man.
You do deep breaths again?
I don't know. I don't know if deep breaths is what's going on here. Am I going bananas? What are we doing? What are we doing? He was right. I wouldn't like anything he said. But I handled it better.
You did. I'll give you credit there. He warned you.
He warned me.
And then you didn't like what he said, but you maintained composure for the most part.
I did. You know, I've realized as I do this, if you are a Jalen hater, I think if we establish that early, I do a better job than if I find out halfway through.
You know, on the screener where it has like the person's name and the city that they're from, I think in lieu of the city, whenever you're on, it needs to be like
pro or anti-Jalen.
Pro or anti-Jalen instead of the city.
Yep. And here's another thing about window closing. Jordan Davis is just getting started. Jalen Carter's just getting started. Nolan Smith's just getting started. DeJean's just getting started. Quinyon Mitchell's just getting started. Devontae's just about to hit this prime. I don't think that there's a window closing. The best part about having a general manager like this is that window's always reopening. First off, the NFL windows, This isn't the NBA where you have Kobe and Shaq and you have this crazy window, where the Miami Heat, where you have this wild window and you kind of know it in the NBA landscape. This is the NFL. I mean, it is so year to year. Look at the Patriots, last year to this year. Like this window thing, you would have thought back in 17, we have this window to get it done with Wentz. You blink your eye and you're on a new head coach with a new quarterback and this and that. And so, but, they have so much youth on the defense that I don't think that you're going anywhere defensively. I really don't. Jahad Campbell is just getting started. So, no, I'm not benching Jalen Hurts because there's less tape on Tanner McKee. Carl in New Jersey. What's up, Carl?
Hey, thanks for having me on the show.
Thanks for calling.
I'm going to give you what I think is a superb analysis.
Ooh.
I'll start with the initial summary. I am a Jalen supporter.
Okay.
I am. But there are some what I'll call constructive criticism.
Okay. I'm behind that.
And let me just go through this, and then please, I welcome all the comments. But I'm going to first start with the negative, even though overall I'm a supporter. The negative is, and you saw this, and let me get through all of it, in the Chargers game, the way Justin Herbert moved around in the pocket under more pressure from our defensive line than Jalen received from theirs. His pocket presence isn't as great as it could be, so that oftentimes he's rolling out to the right and either making an unbelievable play or throwing it out of bounds. But that's only one negative. Now I'm going to flip quickly to the positives. The man is an excellent, accurate deep ball thrower that he doesn't get credit for. His deep balls are on a freaking dime, okay? That's a positive. Another huge positive before I get to a negative, the guy's clutch. I mean, he's clutch. I was at FedEx Field, okay? I was there. And, we're down 10-7 at half, and we get to the one, the sneak, the tush-push gets 5-yard penalty. Then there's some other penalty. Then it's 3rd and 15. He improvises and throws a beautiful pass to Dallas Goedert. That is the strength of Jalen Hurts. When you need that play and it's 3rd and 15, he makes it time and time and time again. He's a money player. Having said that, here's a negative. And by the way, that's the chief reason I'm a supporter. As great as Patrick Mahomes is, and I still think Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL before he got hurt, when the game's on the line, I feel very confident with Jalen Hurts with the football. But I'm going to throw another negative out there because I'm not blind. And the other negative, and you saw this in the same Chargers game, he will sometimes miss open receivers over the middle. I don't know why.
Yeah, you're right.
But now, please comment on me. This is where I'm coming from. That's as fair as it can.
Yeah, Carl, honestly, I think it's fair analysis. And thank you for the call. You're right. Look, when I defend Jalen, do I go over the top a little bit? Yes, because I think the hate goes so over the top. But he's not perfect. There's flaws. Guess what? Josh Allen has flaws. Pat Mahomes has flaws. Quarterbacks have flaws. Jalen's got flaws. You're right. There are some throws over the middle that he misses. But there's so much that he does so well that it obviously outweighs that. And this year, he's not playing his best. Like, this is not Jalen Hurts' best season. It's not. It's not his best season. Now, why? Let's talk through why. And some think, well, you're going to be making excuses when you start talking about other areas. I will die on this hill. If it was just about who has the best quarterback, then Aaron Rodgers would have 15 quarterbacks. Or Super Bowls. Then Aaron Rodgers would have 15 Super Bowls. Then Josh Allen would have 15 Super Bowls. If it was strictly just about, do you have the most skilled quarterback in the league, then all of these quarterbacks that we discuss over Jalen Hurts would have 1 million. But Aaron Rodgers has 1. Matthew Stafford had to go to the Rams with a Sean McVay, an Aaron Donald, who's the greatest defensive tackle to ever exist, okay? A Jalen Ramsey at the time, a Cooper Kupp. I believe Odell still had a little juice left in the tank that season.
Tore his ACL in that Super Bowl.
There's another guy. They traded for Von Miller that year, who went nuclear for the Rams. He needed a mastermind offensively. He needed weapons. Cooper Kupp, you don't think that's a big deal? You don't think Odell that year was a big deal? You don't think having the best best corner in Jalen Ramsey in the league throughout this little sequence is a big deal. The best defensive tackle maybe ever is a big deal. It takes so much to click to win a Super Bowl. That's why all these skilled quarterbacks who are technically better than Jalen, who have better arms than Jalen, who are better throwers of the football than Jalen, that's why they don't have a billion Super Bowl, because it takes a lot. So let's dissect why Jalen's year isn't the best ever. I think the offensive line's banged up, very much so. I think Kevin Petula was very new at this, and it's hard to become a play caller, let alone a play caller with the expectations to win a Super Bowl. I think he's overmatched. I think Saquon's not having the same year. I think Jalen's not playing his best football from an individual standpoint, and that's why it looks this gross. But we don't have to go to the extreme that Jalen is some stiff, he's a bum, he can't play, he can't read a defense, he can't throw the football with anticipation. I saw it on 3rd and 4 over the middle of the field to Smitty in between two defenders right after I saw him throw it over the middle of the field to AJ with a defender right in his grill, AJ's grill. He fitted into a small window. He can do this stuff. He's not perfect. He does miss throws. I also saw Matthew Stafford on Monday Night Football right after the Falcons kicked a field goal to take a three-score lead there, or 3-point lead. First play, 20-something seconds left on the clock. Miscue on Atlanta's point. Wide open receiver that would have flipped the field and put the Rams right into field goal position instantly. Missed him. Just missed him. That's Matthew Stafford. He's very good at throwing the ball. Missed him. It's going to happen sometimes. Big body of work. First 5 years of his career. He's magnificent. Magnificent. 215-592-9494. I'm not wasting 1 second of my time comparing Tanner McKee to Jalen. Not 1 second. Are you? 215-592-9494. Franchise quarterbacks are measured over time. Backups are measured in moments. Coming up next, your phone calls continue. And Ross Tucker on the matchup. What does he expect to see? You'll hear from him. It's Broads in for the afternoon show on 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage, exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February.
That's gonna be great.
Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Wing pole, wing pole, wing pole. Glover's Gate, where the tradition continues. Wing Pole 26, Friday, February 6th. Doors open at 8 a.m. Philly's largest wing eating contest. Thousands in cash prizes. Alexis, Texas, and madness all day. Glover's Gate, Philly. Glover'sGate.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free with no payments and no interest for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Philly Sports Put to Music at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Oh.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Is this finally the end of the Aaron Rodgers career tour? If the Steelers lose to the Ravens on Sunday night and gain 272 and miss the playoffs, what's next? Another vagabond stop, retirement to a quiet retreat, or a TV near you? Sunday night will decide it all. I'm John Lund.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show. Broads in for Egg Spike and Fritz on this Friday. Hope everybody enjoyed their little holiday 2-week run as we get back to reality. I will say, it is the first time in my life that I looked at the year 2026 and went, whoa. Like, it hasn't really hit me what year it is, but this is the first year I see it, I hear it, and I go, whoa. Now, I don't know if having 2 kids is involved now, where I'm watching, my 2-year-old daughter run around the basement. Everyone always told me my man cave was going to turn into a playroom. Dude, you should see the slide we just built her this morning. I got no room down there. I got a kitchen set. I got a slide. She has this whole little house. It's a tent, but it's a house, and she's got a mini couch in it with lights, and she sits in it all day. So, but obviously, I would do that any day of the week for her. But
you can share the cave.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, are you kidding me? All I want to do is spend time with her. So, yeah. But I always said, nah, my space. That's my space. And I walked down there. There's dancing fruit for the 6-month-old, so she can get used to that. I guess that's good for their eyes as a little one. And then the other one's running around screaming about Blippi. You know anything about Blippi?
I'm pretty sure, but
he's some guy that wears orange glasses and goes to these playhouses and ball pits. And
is that a YouTube thing?
Yeah, he's on YouTube.
Okay.
She loves Blippi.
Feel like
loves
Blippi. I remember my nephew's talking about Blippi, but I can't picture him on videos.
Yeah, I no disrespect, but kind of feels a little weird. Like here's this 40-year-old guy dressed up in orange overalls playing in a ball pit and recording it.
Yeah, a little weird.
Little weird. But guess what? He's probably a millionaire.
Yeah,
and here I am working holiday weeks. You know what I'm saying? 215-592-9494. But I love my quarterback. I don't know if he's probably a McKee guy, if I had to guess. Blippi. Yeah, Blippi's probably a McKee guy waiting for Sunday to come around to cheer on McKee. Loser. I'm cheering for McKee, by the way. All right? I am. I believe in McKee. I'm a McKeesman, just not more than a Jalen guy. So here's what we're asking and what we're talking about today. Week 18 versus the Commanders. This team is ready to go home. They're ready to pack it in, say goodbye, get the golf clubs, go to wherever they want to go, Bahamas, Bermuda, go on a cruise. Who knows where they're going? But they don't really care about this football game. And I'm not wasting 1 second of my time comparing what McKee looks like to what Jalen Hurts has been all year. I know what guy's my guy. And I like McKee. And he's got a damn good role and an important role. But I know who my guy is. Couple things here, then we'll get right back to your calls. 1, the Eagles have ruled out the following players for Sunday: Jalen Carter, Nakobe Dean, Marcus Epps, Dallas Goedert, Lane Johnson, Jalen Phillips. Those are the guys that have been ruled out on Friday's injury reports. So there's that. Now, I want to get to Ross Tucker, who puts his previews up on Twitter. And this is what Ross Tucker had to say about this matchup.
Well, the Eagles and Commanders just played 2 weeks ago, so it's not like that much has changed in 2 weeks. Although, actually, both teams appear likely to have different starting quarterbacks. Josh Johnson, it sounds like, will get the nod for the Commanders, with Mariota still dealing with an injury. I think you know what Josh Johnson is. Last time he was in Philly might have been that NFC Championship game when he came in for the Niners after Brock Purdy got hurt. Meanwhile, the Commanders are going to lean on the run game. They had several comments that were made after the Eagles went for 2 a couple weeks ago. Dan Quinn said, we'll see them again in a couple weeks. So obviously expecting the Commanders to come in fully intent on getting this win. For the Eagles, there's multiple reports that they're going to sit a bunch of starters. You would think that that means Tanner McKee time. And every time McKee has gotten a chance to play, he's played extremely well. Looking forward to seeing what he can do with this opportunity.
Now, shout out Ross, because he's actually on the call. So that's really cool for him to get out. He does the preseason stuff and all, but he gets a little Week 18 action. That's cool. Good for him, man. I see a lot of that stuff getting talked about on Twitter, and Ross is good people. So that's pretty cool for him. And, yeah, he's going to get to see Tanner McKee out there. So, all right, let's get back to the phones. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the second I was going to Adam in Morrisville.
He just disappeared?
The second I was about to click his name.
That's terrible.
That's bad timing.
You make one guy speechless and then that.
And then this. I got this magical power. Andy in Deffert. What's up, Andy?
Bro, we live, we hot. What's good, my guy?
What's happening?
Yo, man, I don't know what's going to be more annoying listening to on the radio, right? Prior to this game, right? We had a couple weeks before this. We had when we hit our little slump prior to the Commanders and Raiders first games. You know, you had to hear, should we bench Jalen Hurts? Is Tanner McKee going to play? Jalen Hurts isn't the quarterback for the future. Fire Nick, right? That was the narrative. Now, after this game on Sunday, you tune in on Friday after Tanner McKee lights up their JV, because he is going to light him up, right? And you already had clowns saying that, there's no tape on him, so he'll be better for the playoff run. Then you're going to have idiots like Chuck from Mount A-Hole. Oh, this Chuck, Jalen Hurts is a bum. Let's start Tanner McKee for the playoff run. Like, we're supposed to be smart, educated fans. Like, don't sound so dumb, people. Jalen Hurts, the key to us winning another chip is through that quarterback. Period. Like, I don't get why we get so infatuated with the backup. Like, I don't want the girl that just made the cheerleading squad. I want the cheerleader captain. Period. I don't want I don't want the leftover slob. I want the captain of the cheerleading team. And I don't know why other people in this town and other Eagles fans don't feel that same way. They always fall in love with the sloppy seconds that everybody got a shot at. I don't want that. I want the cheerleading captain, the number one alpha in the room. That's who I want. Riding with my team.
You're so, Andy, you couldn't be more right, man. And I appreciate the call. You couldn't be more right. There is a different. I used the word pressure a billion times today, but there really is a different weight that gets put on your shoulders to be a franchise quarterback in this town with these expectations. And I'm not here to tell you Tanner McKee isn't capable of being an NFL starting quarterback. That's not what I'm saying. I like Tanner McKee. I'm intrigued by Tanner McKee. But being in Jalen Hurts' position is not something everyone can handle. And truth be told, I don't think a lot of people can handle it. I really don't. I don't think there's many people that can handle everything that is said, everything that is written, everything that is talked about, and being able to push forward and still hold yourself to the standard that you hold yourself in without self-doubt, without questions, without all that. I'd say 99% of people would fold big time. We got someone who fits in that 1%, and I can't give that up. I just can't give that up. Now, we got people weighing in on Blippy, Luke. We hit a nerve with some people with Blippy. So, you know, the AI overview that sometimes is wrong, sometimes is right. Someone tweeted a picture out to me. This guy, Stephen John, sold Blippy to Moonbug Entertainment 6 years ago for $120 million. So here I am calling that guy a moron for wearing orange glasses and diving into a ball pit. I do that for $400.
Yeah.
This guy's $120 mil, making it a significant licensing deal that built a children's media empire. $120 million? I didn't know Blippy was on that type of level. I got to be honest with you. I knew Miss Rachel was popular, but I didn't know Blippy was 120 M's.
I did not know he had it like that. My sincerest apologies to Blippy. I also see in one of the little other things on Google, it says, as of 2025, Blippy earns an estimated $10 to $15 million annually.
What? Now, how come Broads Media isn't that popular on YouTube?
I don't know. What?
So I have to wear orange glasses?
You got to start wearing orange glasses.
I got the headband going.
And then Disney will come in and buy you.
Is that all it takes?
Orange glasses, some suspenders, a bow tie, and you'll be good to go. You'll sell for $150 million in an instant.
Kidding me? I'd rock. Like I said, you give me an extra $400 a week, I'd be rocking that.
Sold for $150 million.
120.
120.
150.
$120 million. Sorry, I was saying what Broads Media is going to sell.
That's
for.
right.
My
Thank
bad.
you. Thank you very much. I need a producer.
I'm in. I'm in. I got dibs.
All right, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. All right, Adam in Morrisville called back in. Good. I was just about to hit your name and you dropped off. What's up, Adam?
Rhodes?
Yes. Hello, Adam.
Hello. Sorry, my phone hung up for some reason.
Oh, that's okay. What's happening? What's on your mind, my friend?
So I'm part of the 23% that is for comparing Jalen and Tanner McKee.
Okay.
I think because you keep bringing up the Super Bowl, he has not looked the same. And I am an Eagles fan. I'm a Jalen fan. I'm a Tanner McKee fan. I want the team to play to its potential. I don't think Jalen has played up to that potential this year.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
It would be doing a disservice to the Eagles, to Patullo, who I think if McKee looks great, and if Patullo is calling plays over the middle, if he's calling good plays, I think that shows more that Jalen is the problem, not Patullo. Now, if Patullo stays the same play caller, I think it's Patullo.
All right. Well, let me ask you this, Adam. And all right. You say it would be a disservice to the team and all that, but in the world of professional NFL football, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like there's probably a better edge rusher than. Well, Brandon Graham moved on the inside, but there is something to be said about you have a franchise guy and you rock and roll with your franchise guy. This isn't Little League or Pop Warner where the player gets sat because he's playing poorly and you can put in Little Jimmy because Little Jimmy played better the final week. And like this is the National Football League where you are a franchise quarterback and there's so much tied to that. This isn't plug and play because one guy plays good for 1 week. If Josh Allen isn't playing week 18 and their backup comes in and helps Buffalo win a game, they're going to go back to Josh Allen the following week no matter what happens because Josh Allen is their guy. There is something to be said in football for the quarterback position, regardless on how you look 1 week, how you look the 5th week, how your backup plays the 18th week. No matter what it is, you are connected emotionally and physically to a franchise quarterback. If you have one, we do. You don't just do a plug and play based off of who looked good in week 18 when that's the case. Do you disagree with that?
No, I do not. I think that's a good point. However, like if someone hasn't been playing good most of the season, he's had good games, but he's also had more bad games.
Now the Super Bowl holds no weight though, because I agree he's not playing his best ball, but don't you think someone who has accomplished what he's accomplished as a starter through 5 years deserves the opportunity to work through this season, even if it's not his standard?
Yes, the Super Bowl it's the most important game of the season. But I would argue that he wasn't very good last year either, besides the last 2 games of the season.
But he has been to 2 Super Bowls in the first 5 years of his career.
Yes, that's great, and
that's more than great.
Yes, it's more
than great.
It is very. It's impressive. It's very extremely impressive.
It's deserving to continue to trot out no matter what Tanner. Because what, Adam? Let's say we go with your method, right? Patullo has throws over the middle. Tanner McKee hits them, and then they face the Rams at home in the wild card round, and Tanner McKee looks horrific.
What I'm saying is I'm not saying that you start McKee in the playoffs. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this means we think about in the offseason and next year if Jalen continues being the quarterback.
That's crazy.
I'm rocking with Jalen until the Super Bowl.
Adam, they just won the Super Bowl 10 months ago, and you're telling me one bad season. And it's not even that bad, by the way. It's just not the standard. You're telling me you're quitting on a Super Bowl MVP 1 year following the Super Bowl when only 8 teams in NFL history have gone back-to-back? You don't think that's a knee-jerk reaction? You don't think so?
If one game doesn't matter for McKee, why does one game matter for Hurts?
What do you mean?
Like, why does the Super Bowl? Why does last season go out the window?
Adam,
I'm not just asking.
Adam, you're asking why the Super Bowl matters more than Week 18 against the Commanders? I can't. He just asked, why does the Super Bowl hold more weight than Week 18 against the Commanders? I'm turning my mic off. I will be screaming, and then I will come right back on.
It actually is. I can almost kind of hear it. It's a little faint.
I'm back. Wow. I just don't get it. I don't get it. And I don't think I'm missing anything. I really don't. I don't think I'm just being naive. I love Jalen so much that, like, you all heard that. And I appreciate the call. Listen, I really do appreciate you calling in. I'm having fun. It does irritate me, but I really do respect you for calling in and having a talk with me. I want to make sure that's clear. But, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Big V in Mount Laurel. What's up, Big V? It's unreal. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I can't take it, bro. I can't take it. Every time that somebody gets on the air and acts like a jackass, you find that there's a bigger jackass on the next time.
Does that mean you're next or what?
No.
All right.
Okay, bros, listen. I'm part of that 77% who, is not watching for Tanner McKee's success, although I want him to succeed.
Of course.
But we all know that Jalen's the quarterback. I mean, you're talking about 5 years. He would have went to the Super Bowl 3 years if it wasn't for that year when we had probably the most talented Eagles team implode at 11-2. But listen, I got something for all those Tanner McKee, wishers and all those Jalen Hurt haters. Listen, I'm going to emancipate you. It ain't going to happen. There is no Santa Claus. It's over. Mommy and Daddy, hide your presents upstairs. Tanner McKee will not come and replace Jalen. It's over. Give up the thought. The Nile is not just a river in Egypt. It lives in these guys.
No, I'm with you. Sorry, I was talking to Luke there. I had to hit him with something. But I'm with you, guy. What else you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling like, you know what, they need to shut up because, I know they follow their leader, the king moron Spike, and he
Hey, he's not a moron.
Okay, idiot.
No. We love Spike around here, Big V. Thank you for the call. We love Spike. I don't take Spike slander. Here's the thing. You see how I love my guy, QB1? I love Spike and Jack the same way. I don't agree with them about football, and I know it kind of sounds hypocritical because they're anti my guy. But I rock with my guys. They're my guys. Okay? It's like that thing where I can call them morons. I can call it. It's what your big brother. Although I'm not their big brother, but you don't let someone else pick on your brother. Hey, I can do that. You can't do that. I can call them morons for not loving my quarterback. I can't let you call them that.
It's a brotherly love thing.
Yes, correct. All right. I need to detox. The problem is I got another hour and a half. I won't make it. Maybe Spike, maybe he's going to, bros. Can't handle it, man. He can't handle 2 to 6. He can't make it. He won't make it. Hey, you know what? So it's a fair question at this point because I'm breaking down physically, mentally. I'm 5 days into this.
To be fair, the Tanner McKee people are out in full force right now.
Of course.
This is their time to shine. They're gearing up because everyone's saying that Tanner McKee is going to play well. I don't think there's many people who believe he's going to stink. I think he's going to do pretty well.
Yeah, he is.
You think he's going to do pretty well. Greg Cassell thinks he's going to do pretty well. So they're feeding into that. They're feeding off of that. And they're calling up and they're saying, it's my time to shine. Tanner McKee should be QB1. I don't believe Jalen done this, that, and the other thing. So they're out big time right now.
We got a call that said we need to give up on Jalen because he's having this type of season. He won the Super Bowl 10 months ago.
Especially,
I keep saying 10. I don't do the math, but it's something close to that.
It's 11 months ago.
11,
basically.
Whatever.
Almost 12.
We don't do
Almost a
math.
year.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Technicalities.
After watching the playoffs last year and watching the Packers game and the Rams game for Jalen, didn't play that well in either game. He played all right in both those games. The Rams game, I thought he played better than the Packers game maybe, but I just remember that one safety that he took and dropping the ball going into halftime. It was a rough game for him overall. To have those two games and to still bounce back and play well in the NFC Championship and in the Super Bowl, I don't know why people are so quick to give up on him now. You saw him bounce back. You've seen him do it on the biggest stage twice. Mm-hmm. So you're basing your opinion off him and how we should move off him and how it should be Tanner McKee and you need to see more out of him. You're basing it off of the regular season where you won an NFC East and they're ready to be in the playoffs next week?
Yes.
You're not giving him a year, even a year of a buffer after winning the Super Bowl? That part is crazy to me. It is perfectly okay to criticize him and say that he hasn't had that great of a year because he hasn't had that great of a year.
Sure.
If you're just looking at the numbers compared to some other years, it's kind of right there. But watching it, he has not had that great of a year. But to say you want to move off of him and you think Tanner McKee is better and you're going to be comparing Tanner McKee to Hurts and taking that into the playoffs is crazy. The guy won you a Super Bowl and always steps up when needed the most.
Luke, we just had a question get asked that why are we valuing the one Super Bowl over the one Week 18 game
That's
against
what I
the
mean.
Commanders?
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah. And everyone forgets in that Rams game, he starts the game off with a 44-yard rushing touchdown to give you. Everyone forgets that. He ran half the football field for a touchdown to get the game going? That doesn't matter.
And there's been times this year he's been a top 5 quarterback, like in the second half of the Rams game, coming back and getting them back in that game. The entire Vikings game, the Giants game that they won, not the terrible one that they lost. He's had great games.
Yeah, that was just a short week.
Even the very first game, true short week, and the Phillies. Everyone was
Phillies,
mad about the
Phillies.
But even in the very first week against Dallas, week 1, he was great in that game. The 2 rushing touchdowns, had 60-something rushing yards. So let's not act like he's been terrible every single game the entire year. He's had his highs, but he's had his lows. So I just don't get it. I can't wrap my head around people wanting to they're just done with him after watching him in both Super Bowls and winning that one between 10 and 12 months ago.
That's because That's good. That's because you have brain cells.
Exactly.
You got brain cells. 215-592-9494. We keep rolling along. We'll see if I actually make it to 6. Week 18 versus the Commanders. It's not the same as what Jalen deals with on a week-by-week basis. Are you going to compare what Tanner McKee does on Sunday to Jalen Hurts? I need to know. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, why Jordan Mailata is very confident a run is coming. You'll hear from the left tackle. It's Broach in for the afternoon show on 94 WIP.
The Eagles wrap up their regular season at home against the Commanders.
We got to go play a good game. We got to go coach a good game. Excited to go play this week.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 2. Then Merrill and Mike have the call.
And it is complete. Touchdown!
Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Learn more at IBX.com.
One more regular season game, and then it's time for the playoffs. You know what's really amazing? The fact that Nick Sirriani has been here for 5 seasons, and the Birds have reached the playoffs every year. Not only that, they've been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. Years ago, owner Jeffrey Lurie spoke about Eagles football reaching the gold standard. It took a while, but his dream really did come true. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Before Quinn and Kevin Sullivan went pro with the Philadelphia Union, they had a whole community behind them. The youth coaches who taught them, the trainers who made them stronger, the family who always showed up, and the hometown health insurer who covered them. Independence Blue Cross has had the Sullivan brothers' backs since day one, just like we have yours and you have theirs, because we take care of our own here. Enroll at IBX.com by December 31st for coverage that begins on January 1st.
Billy knows how to get game day ready. The jerseys, the wings, the oil change. Yeah, the oil change, because your car needs to perform too. At Meineke, we'll get your ride tuned up faster than a 2-minute drill. Brakes, tires, oil changes, exhaust, batteries, and more done right at the right price. Don't let car trouble bench you this season. Come to Meineke for all your car care needs. And right now, Meineke's offering a synthetic blend oil change for only $34.95 with free tire rotation. See your local Meineke dealer for details. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
It's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. We're proud to be the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go where the players go. Come join us for all the Eagles action and the best in-game experience anywhere. Ice cold draft beer, all of your Chicky and Pete's favorites, and of course, world famous crab fries. Go where the players go. The official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It's the WIP Afternoon Show. Bros in the saddle with you. In for Ike, Spike, and Fritz. 215-592-9494. Tanner McKee gets the nod on Sunday. How you feeling? Are you going to be looking at him saying, that's fascinating. Jalen this, Jalen that? Are you going to be looking at him? You know what it almost reminds me of? One of those guys where some hot girl breaks up with them, and then they're always on their Instagram story, and they're checking out to see what's going on. What's the hot ex-girlfriend doing? Always looking around at what she's doing still. You know, you're going to be watching Tanner McKee. You're going to be thinking about Jalen Hurts. So you're with some other woman now, and all you're doing is checking up on what the ex is doing.
Always thinking about QB1.
Always thinking about QB1.
Took you to the mountaintop.
Oh, yeah. You ended up having a nice time with said woman. You reached the mountaintop. The climax was great. And then you meet someone else down the road, and you're always going back to say, what's she doing? What's she doing?
You think it can get better. But honestly...
Yeah, that climax was hot. Mm-hmm. That climax was feeling good. That's the best climax you had. And you dreamed about that climax. Your whole life. You finally got it. And what, you think, hey, we're good now. I don't need it again. Okay. Till you wait a couple years and realize, damn, I don't know, that in quite some time.
Should have went back to JH.
Which I wish I still was talking to, That's QB1. That's QB1. I think that worked. Let's check in on the Twitter poll, which is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's Jewelers in Montgomeryville, PA, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey, wants to wish the Birds well in the playoffs. Let's bring one more title back home. All right, the Twitter poll, which you can follow me on Twitter at Broads81. Shameless plug. Hey, how you doing? Will you be comparing Tanner McKee to Jalen Hurts on Sunday? 75% no, 25% yes. We're going back the wrong way, ladies and gentlemen. We got all the way up to 77% at one point. Let's go. Let's use our brain, please. What did I tell you we were going to listen to? Oh, Jordan Mailata. Let's listen to Jordan Mailata. So, Jordan Mailata, he feels good. He feels confident that this team can go on a run. This is what the left tackle had to say.
The guys we have. I think we've been here before. We've been doubted before. We've had these same questions heading into playoffs last year. And so, for us, it's just we welcome that challenge. It's not like we're just pushing it under the carpet. We're doing everything we can to get this run game going, to get this play action game going, to help give our defense a rest. But we've been here before. We've been doubted. And every time we've proven them wrong. So that's why I have confidence.
I wonder what it'll sound like if they squeak by a home game in the wild card round, right? They do this traditional way of winning in 2025. So it'll look something along the lines of 15-12, maybe. And then the next three games, Jalen balls out. balls out. Like, plays really, really good. Forget what the numbers say, but you watch the game, you feel it. He's in control. My guy's using his legs. He's running for 60-something yards, has a rushing touchdown, a passing touchdown. He's got 260 yards, no turnovers, and he's just in control. And he does that for a divisional round, an NFC championship, and a Super Bowl. And goes back to back. And then the next season, the passing game looks rough for the first 7 games. Do you think we do this all over again, or at some point you realize he's a big game guy?
No, we do it all over again.
We do it all over again?
Yeah.
Even if he's coming off with 2 straight Super Bowls?
Yes.
I'm going to punch everybody in the face then. We're going to do a live WIP show where you get to walk up and get punched by yours truly. And we just pop, next, pop. And I just punch you all in the face if that's the case.
You know what's messed up? I think a couple people would show up to
You're
that.
damn right. We get it sponsored. Get it sponsored, too. Be nice.
Good work.
Yeah, now my head's spinning. Huh, interesting. All right, let's go to Dr. Carl in Ardmore. What's up, Dr. Carl?
Hold on. Can you hear me okay?
I got you. What's up?
Okay, couple things. One, Sirriani's sort of the decision to rest may put him in a position of you can't win no matter what you do. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't. If he lets them play, and God forbid somebody gets hurt, your place would be inundated Monday morning with how could he have done that?
Mm-hmm.
He's made the right call, and I know that if the Bears lose and we win, they're going to say he should have done this, he should have done that. But at the moment, I really do think he's made the right call. Period. I'm surprised, as a matter of fact, when you just listed he was going to play, that Barkley's playing. That was a surprise to me too.
Well, I think there's a chance some of the guys I didn't mention don't play. It's just these were the guys who were ruled out on Friday's practice. So, yeah, there'll be some more names.
All right. My parting shot is this. And by the way, I had to laugh at Carl from New Jersey, who said that his was a superb analysis. Nice that he has that opinion of himself. The so-called haters. I wish he'd stop that business about haters. I think it's reasonable to criticize or at least evaluate our quarterback without being called a hater.
Yeah, but people take it to the point where they're hating.
Well, I criticize him sometimes.
Well,
I think he's a good quarterback, but I don't hate the guy.
Well,
I
that's fair.
The guy. He's a bright guy.
That's because you have the right opinion, but there are people. Dr. Carl, I took some calls that said he should no longer be the franchise quarterback 4 games after winning the Super Bowl MVP.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I get it. No, I get it. You can't win.
You can't
All
win.
Right, thanks for taking my call.
Well, thank you, Dr. Carl. I appreciate it. See, it seems like Dr. Carl's measured. That sounded like a polished man.
That's why he's a doctor.
Right. Now, I agree that I've said this a million times. I said this on the Jalen Hurts Appreciation Show, the 2nd annual. You're allowed to criticize Jalen Hurts. He is not a perfect quarterback. He is not a perfect quarterback. The job is to have a quarterback that can win a Super Bowl. There's only a handful of them. In the NFL, 7, 8 guys that can win a Super Bowl. Maybe we'll say there's 10 guys that can win a Super Bowl. Your job is to get one of the guys that can win a Super Bowl. That's the job. You have one. Now, he's not perfect. It comes with a unique look. But you have to get over that. That's a personal problem. Can you win a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts? Yes, I'm good. You can critique him. You can critique him. But I do think coming off of a Super Bowl, you got to be fair in your critique. He just won a Super Bowl. So
the other quarterbacks in the NFC playoffs this year, Elliott's had this point that he would take Jalen as the second best quarterback in the NFC playoffs.
Okay, who do you take? Matthew Stafford?
Matt Stafford's number 1.
Okay, fair.
Would you still take Jalen number 2? So you have Matt Stafford, you have Sam Darnold, Caleb Williams, as of right now, Bryce Young, Brock Purdy, and Jordan Love. And even if you want to throw Baker Mayfield in there as well, put Baker in there as well. Would you still take Jalen number 2?
I would say if you say Matthew Stafford 1, Jalen 2, that is very fair and honest. Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think.
And even if you bring in the AFC, what do we got? Bo Nix.
You have Bo Nix, Drake May, Josh Allen.
So I think Drake May this year is balling. like balling.
Yeah.
I got to see him keep this up because I saw C.J. Stroud ball his first year. Then it comes again, like I'm saying with Tanner McKee. There is something to be said when you play for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. There is an adjustment to the league, and then you have to adjust to what the league adjusts to. So there's a lot of work to be done. If you wanted to say Drake May this year, if you want to put Josh Allen up there because you love him, fine. But now we have Jalen Hurts at 4, right? We got Stafford, May. If we're just being, if we're trying to say who could be over him, let's go with Stafford, May, Allen. What else?
So you have Bo Nix, no.
I'm not taking him over Jalen.
Trevor Lawrence, no.
I'm not taking him over him.
C.J. Stroud, no. Justin Herbert.
No, I'm not.
I say no.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
I think the quarterback. I think
4. Did we get 4?
I think Brock Purdy has the best case to be over.
He's
him.
playing well.
That's why he's playing very well right now.
But think about what people were saying about Brock Purdy 3-something years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Not even think about what they were saying 2 months ago.
Right.
They were saying Mac Jones should be the starter.
Right. Exactly. So he's in the top 5 of the quarterbacks remaining in the playoffs.
Yep.
Okay. So shove that where the sun doesn't shine. Eric in California. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys.
What's up?
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Hey, so, Broads.
Yes.
Hey, what's Gabagool?
That's not me.
You sure?
I'm positive. I am not Tommy down the shore.
He tried to catch it.
Yeah, he did. Eric, it's so funny, though, the amount of people that really – and I get why. Listen, I hear it, and I understand why people assume it is not me. I promise.
Well, I just want to point out that several times during this program today, which has been stellar,
thank you.
You used the phrase a certain type of – you said, do you think Carson Wentz feels a certain type of way about Jalen
I think
Hurts?
that's a certain type of hammer.
Yeah, it's the exact same cadence and rhythm. I go,
well, it's because
be Tommy.
Eric, it's because I am a fan of the afternoon show. I love those guys to death. You know that. I listen to the show, so I probably picked up on it just by default, and now here I am sounding like them. That's funny.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you the following. A couple days ago, Jalen was at the press conference, and they asked him about sequencing. How does he like the sequencing in the second half? And Jalen's answers were, I don't want to make excuses. As a competitor, I need to find a way to win despite problems and limitations. And he made a couple comments that I interpreted as, KP's not doing a great job at sequencing. We're getting some bad plays thrown at me, but I got to find a way to win anyway.
Well, he's right. He's right, and you're right with his assessment. I mean, it is true where you can listen to so many experts, and when they break down the tape, they really are confused on what's trying to get accomplished. And it's not crazy to think, Eric, that a first-time play caller with Super Bowl expectations is having a little bit of a difficult time trying to find his way. It probably makes sense. Like, it's not a knock on him to say that he's struggling in this certain situation, but he is. He is. And Jalen is definitely being affected by it.
Yeah, it blows my mind that people want to put it on Jalen. You go, what? The biggest change between last year and this year is KP. Even if the O-line's banged up and they're only 75% of what they were last year, the offense is deteriorated by a far greater amount. And that has to be. The biggest change was putting in a rookie play caller. And what upsets me the most is our defense is so good. We have a historic opportunity to go back-to-back, and we just need the offense to play average. Can we get 3 first downs and a half? That's not too much to ask.
Eric, if they play average, they're blowing everybody out by 50.
We could have blown out the Bills. We could have blown out the Lions. We could have blown out the Packers just with average offense. So, I think next season, I don't care what happens. KP's got to go. You got to bring in a Gruden, someone that's old enough that won't want to go to a. The beautiful thing about Fangio is he's so old he doesn't want to be a head coach anymore. He's done that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And so, like a young guy, even if you had a Ben Johnson type, they're going to get plucked, especially when you have Sirriani.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want that though. I would take a Ben Johnson. I'm with you in theory, like a Jim Caldwell, an old guy who's been around that isn't going to look to get a new job. But, I mean, I do also want to be with where if you're telling me we can get a Ben Johnson for just 1 year, I would take that and run around nude.
Then you'd have to Yeah, you'd have to do it again. I know. You'd have to do it again. You just have to get rid of Sirianni. You can keep him. Or get like a, I don't know. I don't know why they don't call Gruden. Be like, look, you have enough knowledge to install
well, we know that there's a lot. And Eric, thank you. There's a lot surrounding Gruden in regards to him coming back to the National Football League. A lot that went on there. But no, here's my gut. Here's my gut. KP's back. I think that's happening. I think they're going to give him another year. Now, I think that would be a problem because everyone talks about continuity. Don't you want continuity? Yeah, I want continuity with the right guy. I don't want continuity just for continuity's sake. I want it to be the right guy. And I kind of joke around about my frustration with KP, but I mean it. He really does tick me off. I do think that he's someone who can live in a different space in the NFL, meaning if he was the offensive coordinator for the Tennessee Titans and they won 7 games, 8 games, and he was learning and he was sort of getting experience and you get to see what he's like in his second year and you're watching him grow as an OC and you go a second year with him because you see some things you like. He won 6 games, 7 games, and you watch him blossom. Fine. But we're not in that situation. We're not in the let's watch him blossom situation. So, but he's going to be back.
He's going to be back.
He's going to be back, and that's I'm going to freak out.
One thing that this is more of just like a hope for Patullo for next year. He's been a coach in the NFL since 2007. Mm-hmm. He had 1 year where he was the senior offensive analyst for Texas A&M, and then came right back to the NFL.
Yep.
So he's been around the league for
20 years.
20 years.
Yep.
If he can't grow and improve himself over that time, then he wouldn't be in the NFL for this long.
Right.
He has to grow. He has to open his mind, try different things, just be a better play caller over the offseason and just learn how to do that over the offseason. And if he hasn't learned anything from 2007, if he's the same guy from 2007, then that is impossible. So that's where you can hold out some hope. The guy's been around for long enough that he's had to change at some point. You just hope that he can make some changes this offseason.
So I was actually thinking you were going to go the other way there. Guy's been in the league for 20-something years, and he's just getting his sniff now. You know what I mean, though? Like, now in this new era of young youth, this, that, the other, like, it hurts you when you're 50. You're probably more intriguing when you're 29. Yet this guy's been in the league for almost 20 years now, and nobody ever wanted to scoop him up? I don't know. Maybe that's being a little... Because Nick Sirianni, no one knew who the hell he was, and he's been good.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And I think this is the biggest position that he's had in the NFL. He's never been an offensive coordinator before this year. So maybe if he did have that mindset of, I've been around long enough, I can do it my way and no one else's way, maybe this is when he wakes up and says, I got to make some changes.
Yeah.
I can't miss this opportunity.
You're right. And yeah, maybe there's some natural progression involved over those 20-something years. But all right, let's go to Morgan in California. What's up, Morgan?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
A long-time listener, man. I just wanted to call in. Like, I appreciate you, like, your support for Jalen, because honestly, I'm out here in California. I'm like originally from Pennsylvania, just in the military for about 17 years out here.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I appreciate it. I'm just saying, like I've been listening to you since, honestly, I remember it was the post-game of the St. Louis Cardinals series. I just remember, I was like, man, I got to listen to this guy. And then I've followed you ever since you got
there.
Thanks,
and man.
I'm proud of you. Honestly,
Thank you.
Dude.
That means the world, man. Thank you so much.
All right. But, yeah, honestly, I'm just excited for the postseason. I'm excited for to see where we're going to get because, honestly, I don't want to, get my hopes up at the same time. If our defense just continues to play what we're doing and we can just maybe 10% better on stuff too, that's all we need. And all of these fans, which I don't want to say all the fans, but probably about 10% of the fans that call in saying, we just insert Tanner McKee, we're going to be better. It's like, okay, have you watched the Eagles the last couple of years of Jalen Hurts? So I appreciate you with your support and your Jalen Hurts appreciation today because that's what we need. That's the type of broadcaster that we need on this show. So I just wanted to call in and...
Well, thank you, man. That means the world. And again, thank you for your service. Listen, everybody is entitled to their opinion about the quarterback, right? Just because they don't feel the same passion as me doesn't mean they're any less obligated or to be doing this, right? I want to be clear, because I say this all the time to people who love my Jalen stuff. There's going to be a time where you hate what I say. We're not going to see eye to eye on everything. And there are certain things in football that people don't see eye to eye on with Jalen. I don't get it, but that's okay. That's part of this. You're going to hate me this baseball season. You're going to hate me this baseball season because I hate everything they've done so far. But let's not get to that. I'll have plenty of time to rip that apart. But thank you for the kind words. The defense. He mentioned them still being able to do stuff because of the defense. The recipe is there. There is a way to win how they've been playing. You might not like hearing that. It doesn't mean they should thrive. I don't know. Strive
for greatness.
There you go. I had it first the right time. Here I am questioning myself. Shame on me. They don't strive for that, but it can work. It's ugly. It's gross. I hate it. I despise it. It's miserable. It's pathetic. It makes me sick. It works. I know they shouldn't, again, strive for that. But Nick Sirianni put it up on the graphic that got locked up on Hard Knocks there, and everybody screenshotted it and put it out. They're 42-2 when they win the turnover battle. They win all these games with this equation. The equation works. It is hideous. But it can survive more playoff games. And it can survive through an NFC Championship game. It can. It's miserable. But it can. 215-592-9494. We roll into the final hour. Talk about a quick 3-hour burst. We got one more together, though. 215-592-9494. Franchise quarterbacks are measured over time. Backup quarterbacks are measured in moments. I'm not going to compare Jalen's season to anything I see on Sunday from Tanner McKee. Are you? 215-592-9494. Coming up next, Luke has the greatest segment in radio history coming your way with the top 5 at 5. That's next. It's Broads in for the afternoon show on 94 WIP.
The air's getting colder. The stakes are heating up. February glory awaits out west in San Francisco. And the birds are chasing it down. This is 94 WIP's Fight for February.
Man, let's go.
Wall-to-wall playoff coverage. Exclusive access to coaches, players, insiders, and live coverage the week of the big game.
They can do it again.
The journey started in South Philly, and the finish line is in San Francisco. 94 WIP's Fight for February.
That's gonna be great.
Brought to you by Patriot Dealerships, conveniently located in Boyertown, Limerick, and Warminster.
Hey, it's Spike. If you've always thought about getting a house down the shore, I have a guy who can help you make that happen. Adam Kasabi of Long and Foster in Bethany Beach. KSEBE. He has been the official realtor of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast for years, and he's going to help you get into a shore house at the Delaware beaches. You say Delaware? Why Delaware? Well, Delaware is just as fun as Jersey, except the property taxes are much lower. And if you think it's too hard to find a house, that's why you have Kasabi. He knows the Delaware beaches better than anybody. He helps you find the house. You have other people rent it out for a lot of the summer, basically pay your entire mortgage. Then you have your own beach house to go to when you want to, and an investment. Call or text Adam 302-864-8643. That's his direct cell. Adam Kasabi, Ksebe, 302-864-8643, or go to processrealtor.com. That's processrealtor.com. Stop spending thousands for somebody else's beach house and get your own.
Auto Lenders chooses their cars like the birds pick their players. They carefully scout only the very best. Some are built for speed, some for power, some for utility. And with their rookies, there's barely any mileage on them, so their upside is incredible. You see, Auto Lenders has a deep bench. Thousands of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles, all for thousands less than the competition. So we can't be beat. Like the birds. Fly, Auto Lenders, fly. Proud sponsor of this year's coin toss.
If you've been to Delilah's, home of the world's most beautiful showgirls, you know why it's won awards from Best Gentlemen's Club in the country to Zagat-rated cuisine. Never been? What's the wait? Catch weekday lunch specials and happy hour every day from 5 to 8 p.m. Plus game day features and free admission with proof of game attendance. Fight nights, bachelor parties, and cigar soirees are better when you book a party package or reserve a table for bottle service. For more details, visit delilahs.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
O'Reilly! Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the products for your next oil change. Right now, get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a Wix filter for $35.99. Plus, get a $15 gift card after rebate. Limits apply. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Indiana just beat Alabama. Let me say that again. Indiana beat Alabama. This is no longer just a basketball school. This is real football, real belief in a program that's officially arrived. I'm John Lund.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Eagles play here. And now on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
is the WIP Afternoon Show. Broads in for Ike, Spike, and Fritz for this final hour of the week. It's a Football Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Big Tanner McKee Day on Sunday. Big Tanner McKee Day. Are you comparing what he does to Jalen? That's what we're trying to figure out all throughout today's program. 215-592-9494. Real quick, though, speaking should be easy. Happy hour. That's right. Sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big winter sale through the month of January. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoToUIDA.com. All right, with that, let's go to the top 5.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. 5. With
the deep-throated Mr. Nichols.
Oh, 5. Beautiful 5.
What I have for you today, let me just start by saying I love to hate on things.
Okay.
I do love to hate on things. I love to just nitpick something. Some say that I'm the biggest hater. I hate the way that people walk, hate the way that people talk, hate the way that people dress.
Uh-huh.
So what I have for you today is the top 5 newer things that I hate. These are things within the last 5 to 10 years that have become very apparent and very popular that I cannot stand. 2 honorable mentions real quick. Number 1 is the Twitter search feature. When you try to find something on Twitter, you're trying to find a clip for a show, and then you can't find it, and it gives you nothing. It gives you videos and pictures you're not even looking for. It never works. I could type in your handle. I could type in Broads81, and you won't pop up. It's the most aggravating thing in the world.
Thanks for the shout out.
Of course. My second honorable mention is anything AI related. I could do an entire top 5.
Well, hold on. I just used that for my... Well, no, I didn't. But
I was going to say, that was real.
That was real. Me and Jalen high-fiving at the top of
that was real.
Center City buildings.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't real, I happened to maybe use AI. How dare you?
Well, it was real, so it's fine.
That's fair. Okay.
But most AI things I cannot stand. I think it's terrible and lazy. But getting to the real list, my number 5, top 5 new things that I hate. Uber Eats and DoorDash and those type of apps. Because, is it convenient? Yes. But when you go to order a pizza or a sandwich and it's $15, it's $18, how does it get to be $35? What are these fees that I'm paying for? Yeah, you got a tip. I understand the tip. But what are these fees? What is this service fee that you're charging me? What is this delivery? Why is there a delivery fee? That's what I'm tipping you for. I can't stand all the fees. I can't stand how expensive it is. So I rarely use those apps. And even when I think about it, I'm like, I'm just going to go to the store and pick it up. Unless it's something that it's so far away that I have to get it delivered. But I can't stand just when they add on these fees and you get a $20 meal turns into $42.
Yeah, you're better than me because I definitely use it. But I will say there are times where I add everything up, I see it, and I go, nah, it ain't happening. And then I'll try something else and then to wiggle it down to $28 instead of $48. So I do understand the fees do rack up, but I'll just maneuver through. Maybe I'll take off all right, I won't get the fries. I won't get the onion rings. Yeah, right. I'll find a way to get it to a comfort level for me. But you're right. Those fees just add up out of nowhere,
insane.
Man.
You don't think it's going to be that crazy. You get a sandwich and fries, and you think it'll be $25 at the most, and then you're paying $40. It makes no sense to me. It makes me so mad every single time. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even hungry anymore. I don't need it.
Yeah, they eat like Fruit Loops, and you're going, damn, this is not a pizza. This is not a pizza.
Get a thing of fruit snacks and call it a night.
Welch's.
My number 4 is any live-action remakes of the Disney movies. I have no time for them. I have no idea why they're so popular. I do not care about them. I'd rather just watch the originals. There's a new live-action Moana movie coming out. Moana just came out 10 years ago. You're already doing a live-action remake of it? The second animated one just came out. If I wanted to watch The Lion King...
I love that one.
I'm going to watch the animated Lion King.
Nah, I could do both. I can do both Lion Kings.
I do not. The live-action remakes are so boring.
Now, I'm not a big... listen, the last time I watched a movie was 1926.
Fair.
That's how much I don't go to movies. But recently, it's funny you bring this up because now with the kids, Disney Plus, this and that, you scroll around a little bit. I've stumbled upon... I didn't even know it was a thing, to be honest with you. The Lion King live remake. I didn't even know that's what it was called. I'm just assuming that's what you're referencing right now.
Yep.
I can do it.
I can do it.
Now, again, I'm not a movie guy. They're too long. But they're just too long, dude. They're too long. I'm out. They're too long. I got better things to do. 2.5 hours sitting there and, hands down my pants. What are we doing? Come on.
Just any movie you're out on?
Out. Maybe, you can get me with a few. The Sandlot.
Okay.
Mighty Ducks D2.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yup. And then...
Miracle?
Yeah, but that's too real. You know what I'm saying? That's too serious.
Okay.
It moves you emotionally.
Do you have a favorite movie?
Yeah, The Sandlot. My favorite movie of all time.
That's your favorite movie of all time?
It's the best.
How many movies have you watched in the last 6 months?
None. I just told you I haven't watched a movie since... I didn't make that up.
1926?
Yeah.
Wow.
I haven't watched a movie. Years.
Really?
Years. What am I going to watch?
There's plenty to watch.
No. Why? When? Who? Huh? I got things to do. And I got games to watch.
Well, that makes sense, but there's nights that there are no games.
I watch the Kardashians with my wife. Love it. Reality TV. I watch Jersey Shore every night.
All right. Okay.
There had
to be something.
Yeah, no, I've been selling Sunset. Have you
something.
seen these women selling houses on Selling Sunset?
They're selling sunsets?
They're selling houses.
They're selling
but
houses on sunsets.
Google Selling Sunset during the break and get back to me. That's what I'm watching.
All right. I'll check out Selling Sunset houses and I'll let you know. No, movies kind of...
Dude.
No time for live action remakes.
Okay.
My final
Fair
statement
enough.
on that. My number 3... I don't know how specific this is for other people, but I can't stand whenever the pickleball people and the pickleball courts take over the basketball
My
courts.
mother is a pickleball lady. It's all she does. And my mother-in-law. I am anti-pickleball community.
If pickleball people are playing on tennis courts, fine. Whatever. If I'm going to play basketball somewhere, outdoors, indoors, whatever, and I see a net put up for pickleball and I can't play basketball there because of pickleball, it enrages me like nothing ever has. You can't go somewhere else. There's plenty of tennis courts out. Go to the tennis courts. You don't need to take over the basketball courts for this. I think this all stems from when we had the pickleball sessions in middle school. We do it for like a week.
You had pickleball in middle school? Dude, what are you, 15 years old? Well, I just feel like pickleball just came out like a year ago.
That's why I'm so confused that it's such a big thing, because we played it in middle school back in like 2013, and it stunk. Nobody liked it back then. It was just like, it's like, all right, I'd rather play tennis or ping pong. I don't want to do this in-between thing. I'd rather do one of those or just play basketball. But we're playing pickleball, and it's terrible. Whenever you roll up somewhere and you see a net up right in between the basketball courts, right at half court, I can't stand it. And it's this new sport that just happened after the pandemic, and it's so easy to play, and it's so popular, it's so fun. I'd rather play basketball.
Yeah.
I'd rather watch people play basketball.
Here's
I have
my
no
issue
time
with
for
it.
pickleball.
Here's my issue with the pickleball community. It's all they do. Like, you can't just enjoy pickleball. You have to have a pickleball mug, a pickleball hoodie, a pickleball T-shirt, or your pickleball in the back of your car. I got to sign up at 10 o'clock to beat out everybody else who wants to play pickleball. I got reminders set on my phone. I got pickleball on Saturday. Then Monday I got pickleball. And then Tuesday I'm with my trainer to help me with pickleball. And then why is it everything they do? It becomes who you are. Get a real life outside of pickleball.
I can't believe pickleball is still a thing. Now, I will say, all due respect.
You had fun with it?
No, pickleball champion Nick Foles. Respect for Nick Foles. But outside of him, I have no time for pickleball. If I see it take over one more basketball court, just build your own courts. If it's so popular and everyone wants to play it so bad, build your own courts.
Good point.
By all means.
Good point.
Why are you still taking over basketball courts?
Okay. I'm with you.
I can't stand it. My number 2. QR codes for menus at restaurants.
Ooh, that's good.
I'm not scanning the QR code, because then if it doesn't load, then I'm angry. And I'm already hungry, so then I'm hangry. And it's even worse. Give me a menu. Give me a physical menu that I can look. I can flip it over. Oh, there's nothing on the back. I'm an idiot. I'll flip it back on the other end. I don't need to scan a QR code and connect to your Wi-Fi.
I'm at Denny's.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
I'm at Denny's.
I don't need a QR code for this. I don't need to go down different tabs to find the appetizers. If I want to order the cheesesteak egg rolls, I don't want my phone to be loading for 35 seconds to make sure you have the cheesesteak egg rolls. Just give me a menu.
Yeah.
How hard is it to have a regular menu? The QR, you got to scan it for what we have on tap, and then you have to scan it for the desserts. Just give me the menus.
Yep. That's a good one. And I also, you know what I like sometimes? How about you scrap the menu and then you get the placemat thing as the menu.
It's a dual threat.
Right. I don't even need you to hand me these physical copies of these laminated pages that probably stink.
I don't need anything fancy.
Right. Give me a piece of paper with the local realtor on the top left.
Yes.
And there you go. The investment company on the bottom right. Oh, by the way, you can have a chicken Caesar wrap for $8.99. That's simple.
It's a good price.
It's a damn good price.
I don't need anything fancy. Give me that. Give me a real menu that I can read off. I don't need to open my phone for it and scan something. It takes me to your website, and then your website doesn't load, or it's impossible to navigate. I don't need to do that. It's extra hassle when I'm already there, most likely hungry, and annoyed that I'm that hungry. Just want to get my food efficiently.
Yeah, I like it. That's good. And then what if you only one person's phone's dead and you got to wait for the other person? Here's my phone. I can't get it. You can use mine. 30 minutes later. Hey, come on.
It's awful.
Yeah,
if
it's a
we
good
all
point.
had menus, we'd all be much nicer people.
That's right.
That's my conclusion. But my number one, and I've had this gripe for a long time, and it's never going to go away. I cannot stand, I despise, and will always hate the electric bikes and the electric scooters on the roadways. Why are you doing 40 miles an hour on a bike and you're flying through the red lights? You're on a scooter. You are on an electric scooter doing 50 going through the red lights on the sidewalks. Who is allowing these things? Why are you on the roads? Why do I see teenagers driving these things? They're going 40. They are flying down the road. I'm sitting at the red light, and I see one zooming past me. And I'm making a turn, and one's zooming past me. I nearly take them out on their electric bike. Get a real bike, number one. And I'm not really a huge fan of the real bikes on the roads. I get annoyed at them, too. But the electric bikes are so much worse, because you're flying. You're going at the speed of traffic, but you're not obeying any of the rules of the road. Either get on the sidewalk and slow down, or just follow the rules of the road. Stay behind me. Don't fly past me at a red light. Get a real bike, or get a car, or walk. I cannot stand them. The electric scooters and the bikes, they're going everywhere, even in the neighborhoods. I'm seeing kids fly down them, but then I see someone delivering food flying down it too. We either need an age limit on these things, or a speed limit, or something. I cannot stand them.
All right, so I just don't have that much of a personal reaction with these or
I'm just
interaction.
driving in the city driving in my neighborhood. I see them all the time, and every single time they make me mad.
I've seen them in the city, obviously, but I'm a South Jersey guy. I drive in, we hit the parking garage, I leave, I'm back on 76 within 4 seconds of a turn. So I just don't have that many interactions with the bike, but I can totally see where the frustration comes in because, you're driving your car, your truck, whatever, and you're trying to make a left-hand turn, and this guy's just buzzing through. That could create something terrible happening.
Yeah, and it's so weird because they think they're in their own little world.
Yeah, they're better than you.
Yeah, you don't belong on the sidewalk with the people walking and riding the real bikes, but then you're not like a car, so you can just kind of do that little medium.
The real bike people are sometimes problematic too, though.
That's what I mean. They're problematic, but the electric bikes are worse because they're flying and you don't see them as much, but they're still going at the same speed of traffic. So the thing with the turn thing has happened to me, almost happened to me, a couple of times. I'm making the right-hand turn or the left-hand turn, and someone on these bikes is just flying up behind me, so I gotta wait for them. And they're just gonna go right by me, even though I'm in the right turning lane. They should be in the left lane going straight, but they don't care about the rules of the road. I can't stand it.
That's fair. That's fair.
A minor, I guess, an honorable mention to the normal bike people. Also annoyed at them whenever they're actually in the road the same lane as me, but they're right in front of me and they won't move, so I just gotta wait there.
Oh,
it's like a 45. I'm doing like 20.
Oh, dude, it's worst. Just come on, dude.
Yeah, just the electric. I can't stand it.
That was a good top 5 at 5. I respect your 5. That was good work by you. All right, 215-592-9494. Appreciate everybody's patience. Let's go back to the phones as we talk about Tanner McKee and if you're going to be judging him or comparing him to what we see in Jalen Hurts every week this season. I'm not wasting 1 second of my time comparing. But what say you? Let's go to Abdul in West Philly. What's up, Abdul?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
All right, first I want to check the guy who was talking about a window of opportunity. The term window of opportunity as far as winning the championship doesn't apply to a team who is the current champion. That applies to a team that's trying to get over the hump, like the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills. their window of opportunity is closing. And as far as the percentage-wise, who like Hurts and who want the other guy to start, that's like having a conversation with someone who is mentally disturbed, and you are elaborating in a conversation with them that's taking you down the rabbit hole. So what you do with that is you give them yes and no answers so they know that you're not going to involve yourself in the conversation with them. Now, with Hurts out of all the quarterbacks we had on the Eagles, some of them got different records. But Hurts got 2 of the records none of the other ones got. He's the only one ever led this team to 2 Super Bowls. He's the only quarterback to ever throw 2 receivers 1,000 yards in the same season. Jaworski had Quick and Harold Carmichael didn't do it. McNabb had Jackson and Macklin and didn't do it. And he had T.O. and, another guy had Jeffries and Troy Hope on the side and didn't do it. But now the other fact is, yes, and I know that's back in the past and you can't live on the past, but we are still playing the same type of football that we was playing last year. Last year, after we beat the Green Bay Packers and the Fox panel was doing their wrap-up of the game, they said, man, the Eagles ain't going far if this offense doesn't improve. You know what? The next game we played the Rams, Jalen Hurts didn't throw 1 touchdown. He ran for 1,
yes, he did.
And Saquon ran for 2, and we got 6 points off of 2 turnovers. So the same formula is still the same thing, the defense and our offense not turnover. And then in the championship game with Washington, he only threw 1 touchdown pass, and he ran for 3, and Saquon ran for 3, and the other guy, Shipley, ran for 1. And we had 4 turnovers and got 28 points off of that. But getting back to the Green Bay playoff game and the Rams playoff game, maybe the Rams playoff. And the Green Bay playoff game, he threw the ball 21 times for, I believe, he was 15 for 21, 131 yards, and 2 touchdowns. One of the touchdowns came from a turnover that we got in the beginning of the game from a kickoff return that he only had to throw 15 yards because we had got the turnover inside like the 10. And then the next game against, I believe it was the Rams. Was it the Rams? He only threw the ball 20 times.
Yeah, that was
15.
that was the snow. And Abdul, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. That was the snow game. Now, I lean towards being more optimistic than not. The one point on that Abdul brought up that I feel can deserve some pushback is the only difference, though, it's a big difference. I don't want to diminish it, but like last year's team had one of the most historic run games of all time. This year, they're really struggling to open up lanes in the run game, whether it's the workload of Saquon last year factoring in, whether it's the offensive line not being able to produce the same amount of holes and things of that nature and block the same way, but you don't have that same comfortability with the run game. Now, where I do agree with Abdul is, listen, it could take a game in the playoffs and then you're playing high-quality football again. There is something about the DNA of this group where the second the moment gets big, the second we're ready for a postseason run, they elevate. They elevate. They seem to have that type of mentality. So I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not telling you it's definitely happening, but I wouldn't be shocked if they go into the playoffs, have an okay wild card round, a better divisional round, and then they look like a different team in the NFC Championship where they really play well. That wouldn't shock me because I know it's in there. It's just they can't figure out consistency. So what we want and what we think they can be is in there. We've seen flashes of it. We just haven't been able to get it consistently enough. But if we can get a flash in a divisional round and an NFC Championship game after an okay wild card round, And then you kind of have a coin flip Super Bowl type of situation where, at that point, you just got to win one damn football game. It's not the most surprising thing ever. It is in there. We're just struggling to figure out how to get it out. That's all. All right, Chris in Dover. What's up, Chris?
Rhodes.
What up?
You up.
Oh, that's right. What's going on?
Hey, listen, I got Luke, great top 5 at 5 there. I got one. Can I add a quick one?
Sure.
Of course.
Everybody wants a goddamn tip these days. There ain't nothing more annoying when that thing comes up. No matter whether you go in to pick up something, you're going to pick something up. Why should I be tipping somebody?
Yeah, they flip the screen over.
That is a good one.
They flip the
That's
screen
a good
over.
one.
Yeah, that's why when I go to Starbucks now, I pay with my app because if you pay with your card, then they hand you it, they stare at you. It's like, you know what? Just scan this damn thing on the phone so I don't have to deal with it.
Exactly. They tell me that's not the worst.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It probably should have been up there. Listen, I could do like 8 more of those new things that I hate. So
sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one to it, man. While we're on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, Hurts. I still don't get over the hate and the talk and the different opinions. I get it. We all have different opinions. That's what makes the world go around and talk radio, right? But this guy. And I'm not. Listen, I've told you this before. I'm a Pittsburgh fan, man. I wish the Eagle fans my friends were in my shoes. I'm still looking for a quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger.
Well, you
retired.
got one, Aaron Rodgers. Come on, man.
Come on, bro.
What? You still got a shot?
We got a shot.
Come on, Mike Tomlin, baby.
He's always got a 500 record. That's what he lives on, man. 500, 18 years in a row, man. It's great. And one and done in the playoffs last 9 years. But anyway, getting back to not that topic, please.
Sorry.
Hey, listen, he's been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, a play away from winning another one. This doesn't happen. This is 2 Super Bowls in 3 years and won one. Brady, Mahomes, all right, then who else, man? This doesn't happen. This guy is a winner. The bottom line is, in my opinion, you tell me if I'm wrong, the offensive line. It's not Kevin Petula. It's not Jalen Hurts. The line has struggled all year. Lane Johnson, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame, no doubt about it, first-time ballot. He's been out more than he's been in. He's been hurt. Juergens. The other guy on the other side, had been hurt all year. Jordan Mailata self-proclaimed himself. How many Mondays have I heard him say, man, we're just waiting to hit that one block to finish it.
Yep, he says it every week.
He's had a terrible year, man, and he's healthy. Dude, the line, I don't care what team it is, it starts up front on the offensive line and the D line. That's why the Eagles have drafted and traded and free agencies and why they've been so successful. They focus on both sides of the football. And that's the problem. So this week, they're getting a rest week. I think the 2 seeds important, but I think the rest is more important in this situation.
It definitely is. No, you're right. And Chris, the only thing I would say on the line front, and thank you, Chris, I appreciate it, is you mentioned it's line, it's not KP, it's not Jalen. Look, Jalen, you can criticize. He hasn't been his best, right? But if I had to order those 3, I think the O-line and Kevin Petula, I'd have to really figure out which one I feel is the bigger problem. I really do believe Kevin Petula is absolutely lost. Schematically, play design, play calling, people don't like to go that route because I think it's an easy thing to point at. It's an easy thing to blame. But I really do believe that it's incompetent at times. Like, legitimately NFL incompetent. Because when you go 3 and out this much, and you may think it's more offensive line than it is KP, and that's why they're going 3 and out, because Saquon's getting stopped behind the line of scrimmage, and then it's 2nd and 12 because they can't hold their blocks, and Cam Juergens is having a rough year, and then it's 3rd and 12, and, maybe. But I tend to believe that when you're coming, and I forget the exact number. I'm going to look for it because I bookmarked it, but it was something along the lines of since 2012, the Eagles are going, The 9th worst offense when it comes to 3 and outs with a total of 480-something teams. So the 9th, you're telling me Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert deserve to be at a clip where they're the 9th worst offense when it comes to 3 and outs over a span that had 480-something teams? There's something inept when that's the case. There's something broken when that's the case. I think there's something broken with the team. Here it is. They have gone 3 and out more than any other team this year by a mile, and the 9th most 3 and outs out of 448 teams dating back to 2012. That's not just offensive line play. That's something structurally broken. And there's more numbers in regards to hitch routes and what concepts they're running, how other teams know based off of the hitch routes. The Eagles' wild rate of third down hitch routes compares to, when you compare it to other Sirianni and Hurts seasons, it's the most extreme over the last 5 years by a large margin, almost at 30% on third downs. It's unreal. I think that's a problem. I really do. All right. We're late for a break here. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, we'll wrap up the show with your calls. Appreciate your patience. It's Broads in for the afternoon show on 94 WIP.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
It's Montgomery County's only gentlemen's club, Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. This Wednesday, January 7th, it's our monthly amateur night contest with a grand prize of $500. And then Wednesday, January 28th, it's the grand finale, the 2025 Amateur of the Year contest, with the grand prize winner receiving $2,000. Help us pick the winner. Don't miss it. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Philly Sports Put to Music at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Oh!
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs puts your life at risk and endangers the lives of innocent people on the road. Make the right choice. Don't drive impaired. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer together. We are all counting on you.
In Africa, 5-year-old Chiru has no choice. She and millions like her must walk miles every day for dirty water. But together, we can end their walk by providing clean water close by. Instead of spending hours walking to get water that makes them sick, girls can be in a classroom that expands their minds, and moms will gain back time to care for their families. Sons and daughters can grow up strong, finally free of sicknesses caused by dirty water. At World Vision, care about clean water runs deep. Deep enough to reach 1 new person with clean water every 10 seconds. Because every child, every person, everywhere deserves clean water and a chance to rise to their full potential. It's true. When you just add water, you change a life. Learn more at worldvision.org.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The World Cup, baseball's all-star game, and this country's 250th birthday bash. Philly getting set to welcome lots of visitors in 2026. The Eagles' last regular season game this Sunday against the Commanders. Starters sitting this one out.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
You know who else called himself a commander? The guy steering the Titanic. Eagles Commanders. Pre-game starts Sunday at 2 on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIB.
Welcome back. It's the WIP Afternoon Show. Bro's with you for one more segment. You got Buzz coming up at 6, so make sure you stay locked and loaded. A lot of great conversation about Tanner McKee. Well, great. Some of it was, one guy said, why are we valuing the Super Bowl more than this Commanders game? I'll say that again for you. One guy called in and asked, why does Jalen's Super Bowl mean more than if Tanner McKee plays well on Sunday? They're both one game. Let's check in on our Twitter poll, which is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Dreaming of another chip? Make her feel like a world champion every day with the custom diamond ring from Mark's Jewelers, online at mark-jewelers.com. All right. The Twitter poll question, which you can follow me on Twitter at Burrows81 to see more of the results and conversation throughout. Will you be comparing Tanner McKee to Hurts on Sunday? No at 75%, yes at 25%. So a quarter of Eagles fans are out there ready to snip at Jalen Hurts, if that's even the right word to use. You snip at someone? Does a dog snip you? Nip you?
Nip you.
Nip
Yeah,
ya.
yeah.
Dude, I'm way off today.
Start nipping.
Nip you.
At Jalen Hurts, yeah.
Nip ya.
Yep.
Yeah. See, I think I've done that maybe like 6 times today so far.
Yeah, it's a Friday.
It's a Friday.
Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon.
After New Year's.
After New Year's. You're right. It's a good point. Let's get to the phones. Let's go to Jim. What's going on, Jim?
Rose, how
Jim.
are you?
I'm great. How are you, Jim?
Happy New Year to you and Luke.
Yeah, same to you.
Sidebar, before I get to my Kevin Petullo thing, there's going to be a time where it's going to be the IBL show during drive time. Ike, Broads, and Luke.
Ike, Broads, and Luke. Well, hopefully not for a long time, because we love Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Well, you can say what you want.
Well, that's how I
okay,
feel.
There we go.
Thanks, Jim.
So, with regards to KP, if you remember, all of a sudden we forget, we glamorize Kellen Moore. And the reality is, last year, they had the little team meeting during the bye.
Yes, they did. Yep.
Changed everything up and went to a run-only offense. So KP's not dealing with the same deck because offensive lines beat up. Stoutland University is getting a D this year, honestly, if you're going to grade them, all because of injury. So he doesn't have that to rely on. Granted, he doesn't have all the experience, but he is following the master plan that they've followed over the last few years, whereas don't turn the ball over.
Right. No, you're right. Well, I guess my question would then be, Jim, and thank you for the call. I just want to make sure I get to everybody here who's been waiting patiently, is if you are a good offensive coordinator, if you have a plan and your said plan doesn't work, don't you got to find other ways to have success? And it's not apples to apples, obviously. That week 5 bye, there was a lot that came into play, but I think it's unfair to just look at the offensive line and say KP can't do anything more efficient because the offensive line's too banged up. I think he can do significantly more than what he's giving us from a scheme standpoint, even with this banged up offensive line. I believe that. Now, that doesn't mean the O-line's not a problem. This is clearly not the same O-line that we've been watching for decades, right? The year they got Brandon Brooks, that year was fantastic. Last year was phenomenal. We've seen some dominant, lethal, unbelievable offensive lines, and this one doesn't even come close to those. But I think a lot of these issues just start from the incompetence of the play caller. And Nick, too, if we're talking play design, but that's lacking, like big time. Big time. Let's go to Ziggy in Lehigh Valley. What's up, Ziggy?
Bro, you know I love you, dude, right?
Yes, I do.
And you know I love QB1 just the same way you do. I was mad at the draft pick, but when I saw him play, I was like, yes, we finally got a guy. But listen, man, you got me kind of ticked off.
What'd I do?
You got to stop saying that freaking Aaron Donald was the best D lineman to play the game.
Well, he's up there.
No, Reggie White. Look, Reggie White.
Fine. I'm with you. With you. I got you.
Nobody's coming close to his numbers in games played.
Yeah, I'm just saying Aaron Donald. I'm just saying people make the argument that he's one of the most dominant defensive tackles that the league has ever seen. And my point is less about debating if there's anyone up there with him or if he's close to that Brown or Reggie White or whatever. But you know,
right? I just hate hearing it because you got to talk to Seth. You got to talk to dudes that had to block him. Aaron Donald, yeah, but I'm telling you, Reggie. In his day, oh my God, dude!
No, I know. I've seen the numbers. Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch it live, but the numbers. Dude, you just look at the numbers, and you can't even imagine how anybody could ever touch some of those numbers. It's just insane.
I'm telling you, in games played, he's the number one guy. But it doesn't go like that because now there's more games and. Guys play 50, 60 more games to meet his numbers.
He had 21 sacks in 1987.
That's in 12 games. Right?
In 12 games, yeah. In 12 games.
You were what, 6 years old?
No, I wasn't born until 95.
You were born in 95?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Oh, my God.
I'm
okay,
30.
Yeah, all right. That explains it. But, yeah. Dude,
what does that explain?
Well, the whole thing about looking at Aaron Donald.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't know if you were referencing something else in life. That's all.
No, he's your generation or your generation. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I've seen everybody since '66. I saw Joe Namath playing the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So I was a little kid then.
Would you rather have Jalen?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, there's no quarterback out there I would rather have than him.
That's
Nobody in the past or present. Absolutely not. I've seen them all, dude. And yeah, he's got that. He just has a way to figure out how to beat you.
I know. And for some reason, we devalue that. And thank you, Ziggy. Again, I just want to make sure we're getting everybody who's waiting patiently here. But I agree. He has it. He has it. I don't care if you don't like that we describe him that way. But we have it. He has it. Therefore, we do. Tom and Delco. What's up, Tom?
Hey, bro. I just wanted to quick comment on, you had mentioned about having the comparison between Tanner McKee and Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I am a huge Jalen fan, and he will potentially go down as the greatest QB of this franchise. But you'd have to be insane not to compare the two's performances. They're so different. I mean, Tanner's like 6'3", 6'4". He's not going to have to cut off half the field to roll out, to see over his offensive line. I mean, like I said, nothing against Jalen. Jalen's amazing, but, he just doesn't – he literally cuts the field in half every time he rolls out to one side.
Yeah, but what happens when he doesn't roll it out? And he stands in the pocket and throws the ball beautifully downfield right on the money to A.J. Brown.
And how often does that happen?
Enough to win Super Bowls or go to 2 Super Bowls.
Well, yeah. I mean, but the majority of his play comes off of the rollout. And that's where he is his most successful.
Okay, and that's enough to get us to the promised land.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
like I said,
but I'm saying if I watch
I'm
this game and Tanner's good, though, what does that tell me? If it's not really, it's a week 18. I just think there's so much more to being a franchise quarterback for 5 years and to do it every day, to do it every week. And not to say McKee can't handle that, but to be a Super Bowl championship caliber quarterback, I can't compare week 18 against the Commanders to what Jalen has accomplished in his career.
No, absolutely. You can't. It's not apples to apples.
Right.
It's for sure not. But I mean, you've got to, kind of at least, I guess, look at it with the perspective of, this is what his second or third start. It will be McKee's second or third start of his career. Because just that potential, that possibility of what he could be. I mean, like I said, I don't want to.
But what is that?
I'm not calling for Jalen's job.
I know. It doesn't sound like you. Honestly, I know when people are hating and they take it, it doesn't feel that you're even close to that. It feels like you're just genuinely, talking about the intrigue by McKee. But I guess my point is because we understand that Jalen has the ability to be what is, a Super Bowl caliber type of quarterback, what does this mean for the viewing experience for McKee? It's a strange one, but what are we watching this with the intent of? You know what I mean? I don't even know if that's the right question, but it's a confusing watch on Sunday.
Oh, it's for sure confusing. I honestly, I look at it as, he goes out there and plays amazing, and then you have that not draft capital, you have that trade chip in your pocket.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. I think you're right.
It's only gonna better the team in the long run.
Yeah, I think you may have nailed it, Tom. And thank you for the call. I think that's essentially what it ends up being, is a flip. But yeah, I can't compare 5 years of tape, 5 years of defensive coordinators. Think about what Vic Fangio can do with 5 years of tape on a quarterback compared to someone getting a second nod or a third nod and sort of an unknown. Hell, I think the first time we saw Jackson Dart, we had no clue what to do. And then now that you see more of Jackson Dart, and granted, they fired their coach, and this guy comes in, and they fire their defensive coordinator, and it's hell over there. But games 1 and 2 of Jackson Dart, here's this adrenaline rush. And then here's game 7, 8, 9, 10 of Jackson Dart, and he looks like a quarterback that's going through a big-time learning curve. Well, there's a difference between a one-game sample size of an adrenaline rush late in the year when you're facing a team that wants to pack it up and go home and a guy that is consistently putting you in a position to win the NFC East and to win playoff games. Again, he's not having his best year. He's not having his best season, but they're also coming off of winning the Super Bowl, including a Super Bowl MVP. Let's go to Maurice. What's up, Maurice?
Yo, what's up, bros?
What's up?
I am excited, man. I am a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to sound like a little bit of a hater because I know you're a Jalen guy. Trust me, I'm a Jalen guy too.
Okay.
I just feel as though we always blame the offensive coordinators, and I feel like last year we hid Jalen Hurts so well because we had Saquon Barkley running the ball outside of his mind. And we had a defense. What was our defense last year? It was definitely top 5, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was up there for sure.
Yeah, so I always hear that you guys say that he's the best quarterback that the franchise has ever seen. I think the only thing that makes him the best quarterback that the franchise has ever seen is the Super Bowl. And I feel like Super Bowls are a team they're just a team award.
It is,
now,
but the quarterback plays a big. I agree with you. I do agree with you. Like, I do think people fail to realize that it takes an O-line, it takes a wide receiving group, it takes a quarterback, it takes a head coach, it does, but the quarterback touches the ball every single snap and plays a big role in it. I think it's unfair to say they hid him. I think he was a part of the team's success, and he was a big reason why they were successful, just as much as anybody else. He's the quarterback of the team.
No, and I listen. I understand that, and I agree with that. I just feel as though when we evaluate players, the way I do it, I go off individual accolades first. Then I add team.
Right, which and that's the only reason why I find that interesting is because that's so against Jalen that if you do watch it through that lens, and you're entitled to do that, I'm not telling you can't do that, but that would be a tough way to grade Jalen because he's the almost opposite guy of that, where he doesn't care if he's got 5 yards and he wins the game, and you watch it through a lens where it's individual first and he doesn't, and then that makes it a weird grading scale. But that doesn't mean you're wrong to watch it that way. It just goes, I could understand Jalen grading poorly in your mathematical equation. That's all.
No, it's not even so much as grading poorly because he has huge accolades. He has a Super Bowl MVP, and in my opinion, he should have had a regular season MVP. But I'm talking about the things we can measure tangibly. Like, he's not the best thrower of the football. I think he's a phenomenal football player. But when I think of quarterbacks, I'm old school. I was born in '88. So when I think of football, when I think of quarterbacks, I think of throwing the ball. Like, as a football player, I can't name a lot of football players that are better than Jalen Hurts. And I think winning does help him out a lot. I just feel as though he can throw the ball a little better. He has the weapons. He has a great defense. There's no way that he should be having the season that he's having right now. A.J. Brown might be a little bit of the problem with all his nonsense, but
yeah, he's not playing his best ball.
He's been my guy since Alabama. I just want him. I'm just yearning for that 5,000 passing yard season.
And listen, dude, if we ever get that, I'm going to be the most insufferable human. And Maurice, thank you, dude. I appreciate you. I really do. I appreciate you. I do get a little upset when people say he's not a good thrower of the football. Dude, his deep throws are serious. Now, are there parts of his throwing that isn't the best? Sure. But he can throw the ball better than people says he can throw the ball. Like, there are certain throws in the repertoire that might not be his best. He's better with the deep throw. He's better with some of the accuracy there. And, maybe over the middle, certain throws aren't his comfort zone. But I still think he throws the ball a lot better than what people say he can do. He doesn't throw it like Josh Allen. The way I label it is this. I think he's an efficient thrower. I don't think he's a high volume thrower. Is that fair?
That is fair. His deep ball is very good, and for the most part, he's very accurate.
Yeah.
Some of the accuracy has been hit or miss this year for the most part. But where he's lacking as a thrower of the football is just the over-the-middle stuff. Like, we've seen enough now to where we know he doesn't want to throw over the middle between, 5 and 15 yards. He's just not comfortable with it. He'll throw it, short on a check down or 20 yards over the top, but that intermediate range is where he's not comfortable. But the accuracy on the edges, on the deep balls, on almost anything else is very good.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Now, we don't have a text line, but if we did, it was brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com. All right, let's go to Eric in New York. What's up, Eric?
Hey, listen, my thing is a place for everything and everything in its place, right? So now you go back to the last part of last season. In week 16, he goes down. Jalen Hurts goes down, and then 17 and 18, Tanner McKee goes through and wins out. Granted, against not really good NFC teams, but a place for everything and everything in its place. Let Tanner McKee go. Would Tanner McKee have been successful if the last few games of last season were against, like, playoff seeded teams? Probably not. But the whole debate about Jalen Hurts versus Tanner McKee, I just like I said, a place for everything and everything in its place. We're going to get Jalen Hurts back in the wild card round, and that's when everything's going to shine. But let's watch him. Let's watch Tanner McKee throw to Tank Bigsby for 50 yards. That kind of thing. Let's watch that against Washington.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Washington's not as good as they were last year, and the last 2 weeks of last season were against Dallas and New York, teams that did not have a chance. But what I'm saying is, like I said, a place for everything and everything in its place. The debate between these two quarterbacks, I don't think is really all that. Tanner McKee is going to be successful. If he doesn't get a starter job, he's going to be a journeyman backup, and all power to him. But that's basically that's all I had to say.
I'm with you, Eric. Trust me. That's why I'm even having this conversation. And thank you so much for the call. That's why I'm having this conversation. Is because there are people out there though who we took a few of those calls to the point where I had to turn my mic off and scream in my hands. We had dead air for about 3 seconds because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So we did the Twitter poll. It's about 25% of fans are viewing this with the lens of, I want to see McKee and compare it to QB1. That's a quarter of the fans. Now, it's not majority. The other 75% has brain power, which is great. But there are 25% out there. All right, let's close the show out with Eric in Ohio. What's up, Eric?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. So, listen, I want to shut this down with we need to stop this debate between Jalen Hurts and Tanner McKee. We just need to stop it. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I know.
Number one, we know who QB1 is going to be. We're always going to stick with that. Number two, I want to start off by saying, please, can we appreciate Kellen Moore and all that he did? We sat through the greatest time in Philadelphia Eagles history. I've been a fan since I was able to walk. I'm telling you, Kellen Moore brought a lot to this team. We had the best team we've probably ever seen last year. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah. By the end, look at the Super Bowl alone and the NFC Championship. Yeah, it's hard to argue against, for sure.
I had a big heartbreak watching Tom Brady beat us in Super Bowl 39. And, even that was a stacked team with a banged-up Owens. That was a stacked team. We're living in the greatest time. We need to stop. Why is there so much chatter around the Eagles? Would you agree that there's more chatter around this team than there is around any other team in the NFL?
Well, we also, I don't know, you're in Ohio, but we absorb it. Like, I do think that there's some serious conversation happening in Baltimore about Lamar Jackson. There was a huge story about him sleeping instead of showing up to practice, and Joe Burrow's injury history, where I think it's just because we care so much that we're in the thick of it. Some of these other teams are dealing with stuff as well. They are.
Very much agreed. But also, recency bias is a big problem with this team. We always seem to go off of what just happened. Like, I've seen the worst out of this team. Does anybody remember Kevin Cobb? We've seen the worst.
We have, and that's why I appreciate Jalen so much.
Absolutely. QB1's my boy. Listen, there's nobody going to be any more ice cold. Get out of here with Joe Burrow. That boy is cold. He's calculated. He is a sniper. I like it. I do agree with what your boy just said. He's not great over the middle, but that can be worked on. And also with Kevin Nutella's awful offensive play calling, that needs to be worked in.
Now, was that a reference to yesterday's call?
Yes,
okay.
It was.
Well, because I didn't know. Well, you said it to, and Eric, thank you, man. We're up against it here. There was a woman who called in yesterday, very nice lady. Her name was Barbara, I believe. And she was the first caller of the day. I was freaking out. I said my New Year's resolution was to be a nicer guy, but Kevin Patullo infuriates me so much. And she calls in and goes, I don't know anything about football, but your anxiety is making me have anxiety. And I don't care if Kevin Nutella's calling plays. And I'm thinking, no, Eric just called in and said Kevin Nutella. And I'm going, is there a Nutella joke that I'm unaware of? But he was listening to Barbara. It's a true fan.
I'm also unaware of it if it is a thing.
Yeah. Kevin Nutella.
Good.
Yeah. So now it's Kevin Nutella. Thanks, Barb. That's funny. All right. Or Debbie. Her name might have been Debbie. Barb or Deb. We love you. Thank you guys so much for listening over the last few weeks. A lot of fun. Seriously. Everything's back to normal on Monday. So I appreciate you letting me kind of talk your ears off over the last few weeks. Luke, thank you so much for producing today.